This factory only allows entry, not exit. Anyone who violates the factory rules will face punishment. The lightest punishment could be losing a hand or a foot. The worst-case scenario could involve dismemberment. Even passing by in a car could result in an accident. Yet I still want to go to this strange factory to work. I just wanted to earn a few thousand to make ends meet, but the boss offered me $1 million. He begged me not to leave. Strange occurrences have been happening in the factory. The workers who should leave have already left. Those who needed to escape have fled. The factory has long since ceased operations. The boss paid a high price of $200,000 to finally hire a master. The master, wearing a poorly made robe, took out a compass and pretended to study its needle, turning this way and that, looking somewhat serious. "Master, how is the situation?" the anxious boss, Tian Chihua, asked. Master Yen, with one hand forming a spell and the other holding the compass, frowned throughout. "This is indeed tricky. Your site selection has issues. It's a classic case of an in-spot. No wonder there are disturbances. Right now, it's just minor accidents, but if it escalates, anyone leaving the factory could meet a tragic end. You should close it down now. Don't open it if you can't shut it. Master, please think of a solution." Tian Chihua nearly begged, almost kneeling. If the factory closed, he would be left with nothing. "Since you insist on continuing operations, I can only try to find a solution. In this situation, a simple feng shui adjustment won't suffice. We need 4 powerful spiritual artifacts to subdue these malevolent spirits. Where can I find genuine in artifacts?" "You're in luck. I happen to have 4 genuine artifacts that my master treasured, but acquiring these was not easy for me. Moreover, it takes a lot of energy to perform the rituals to eliminate the negative energy within them. Usually, they cost at least 200,000 each. Given your urgent situation, I'll sell them to you for only 100,000 each." The assistant immediately took out 4 items from his bag: the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Each was about the size of half a palm, made of ceramic, and each small spirit beast had round, shiny black eyes. I couldn't help but laugh. This is just childish nonsense. These aren't anything but toys. 100,000 each? Are you kidding me? Can you be serious? Despite the obvious scam, Tian Chihua was clearly flustered. 100,000 for one, that's 400,000 for 4. "Master, can I buy just one first? If it works, I promise to buy the other 3, they come as a set. One alone won't suffice and might even provoke the evil spirits." "If you like it, I don't care," Master Yen replied irritably. No, I do want them," Tian Chihua said with a pained expression, gritting his teeth as he bought all 4. His heart ached as if bleeding. It seems so easy for the rich to earn money, while I remained silent, watching the show, curious about what tricks this feng shui master would pull next. After receiving the money, Master Yan's expression visibly improved. "I will have my disciples help you set up the feng shui array later. The core issue must be addressed at its source to be resolved completely. Have there been any deaths in your factory recently?" Hearing the word source, I felt a flicker of unease. Could this feng shui master really know something? Tian Chihua's expression changed dramatically. "We are a legitimate factory. How could there be any deaths?" Master Yen insisted that if he didn't speak up, he couldn't guarantee to resolve the haunting issues. Tian Chihua hurriedly admitted, "Yes, there was a death a few months ago. A worker had his hand crushed by a machine. He insisted on compensation, and when I refused, he jumped off a building." I couldn't help but interject, "If a worker gets injured in the factory, that's an occupational injury. Why didn't you compensate him?" Tian Chihua was furious. "He did it on purpose to extort me. Why should I pay? If every worker acted like this, would I even be able to keep the factory open? Do you know how important this factory is to the local economy? If it closes, the local economy would regress by 10 years. Damn vampire, I've seen through this factory owner's true nature." Master Yen clearly didn't care about that. "The source is right here. You must compensate his family and kneel at the place where he died to beg for forgiveness. Only then can you reduce the killing intent." Tian Chihua dared not argue and nodded repeatedly. Then the group returned to the first floor of the factory, the place where someone had died. Master Yen decided to hold a ritual. The assistant quickly set up the platform, covering it with yellow cloth, and prepared incense burners, red cups, white talismans, and everything needed. Soon, the ritual began. Master Yen held a peachwood sword, mumbling incantations. The atmosphere was lively, but it felt suspiciously like a scam. I had no interest in watching this, so I quietly left. After all, there was no one in the factory, and I could wander around freely. I entered a production workshop where the assembly line machines had stopped working. Rows of machines were covered with waterproof sheets, and the entire workshop was quiet, dimly lit, giving off a chilly feeling. Employee photos and attendance records were still posted on the walls. After a quick glance, I noticed something was off. Upon checking the records, I discovered that the workshop hadn't operated at all this entire year. The haunting issues were definitely not recent. At that moment, I faintly smelled a metallic scent of blood. Sensing something was wrong, I turned to leave the workshop, but the door wouldn't budge. It had opened easily when I arrived, but now it was stuck, and I leaned against it. A heavy feeling settled in my heart. I saw the waterproof cover on the machine starting to ripple, as if something was about to surge out, even though there was no wind in the workshop. Then, blood continuously gushed from the seams of the waterproof cover, splattering on the walls, glass, and ceiling, leaving gruesome marks everywhere. The entire workshop seemed to have turned into hell. I stared at the eerie and terrifying scene before me, took a deep breath, and was relieved to have seen scarier things before. Otherwise, I might not have been able to handle it. A chilling wind blew in from somewhere, giving me goosebumps. It was all fake, all fake. I steadied my mind and cleared away the clutter in my thoughts. I kept reciting the 3 fundamental principles. The first one is to follow the rules. I'm not one of your factory workers, so I don't need to obey the factory rules. If I haven't broken any rules, you can't harm me. When I opened my eyes again, all the strangeness had vanished. The workshop was as quiet as ever, and the blood that had surged earlier seemed to have been an illusion. That's right. I smiled and easily pulled open the workshop door, but the next moment, a wave of blood stench hit me. At the end of the corridor outside the workshop, a crowd of people was slowly approaching, some missing arms, others missing legs, crawling forward on their hands, and some even had no heads at all. My heart raced. I thought I had never been this scared before, but these creatures seemed even more terrifying than ghosts. Half an hour later, Master Yen finally finished the ritual, looking exhausted. His assistant hurriedly said, "Master, the consumption is too great. We need to buy some reishi and ginseng. According to the rules, that costs 200,000. Is that okay, Boss Tian? Can't we just have some old hen soup?" Tian Chihua asked quietly. The assistant was furious. "How dare you insult my master? I'm kind-hearted and won't hold it against you, but I know a bit of the ancient arts, so don't push it, Boss Tian." Disdainfully, I had to pay up honestly. I had already spent 800,000, which was really expensive, though it was relatively cheaper. If those top masters had come, it would probably have been in the 7 figures. At that moment, I walked in from outside, looking weak and more exhausted than Master Yen. Boss Tian's heart skipped a beat when he noticed something on my shoes. Upon closer inspection, it was shockingly bright red, startling to behold. It ended this quickly? Curiously, the assistant glared at me. My master is a renowned feng shui master in the industry, proficient in every aspect of formation. How dare you question him? Seeing this, Tian Chihua hurriedly reprimanded me loudly. "What do you think you're doing, daring to disrespect the master?" I had lost my interest in watching the show and bluntly said, "Isn't this just a pure scam? I can't even be bothered to argue. As for a feng shui master, you give me 100,000, and I can bring you a ton of talismans." Master Yan's expression darkened immediately. "Boss Tian, this person is from your factory." Tian Chihua nodded and then glared at me, shouting, "Get out, get out. You're no longer welcome in our factory. Where are the security guards? Someone, throw him out." "Forget the security. There's just an old man at the entrance. He can hardly walk here, let alone throw someone out." Tian Chihua was nearly fainting with anger. "This is my factory. You get out right now, or I'll call the police." "That's what you said. I just wanted to let you know that the haunting in the factory seems to have escalated. I initially had a way to resolve it, but since you, the boss, have said this, I'll just leave." "You think you can handle it?" Tian Chihua scrutinized me, clearly filled with doubt. Master Yen sneered, "You're just a wet-behind-the-ears kid who doesn't know your place. Do you think you can resolve this haunting? Are you dreaming after watching some movie? Let me tell you, this world is far beyond your imagination." Believe it or not, I waved goodbye and turned to leave the factory. At the guard booth at the entrance of the factory, the old security guard curiously opened the window, asking, "Young man, aren't you working? This factory is about to close down. There's no work left. The boss is almost gone too. You'd better leave while you can, old man." The old security guard was surprised. "No way, is it that serious? Didn't you invite a feng shui master? I heard that the person is quite powerful and even collaborates with the state." "Don't even mention it, he's a fraud. That feng shui master can't even protect himself. He'll probably be asking for help soon." The old security guard looked at me with skepticism. What I said sounded too far-fetched, and he clearly didn't believe it. This is truly bad luck. Running into a madman, the master couldn't help but complain. Usually, when they go out, they bask in the master's glory, surrounded by admirers and beautiful ladies. This time, they not only went to a remote countryside but also had to endure all this. Tian Chihua hurriedly apologized and promised to take them to the best restaurant in town for a meal, which made the two assistants look a bit better. That should be enough, Master Yen said with an air of authority as he put away his peachwood sword. I've done what I needed to do. Tomorrow, I will come to help you set up the formation. Whether it can truly suppress the spirits depends on your sincerity. After saying that, the group prepared to leave. Tian Shihua immediately made a phone call to reserve a banquet and then led Master Yen to leave the factory. 5 minutes later, as they walked, they unexpectedly returned to the place where they had performed the ritual. Master Tian's assistant asked, "Boss Tian, are you lost in your own factory?" Tian Shihua also looked puzzled, having clearly been walking toward the exit all along. Sorry, I must have spaced out." Tian Shihua quickly apologized and then led everyone to leave again. 5 minutes later, the four of them found themselves back in the ritual room. Looking at the familiar altar, the four of them felt something was off. They clearly remembered that they had been walking straight ahead, only turning once. It shouldn't be possible to return to the same spot. Tian Shihua was very anxious. There had always been scary legends circulating in the factory, such as workers who went missing during late-night shifts or having blood poured on them for unknown reasons, or workers who screamed in the workshop only to become mute the next day. However, he didn't believe it, thinking the workers were just making excuses to be lazy. It wasn't until he had 2 accidents and a mass resignation of workers that he realized something was wrong. "Master Yen, did we hit something?" Tian Shihua said in fear. Master Yen scoffed, "What's there to be afraid of? What evil spirit dares to confront me?" He then ordered his 2 disciples. The 2 assistants, both young, took the lead, full of vigor, shouting evil spirits, "Begone!" With booming voices, the momentum was truly different. Boss Tian felt a sudden sense of relief. It was incredibly reassuring, as expected from the disciples of a master. However, 5 minutes later, the 4 of them found themselves back in the same place. Tian Shihua felt a chill run down his spine. Master. He turned to look and found Master Yan's expression was also not good. Beads of cold sweat seemed to be forming on his forehead. Disciples, let's try again. This time, shout even louder and put some manliness into it, Master Yen said anxiously. The 2 assistants were hoarse. "Master, we can't shout anymore. We've been yelling for 5 minutes, and our throats are burning with pain." Useless. Master Yen kicked the 2 of them in frustration. "You're so skilled at enjoying life, yet you fall apart at critical moments." He turned to Boss Tian and asked if there was any other way out. "Yes, there is a way out through the back door. But Master, since we're encountering such strange occurrences, shouldn't you be the one to resolve this? After all, you are a professional feng shui master." Master Yen gritted his teeth. "You don't understand, these spirits are very powerful. I need to leave quickly to set up a formation outside to deal with them. Just take me out of here, I won't charge you much this time." Upon hearing that he wouldn't charge, Tian Shihua didn't even have time to be confused and hurriedly led the 3 others toward the back door. However, the further they walked, the more something felt off. Why did the exit to the corridor keep getting smaller? The entire corridor was becoming darker, and there weren't even any emergency lights, making it increasingly unsettling. What was most deadly was that, at some unknown point, many splashes of blood appeared on the walls, and they kept increasing until they nearly filled the entire corridor. "Master, something's wrong." The 2 assistants had already been terrified into silence, sitting at the back and not daring to move. Tian Shihua was completely frozen in place, terrified. "What's going on? It really is a vicious ghost haunting us. Let's go back and think this over." Master Yen tried to maintain his composure, but his legs were already shaking uncontrollably. The 4 of them turned around and found that the path they had taken now appeared even more sinister and eerie, with blood continuously dripping from the ceiling as if it were raining blood. And on the ground, at some unknown time, a thick layer of crimson blood had formed, pulsing like a heartbeat. The long corridor seemed to have transformed into the intestines of a vengeful spirit, permeated with a nauseating stench of blood. "Help!" The 2 assistants screamed. They had never seen anything so terrifying. Usually, even if they encountered strange things, they could just run away, but this time it felt completely wrong. Tian Shihua was trembling all over, nearly losing control of himself. He grabbed Master Yan's hand and cried, "Master, think of something. There are ghosts. I know there are ghosts." Master Yen was also scared out of his wits. His legs went weak, and he couldn't help but sit down on the ground. "Don't pull me. I just came to make some money. Who would have thought there would actually be ghosts?" He covered his head, his face full of agony. "Instead of calling the police when facing ghosts, you look for feng shui? Master, are you insane? You've really gotten me into trouble." Boss Tian was left bewildered. "You can't even catch a ghost and still dare to charge me so much? I'll fight you." He almost wanted to strangle Master Yen. Thudding, heavy, chaotic footsteps began to sound. The exit of the corridor. Strange figures began to emerge, nothing but pitch-black shadows, and faintly, sharp, screeching sounds could be heard. The ghosts are coming. Boss Tian was terrified to the point of panic. The two assistants were no better off. They were nearly scared into unconsciousness but were forcefully startled awake. Master Yen was, in fact, the calmest among the four. Although he couldn't really catch ghosts, he did know a high-level master and understood many things that ordinary people did not, which was why he dared to take on such business. Calm down, calm down. Don't be afraid. I said don't be afraid. Don't grab my leg. Did you do anything wrong after entering the factory? The two assistants quickly shook their heads. Boss Tian, your factory doesn't have any strange regulations, does it? At that moment, Tian Chihua didn't dare to lose his temper and clung to the last straw of hope. No, you're not factory workers, so there shouldn't be any regulations for you. What do you mean? There are many strange regulations for the workers? I'm not too sure about that either. There might be, Tian Chihua said with an uneasy expression. Master Yen also didn't want to say much more. As long as we haven't broken any rules, we'll be absolutely safe. From now on, don't say anything, don't do anything, we just have to get through this. The other three didn't dare to ask anything further and just huddled against the wall. As time passed slowly, none of the four dared to look up, all keeping their heads down like ostriches. A cold, eerie presence brushed past them, and the footsteps were painfully clear. They could feel that something was watching them, continuously hovering around, even sensing a chill running through their hair. After an unknown amount of time, one assistant, trembling with fear, dared to glance up, and he was overjoyed to see that everything had returned to normal. The corridor had returned to its original state, and what they had seen not long ago seemed to have been an illusion. The other three let out a long sigh of relief. Master, you were right, it really is fine. The assistant was ecstatic, but the next moment, a strange shadow suddenly appeared behind him. The face was indistinct, only a deep darkness, eerily concealed. A hand slowly pressed down on his head, lifting it lightly like raising a lantern. A living head was lifted into the air, and with a quick motion, it was severed. The headless body fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Run fast. The three of them were so scared that they didn't dare to stop, getting up and running away. Soon, they burst into the nearest office and hurriedly blocked the door. But a chilling air continued to seep in through the crack of the door. It's over, it's over. Tian Chihua collapsed on the ground, his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. Master Yan's voice trembled. Quick, call the police, the country will send someone to save us. We must believe in the country. At that moment, blood began to flow in through the crack of the door. This frightened the three of them again. Master Yen understood that this time, they probably couldn't escape the disaster. Wait, right, that kid from your factory just said he had a way to deal with the haunting. Where is he now? Hurry and bring him here, Master Yen said anxiously. That kid. Boss Tian also remembered. The young man who was recruiting said that the haunting in the factory had escalated. He hadn't believed it at the time. Now that he thought about it, could it really be true? Could that kid really know how to catch ghosts? Tian Chihua was almost in tears. I don't know where he is. Find a way. Master Yen roared, otherwise, we will all die. Tian Chihua fumbled to take out his phone, searched through his contacts for a long time, and finally found a number, dialing it impatiently. At that moment, outside the factory, in the security booth, the old security guard answered the phone in surprise. Boss Tian? Why would the boss suddenly call him? Old Chen, is that you, Old Chen? Tian Chihua said eagerly, good thing I saved your number. That young man who was recruiting, hurry and stop him, don't let him leave. Why? Don't ask, just stop him, I'll raise your salary, 10,000 a month is fine. Under the threat of death, Boss Tian finally couldn't be stingy anymore. The old security guard looked at Feng Zhen beside him with a strange expression. Feng Zhen hadn't left. The old security guard didn't chase him away, but instead invited him in for a cup of tea. Could it really be a ghost? The old security guard muttered quietly, handing the phone to Feng Zhen. Young man, our boss is looking for you. Feng Zhen slowly picked up the phone. Hello, Boss Tian, what's the matter? Little brother, help, come save us. A scream came from the other end of the line. This reaction was expected. Feng Zhen had already discovered that the rule-related incidents in this factory were actually quite serious, and he didn't know how long they had been going on. Anyway, they had already entered the second stage, and various loopholes had begun to appear. That's why even the nearby village had been affected to some extent. Haunting was very normal. No matter what happened, anything was possible. In this situation, even following the rules might not be safe. Hearing the boss's scream, the old security guard looked at Feng Zhen in surprise. This young man really wasn't talking nonsense. Boss Tian is joking. Don't you have a powerful master beside you? Just let him go, Feng Zhen said. Tian Chihua cried out. What kind of master is he? He's just a fraud. Little brother, I wronged you, please come save us. Blood is about to flow in. Fang Jin said, but I'm not very good at catching ghosts, let that master try harder. At that moment, Master Yan's voice came from the other end of the line. Little brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a true expert. You are the real expert. Please, save us. Master Yan's voice was trembling. Not very interested, Fang Jin said slowly, and I have to busy looking for a new job. Tian Chihua hurriedly said, little brother, as long as you are willing to save us, I will offer you a job, 2 days off, 10,000 a month. How about that? Are you sending off a beggar? Fang Jin cursed and hung up the phone. You casually gave the scammer 800,000. You want to give me 10,000 a month, and I still have to work for you? Forget it. You might as well hurry up and die. If you don't die, it's really a disservice to society. 10 seconds after hanging up, the phone rang again. Fang Jin answered, his tone unfriendly. What is it? Little brother, I was wrong. I'll give you 1 million. Please save me. Tian Chihua cried out in despair. Then let's make do with that. How much is Master Yen willing to pay for his life? Master Yen hurriedly said, 1 million, I'll give you 1 million too. You scam me out of hundreds of thousands a day, and you only give me 1 million? No, little brother, I don't take all that money for myself, I have to pay tribute too. I'm just a nominal feng shui master, the big portion has to be handed over. There are real experts in our circle. I can only keep 50,000 at most. 1 million is all my savings. Really? If I go in and find your balance exceeds 1 million, I'll just turn around and leave. No, little brother, I actually have a bit of private money, but combined it's at most 180,000, really no more. Alright, then that's it. Fang Jin hung up the phone. This left the security guard beside him dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Is there something wrong with my ears? This is over 2 million. Just like that, it's in hand? Fang Jin smiled as he returned the phone to the security guard. Sir, it seems your boss will be fine, and you can continue working. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving now. With that, Fang Jin quickly walked towards the factory, leaving the security guard looking bewildered. Fang Jin entered the factory. Dealing with the loopholes wasn't difficult. Most loopholes weren't as severe as imagined. The factory's rule incidents could barely be rated E-level, but they had gone unaddressed for so long that the situation gradually worsened. It was probably because they were worried about not being able to operate, so the factory kept the news suppressed. Since the workers were only injured and not many had died, it hadn't escalated. If too many people had died, the authorities would have intervened long ago. A factory owner couldn't suppress that. Fang Jin followed the corridor. Soon, he caught a whiff of blood. Ever since becoming an awakened, Fang Jin felt his senses had sharpened significantly. Found it. Fang Jin followed the scent of blood. He soon arrived at a bizarre corridor, littered with severed limbs and blood, with shadows on the walls twisting and struggling, as if they might crawl out at any moment. It was indeed frightening. However, Fang Jin's expression didn't change much. The first time was fear. The second time was panic. The third time, he was almost used to it. Alright, get out of the way, don't block the path. Fang Jin ignited a strange black flame in his palm and then threw it directly at the shadow on the wall. The black flame clung to the wall like a fluid, continuously flowing down. The shadow writhed in pain, and moments later, it split apart and vanished. Ordinary means couldn't kill the loophole, but rules could deal with rules. With his awakened abilities, he could injure or even kill it. As the shadow disappeared, everything in the corridor returned to normal. Most of it was just an illusion. If one's will was strong enough, even without special abilities, it was absolutely possible to escape from a loophole attack. In a narrow office, Boss Tian and Master Yen were in a state of panic. Why hasn't he come yet? Hurry and make another call to check. Master Yen urged. Boss Tian shrieked. Do you think I haven't tried? The security guard said he has already entered. Who knows when he will arrive? Beside the door, the lackey leaned against it, panting heavily. I can barely hold on. The three stared at each other wide-eyed. At that moment, more and more blood flowed in through the crack of the door, completely covering the office, and the shoes of the three were soaked in blood, almost submerging their ankles. The feeling was unbearable. It was maddening. Blood. It's pouring in. Help! The three couldn't help but scream. The worst part was that urgent knocking sounded from outside the office. It was like the whisper of a malevolent spirit. The three were so scared they were on the verge of tears, hurriedly blocking the door with all their might. But the knocking grew louder and more forceful. The door trembled continuously, seeming ready to shatter under the pressure at any moment. The three were in despair. Why was the commotion so loud this time? Finally, a voice came from outside. Why don't you open the door? Wasn't I called to save you? How can I save you if you don't open the door? Upon hearing this, the three's mood shot from hell to heaven. A savior had arrived. They cautiously opened a crack in the door, 3 pairs of eyes nervously peering outside. Everything in the corridor seemed normal, with no strange phenomena, just a young man standing at the door. "Master, you finally came." Tian Chihua nearly collapsed from relief. Master Yen cautiously asked, "Where's the ghost?" "I took care of it. Are we safe now?" "Not necessarily, such a large factory might not have just one ghost." Explaining too much was troublesome, so Fangjin simply communicated using the term ghost. Master Yen couldn't help but feel tense, but thinking of how the person before him had easily dealt with the ghost, he calmed down a bit. "Expert, may I ask which organization you belong to?" "Anyway, it has nothing to do with your fraudulent organization." Master Yen's face flushed red. "Although I don't have much ability, I've seen quite a few real experts. I just haven't qualified to join a real organization. I can only be considered an external member." Boss Tian was furious upon hearing this. An external member? Damn fraud. He had wanted a true master, and after all that effort in consuming so many favors, he ended up with a mere external member. "Oh," Fangjin said nonchalantly. No matter the organization, allowing people under them to swindle money surely wasn't a legitimate one. He was certainly not interested. "Alright, enough small talk, pay up." Fangjin hadn't forgotten his ultimate goal. He was here to make money. Earning this sum would mean he had stable capital. Tian Chihua asked, "Master, what's your bank account number?" Fangjin suddenly remembered a terrible thing. He had no legitimate identity. Of course, he didn't have a bank account. This was troublesome. Fangjin replied, "Cash, please." "Ha?" Tian Chihua was taken aback. "Who still used cash these days?" He looked quite troubled. "Master, I really don't have that much cash on me. Once you finish dealing with the ghost, I will definitely present you with 1 million in full." Fangjin understood. "Then how much do you have now?" Tian Chihua took out his wallet and pulled out all the cash. "Only 2,000. "Alright, just give it to me." Fangjin accepted it with disappointment. How can such a big boss have so little cash on him? It's too shabby. Tian Chihua felt extremely awkward. He silently resolved to carry more cash in the future. Fangjin turned to Master Yen. "It's your turn." "Expert, I also don't have cash on me," Master Yen said uneasily. "Not a single cent? Haven't carried cash in a long time. Really useless. What about your lackey? He doesn't have any either." Forget it. We'll talk about it after it's over." With that, Fangjin checked Master Yan's phone, going through various online banking and payment apps, and indeed found that the savings amounted to only 180,000. Take everything away, and Fangjin felt no guilt at all. When dealing with a con artist, one should be ruthless. As for the other capitalist vampire, Fangjin had other punishments in mind. "Alright, let's go, I'll take you out of here," Fangjin said. The three followed him out of the office. Fangjin walked alone at the front, very calm. This put the three at ease. Fangjin asked, "Why are you missing one?" "I had a disciple killed by a ghost," Master Yen said, trembling with fear. "Its head was ripped off. It was terrifying." Had they already started indiscriminate killings? The situation was getting serious. Should he do something? But soon, Fangjin dismissed that thought. He was struggling to protect himself. He couldn't concern himself with these trivial matters. "Master, shouldn't you do something?" "This ghost is too vicious," Tian Chihua said. Fangjin replied, 1 million is just the price to get you out. Are you sure you want me to help you deal with the ghost problem? Tian Chihua's face showed difficulty. It cost 1 million just to save one person. What would it cost to catch a ghost? He couldn't bear to pay. Under Fangjin's lead, the four of them cautiously made their way to the factory entrance, and surprisingly, they didn't encounter much trouble. It seemed those loopholes were too afraid to attack again. Soon, they arrived at the factory hall. Safe, finally safe. Master Yen and his disciple rushed out of the hall door, feeling a sense of relief after surviving a disaster. Boss Tian also hurriedly rushed outside. A strange scene occurred. Boss Tian seemed to be pulled by some strange force, unable to escape. What's going on? Boss Tian was terrified, his scalp tingling. Fangjin was confused. He tried a few times and found he could come and go freely. Among the four, only Boss Tian couldn't. "Master, save me." Boss Tian's face turned pale. Fangjin felt it was a bit tricky. After all, he had taken a deposit. He couldn't just leave Boss Tian behind. "Expert, I'll go get the money for you right now. Wait here, 1,800,000. I'll bring it immediately," Master Yen said, quickly pulling his little follower to leave, and the two vanished in an instant. Fangjin wanted to chase after them but was firmly held back by Boss Tian, who cried out, "Master, you can't just leave me behind." If Fangjin left, he felt he would definitely be doomed. Of course, he wouldn't let go of this lifeline. As a result, Fangjin could only watch helplessly as Master Yen left. "What are you pulling for?" I said I'd save you, of course, I will. Fangjin glared at him angrily. Now look, my 1,800,000 has run away, you owe me. Boss Tian immediately became obedient. When it came to money, he wilted. Fangjin carefully checked Boss Tian's condition and found nothing unusual. This situation was indeed strange. Suddenly, Fangjin seemed to remember something. What time does your factory close? 6 in the afternoon. Are there any strict rules about leaving early? Boss Tian was silent for a moment. Unexcused absences are fined 1,000. Leaving early and taking leave are the same, fined 500. Taking leave is fined 500? You bastard. Fangjin scolded. Isn't it that no workers would dare to take leave? Basically none. No wonder. This had become an unspoken rule. It only applied to the factory workers. Others in the factory could leave freely, but this boss had to be forced to stay. However, this also seemed to indicate something. The rules had started to become chaotic. Fangjin looked at the greasy, overweight middle-aged man in front of him, his gaze growing increasingly unfriendly. He was simply a vampire. Why not just hang him from a streetlight? Forget about that million. Killing such a person would be a contribution to society. Boss Tian shivered. He vaguely sensed Fangjin's intentions, and in a panic, he shouted, Master, Master, as long as you are willing to save me, I am willing to pay an extra million. However, that said, making money was still the priority. He needed money too much right now. This is what you are offering yourself. I didn't force you, Fangjin replied. Boss Tian wore a worried expression. But at this moment, he couldn't care about that. Preserving his life was the most important thing. Boss Tian nervously swallowed repeatedly. Master, Master, what should we do now? Are there others in the factory? Fangjin asked. There are more than 10 people in the operations office. Go find them first. Will we be able to escape once we find them? How could that be possible? Fangjin said, now that the haunting situation in your factory has escalated, there is a high possibility of casualties, so it's safer to take everyone out. You wouldn't want to see your factory filled with dead bodies, would you? Boss Tian was initially a bit disappointed, but upon hearing Fangjin say this, he nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. The two quickly arrived at the office. Boss. The operations department office had more than 10 desks, and upon seeing Boss Tian, the staff stood up to greet him. Aside from the secretary, Sisterly, who was in her 40s, the others looked to be in their 20s. Boss Tian asked in confusion, why are you all so calm? The crowd was puzzled. What was there to be nervous about? Boss, what's wrong? Secretary Lee asked. Boss Tian stammered for a moment. It's nothing, nothing. He didn't dare to say it. The haunting had already scared away so many frontline workers. If the employees in the operations department ran away too, then there would be no work left to do. Most importantly, these people's wages were very low. If they missed out, it would be hard to find employees willing to accept such low pay in the future. Fangjin glanced at Boss Tian. There is a haunting here, and the situation is very serious. You are likely all trapped in the factory now, and we need your cooperation to escape. The crowd was taken aback. One young man slammed the table and said, our Boss Tian hasn't even spoken yet. Who are you to come here spreading alarmist nonsense? Do you believe we'll throw you out? Fangjin frowned. Boss Tian was terrified. This was a lifeline. He hurriedly scolded the young man loudly. Guzhinzhong, shut up. How dare you speak to the master like that? Quickly apologize to the master. Everyone in the office was stunned. What was wrong with the boss today? The young man named Guzhinzhong looked aggrieved. Uncle, are you joking? Apologize to him? I'm not joking. Boss Tian stepped forward and, with determination, slapped him hard. This is someone we can't afford to offend. If you don't want to die, hurry up and apologize. Then he put on a flattering smile. Master, this is my nephew. He hasn't seen much of the world and has offended you. So it was a relative. No wonder he was so arrogant. I'm sorry. Guzhinzhong had no choice but to apologize reluctantly. Fangjin was too lazy to pursue the matter further. You should have heard about the haunting in the factory. The more than 10 employees in the office nodded. They had indeed heard about it. They had heard that frontline workers often encountered strange occurrences, but those of them in the office had never experienced anything, so they never took it seriously, thinking the workshop workers were just making excuses to slack off. I want to know if anything significant happened in your factory 2 years ago or even earlier, Fangjin asked. The young employees shook their heads one after another. Their work experience wasn't long. Naturally, they weren't very clear about events from 2 years ago. Boss Tian was puzzled. Master, why 2 years ago? The haunting in your factory has existed for at least 2 years, Fangjin said. Is that so? You have no idea at all? Boss Tian felt awkward. Although he often spent time in the factory, most of it was in the office drinking tea, and he only learned about the haunting a month ago. He found it strange. Why would Fong Jin know about these things? Sisterly pondered and said, about 2 years ago, I seem to remember something. More than 2 years ago, a worker's mother fell seriously ill and needed 100,000 for medical expenses. He heard that work-related injuries could get a lot of compensation, but somehow he got it into his head to buy a watermelon knife and cut off his own hand in the workshop, then went to finance with his severed hand to demand money. Fong Jin asked, what happened next? In such a situation, of course, he couldn't get any compensation. He had intentionally harmed himself, and it wasn't an injury from work. No one paid him any attention no matter how much he made a fuss. In anger, he threw away his severed hand and left. It seems he planned to go to the police station to make a scene, but because he was missing a hand, he couldn't control his electric bike and got into an accident on the road, getting thrown off completely. He was fully responsible, and his family only received a tiny bit of humanitarian compensation. Fong Jin sighed. He was indeed a pitiful person. However, this person died outside the factory, so it shouldn't have anything to do with him. An accident. The factory. There seemed to be some connection. Boss Tian said, I have a bit of an impression of this. I remember later we sent someone to comfort his family and gave them some assistance. We did our best. Well, Sisterly said softly, Boss, this was a proposal I put forward, but you vetoed it later. You said he was extorting money and that leaving early violated factory regulations, so he should be fired. Why should we give him assistance? Is that so? Boss Tian's heart sank. Those words did sound like something he would say. He turned to glance cautiously at Fong Jin. Seeing Fong Jin's increasingly displeased expression, he couldn't help but panic. Are there any other major incidents? Fong Jin asked again. Sisterly mentioned a few more incidents, mostly involving worker injuries or fights, which had a significant impact on the factory. But it was clearly not enough to create a rule-breaking event. Soon, it was time to get off work. Workers finished at 6 o'clock. Those of them in the office could leave at 5:30. However, the boss didn't leave. Naturally, no one dared to leave either. Except for a certain connected individual. Gu Xinzhong said impatiently, Uncle, can we go now? We've been here accompanying this kid for half a day, giving you enough face. I have a date with a beautiful girl to watch a movie, so I have to leave first. You brat. What do you mean giving me face? Boss Tian was furious. Anyway, I can't stay any longer. I'm outta here. Gu Xinzhong clocked out and dashed out of the office. Before leaving, he shot a furious glare at Fong Jin, playing tricks. I don't have time to deal with you. You can fool the old man, but I advise you to be honest. If you dare to cheat even a penny, I'll make sure to have someone take care of you. Boss Tian was scared out of his wits. This brat has gone mad. You're really going to get someone killed. Inside the office, the employees exchanged glances. Gu Xinzhong had left. Could they leave too? Boss Tian, feeling anxious, said, Master, please don't mind this brat. I will definitely teach him a good lesson later. But can we leave now? The latter part was what he cared about the most. Right now, he only cared about whether he could leave this place. Who knows? Fong Jin casually replied, If you want to leave, you can just follow him. As soon as these words were spoken, the people in the office began to stir. Who wants to work unpaid overtime? If they could leave, they would want to go immediately. Only Secretary Lee was very serious and said, President Tian is busy with factory matters, and he hasn't left yet. How can we just leave? The others in the office helplessly sat back down. At such a time, if one were to leave, wouldn't that attract the boss's attention? They are not connected people. Naturally, they do not want to take such risks. Boss Tian's expression flickered. He wanted to leave so badly, but he was also worried about angering Fong Jin. Who knows if Fong Jin was speaking ironically? Just then, outside the office, a trembling figure returned. It was Gu Xinzhong. His face was pale, as if he had suffered some great shock, breathing rapidly, his hands cold, and his legs shaking violently. I am sorry, Master, I was a bit harsh just now. Not going to the movies anymore? Fong Jin glanced over. No, I won't watch them again for the rest of my life. Gu Xinzhong's voice trembled. Master, you must save us from here. I'm willing to be your servant. The people in the office were dumbfounded. What had happened? The unruly connected person. Why did he suddenly back down? What's wrong, Brother Zhong? A young employee in the office asked. Gu Xinzhong's expression was grim. Ghosts, it's really haunted. As soon as I went out, I saw some things that are hard to describe. Anyway, it's scarier than watching a horror movie. If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. As soon as he said this, no one dared to leave. They all huddled together. Fong Jin couldn't find many clues for the moment, so he asked Boss Tian, I remember that Master Yen had a follower who died in your factory? Yes, he died. Take me to see. Ah, me? Otherwise, how would I know where it is? Boss Tian had a bitter face and could only reluctantly get up. Fong Jin said, By the way, you all come along. Ha, we have to go too? If you're not afraid that after I leave, the ghosts will come looking for you, you can stay. Everyone was scared silly and hurriedly got up to hide beside Fangjin. A group of them marched out of the office. Perhaps because there were so many people, they didn't encounter any strange occurrences along the way, which calmed everyone down a bit. They began to speculate whether Gujinjong had seen it wrong. But just then, in the distance down the corridor, a solitary head was rolling weakly on the ground. This scene was very eerie. A few female employees screamed in fright. Help! Help! A hoarse voice cried out. Fangjin said irritably, if you're not afraid of attracting ghosts, then keep shouting. But the cries for help persisted, tinged with a hint of hysteria. Who's still calling out? Fangjin turned around unhappily, but the people behind him all covered their mouths and shook their heads desperately. Gujinjong pointed with a crying tone, Master, it seems like he's the one calling. Fangjin focused his gaze. The head rolled with difficulty, then straightened up. It was indeed alive, eyes wide open, mouth struggling to open and close, and it cried out for help, help, help. Even though Fangjin had seen many strange scenes, this was still a bit too bizarre. He could barely accept it, but the people behind him had already collapsed to the ground, almost unable to move. Master Yan's follower? Fangjin shouted. The head cried out in excitement. It's me, save me. You're not dead? I don't know, help. All right, stop shouting. Fangjin stepped forward, grabbing the hair of the head and lifting it up. The head grimaced in pain but didn't dare to express any dissatisfaction. Fangjin asked, where's your body? I fainted from fright at that time, and when I woke up, I couldn't find my body. The follower said hoarsely. This was indeed troublesome. It couldn't be ignored. But carrying a living head was somewhat beyond what a normal person could handle. But why was only this follower attacked? Why were the other three safe and sound? Was it just a coincidence? What did you do at that time? Fangjin asked. The assistant quickly recounted what had happened. Fangjin pondered for a moment. Boss Tian, there were 4 of you at that time. Did you do anything strange? Something that might violate factory regulations? Boss Tian shook his head hurriedly. They were all scared out of their wits. How could they dare to do anything? Sister Lee whispered, 4 people? I remember there's a rule that to prevent workers from causing trouble, no more than 3 people are allowed to whisper in the workshop corridor. If caught, they'll be fined. And at that moment, they were indeed in the corridor outside the workshop. As soon as she finished speaking, the corridor suddenly darkened. The exit in the distance seemed to grow farther away, as if it could never be reached. Strange shadows floated on the walls, as if they were about to emerge at any moment. It's happening again, Boss Tian exclaimed excitedly. It was just like that back then. Fangjin said sternly, spread out, everyone spread out, don't huddle together. The people behind him were terrified and lost their composure. Ghost! There really was a ghost. Everyone was so frightened that they lost their senses. Although they heard Fangjin's words and hurriedly tried to disperse, the more nervous they became, the more chaotic it got. Coupled with their fear, they instinctively wanted to crowd closer to others. As a result, they couldn't truly disperse. Meanwhile, from the walls, one shadow after another slowly emerged. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these shadows were incomplete. Some were missing hands, some missing feet, some missing heads. But under the distortion, it was hard to see clearly. This made the already panicked crowd feel even more shattered inside. What a ridiculous rule, Fangjin cursed angrily. Then a strange flame rose in his hand, flowing like black liquid, exuding a chilling yet scorching aura, very mysterious and unpredictable. Without hesitation, Fangjin pressed his hands against the wall. The eerie flame defied gravity, quickly spreading along the wall, and when the shadows in the wall came into contact with the flame, they wailed and screamed, then shattered, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The corridor lights brightened again. Everything strange vanished without a trace. We're saved! The crowd cried tears of joy, embracing each other. Fangjin said irritably, I told you to spread out, and you still dare to hug together? The crowd hurriedly dispersed. They didn't dare to gather again. At that moment, their gazes towards Fangjin changed. Without witnessing it firsthand, they naturally wouldn't have a true sense of it. This master looked young, but he truly had remarkable skills. He had easily vanquished the ghost. Fortunately, they had followed him out. If the master hadn't been by their side, they couldn't even bear to think about the consequences of encountering such a thing alone. Thank you, master, for saving us, everyone hurriedly expressed their gratitude. There was even a young female employee who couldn't help but flirt. Master, can 2 people stick together? Can I walk with you? I'm so scared. My legs are weak. The male employees cursed her for being shameless in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say much. Fangjin remained indifferent. If your legs are weak, stay where you are. If you can't walk, then don't. The speaking female employee looked aggrieved, but she didn't dare to really stay behind. She could only follow closely behind the main group. Boss Tian looked terrified. Master, what should we do now? Simple, find the source. I already have some clues. The current problem is, does anyone know where the severed hand that the worker chopped off is? Fong Jin asked. Severed hand? The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Could that severed hand still be in the factory? No way. Severed hand. Fong Jin could basically conclude that this was the source. The young people in the office looked confused. They had mostly not experienced the events from 2 years ago. What do we need to find that for? Boss Tian asked quietly. Fong Jin said, what else is there to say? It's to save your life. Boss Tian hurriedly turned to Sister Lee and asked, Ali, think quickly, where is that severed hand? This isn't something I handled. Sister Lee also looked anxious. At that time, the factory was in chaos, the workers in the workshop were causing a ruckus, and no one was paying attention to where the severed hand was. Fong Jin said, such a thing shouldn't just be carelessly thrown away. After all, it's quite frightening, and if handled properly, it might even be reattached. Sister Lee seemed to remember something and excitedly said, Right, I remember now. A worker took it away, saying he was going to the cafeteria to get ice to freeze it, so it could be reattached. The workers in the factory were naturally not unfamiliar with such matters, as working on the assembly line had its dangers. Then it's probably in the kitchen, Fong Jin said. The group hurriedly left the workshop corridor and headed towards the cafeteria on the first floor. The cafeteria was empty, with thousands of seats available. However, due to the work stoppage, the cafeteria staff had also been temporarily dismissed. The lights seemed to be broken. Gu Xinzhong pressed a few buttons and found the cafeteria was pitch black. Everyone had to turn on their phone flashlights to search for the freezer in the kitchen. The freezer was not hard to find. Open all the freezers and see if the severed hand is hidden in some corner, Fong Jin said slowly. The group looked worried and cautiously opened the freezers. They were very anxious. After all, a bloody severed hand appearing in front of them would be quite terrifying. Soon, they had searched all the freezers. The result was somewhat unexpected. They found nothing. Master, what should we do if we can't find it? Boss Tian asked. Fong Jin frowned. Right. If it really became the source, the carrier of the dark spot, how could it be quietly lying in the freezer? This was troublesome. Fong Jin lacked experience and didn't know how to handle this situation. He pondered for a moment, then looked at Boss Tian, seemingly deep in thought, and immediately asked the others, besides today, have you all not encountered any haunting incidents? Everyone hurriedly nodded. Yes, never. I often wander around the factory out of boredom, but today is particularly haunted, Gu Xinzhong quickly replied, wanting to prove his worth. Fong Jin nodded. Boss Tian, how long has it been since you last came? Well, probably a few months, Boss Tian said. The last 2 times I came, my car was hit, so I had to deal with the repairs and didn't even enter the factory. That's it. Fong Jin smiled. He had found the problem. Master, do you have an idea now? Boss Tian asked, somewhat delighted. Fong Jin said with a smile, yes. In the next moment, Fong Jin instructed everyone to evacuate the cafeteria but left Boss Tian behind. No, Master, don't leave me alone. Boss Tian cried out like a pig being slaughtered, desperately trying to catch up. Fong Jin was displeased. Go up and hold him down. Upon hearing this, the employees got excited. Such a good opportunity was rare. They rushed forward, pinned Boss Tian down, and used kitchen ropes to tie him to a chair. Gu Xinzhong was the most enthusiastic in this action, even showing a face full of excitement. You beast, I'm your uncle, Boss Tian wailed. Gu Xinzhong looked innocent. This is the master's order, it has nothing to do with me. The only one who didn't take action was Secretary Sister Lee. Soon, Boss Tian was tied up. The group retreated. At first, Boss Tian still had the strength to wail. The dim and silent cafeteria soon scared him into silence. The cafeteria grew darker and darker. Slowly, from somewhere, disordered footsteps could be heard, heavy like a muffled drum, constantly beating in Boss Tian's heart. Master? Please don't scare me. Boss Tian tried hard to widen his eyes. He seemed to see a colossal creature approaching. The light was dim and unclear. Only some elongated shadows could be vaguely seen swaying. As the massive entity drew closer, Boss Tian was so frightened that he felt cold all over, nearly fainting. Those swaying things were all hands. The colossal creature was actually made up of severed limbs and arms pressed together, bloody and disgusting to behold. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria, a group of people shivered in fear, wondering what had happened. However, they didn't dare to look. The head of a lackey in Fong Jin's hand widened its eyes, gritting its teeth. I saw it, my body, my flesh is inside there. Seeing this scene, Fong Jin could basically confirm it. It was indeed Boss Tian's appearance that led to the haunting incident. This was strange. A rule event was actually targeting a specific person. Could it be that the source had its own will? Was this rule event out of control? The second of the three major principles: do not trust any experience. Not to mention Fang Zhen's meager experience. So Fang Zhen stopped overthinking and stepped forward, his hands igniting with strange flames. Hey, that's enough. This is bait, not food prepared for you. In the next moment, two balls of black flames shot out instantly. The massive flesh creature had nowhere to hide, instantly struck, the flames splattering on it like tar, impossible to shake off, even burrowing deeper. It trembled in pain. The severed hands and feet on its body began to fall off with a clatter. Why are you stopping me? A scream came from within the monster. He deserves to die. This black-hearted boss, this vampire, he should die. Fang Zhen felt a bit surprised. Something was off. It wasn't the source. It was a loophole. Forget it. No matter what, it had to be resolved. Fang Zhen charged forward, and the flesh monster suddenly turned, its two incomplete arms spreading wide, the blood holes in its palms resembling two bloody eyes. Why are you blocking me? The monster cried out in pain. Strange flames continuously surged from Fang Zhen's palms, blocking the monster. I don't know if you can understand, but your existence has brought danger to many innocent people. I don't want this either. The monster's voice was unusually muffled. Then a pale, feeble arm slowly rose from within the monster, faintly revealing some ice shards, the severed end of the arm opening and closing, making sounds. This scene could scare anyone's soul out of their body. You made the mistake yourselves. I just want to kill this black-hearted boss. Fang Zhen stared at the arm. This was it. The source. Found it. But this was completely different from what Bai Ming had said. A severed arm could also become the source. The source should theoretically be out of control. But this was clearly not. If faced with a mindless monster, Fang Zhen could act without hesitation. But how should this thing be classified? At this moment, Boss Tian, not knowing where he found the courage, angrily shouted, "Who says I'm a black-hearted boss? When have I ever mistreated you? Why do you want to kill me?" The monster's eyes fixed intently on Boss Tian. "All these years, you have never raised our wages. How can I raise them? Do you understand?" Boss Tian shouted, "Our factory is a model enterprise in the area. If we raise wages, what will happen to other factories? They will also be forced to raise wages, which will harm those small factories." Fang Zhen truly did not expect that someone could so grandly say such words. The monster's mind clearly lacked the ability to handle such a complex issue. Its body continued to tremble, seemingly struggling. As soon as these matters were mentioned, Boss Tian seemed to have much of his inner fear of the monster dissipate. He shouted, "I donate tens of millions to various foundations every year, and this money is used to help the truly impoverished. Would a black-hearted boss do such a thing? You only know how to demand higher wages, but you don't realize that I've been helping people poorer than you." The monster's body swayed precariously, showing signs of collapse. The severed hand that bore the source was surprisingly fragile. At that moment, Sister Lee, the secretary who had been too afraid to look on from outside the cafeteria, bravely stepped forward. "That's right. Our boss isn't as black-hearted and greedy as you think. You've all misunderstood him. Boss Tian is a true people's entrepreneur." It was clear that she was genuinely loyal to Boss Tian. No wonder he kept her by his side. Unexpectedly, as soon as she spoke, the monster's body visibly solidified, and it let out a deafening roar, charging madly towards Sister Lee. What's happening?" Boss Tian was confused. Fang Zhen said, "What else could it be? A scab is even more detestable than a black-hearted boss. Haven't you heard that before?" Boss Tian wanted to refute him, but Fang Zhen's next words made him break out in a cold sweat, causing his whole body to tremble. "No need to spout those grandiose words anymore. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really won't be able to help but throw you to the monster." Donations? It's fine to deceive a confused monster, but donating to foundations is just a way to evade taxes, Fang Zhen said coldly. After saying this, Fang Zhen ran towards the monster. Although he looked down on Boss Tian, it was not a reason to turn a blind eye to the monster's evil. This incident was very strange, situated on the boundary between the first and second phases. The monster was also on the brink of losing control. If left unchecked, many people would likely die. Fang Zhen unleashed his ghost fire again, the flames spreading like liquid, entangling the flesh and blood monster, slowing its speed drastically and causing its flesh to continuously fall away. Why are you stopping me? I haven't done anything wrong." The flesh and blood monster roared, its body inexplicably beginning to swell violently. Those dismembered limbs and severed arms, as if alive, crawled back and rejoined its body. The monster became even more terrifying, and even the shadow beneath it seemed to possess vitality. The severed limbs converged into a gigantic hand, slamming down heavily towards Fang Zhen. Not good. Fang Zhen wanted to activate his memory-altering ability, but he failed. Clearly, his flames had not touched the true core. What to do? He suddenly felt as if he had returned to that pitch-black consciousness space. What's wrong, big boy? Encountering trouble? Huang Jingxin asked with a smile. Trapped in the consciousness space, he was no longer the real him. Instead, he was a memory relying on Fang Zhen's consciousness, so the Huang Jingxin before him could be seen as that person from Fang Zhen's memory. Of course, the question of the memory's authenticity had no conclusion for now. Fang Zhen replied irritably, I'm about to die. Are you satisfied now? If you die, I die too. What do I have to be satisfied about? Huang Jingxin said innocently. Fang Zhen said, your ability is lacking. It can't solve that monster. No ability is invincible. Can't you think a little harder? Abilities need to be developed and utilized. A sword in a swordsman's hand can take on 10 opponents, but in your hand, it can't even touch anyone. Is it the sword's fault? Besides, have you forgotten what your true ability is? Fang Zhen suddenly awakened. Right, his true ability. By the way, since you are just a memory, am I really conversing with you, or am I talking to myself? Fang Zhen posed a soul-searching question. Huang Jingxin smiled and said, I don't know. A massive hand descended. Fang Zhen raised his hands, generating a mysterious and unfathomable pulling force, causing the severed limbs he touched to visibly disappear, as if erased by some power. This was his true ability. A-level ability, confinement. In the next moment, fierce ghostly flames surged in Fang Zhen's palms, but this time it was not simply thrown out. The black flames boiled and burned, transforming into 2 blades that clung to Fang Zhen's arms. He moved forward, his arms swinging like dual swords, and wherever he went, everything crumbled. The enormous flesh and blood monster was forcibly cut open, and Fang Zhen clearly saw the severed arms hidden within. In the next moment, the eerie flames condensed into substance and heavily pierced the severed arms. Memory modification. The ability activated. You have killed the black-hearted boss, everything is over. Fang Zhen unhesitatingly altered the memory of the severed arms. The flesh and blood monster suddenly froze, and then its hands and feet fell weakly one by one, its massive body collapsing with a loud crash, quickly disintegrating. Pat pat. Blood sprayed. Finally, the severed arms slowly fell to the ground, colorless, gradually turning pale. A wisp of black mist emerged from the flesh, dissipating in the cafeteria. Is it really resolved like this? So simple. Fang Zhen thought carefully. In fact, it wasn't simple. For other awakened ones, completely breaking through external defenses was already a difficult task. Memory modification could directly cause their obsessions to dissipate. Only by combining the two could a relatively easy source of a rule event be resolved so quickly. In the consciousness space, Huang Jingxin looked at the inexplicably appearing pile of severed hands and feet, his face turning pale with fright. What are you doing? Why bring such things in here? Hurry and throw them out. Help, in such a small place, do you want to suffocate me? Then there's no choice. You asked me to use my own ability, Fang Zhen said with a smile. Consider this a gift for you. After all, it's too boring for you to be here alone. Bastard, what gift? Hurry and take it away. What did you call me? Foster father? Is foster father okay? Hurry and take it away. All right. With a thought, Fang Zhen gathered the severed limbs together, piecing them into the shape of a scarecrow, silently standing in the corner as if on guard. In this form, Huang Jingxin could barely accept it. It wasn't that Fang Zhen liked such creepy things. Rather, he discovered something. It seemed that by confining these things, he had gained an additional ability. Since that was the case, of course, he couldn't just throw it away. At this moment, Boss Tian was sweating profusely but still forced to smile, flattering, Master, you truly are amazing. Is the ghost completely resolved now? Can you let me go first? The ghost is resolved, but there's still one thing left unresolved. What thing? You. Me? Fang Zhen walked over to Boss Tian, grabbed his arm, and with a gentle twist, directly removed the arm. The monster is gone, but the vampire is still here. I'm considering whether to deal with it together. Boss Tian's pupils shrank sharply, terrified to the point of smoke coming out of his 7 orifices. Master, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I promise I won't be a black-hearted boss anymore. I will definitely raise the workers' wages. You don't realize your mistake. You're just afraid of dying, Fang Zhen said coldly. Fang Zhen believed that his ability was definitely not as simple as confinement. If he had the chance, he would study his ability thoroughly. However, at this moment, Fang Zhen was more concerned about how to deal with this black-hearted boss. Master, you can do whatever you want, just don't kill me, don't kill me. Boss Tian screamed in despair. I'll give you money. 2 million isn't enough. I'll give you 5 million, no, 10 million. How can I use my abilities to extort at will? That would make me no different from someone like you, Fang Zhen said discontentedly. He still had some principles, but Boss Tian was already in despair. Just extort me. It's fine. Go ahead, Don't pretend to be a righteous person. Watching Fong Jin casually pluck off his own arm was likely to become a long-term nightmare for Boss Tian. In his heart, Fong Jin's terrifying nature was already comparable to that of a vengeful spirit. The other dozen employees who witnessed this scene were naturally dumbfounded. They even suspected that Fong Jin was possessed by a vengeful spirit. Otherwise, how could he commit such a horrifying act? Don't hurt our boss Tian, Sisterly mustered her courage and said tremulously, he's had a hard time managing such a large factory. Of course, he can't cover everything. We need to believe in boss Tian, he can lead us to a better tomorrow. At this moment, Fong Jin understood why everyone hated traitors so much. Is that what you all think? Fong Jin looked at another group of people. The crowd exchanged glances. It was clear that this group of young people still had hope. Fong Jin flicked his fingers, and a small ball of ghost fire landed on Sisterly. The ability activated. Memory modification. Your factory laid off a large number of old employees to save costs, including you. Congratulations, you have been fired, Fong Jin said flatly. Sisterly stared blankly for a moment, then fixed her gaze on boss Tian and cursed loudly. Tian, do you have no shame? I've followed you for 20 years, and now you fire me. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. What madness is this? Alright, you can leave now. Fong Jin waved his hand. Sisterly cursed boss Tian one last time, then left with gritted teeth, telling the other employees, you should escape as soon as possible, there's no hope here. This damn boss has done so many bad things, he will end up in prison sooner or later. Be careful not to get caught up in it. With that, Sisterly left in anger. See, only when the knife falls on their own head will they know the pain. Fong Jin shook his head. No matter how nice the words sound, once it involves their own interests, it's all the same. Traitors are just petty people who only care about immediate benefits. Advising generosity is like asking for a thunderbolt. Fong Jin then looked at Boss Tian. It's your turn. He didn't wait for Boss Tian to plead for mercy before activating his ability again. Memory modification. You were attacked by a monster and lost your arm. After this major incident, you finally understand how despicable and shameless you once were. The cycle of heaven and earth brings retribution. From now on, you will reflect on your past and decide to treat workers well, to use your money to genuinely do good. Boss Tian's fear on his face abruptly stopped, gradually shifting from confusion to clarity. He showed an expression of having survived a disaster, looking as if he had turned over a new leaf. Master, thank you for saving me. After this incident, I finally understand that money is worthless. There are so many things more important than money. I'm glad you understand. Please give me a bit more money. He nodded earnestly. No problem, the money in your hands can help more people. The remaining employees were stunned. This master is truly extraordinary. His methods are incredible. Unbelievable. Master, you've worked too hard. I'll arrange a banquet and sauna right away so you can rest well. Gu Zhenzhong hurriedly approached, concerned. Do you need an assistant? I can do anything. Fong Jin shook his head. No need. You need someone to help you, otherwise doing everything yourself is too exhausting. I may not be good at other things, but my ability to get things done is absolutely top-notch. Just look at how proactive I was when I tied up my uncle. Fong Jin was too lazy to get entangled, so he activated his ability and erased the memories of his powers from the other person's mind. At the same time, he conveniently modified the memories of a dozen other employees as well. Speaking of the follower, Fong Jin glanced at the head beside him. The follower of Master Yen looked at Fong Jin with a pitiful expression. Master, please save me. Fortunately, you ran into me, otherwise, you would be done for. Fong Jin pieced together a headless body from the severed limbs. Then he used his ability to place the follower's head on top. The follower was overjoyed. He felt himself all over. Having a body felt so good. Suddenly, he noticed something was off and weakly said, Master, it seems like I was pieced together wrong. One of the legs isn't mine. Is that so? Then I'll take it off for you. No, let's skip that. The follower quickly shook his head. That was too scary. He really didn't want to go through that again. Anyway, it was usable, it just felt a bit strange in his heart. After resolving everything, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. The haunting was over. A group of people flattered Fong Jin, crowding around him back to the office. Boss Tian had a serious expression. Master, please come with me. I'll get you the money right away. Isn't the bank closed at this hour? Fong Jin asked. I have cash at home. Sure enough, he was a wealthy man. He actually had 2 million in cash at home, not to mention how many other valuable things he might have. This Boss Tian was probably worth several hundred million. No need, just go get it for me and buy me a mask and a hat while you're at it, Fong Jin said. His identity was sensitive now. It was best not to run around. If exposed to surveillance, he might be found. Boss Tian nodded eagerly and immediately left. He nervously approached the entrance, mustering his courage to step outside. It went very smoothly. he faced no obstacles. Thank goodness, it's finally over. The factory can start operating again. Boss Tian was in a great mood. Having to pay out 2 million didn't seem to hurt him much anymore. He reached the entrance and saw the security guard. Old Chen, is the job tough? Boss Tian. The security guard quickly stood up to salute. No need to be polite. It's too hard for you to stand guard alone. I've decided to hire a few more people to share the pressure. This way, we can better protect the factory's safety. What do you think? The security guard was startled. Boss Tian, you're not going to fire me, are you? How could that be? I still have to keep my promise. From now on, you'll be the captain of the security team, with a salary of 10,000 a month. If you all perform well, there will be additional rewards. Work hard, I won't treat you unfairly. Boss Tian left with a smile. Even his plump body seemed a lot lighter. The security guard looked at Boss Tian's back in confusion. Has he changed? Why the big transformation? In a high-end community, the streetlights were bright. Master Yen was using the latest threefold phone, his expression serious. Third brother, I encountered a young man who seems to be an awakened, yes, with special abilities, just like the big shots in the organization. I forgot his specific name, but he looks very young, probably around 18 or 19. He looks like a rookie. He actually tried to compete with me for business. He might have just awakened not long ago and definitely doesn't have an organization yet. Third brother, if I report this news, will it count as a merit? A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. If it's confirmed that he's a wild awakened, then you will definitely have credit. Once you accumulate enough merit, I'll apply to help you awaken your abilities, and you can join the organization. This made Master Yen beam with joy. Alright, thank you so much, third brother. Then Master Yen hung up the phone. The third brother who called him was from a mysterious organization. That organization consisted either of wealthy and powerful figures or awakened individuals with incredible mysterious powers. Just being part of it would provide him with enough connections for a lifetime of wealth and honor. Of course, what excited him the most was the awakened abilities. As a fake feng shui master, he envied those with extraordinary powers. So he had been working for the organization, hoping that one day, after accumulating enough merits, he could be accepted and become an awakened one. Master, how is it? Another follower asked. Master Yen nodded. It's done. If I join the organization, I will find a way to help you get in too. The follower was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Alright, you can go back and rest now. Yes. After sending off the follower, Master Yen entered the community and returned to his home, a small villa of over 200 square meters, worth more than 8 million in market price, not to mention the renovations. This was after he had contributed most of his earnings to the organization. It was evident how much money this fake feng shui master was making. Why is it so dark? Where is everyone? Master Yen muttered in dissatisfaction, then fumbled to press the switch. He had a female college student living in his home. Logically, she should be home at this time. Click. The switch was pressed. The lights in the room did not turn on. Power outage? Impossible. Master Yen angrily took out his phone, preparing to call the property management. Suddenly, he felt a chill coming from behind him. His heart trembled. What was going on? I closed the door. He struggled to turn around, and in the pitch-black room, a solitary head appeared, its outline somewhat familiar. Master, I died so tragically. The head let out a chilling low wail. Master Yen was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Why did you leave? Me? I'm just a head now. So tragic. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Master Yen hurriedly knelt down and knocked his head on the ground, looking as pathetic as possible. At that moment, with a snap, the lights in the room turned on. The follower stood there unharmed, wearing a pure black coat, looking like just a head in the darkness. Beside him, a man wearing a hat and a mask sat leisurely on the sofa. Alright, have you vented enough? That's enough. Thank you, Master. The follower looked grateful. He held a lot of resentment towards Master Yen for abandoning him. Now he finally felt relieved. You didn't die? Master Yen was utterly shocked. He had clearly seen the follower's head fall off. The follower snorted. Thanks to this master saving me, otherwise I would have died while counting your money. Alright, you should leave now. Yes. The follower left. Master Yen stared in shock at Fangzhen. He could even bring the dead back to life? This was too incredible. Master Yen, the money you owe me needs to be repaid. Fangzhen took off his mask and said. Master Yen jolted. Repay, of course. I came back to get the money. I didn't expect you to come personally. Fangzhen scoffed. He had come so late, and the other party had no intention of taking money. Master Yen hurriedly ran into the room, opened the safe, and took out a large sum of cash and 4 or 5 gold bars. Master, these gold bars and cash definitely exceed 180,000, all for you. Oh, I remember you had quite a bit of money left in your balance. Fang Jin said coldly. At that time, you said your savings were only 1 million, what did I say? Master Yan's heart sank. Oh no, he had forgotten about that. Fang Jin said, not only did you deceive me, but you also planned to renege on my debt, and even called to leak my whereabouts. If you were in my position, what would you do? Master Yan was drenched in cold sweat. It was over. This kid looked young, but his aggressive demeanor was truly frightening. Just then, the front door of the house suddenly opened, and a man in his 30s walked in, with a square face and thick eyebrows, but his face clearly showed some hostility. Kid, you dare to touch my people? The man said in a deep voice. Master Yan was overjoyed at the sight. Third brother, you're here. This man was the third brother he had spoken to on the phone, named Zhao San. I happened to be nearby and wanted to talk to you about the new awakened ones. I didn't expect to run into you like this, Zhao San said, sizing up Fang Jin. Indeed, young kid, you just awakened your abilities not long ago, right? As Zhao San assessed Fang Jin was also evaluating him. This man had a similar aura to Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan. No doubt, he was also an awakened one. But what ability did he possess? Fang Jin replied calmly, so what if I did? So what indeed, Zhao San sneered. Let me teach you something today. Don't think that just because you got a bit of luck and gained extraordinary abilities, you can look down on others and be arrogant. In the eyes of others, you might just be a tasty little lamb. In the next moment, third brother pulled out a small dagger from his waist. The dagger gleamed ominously, reflecting cold light. Master Yan was incredibly excited. Here it comes. Whoosh! Zhao San's figure flickered and vanished from sight, as if a gust of wind had blown past. Fang Jin felt a sharp pain in his chest, a wound had appeared, his shirt torn, skin and flesh turned outward, blood gushing out continuously. However, the blood was a thick black color, which looked very strange. Zhao San reappeared, the dagger stained with black blood. Poisoned? Why is the blood black? Zhao San was somewhat puzzled, but it didn't matter. Fang Jin stared at Zhao San. Such speed. Was his ability speed? Zhao San looked at Fang Jin with a cold smile. I have a B-level ability called Extreme Speed. Now do you understand? Killing you is very simple, just a thought away. Fang Jin frowned. I have no enmity with you. Why would you want to kill me? You really are a rookie, Zhao San said disdainfully. Every awakened one has a power of rules within them. This power can be devoured, and it can even promote the advancement of abilities. Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan had never mentioned this. Fang Jin naturally didn't know. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. Devouring the powers of other awakened ones could promote one's own abilities? Didn't that mean that all awakened ones were in a predator-prey relationship? There was a potential hunting relationship among all awakened ones. Without constraints, it would likely descend into chaos. This would fall into the Dark Forest rule. Even if you had no intention to harm others, you had to guard against everyone, because you could never be sure someone wouldn't want to harm you. Enhancing one's awakened abilities. Fang Jin understood very well. This was too tempting. So, you want to devour me? Fang Jin's expression darkened. Zhao San replied nonchalantly, don't worry, I won't kill you right away. The ability to devour rule powers has its limits. Your ability and mine are clearly not of the same type, but it's fine, you're still very valuable. I can use you to exchange for a suitable prey. Because of the hunting relationship among awakened ones, for the sake of their own safety, they often chose to join an awakened organization. A wild, newly awakened one was very valuable, because they had weak resistance and no background. There was no need to worry about attracting any trouble. Fang Jin frowned, and he immediately understood his own value. Isn't this just Tang Seng's meat? I still know too little about the world of the awakened. I advise you to surrender honestly. Making a mess everywhere with blood is troublesome to clean up, and you'll suffer a lot of unnecessary pain, Zhao San said ominously. The last awakened one who resisted had his hands and feet chopped off before he finally complied, and he died after being a human stick for 3 days. You can imagine how painful that was. Fang Jin's gaze turned cold. This person had done many such things. Truly a beast. Isn't this just a human trafficker? You deserve to die. Fang Jin couldn't help but scold. Zhao San was unfazed. It seems you still don't understand your situation. In the next moment, he vanished again. A chilling light flashed past Fang Jin. He couldn't react at all. Fang Jin's right arm was cut open by a dagger, blood flowing out. The wound was very deep, almost exposing the bone, and the intense pain made Fang Jin gasp. It was truly impossible to defend against. Any movement caused his right arm to throb painfully. It was almost incapacitated. Fang Jin was alarmed. This kind of ability was nearly unsolvable without effective countermeasures. Aren't you going to use your abilities? If you die, there won't be another chance, Zhao San said, looking at Fang Jin like a hamster frantically running in a cage, a mocking expression on his face, as if the person before him was already a turtle in a jar. Fang Jin didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated his ability. Strange flames ignited from his left hand and quickly shot out. Fool, how could you hit me with that? Zhao San's figure flickered. He easily dodged. The bizarre black fire landed on the wall, spreading like flowing water, not stopping for a long time. Strange flames, it seems to be a strong thought-based ability, a special attack formed from mental energy. Unfortunately, it's not suitable for me, but it's quite valuable, Zhao San said with a delighted smile. He vanished again, rushing towards Fang Jin. All that could be seen was a blurred shadow. Seeing this, Fang Jin didn't hesitate to ignite flames in his palm, then slapped the ground, causing the black flames to spread rapidly around him, hot yet chilling, and for a moment, the area within 3 meters was engulfed in fire. Damn! Zhao San quickly halted, frightened, and took a few steps back. This was something beyond comprehension. He didn't dare to touch it carelessly. It might be extremely powerful. Although he possessed incredible speed, his physical body was actually quite fragile, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Very clever, knowing to use this method to force me away, Zhao San clapped, somewhat admiringly. This kind of utilization is not bad. You've made it to the entry level. Fang Jin was engulfed in black flames, as if he had formed a bizarre armor. The liquid flames continuously spilled out, writhing and crawling as if alive, making him appear like a monster resurrected from a ghost realm. That appearance was quite astonishing. Get away, Fang Jin shouted coldly. Zhao San's smile faded, and he said coldly, do you think you're invincible like this? How dare you speak to me like that? A newly awakened ability user, recklessly releasing your power? How long can you hold on? I bet no more than 10 seconds. The more experienced awakened ones understood how to allocate their stamina. They also used various methods to enhance themselves. Even with the same ability, the power exhibited by different awakened ones could be vastly different. Fang Jin frowned. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, he felt a bit tired. The stamina consumption was enormous, but he could still hold on for a while. Zhao San stared at Fang Jin, silently counting to 10 in his mind, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. How was it not over yet? Could this kid be some seasoned awakened one? That couldn't be. He looked just like a rookie. Fang Jin also knew that continuing like this was not good, so he immediately turned to escape. But how could Zhao San let go of such a tasty morsel? He pursued without hesitation. In the high-end residential area, a huge, bizarre black fire was burning and rolling. Many people opened their windows to take a look. What the hell is that? Is there a monster? Where's the property management? Where's the security? Come on, we pay so much in property fees for what? Quick, take a picture. Maybe it can make the headlines. Some were scared, but more were curious, grabbing their phones and snapping away. In peacetime, anything strange would attract attention. Of course, they could only capture a mass of strange black flames, unable to see what was actually in the fire, and they couldn't catch sight of Zhao San, who was moving at incredible speed. Fang Jin didn't want to be seen, so he dashed straight into the underground parking lot. Fool, running here, isn't that cutting off your escape route? Where else can you run to? Zhao San leisurely chased after him, mercilessly mocking him. However, he was also a bit startled. This kid had been unleashing flames at full force for almost a minute. Such stamina. Or perhaps this person's ability level was very high, and his ordinary performance was already astonishing? If that's the case, that would be serious. Could it be that he awakened at B level or even A level? If he really reached A level, that would be incredible. Such awakeners must be registered with the state, and any significant actions must be reported. Once discovered intentionally evading the state's gaze, the situation could be considered treason. If he really is A level, then in Blackstone, he's priceless. I must capture him alive. Zhao San was excited. Fortunately, he's just a fledgling. Otherwise, I might not be able to handle him. He then began to toy with Fang Jin like a cat playing with a mouse, provoking him to unleash his abilities. A few minutes later, Fang Jin was clearly growing tired, the flames on his body gradually weakening, as if they might extinguish at any moment. You, get away from me, Fang Jin stumbled, his energy depleted. Zhao San tossed up his dagger and caught it steadily. I can't bear to leave you, kid. Your flames are running out, and then you're done for. As Fang Jin's strength waned, Zhao San could no longer hold back and charged forward using his abilities. This time, his target was Fang Jin's other hand. As long as he disabled both hands, he should pose no threat. Thud! The dagger pierced Fang Jin's wrist. Blood sprayed. Just as Zhao San was about to leave with the same trick, Fang Jin suddenly twisted his wrist hard, forcing the dagger to lodge into his own wrist, the intense pain causing Fang Jin's face to contort. Zhao San was taken aback, his movements slowing down. He had never encountered such a situation. The instinct of pain only makes one tremble and flee. How could someone actively damage their own wound? Got you. Fangjin followed the dagger, flipped his hand, and forcefully grabbed Zhao San, then pressed his whole body against him. Zhao San was shocked. He still had strength. Zhao San instinctively activated his abilities, wanting to escape quickly, but suddenly, he stumbled, a powerful, irresistible sense of weightlessness enveloping him. He fell heavily to the ground. What's going on? Zhao San looked down in terror. He saw his right leg had somehow disappeared. Ah! Zhao San screamed in fear. Although he had awakened for a long time, he rarely took the initiative to resolve rule events, so he hadn't seen many strange things, most of which were interactions with awakeners. At this moment, a leg suddenly vanished, and without any pain, it was simply too bizarre. It could even be described as horrifying. Fangjin, at this time, was covered in dark blood, his wrist, pierced by the dagger, was bleeding profusely, a shocking sight. The most astonishing thing was that he was holding a leg in his hand. It had been forcibly taken from Zhao San. You run, why aren't you running anymore? Fangjin's face was pale, the pain from his wounds made him frown and gasp, but his eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Only this method could capture the opponent. Fortunately, he succeeded. Zhao San wanted to get up, but the feeling of weightlessness was too hard to adapt to, and he fell with a flail. He stared at Fangjin. Why you? How did you do it? It's impossible. You have a second ability. How can you have a second ability? An awakener who could awaken two abilities was extremely rare. It was said that some could use special methods to awaken a second ability again, but that was also very rare. In any case, Zhao San had never seen it. So, of course, Zhao San wouldn't guard against such a thing. You guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no reward, Fangjin said slowly as he walked over. You said you hunted the last awakener, chopped off their hands and feet, and turned them into a human stick. Why not let you experience that feeling too? Coincidentally, I really have that ability. Zhao San felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't stand up to fight. He couldn't activate his own ability at all. Then, he watched helplessly as Fangjin grabbed his other leg. He easily plucked it off, like picking a perfectly ripe apple. Ah, no, don't. You can't do this to me, Zhao San wailed. I'm from the 0 Point Club. There are many powerful awakeners in the club. If you kill me, the club won't let you go. Club? Fangjin shook his head. Never heard of it. Then he plucked off one of Zhao San's hands. Zhao San was even more devastated. He forgot that the person in front of him was just a rookie. The club is an organization formed spontaneously by civilian awakeners. We benefit each other and do not allow internal killing. If someone hunts our club members, the club will retaliate. Zhao San shouted. You have no organizational protection. Once you touch me, you'll break the rules, and you're dead. What kind of reasoning is that? I can't even defend myself? Fangjin cursed. Zhao San struggled to say, you can't. This is the unspoken rule between our clubs. This effectively forced wild awakeners to join some organization. It was also beneficial for unity and management. The state tacitly allowed such things. Otherwise, unrestrained awakeners could cause great destruction. Fangjin's movements paused. This was indeed troublesome. It was already difficult to evade the state's pursuit. If he also provoked a club full of awakeners, it would be very dangerous. He pondered for a moment. I want to contact the big shots in your club. Zhao San breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that at least his life was saved. He hurriedly took out his remaining hand's phone and dialed. This is our club's president, and I went in. Very good. Fangjin directly took the phone. Hello. A deep, resonant voice came from the other end. Fangjin replied, hello. In a high-end office building in his city, a tall, steady, and mature man in a suit answered the phone, looking puzzled at the caller ID. Who are you? Where's Zhao San? You don't need to care who I am. Zhao San hunted wild awakeners and fell into my hands. He wanted to kill me. I heard that according to your 0 Point Club's rules, if I kill him in self-defense, you must also kill me? Fangjin said. And Iwantian's tone was low. That's right, no one can casually kill my club's people. So, he hunted wild awakeners for black market trading, and you know about it? And Iwantian certainly knew that some people in the club were secretly engaged in illegal activities. But he was just the president. He couldn't guard against every little thing. If the pressure and control were really too high, the club members would have jumped ship long ago. You let him go, and I can guarantee I won't hold you responsible, and Iwantian said. He decided not to follow the other party's lead in the conversation. Fangjin laughed. He put me in this state, and you think one word from you will make me release him? Isn't that a bit too high and mighty? Even if I don't let him go, what can you do? Kid, don't be too arrogant. Our 0 Point Club ranks in the top 10 in the country. Finding you and taking you out isn't that difficult, and Iwantian said coldly. As the president of the club, he was destined to protect his own. Otherwise, how could he manage his subordinates? Beep, a busy tone came through. The call was disconnected. Wentian was furious. How dared he hang up on me? He immediately redialed. Hello? Fong Jin asked. You dared to hang up on me? Beep, disconnected again. Wentian was exasperated. When he called back, he found the other party's phone was turned off. His face turned ashen, and he immediately dialed a secret number. Find out where Zhao San has been recently. Soon, the information was retrieved. What? Han City? Recently, Han City has been under martial law for some unknown reason. All flights have been suspended. Damn Zhao San. Why does he have to go to Han City? Always getting me into trouble. Wentian's expression was grim. Hello, 110? I know where the person you're looking for is. He was taken by someone from the 0 Point Club. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just report it up the chain. Your superiors will definitely know. Fong Jin then smashed his phone. After all, it wasn't his phone. He didn't care. Zhao San looked completely bewildered. How did the negotiation suddenly fall apart? And what was with this person suddenly calling the police? Plus, I couldn't understand what he was saying. I thought a club president could be reasonable, but it seems I was wrong. Not even mentioning compensation, just demanding I release him. He really doesn't see me as a person. Fong Jin shook his head. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone him. After all, he was an awakened one. No matter how powerful the club was, as long as he hid well enough, they couldn't possibly send a whole bunch of awakened ones to search for him everywhere. The country wouldn't allow such a thing either. Fong Jin knew Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan must have been looking for him all along. This was just right. He could give the 0 Point Club some trouble. You need to calm down, Zhao San said, looking at the approaching Fong Jin with a face full of terror. I can pay a ransom for my life. How much do you want? 500 million. I'll pay 500 million. Tisk TSK, really rich, Fong Jin said without hesitation as he took Zhao San's head off. Too bad you want to kill me. How could I let you go? Zhao San was almost scared to the point of fainting. With just a head left, he could still think normally. It was truly a test of a person's psychological endurance. Master Yan's lackey had been scared into fainting several times before he barely accepted the situation at that time. Fong Jin stared at the head in front of him. You said awakened ones can be sold on the black market, so aren't you quite valuable? The thought of his tragic fate made Zhao San faint directly. Master Yan was left alone in his room. Many of his furniture pieces were covered in a strange flame that could not be extinguished. He brought a bucket of water and kept pouring it, but the flames seemed completely unfazed by the water. The boiling flames, flowing like black liquid, emitted two completely different auras of heat and cold, making one feel a chill down their spine. Master Yen couldn't help but shiver, helplessly watching as the furniture he had bought for hundreds of thousands turned to dust. If this thing fell on a living body, it would truly be terrifying. I wonder if Third Brother has dealt with that kid, Master Yen thought. In his view, if Third Brother took action, it would be a piece of cake. The only question was how long Third Brother intended to play cat and mouse. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from outside the door. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. He had just returned. This time, I suppose it's my credit, Third Brother. Master Yen joyfully opened the door. Suddenly, a living head was thrown at him. That familiar face made Master Yen jump 3 feet high, an uncontrollable chill surging within him as he looked at the blood-soaked figure at the door, stammering, "Why you?" This kid was still alive. Third Brother had been counter-killed? How could that be? He couldn't fathom how Third Brother had lost. Master Yen jumps pretty high. I didn't expect you had this potential, Fongjin said with a grin, then tossed the dismembered Zhao San into Master Yan's house. Master Yen stared at the scattered remains of Third Brother, utterly dumbfounded. Killing was one thing, but had they even gone so far as to dismember him? This was too fast. Master Yen knelt down on the spot, tears and snot flowing. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. Fongjin said, anything? Anything. Then first, hide these bodies well. I think your safe looks pretty good. Hide the bodies in the safe? What kind of operation was this? In a couple of days, they would start to smell. Where could he hide them? Wouldn't the neighbors complain every day? But he didn't dare to retort even a word, obediently emptying the safe and then forcing himself to endure the discomfort as he tossed the limbs inside. However, it was strange. Why was there no blood? Just as he grabbed the head, it suddenly bared its teeth. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Master Yen was once again struck by an internal blow. Third Brother, you're not dead? Who told you he was dead? Fongjin said unhappily. Quick, gag him, then throw him in the safe. If anyone finds out, you'll go in the safe with him. Master Yen dared not delay, hurriedly grabbing a stinky sock to stuff in Zhao San's mouth. Then, ignoring Zhao San's murderous glare, he tossed him into the safe. Phew, finally done. Master, do you have any other business? Master Yen asked, trembling. Fang Jin threatened, you keep Zhao-san safe. If anyone asks, you can't slip up, or you're finished. I understand. And you can't expose my whereabouts. Yes. One more important thing, Fang Jin said, do you know any private doctors? Fang Jin's injuries were actually quite severe. He was in so much pain he was about to pass out. Both arms were nearly bleeding to the point of numbness. Seeing a doctor was urgent. Master Yen was puzzled. Can't we go to a regular hospital? What do you think? Master Yen cursed himself for being foolish. Why did he have to ask such a stupid question? Who wouldn't want to go to a regular hospital? In any case, it was definitely not someone who could face the light. How had he gotten involved with such a person? I know a very skilled private doctor, with exceptional medical skills. He usually only treats the wealthy and powerful, and of course, his fees are quite high, Master Yen hurriedly said. Fang Jin replied succinctly, take me to him. Okay. Master Yen quickly led Fang Jin out, avoiding surveillance, and entered the garage through the fire escape. Then Master Yen drove his luxury car, setting off with Fang Jin. After about 10 minutes, the car drove into a private villa. Master Yen, after all, is an external member of the 0 Point Club, so he carries some weight and was able to make an appointment with this private doctor. Upon entering the villa, the housekeeper helped open the door. The villa had more than a dozen servants. The decor was luxurious and elegant, brightly lit. A well-groomed middle-aged man, dressed in silk pajamas and sipping whiskey, greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome, please come in. His name was Song Ziheo. He was once a top surgeon at a major hospital in Kyoto. However, after being reported for accepting bribes, he was demoted and chose to resign in anger, becoming a private doctor instead, treating only the wealthy. The money he earned was hundreds of times more than what he made in the hospital. Knowing Master Yan's background, he did not show any negligence. Dr. Song, I have a friend who got injured, could you please? Master Yan got straight to the point. Song Ziheo glanced at Fang Jin, his brow furrowing slightly. The injury seems quite serious. This blood, could it be poisoning? If it's some special toxin, I can't treat it. The serum is tightly controlled, and it's hard for me to get. Fang Jin shook his head. I'm not poisoned. Just help me with the external injuries. Alright, then follow me. Song Ziheo led the two through the villa's living room to the backyard, which had a lawn, a swimming pool, and a 5-story small building. The small building was filled with the smell of disinfectant, along with various surgical instruments and medications, resembling a small hospital. Welcome to my private hospital, Song Ziheo said proudly. The three entered the small hospital. Song Ziheo took Fang Jin into a treatment room. My fees are quite high. I need to inform you of that in advance, Song Ziheo said. Fang Jin nodded. How much for my injuries? About 300,000. Ah, Fang Jin's eyes widened. So expensive. He had expected it to be costly, but this was too much. Dr. Song smiled. People like you shouldn't care about money. This small amount is nothing for you. You chose to come here because you value the environment, privacy, and safety. Those are the most expensive. Fine, Fang Jin said helplessly. Fortunately, he had earned some money. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to afford treatment. It was clear that Dr. Song had treated many awakened individuals. Many of them wouldn't go to regular hospitals when injured or ill because their unusual circumstances would attract unwanted attention and trouble. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the next room. Monster, monster! Someone shouted, the voice filled with panic. Fang Jin became alert and jumped up from the operating table. The word monster always made people tense, especially since Fang Jin knew that monsters really existed. Don't worry, it's just another patient of mine, resting here, Dr. Song said. He overused his abilities, is very weak, and has been greatly stimulated. His mental state is unstable. He probably just woke up from a nightmare. Fang Jin sighed in relief and lay back down. Dr. Song administered anesthesia to Fang Jin, disinfected the wounds, and then proceeded with a series of very professional and skilled sutures. Of course, it wasn't general anesthesia. He understood that these awakened individuals lacked a sense of security. Unless it was a life-threatening injury, they would never choose general anesthesia. During the process, Dr. Song shared about the patient in the next room, laughing. That kid is covered in injuries. He seems to have been scared out of his wits, running around in a panic. I heard he saw a witch over 50 meters tall. I even doubt if he's lost his mind. Where would you find such a monster? Fang Jin looked astonished. A witch over 50 meters tall, how familiar it sounded. Half an hour passed, and all of Fang Jin's wounds were stitched up and bandaged. I really envy people like you, so resilient. You've lost so much blood and are still fine. An ordinary person would have died from excessive blood loss by now. Dr. Song sighed. Your blood is truly special. Do you mind if I keep a little for research? Fang Jin's expression darkened. No way. Dr. Song wasn't surprised. Alright, you rest well. May I ask if you prefer card, scan code, or cash? Cash. Fong Jin reluctantly handed over 300,000 in cash. Thank you for your patronage, boss. Dr. Song gave Fong Jin a business card. I really like guests as generous as you. Just come to me directly next time. He knew very well that he needed to maintain a good cooperative relationship with the awakened ones. That way, he would be increasingly safe. You can rest here, it's very safe. Many club presidents are my friends, and no one dares to intrude into my villa. With that, Dr. Song leisurely left with his wineglass. Fong Jin certainly wouldn't actually rest. He got up and went to the next room. Sure enough, he saw a familiar face. It was the guy who had tried to rob him back then. His ability was quite special, absolute defense, capable of creating a space that was extremely hard to break. Unfortunately, it was ultimately forcibly broken by Chu Xiaoyuan. What a narrow road for enemies, Fong Jin said as he opened the door without hesitation. Ruan Yaowen was sleeping uneasily. As soon as he closed his eyes, the tall and eerie image of a witch appeared in his mind, leaving him mentally exhausted. In comparison, the injuries he sustained while escaping were nothing. Creak! The hospital room door opened. He thought it was Dr. Song coming to check on him, and was about to say something when suddenly a hand pressed against his neck, threatening, I advise you not to move, or I can kill you in an instant. Your absolute defense won't activate in time. Ruan Yaowen was taken aback. What was going on? When he saw the person in front of him, he was even more shocked. This person? Wasn't he the one he was supposed to catch? How did he end up here? Ruan Yaowen was puzzled. Wasn't this guy supposed to be taken to the headquarters of the National Special Department? Why was he still in Han City, and at Dr. Song's place no less? I advise you not to do anything. If you dare to act here, you will be hunted by many clubs, Ruan Yaowen said calmly. Fong Jin sneered, then let's see. You dare to catch someone wanted by the state. I want to see which club dares to back you up. Ruan Yaowen felt a headache coming on. It really was like that. If this matter escalated, these awakened clubs would have to remain silent. Otherwise, it would be seeking death. It has nothing to do with me. Someone has a mission for me to catch you, Ruan Yaowen protested. I'm just after a little bounty. Fong Jin asked, which club are you from? Ruan Yaowen scoffed, I'm not from any club. They're just a bunch of lambs huddling together for warmth. Then who are you? I'm a lone tiger. Ha, a tiger having nightmares from being scared. Ruan Yaowen's face darkened. I come from the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. People in the association don't know each other. We refer to each other by code names, mutually helping one another, and we can also post and accept tasks to earn points. I don't know who wants to catch you, it's just a task from the association. After hearing this, Fong Jin realized that there were not only clubs but also such mutual aid associations. He just didn't know if it counted as a state-recognized civil organization. You don't know each other? Fong Jin felt a bit tempted. If that's the case, joining this mutual aid association might be a good choice. At least it would mean having an organization to understand more about the awakened ones, so he wouldn't be completely in the dark. Is your mutual aid association very powerful? Fong Jin asked. Ruan Yaowen became proud, of course. Our Skynet Mutual Aid Association is not only famous domestically, it's well known globally, definitely the #1 in Asia. The conditions for joining the Skynet Mutual Aid Association are quite strict. You must independently resolve a D-level incident to qualify for registration as a new user. It certainly sounded impressive. Fong Jin pondered for a moment. Does it matter what kind of task? If you can afford the price, there's someone who will help you with anything. Alright, you help me with a few things, and we'll consider our grudges settled. Ruan Yaowen sneered, but thinking about how his neck was still being gripped by the other party, he could only close his mouth in frustration. He asked, what do you want? Fong Jin replied, I want a brand new legal identity, one that won't cause any trouble and allows for a normal life. Ruan Yaowen looked at Fong Jin in confusion, and then his eyes gradually revealed a look of realization. You've committed treason? Such words could explain why the other was in this place, and also injured all over. Treason my ass, you help me get a new identity, and then help me join the Mutual Aid Association, and we'll be completely square, Fong Jin said. Ruan Yaowen muttered under his breath. The demands were quite a lot. Joining the Mutual Aid Association wasn't that simple, but now he was at the other's mercy and could only agree. Ruan Yaowen took out his phone, quickly logged into a dark website, and after facial recognition and password confirmation, entered a clean and simple-looking website. Clearly, the members of the Skynet Mutual Aid Association communicated through this site. He thought for a moment and asked, how much bounty are you planning to offer? 3 million, Fong Jin stated a number. He had only earned a total of 380,000. Leaving some money for emergencies should be enough. Fong Jin thought he was being quite generous, but to his surprise, Ruan Yaowen looked at him with disdain. Just this much? You haven't even met the basic conditions for posting a task. Forget it. I'll cover you for now. He directly helped Fong Jin input 10 million. A full 7 zeros. Fong Jin gasped. He had thought he was wealthy, but it turned out he couldn't even meet the basic amount for posting a task. He was actually this poor. At that moment, Fong Jin truly understood how wealthy these awakened ones were. They were all big shots. Damn, so envious. He wanted to become a big shot too. The task is posted. This kind of small matter will be resolved quickly, Ruan Yawan said. Fong Jin was puzzled. Is this kind of thing really easy? This is equivalent to tampering with national records. The world is just a huge makeshift stage. For ordinary records, the people responsible for their safekeeping are just regular employees. What's so difficult about it? The most troublesome part is being reasonable and legal. Don't underestimate the power of these guys. Some top awakened ones can even negotiate directly with the state. So that's how it is. Fong Jin realized. It seemed his understanding needed to be overturned quickly. He couldn't think about these matters with an ordinary person's mindset. Alright, I've done my part. Can you let go of me now? Ruan Yawan said uncomfortably. Fong Jin replied, how do I know you won't backstab me? If you suddenly resist or call for help, what should I do? Remember, not long ago, you were planning to ambush me. It wasn't an ambush, it was to capture you, Ruan Yawan corrected. I have no interest in killing. I've always loved peace. Really? I don't believe you. Faced with this unreasonable response, Ruan Yawan felt a sense of helplessness rise. So what do you want? I need to take something that can restrain you. I don't have anything on me. How about I transfer my savings to you? That way, you can feel a bit more at ease. I know money doesn't mean much to you, Fong Jin said, casually brushing against Ruan Yawan and taking something off him, tossing it into a plastic bag. I believe that holding this vital point, you should behave. Ruan Yawan looked confused. What was it? He didn't feel anything unusual. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and nervously reached down with both hands. Damn, it's gone. He really has a grip on my lifeline. Give me back my lifeline. Ruan Yawan shouted in anguish, wishing for death. Fong Jin snorted. Do you think I want to take it? I'll return it to you when the time comes. You'd better stay honest. If there's even a hint of movement, you can say goodbye to your lifeline. With that, he walked straight out of the hospital room. Ruan Yawan, in a frenzy, wanted to rush out, but he recalled Fong Jin's last warning and froze in place, his face pale with distress. You'd better keep your word, or I swear I'll fight you. Ruan Yawan cried out miserably. Got it, Fong Jin lazily replied and went back to sleep. That night, Ruan Yawan was destined to be sleepless. But this time, it wasn't because of the haunting image of the witch in his mind. It was because he had lost his most important lifeline. Without it, what was the point of living? How could someone have such power? In the dead of night, a wailing cry echoed through the hospital room. However, Fong Jin slept soundly. He had been busy all day and had suffered such serious injuries. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Plus, with Dr. Sung here, he didn't have to worry about safety issues. Naturally, he slept until noon. Fong Jin groggily woke up, glanced at his phone, and was surprised to find it was already 12 o'clock. He had slept for over 10 hours and felt much more refreshed. Dr. Song also came by to check on Fong Jin's condition. No infections, nothing happened. Everything was normal. Brother, you're up, Ruan Yawan said, flattering him at the bedside, holding a small table filled with a lavish breakfast. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought everything. There were buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, fried noodles, pancakes, and plain congee, everything one could want. Fong Jin stretched lazily. No need to be so polite. Of course, of course. Ruan Yawan placed the small table on the bed, very respectfully. It was evident that a man whose lifeline was in someone else's hands had no self-respect. Seeing this, Fong Jin didn't hold back either. Why be polite with this billionaire? He took a sip of the fragrant soy milk and bit into the fried dough sticks, feeling incredibly refreshed, and couldn't help but sigh that the soy milk and fried dough sticks of the wealthy indeed tasted better. Then Ruan Yawan took out a package and handed it to Fong Jin. Brother, your identity is sorted. So fast? Fong Jin was surprised. Of course, I added 30 million and set it as an urgent task. A helicopter delivered it early this morning without any delay. That's efficient. It was clear that Ruan Yawan was genuinely anxious. Fong Jin opened the package and took out the file. It was a young man who resembled him about 50 to 60%, from a rural area in the western province, also named Fong Jin. It was unclear whether it was made up or if such a person actually existed. The file also contained a brand new ID card, a phone card, and a bank card, all legal and compliant, with complete procedures. No matter how it was checked, there would be no issues. Now, Fong Jin finally had his own identity. Life would no longer be so inconvenient. The heavy stone in Fong Jin's heart finally fell. You've really worked hard, Fong Jin smiled. Ruan Yawan looked at Fong Jin eagerly. Brother, what about my matter? Don't rush. I still want to join your mutual aid association. I can't make that decision. You don't need to make the decision, just help me go through the normal process. Fangjin thought for a moment. Hanchang is under martial law now. Do you have a way to leave Hanchang? Ruan Yawen shook his head. If I could leave, I would have done so long ago. I wouldn't be hiding here with Dr. Song. This is a national order to seal off the area. Trying to smuggle out is not a simple matter. Even Ruan Yawen said so. Fangjin had no choice but to give up the idea of escaping. Now I have a legitimate identity. As long as I am careful, there shouldn't be any issues. Then help me join the Skynet Mutual Aid Association first. I believe you will find a way, Fangjin said. Ruan Yawen had no choice but to take out his phone, log into the Skynet forum, and then dial a virtual number, which was the forum administrator's number. However, the person answering the phone was not always the same, so it was likely that there was more than one administrator for the Skynet forum, perhaps many. I am the City Wall, Ruan Yawen reported his code name. The administrator replied coldly, what is it? I have a friend who wants to join the Skynet forum. His identity is very clean, and I can be his recommender and guarantor. What ability does your friend have? B-level ability, Slaughter. Fangjin couldn't help but glance at Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen smiled awkwardly. He couldn't sleep at night, so he simply browsed the forum to check on this ability, hoping to find a solution, but ultimately found the answer: there was none. Losing limbs and organs is not fatal, but recovery can only be sought from the ability user themselves or another awakened one with the same ability. It would definitely be impossible to find another awakened one with the same ability in a short time. Soon, the forum administrator registered Fangjin's identity information. Next, they needed to complete a D-level rule event. The administrator said, do you want to assign a task, or take one on your own? Ruan Yawen replied, take one on our own. Soon, Ruan Yawen helped Fangjin complete the process. I finally found a D-level event in the forum's bounty section that doesn't seem too difficult. Let's go, we need to help you resolve this as soon as possible, Ruan Yawen urged. Clearly, he wanted to resolve his own issues sooner. Fangjin said, my injury isn't healed yet. Let's wait a few more days. Ruan Yawen looked pained. They still had to wait. But under the roof, one had to bow their head. He could only endure and wait. You said you took the task to catch me, so who exactly issued the task? Was it someone from your mutual aid association? Fangjin asked. Ruan Yawen nodded. Yes, his code name is Deepwell. After the task failed, I posted about him on the forum. The information was incomplete and almost got me killed. The witch's strength was severely inconsistent with the information, but he didn't respond at all, probably feeling guilty. Is there any way to find him? No way, everyone's identity is encrypted. Doesn't your mutual aid association have someone taking every task? Ruan Yawen frowned. For matters like this, the mutual aid association probably wouldn't allow it. Moreover, to investigate this, you'd likely have to breach the mutual aid association's forum server. How much bounty would you have to offer? I heard the black market sells awakened ones. You know about this? Ruan Yawen said disdainfully, I despise those who hunt inexperienced awakened ones and then sell them. They are nothing but a bunch of thugs. Fangjin glanced at him. What's the difference between you capturing me to exchange for money and their actions? Ruan Yawen was momentarily at a loss for words. I have an awakened one in my hands. He wanted to capture me to sell in the black market, but I killed him in self-defense. If you have connections, help me sell him, and I can give you a commission. It should be quite a bit of money, Fangjin said. You captured an awakened one. Yeah, what's wrong with that? Ruan Yawen was very shocked. This guy had just awakened, right? He actually managed to kill a hunter who specialized in hunting newbies. Truly impressive. No wonder he had fallen into his hands. However, unfortunately, Ruan Yawen did not have connections in the black market. Posting a task would also cost a lot of money. Fangjin had to put it on hold for now. Fangjin recuperated in the villa for 5 days. After 5 days, he finally regained his ability to move. They could set off now. Truly a person of awakening, the recovery ability is several times that of an ordinary person. Dr. Song cheerfully handed over the bill. The hospitalization fee is 100,000 a day. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you next time. Fangjin's eyes widened. What? They still had to pay for hospitalization. However, Ruan Yawen readily paid the money, and Fangjin could only grit his teeth and pay painfully. Now he only had 300,000 left. No way. He had to think of a way to sell Zhao-san quickly. Otherwise, with this little money, he couldn't even afford to see a doctor. Ruan Yawen drove his red convertible sports car, taking Fangjin out of the villa, speeding along the road, quite a sight to behold. The rate of people turning their heads was off the charts, drawing frequent glances from passers-by. Ah, I just love this feeling, Ruan Yawen laughed, slapping the steering wheel. Fang Jin asked, "Aren't you afraid of being targeted by the state? Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan are already investigating you, right? Let them investigate. The member information of the Skynet Mutual Aid Association is encrypted. Even if the state wants to check, it won't be that easy. Besides, I haven't really disrupted the Special Operations Team's mission. Are they going to execute me?" Ruan Yawen whistled at a beautiful woman by the roadside. "Hey, gorgeous, interested in a joyride?" The beauty, seeing the flashy convertible, was clearly a bit tempted. Fang Jin sneered, "You still have the ability to flirt?" Just thinking about it made Ruan Yawen's face darken, and he pressed the accelerator, roaring off. The beauty left behind was a bit flustered. Could it be that this handsome guy driving the sports car was impotent? Soon, the two arrived at a large public hospital. Han City People's Hospital. D-level incident, theft incident at the hospital. Ruan Yawen took out a file and said, "This hospital often has things go missing." At first, it was just small items like pens and keys, but later it escalated to money, cars, and even medical equipment. The police have come over a dozen times in a month, but they haven't found anything, and the surveillance footage shows nothing either. "Any clues?" Fang Jin asked. Ruan Yawen shook his head. "If there were clues, it would have been resolved long ago. Finding the source is the hardest part. So far, there have been no casualties, so the danger level is low. The Special Operations Department has been very busy and can't spare the manpower to deal with such small matters, so they usually hand them over to those civilian organizations. This is also one of the reasons the state can tolerate the existence of these civilian clubs." All right, the two got out of the car. Fang Jin glanced at the red sports car. "Your car isn't parked straight, it's over the line." "What does it matter? I've always parked like this." "You're over the line. Other cars can't park properly." Ruan Yawen pouted. "The parking spaces in these public areas are drawn too small. It's hard to park perfectly, and my sports car is high-end, without a parking assist system." Fang Jin understood. "Your parking skills are too poor, so you can't park well, and you blame your car for the problem." Ruan Yawen was speechless. "Has anyone ever told you that your mouth is very poisonous?" "No. Let's go, we need to solve the problem quickly." "The problem has already appeared." "Where?" "You can see for yourself." Fang Jin pointed at the red convertible. Ruan Yawen looked down in shock. "Who the hell stole my tires?" "Stealing tires in broad daylight, how arrogant. I need to check the surveillance." At that moment, the flashy eye-catching sports car had its front two tires mysteriously vanished. As a result, the front bumper crashed heavily to the ground. The expensive sports car had already started smoking. "Don't check anymore, you definitely won't find anything. We just got out of the car, and we haven't even left. How could it be a thief?" "Clearly, it has already been affected by the rules of the event," Fang Jin said. Ruan Yawen immediately realized, "The hospital theft incident. You mean I violated the rules? But there's no such rule in the hospital, right?" "There isn't any in the hospital, but parking properly is a rule that all drivers should follow. Just because no one gets fined doesn't mean you can ignore it." "The way you speak so seriously makes you sound like a university student who has never experienced society, clinging to ideals of truth, goodness, and beauty." "Why do I always feel like I'm being scolded?" Fang Jin snorted coldly. "The three major principles for handling rule-related incidents. The first is to follow the rules. You'd better stick to truth, goodness, and beauty, otherwise, one day you'll end up in big trouble for breaking the rules." Ruan Yawen stared blankly at Fang Jin, feeling somewhat dazed. This guy had just awakened not long ago. Why does he seem more professional than I do? The three major principles are widely known in the circle, treated as common knowledge, and usually not taken to heart. Most of the time, resolving rule-related incidents relies on experience and adaptability. After all, rich experience often solves most problems. And Fang Jin is a newcomer. He had also heard Chu Xiaoyuan mention the three major principles several times, so he took them very seriously. "Let's go," Fang Jin said. Ruan Yawen followed behind him, muttering softly, "What are you so smug about? Just because your ability level is high enough to reach B rank, it doesn't mean anything. The premise for your ability to take effect is contact. Facing me, you don't stand a chance. I could easily take you out." That wasn't wrong. Abilities that require contact to take effect are often powerful, but they also have significant limitations. He possessed the ability to create a transparent defensive wall, so Fang Jin couldn't get close to him at all. However, right now, the initiative was in the other person's hands. Ruan Yawen could only lower his head and admit defeat. The two entered the hospital. This was the city hospital. Although it was a weekday, the flow of people was still large, especially middle-aged and elderly individuals, most of whom wore masks and rarely smiled. "Let's find some clues first," Fang Jin said. Ruan Yawen had already arrived at the consultation desk, displaying what he thought was his most charming smile. "Hi, Angel in White. What can I help you with?" The staff at the consultation desk looked completely unfazed, having to deal with all sorts of people throughout the day, their hearts as cold as if they had been gutting fish at a supermarket for 10 years. I want to ask if there have been any recent deaths in the hospital. The staff looked at Ruan Yawan as if he were an idiot. Are you looking for trouble? Hey, why is your attitude so bad? Do you believe I'll file a complaint against you? Do you believe I'll call security to have you thrown out? You! Just as Ruan Yawan was about to get angry, he was pushed away by Fangjin, who smiled apologetically. Sorry, he's not all there. We're here to see the psychiatric department. Psychiatry is on the 8th floor. Don't let the mental patients run around. Got it. Fangjin pulled Ruan Yawan to a corner of the hospital. Have you lost your mind? What's wrong with me? The origin of things is often related to death. Asking about this might lead to clues. That's true, but this is a hospital, and a major one in the city center at that. How many people die in hospitals every day? What do you expect others to say when you ask that? Ruan Yawan was taken aback. Oh, right. No wonder that staff member had such a sour expression. Ugh. Then doesn't that mean we won't find any clues at all? Ruan Yawan frowned. Fangjin said, exactly. It's completely impossible to find clues. What were you thinking? Taking on a task in a hospital? Although the danger isn't high, the difficulty of solving it is off the charts. Ruan Yawan slapped his forehead. No wonder no one was competing with me for this task. It turns out there's such a trap. I really can't believe you. You're a terrible teammate. Ruan Yawan obediently shut up, not daring to retort. This matter was indeed due to his poor handling. Now quickly use your resources and connections to investigate when the large-scale loss of items actually started. At least we can rule out some incorrect answers, Fangjin said irritably. Got it, Ruan Yawan said, feeling guilty as he logged onto the Tianwan forum to find information. Fangjin then wandered aimlessly around the hospital. The hospital was a microcosm of human life. Here, one could see the most vulnerable aspects of humanity. In the corridors, family members appeared dazed, as if they hadn't slept for days. Especially at the entrance of the intensive care unit. Family members were crying and bowing to the doctors and to unknown deities, hoping someone would come to save their loved ones. A phrase popped into Fangjin's mind: the prayers in a hospital are more devout than those heard in a church. At that moment, a mother and daughter came down the escalator. The mother was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. The daughter was in a school uniform, looking like she was in the first or second year of middle school, small and appearing very uneasy in the crowd. It was vaguely visible that there seemed to be blood scabs on her wrist. Had she attempted suicide by cutting her wrist? Fangjin couldn't help but look a little longer. The loud mother glared at her daughter. It's just a few extra tutoring classes. How dare you use cutting your wrist to protest? Why don't you just go die, huh? You might as well jump off a building. The daughter lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Aren't I doing this for your own good? Why are you making up depression to scare me? The mother pinched her daughter's arm hard. Do you think this means you don't have to study? The daughter winced in pain, her breathing quickened, and she mustered the courage to say, the doctor diagnosed it. The mother sneered, yeah, you're quite something, even fooled the doctor. Should I give you an award? I warn you, if you dare to cut your wrist again, do you believe I will beat you to death? The daughter's face turned pale. She kept her head down, no longer speaking. Alas, nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. At this moment, perhaps the daughter's heart truly was dead. Their conversation attracted the attention of many people. Everyone looked at the little girl with some sympathy, but those in the hospital were all in a hurry. No one had time to meddle in such trivial matters. What a coincidence! I have the time for this. Fangjin casually picked up a white lily at the door of the ward and walked towards the mother and daughter. The two were about to exit the hospital when Fangjin stopped them. Hello, please wait. The mother asked in confusion. What do you want? Fangjin, too lazy to say much, directly pressed down on the mother's shoulder and activated his ability. The daughter looked up at Fangjin in confusion, but she timidly didn't dare to say anything. Fangjin smiled gently and handed the lily to the little girl. It's okay, don't worry, I hope you recover soon. There are still people in this world who will love you. Hearing these warm words, the little girl felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Clearly, he was a stranger, but the little girl felt an infinite closeness. For someone who had never been loved, a single flower was enough to make her happy for a long time. Then, Fangjin looked at the somewhat detestable mother in front of him. But after all, she was the little girl's mother. He couldn't just kill her. Fangjin slowly spoke, you continue to do as you please, and one day, your daughter, unable to bear the burden, chooses to commit suicide by jumping off a building. No matter how much you regret it, it won't change anything. Your husband abandons you, your relatives distance themselves from you, and you develop severe depression. Finally, you can empathize with your deceased daughter. It turns out that feeling is so terrifying, being abandoned by the whole world, worse than death. In the end, you choose to commit suicide. You deeply regret that on the afternoon your daughter was diagnosed with depression. you didn't say a single caring word. If you had done that, perhaps everything could have changed. Suddenly, you wake up from your sleep. It was just a fleeting dream, but that feeling was as clear as reality. Fangjin finished speaking. His mother was in a daze for a long time, and suddenly tears streamed down her face. She knelt down and hugged her daughter, crying out in anguish, "Mom was wrong. I won't force you to go to those tutoring classes anymore. From now on, if you want to read novels, read novels. If you want to listen to music, listen to music. You can do whatever you want. Shanshan, please don't leave me." The daughter was taken aback by this sudden embrace. She felt lost, but that bond of blood made her instinctively hug her mother, and the heavy gloom in her heart seemed to dissipate a lot. The girl named Shanshan looked around, trying to find the figure of the big brother who had given her flowers. But the hospital was bustling with people. She couldn't find him anywhere. Fangjin watched the mother and daughter leave. This way, the mother should no longer be so harsh on her daughter. He believed that the mother loved her daughter. It's just that everyone has different ways of loving. Some people don't know how to love their children. Becoming a parent doesn't require any courses, nor does it require passing any exams, which is why many tragedies occur. This girl may not become someone very impressive or dazzling in the future, but she will definitely not fall from a high building, Fangjin said to himself with a smile. There were so many patients in the hospital. Fangjin had no ability to cure them, but when faced with things within his capacity, he still felt he should do something. At that moment, Ruan Yawen walked over, dejected. "I can't find any clues." Losing things in the hospital happens very frequently. Large-scale losses have existed almost since the hospital was established, especially doctors' pens, which are lost almost every day, and we can't determine when the pattern started. "It's okay, I've already found a clue," Fangjin replied with a smile. Ruan Yawen was surprised. "Where did the clue come from?" "You don't need to worry about that. Come on, let's go to the 8th floor, psychiatry." "You can't be serious about sending me to psychiatry, right? Don't mess around, I'm not really sick." "Who cares if you're sick or not? If I'm not mistaken, the source might be in psychiatry." "Why?" Ruan Yawen wanted to dig deeper, but Fangjin had already entered the elevator. He didn't have time to think further and hurriedly followed Fangjin. When Fangjin modified someone else's memory, the recent memories of that person would also surface in his mind. Of course, the amount of information wasn't large. Otherwise, cramming large segments of a stranger's memories would probably burst his brain. So at that moment, he saw some strange things in that mother's mind. The mother and daughter had been in the hospital for 10 days, treating wrist-cutting injuries and depression. The mother would see a girl in white visiting her daughter every day, but every time the mother appeared, the girl would disappear. That person was neither a nurse nor a doctor. The strangest thing was that this mother subconsciously forgot about it. It clearly existed, but it was overlooked. "Go check if your car tire is back," Fangjin said to Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen looked confused. "Can it really come back?" "You'll know if you go check. Why didn't you say so earlier? I already went up to the 8th floor with you." "Then it's trouble for you to go back down." Ruan Yawen had no choice but to take the elevator back down to the 1st floor. Fangjin was on the 8th floor and soon received a call from Ruan Yawen. His phone card was brand new, legal, and could make normal calls. "Bro, my car tire is still not back," Ruan Yawen said. Fangjin replied, "Look again carefully." "I looked. It's not there." "I told you to look again carefully." "Really not. Look a little more. Even if I gouge out my eyes to look, if it's not there, it's not there. I'm not blind. Can't I tell if something exists or not?" Ruan Yawen gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger and refraining from cursing. Fangjin, however, insisted, "I need you to confirm it more carefully. Touch it with your hands, kick it with your feet, and then give me your final answer. Even if I kiss it with my mouth, something that doesn't exist simply doesn't exist. Can you conjure it up?" The sound of Ruan Yawen angrily kicking something came through the phone. Bang bang. It was somewhat muffled. Suddenly, Ruan Yawen exclaimed, "How is that possible? What happened?" "I see my tire." Clearly, those 2 kicks were aimed at the tire. Fangjin smiled and said, "That's right. Your tire hasn't actually been lost. There's just a special force making us overlook it. It's been there all along." "Special force?" Ruan Yawen's tone turned serious. "So the ability of this rule event has been confirmed?" "You could say that. So you have a clue now?" "Yes." Fangjin hung up the phone. At first, he couldn't be sure, but now he could. The source of this incident possessed the power to make people overlook something. The manifestation of this power made people feel as if they had lost something. In fact, the item hadn't truly been lost. However, this should only be the first stage. Once the rules begin to collapse, this ability might cause a huge impact. It needed to be resolved quickly. Fong Jin started wandering around the psychiatric ward. Many patients were waiting outside for treatment, and the entire ward had a sense of dead silence. Even when someone spoke, it was weak and lifeless. He approached the consultation desk. "Hello, I'm looking for a girl in a white hospital gown, with disheveled hair, who often visits other psychiatric patients." The nurse at the desk looked slightly confused. "There's no one like that." "Is that so?" Fong Jin thought for a moment, secretly scolding himself for being foolish. Since the source had the ability to make people overlook things, it would naturally also make others overlook herself. Her current existence was almost like a ghost. No one could see her. Then how can I find her? Maybe I've already seen her but overlooked her. Fong Jin felt it was a bit tricky. No wonder no one had been able to resolve the hospital's issues for so long. After some thought, he called Ruan Yaowen. "Help me order some flowers, the kind needed for visiting patients. The more, the better. I need to conduct an experiment." Soon, Ruan Yaowen delivered the flowers. A whole truckload. It caused quite a stir among the hospital patients. "Mom, look, so many flowers," a child exclaimed. The truckload of flowers included carnations, lilies, cornflowers, sunflowers, and violets, various types, all very suitable for visiting patients, vibrant and beautiful. Fong Jin casually handed some flowers to the nearby excited children, who were all smiles and very happy. Then, Fong Jin entered the psychiatric ward holding a large bouquet. The rich colors seemed to add a lot of life to the stark white psychiatric ward. Many patients couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Fong Jin. "Who wants flowers? They're free." Fong Jin smiled. Many children couldn't resist coming forward to receive the flowers. With a smile, Fong Jin handed out flowers one by one, and the children who received them were very happy, surrounding the pile of flowers and cheerfully shouting, "Thank you, big brother." Of course, the psychiatric patients weren't just children. Most were adults and the elderly. Although they didn't come forward to take the flowers, it was evident from the glimmer of expectation in their eyes. Patients who suffer from mental illness, aside from those who are born with it, are mostly those who lack family care and suffer from depression and similar issues. If someone sends them flowers, they will naturally be very happy. Fong Jin would not be biased. He brought bunches of fresh flowers into the wards, giving them to each mental patient. He could clearly feel a spark of light appearing in their eyes. This feeling was truly wonderful. Even the doctors and nurses in the hospital looked at Fong Jin with approving eyes. Almost every ward received fresh flowers. Afterwards, Fong Jin opened his phone. The memo recorded the number of flowers sent and the number of patients he visited. 720 bouquets sent. The number I noted is 719 people. One extra bouquet sent. Fong Jin exhaled lightly. No doubt about it. The source was in the psychiatric ward. Fong Jin dialed Ruan Yaowen's number again. "Bro, how's it going?" Ruan Yaowen asked. Fong Jin nodded. "Found it. It's in the psychiatric ward, but the source's power makes me subconsciously ignore her, so no matter how I look, even if I really see her, I won't be able to recognize her." "What should we do?" "I need you to find a way to lure everyone in the psychiatric ward out." "Ha? How am I supposed to do that?" "I don't care what method you use, just think of something." Fong Jin hung up the phone. Ruan Yaowen was furious at the bottom of the building. "Damn it, you son of a bitch. Don't be too arrogant. Do you believe I?" Ruan Yaowen gritted his teeth. Forget it. I must not act impulsively." After thinking for a while, he finally came up with a plan and immediately rushed to the nearest bank. "Hello, how can I help you?" The bank clerk smiled. Ruan Yaowen threw out a black card, his tone serious. "I want to withdraw money." The clerk looked at the black card in surprise. This was a limited edition black card that could overdraw up to hundreds of millions. The person in front of her looked ordinary, but the way he flashed the card was so graceful, so charismatic. Simply stunning. The clerk showed the brightest smile of her life. "How much would you like to withdraw?" Ruan Yaowen coldly uttered two words, "Withdraw it all." Moments later, he walked out of the bank carrying two large briefcases. Beside him was the bank manager, sweating profusely, following closely. "Sir, you withdrew too much money. According to the rules, you need to make an appointment in advance. This is already the limit for today." "Limit?" Ruan Yaowen sneered. "Call your president. If my important matter is delayed because of this money withdrawal, your president can forget about his job. Don't doubt my capabilities." With that, he strode away, leaving a group of bank employees staring at each other in disbelief. Ruan Yaowen returned to the hospital. He opened the briefcase, which was filled with bundles of bright red cash. "Fong Jin, IF *****Q. Ruan Yaowen jumped onto the car roof and shouted, then grabbed a handful of cash and scattered it into the sky. "Money rain, pick it up freely. Whoever picks it up owns it. Bright red petals flew everywhere. The scene was truly breathtaking. No festive fireworks could compare to what was happening before them. The entire hospital erupted in excitement. Amazing cheers erupted from the buildings. Countless people poured out from the buildings and outside the hospital, frantically scrambling for the red bills. The scene was simply more intense than Train to Busan. There was even a stampede, with cries of distress echoing. As for the security guards maintaining order, they were busy picking up money, with no time to spare. After Wan Yawen finished throwing money, he confidently made a call. "Hello, bro, how's it going?" Fang Jin was exasperated. "I'm on the 8th floor, the stairs are completely blocked, I can't get down at all. And you actually expect a bunch of depressed, personality disordered, autistic people to fight for money? You're really something. Failed? Duh." Wan Yawen's face darkened. "So what if I lost a few million? Consider yourself a big spender," Fang Jin said. "Why do I feel like I hear the sound of police sirens? Oh no, they're coming to catch me." Outside the hospital, buzzing police cars had arrived at the hospital entrance after receiving the news. However, traffic was paralyzed at that moment, unable to get through. Several police officers quickly entered the hospital and shouted at Wan Yawen, who was standing on top of a car, "You up there, you are suspected of disturbing public order, causing a stampede. We are going to detain you according to the law." Damn it! Wan Yawen immediately jumped off the car and disappeared into the crowd. It wasn't that he was scared, it was just troublesome. Resisting would lead to a more intense pursuit, which was naturally not an option, but being caught was also not acceptable. The police wanted to chase him, but the crowd blocked their way. "Don't catch him, he's just a good person, it's all our fault. With so many bad people, you don't catch them, but you come to catch a generous person throwing money. You're suppressing the good atmosphere of society, standing against the people. Don't catch that big brother, you are all bad people." Regardless of age, the elderly, adults, and children all firmly chose to protect the hero of the people. Wan Yawen, hiding in the crowd, felt warm inside. If you care for the people, they will remember you. Great men do not deceive me. However, the most important problem still remained unsolved: how to resolve the issue in the ward. After thinking for a long time, Wan Yawen ultimately decided to stick to his approach of solving problems with money. He sneaked out of the hospital and returned to the bank to withdraw money. The bank manager wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly came forward to greet him. "Mr. Wan, I have urgently transferred a batch of cash from other banks. I hope you can give us a little more time. I promise to do my best to meet your needs." He had already called to consult the president. Upon hearing that it was a black card user, the president panicked on the spot. Offending such a user meant he could really forget about his job. So the president immediately ordered all branches to cooperate fully. "Very good, well done." Wan Yawen withdrew 10 million, grabbing 4 huge briefcases, and walked out of the bank again. The bank staff let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally made it through this ordeal. Wan Yawen returned to the hospital. Order in the hospital had gradually been restored, and fortunately, there were no casualties. The stampede victims received timely treatment. He then secretly rushed up the fire escape to the 8th floor of the inpatient department. Flower purchase. Wan Yawen heavily placed the 4 briefcases down and shouted grandly, "Patients who received flowers earlier can come to exchange for cash. 1 bouquet for 10,000 cash. By the way, to reward the hard work of doctors, nurses, caregivers, and cleaners, those with work IDs can also exchange for bonuses ranging from 3,000 to 10,000. First come, first served, no waiting." Limited to the psychiatric department. In an instant, the entire 8th floor was in an uproar. The hero of the people had arrived again. Did a pie finally fall on my head? Numerous patients and doctors rushed over. You say you're sick? I'm just mentally ill, not physically incapable. Even if I really am not capable, I have family to support me. Don't underestimate the bond between me and my family. As long as you're willing to give money, allowing me to come every day to collect it, I'm more than willing. This day was probably the day with the most smiles in the psychiatric department. How to relieve worries? Only with cash. Especially those patients who usually felt depressed now wore smiles like never before. It was simply a medical miracle. This should work now. Wan Yawen looked at the long line and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the psychiatric ward was already empty. Only a few patients are truly unable to communicate with the outside world. Fang Jin walked past one ward after another. The corridor felt a bit chilly. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, there was still an unsettling coldness in the air. Finally, he stopped in front of room 821. Knock. Fang Jin knocked on the door, looking into the empty ward. "Hello, may I come in?" Beside the hospital bed, there was a bouquet of pure white lilies. The fragrance of the flowers was enchanting. The ward was silent. There was no sound at all. "Thank you for the invitation." Fang Jin smiled as he entered the ward. then naturally opened the window, muttering to himself, patients need to breathe fresh air. It's not good for their health to be cooped up all the time. The bed was neatly made. The quilt was folded perfectly, as if the person who folded it had some sort of obsession with cleanliness. Children with autism and depression are indeed very pitiful. Thank you for often visiting them. Fangjin continued to talk to himself. Still, there was no response. However, Fangjin was certain. There was something wrong with this ward. It was too clean. Moreover, that bouquet of lilies was sitting on the table, not taken away to be exchanged for money, which indicated a lot of issues. You must be happy to receive this flower. After all, no one has ever truly noticed you. Everyone subconsciously forgets you. I believe you are a kind-hearted person who doesn't want to hurt others. That little girl is very grateful for your visits. Without you, she might have tried to commit suicide again. Forgetting can be a good thing for many, but erratic forgetting can lead to panic. Fangjin said softly, for the sake of this bouquet, could you come out and talk to me? After all, you can let me forget all of this. A long silence followed. Finally, a figure slowly emerged from the chair in the ward. It was a girl with long hair, wearing a hospital gown. She looked very listless, her face pale, as if she had been malnourished for a long time. She wasn't unattractive, but she had a very despondent aura. I think this is our second meeting, Fangjin smiled, trying to recall the girl's appearance, but he couldn't remember anything at all. This wasn't a case of modified memory. It was forgetting, it was neglect. She had always been sitting in this place. Only when she wanted to be seen would she be seen. Fortunately, she was interested in flowers, otherwise, Fangjin would have been at a complete loss. Fangjin looked at the girl in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. She was bathed in sunlight, her shadow swaying. Although she seemed very despondent, she was undeniably warm, breathing, and appeared to be a very normal person. Wait, is she a person? Could it be that someone who isn't dead can also become a source? Fangjin wanted to call Ruan Yawen to ask, but the situation clearly didn't allow for that. Once again, he felt helpless about his meager experience. Joining the Sky Net was imperative. Fangjin forced a gentle smile, trying to get closer, but the girl's body visibly trembled slightly, clearly resisting. She didn't want to meet anyone. She didn't want any physical contact with anyone. It should be called resistance. She didn't seem like a source. She seemed more like an awakened person with autism. Fangjin, feeling helpless, could only step back a little. I'm not a doctor, and I don't know you. I'm just a flower delivery person, and I'll be leaving soon to deliver flowers elsewhere, so you don't need to worry. This tactic clearly worked. The girl's resistance to Fangjin weakened significantly. Fangjin was quite certain of one thing. Rule events are born from black spots, and black spots need a carrier, which often requires intense mental fluctuations. The source is very dangerous, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. But at least there was one benefit. Intense emotions make it easier to find the reasons behind the formation of the source. Finding the reason basically solves more than half of the problem. The girl finally spoke, her voice hoarse. Mom only loves my brother. All the good things are prioritized for him. Why? They promised that even with a brother, they would treat me the best. They lied. The brother drowned. But Mom cried and said, why wasn't it me who died? Why wasn't it me who died? Why should it be me who died? The more she spoke, the more her emotions sank, as if she were melting into a pool of dark water. Fangjin's heart tightened. He seemed to see a summer afternoon. By the river, a mother was holding the cold body of a little boy, crying out in despair, and a little girl stood timidly by, panicked and uneasy. The mother, tears streaming down her face, stared fiercely at her daughter. Why wasn't it you who died? You are the one who should have died. The girl felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. At that moment, the entire world lost its color. From then on, the girl suffered from severe depression. She became invisible at home. No one paid attention to her anymore. Fangjin couldn't help but feel angry, but he still spoke gently. It's not your fault. None of this is your fault. No one wanted this to happen. It's the world's fault. You shouldn't have to bear it. A mentally ill person is like a glass tower that can collapse at any moment. It needs enough care and understanding. Even a little bit of stimulation is too much. Don't punish yourself for someone else's mistakes, Fangjin said carefully. That's the most unfair thing. You need to learn to love yourself and ignore others. Don't live so hard. The girl was in tears, the tears streaming down her face, continuously dripping onto the ground. Perhaps it was because no one had ever said these words to her before. This was the first time. Empathy. Understanding is the best healing medicine. She cried, yes, it's the world's fault. I did nothing wrong. Fangjin felt a sense of relief. It seemed to be resolved. The knot in her heart should have been untied. But there should be some special change, right? Just like forcibly altering the memory of losing an arm, the obsession with the lost arm was lifted, thus dissipating, and the event was concluded. But now, there was no change at all. Was there still some knot that hadn't been untied? No, something was wrong. Fang Jin sensed something was off. If she was truly ignored by her family, neglected by her parents, why was she sent to the hospital? Could a daughter despised by her parents really be sent to the hospital for treatment? How about we get up and bask in the sun? Fang Jin said casually. The girl suddenly became agitated. You want to leave? You all want to leave? Get out, all of you. I can live just fine on my own. Get out. All of you, get out. I don't need you. I don't need. She let out a sharp scream. Her entire face twisted, like a black hole, absorbing all the light around her. Not good. Fang Jin was shocked. It was out of control. How could it fall apart so easily? I haven't done anything yet. Is she that sensitive? On the street, traffic flowed endlessly. The area in front of the People's Hospital was filled with cars. Whether it was a weekday or a weekend, people coming to see a doctor were always in a steady stream, especially in the large hospitals in the city. But at this moment, the place was surrounded by cars, inside and out. The drivers got out, their faces filled with disbelief. They looked at what should have been the hospital, but now it was empty, leaving only a silent wasteland. No, where is the hospital? Where did such a big hospital go? This is really a headache. Fang Jin felt no discomfort, but when he looked around, he found himself in complete darkness. Nothing existed. It was as if someone had built a world with a black curtain. Fang Jin walked in the darkness, soon blocked by a wall, but he could see nothing. All that met his eyes was darkness. Is this the wall of a hospital room? He quickly realized, it seems I'm still in the hospital. He had not been sent to a special space. He was still in the same place, just unable to see. The power of the source is indeed strong, making me overlook everything in front of me. It's no different from being turned blind. Fang Jin exhaled a breath of frustration. At this moment, if someone were to stab him from the shadows, he would probably not react at all. Fang Jin reached out, groping around to move, but this was very limiting, and he often stumbled. Sudden blindness, even in a familiar place, would leave one feeling helpless, let alone in such an unfamiliar environment. Most importantly, there was a suspected out-of-control source of rules nearby. The first phase of the rule event should be very stable, but the situation seems to have exceeded that scope. Out of control? Completely out of control? That would be a third phase issue. Fang Jin furrowed his brow. Although he had never experienced a true third phase event, he certainly did not dare to let his guard down. Fang Jin continued to feel his way along the wall, intending to leave the hospital room, but he soon discovered a problem. He couldn't find the door. Did it make me overlook the door, creating a sealed room? Fang Jin steadied his mind and tried to speak in a gentle tone. Little sister, I think you misunderstood. I don't want to leave. If you want me to stay, then I won't go. Can we be friends? In the darkness, a trembling figure emerged. It was clearly no longer human in form, twisted and elongated like a shadow dragged long under a streetlight. They all blame me. It's all my fault. Woo woo woo. The sound of crying was like a faucet left slightly open in a washroom, dripping and creating endless ripples in his heart. Fang Jin said, they all blame me. They are wrong, and it has nothing to do with you. You don't need to feel guilty. Yes, it was their fault. It was clearly their fault. The woman's voice gradually weakened, but the next moment, it suddenly erupted with hatred and madness. Then you should kill them, kill all the ones who made mistakes. Fang Jin's heart jolted. This source was truly off. It had been teetering on the edge of losing control. His own actions should have been fine. What was the reason? Ding ding ding. The phone rang. It was Ruan Yaowen. Fang Jin answered the call, and a cacophony of terrified shouts came from the other end, chaotic and jumbled. Brother, what's going on? Ruan Yaowen asked impatiently, is it not resolved yet? What's the situation on your side? Everyone has fallen into darkness. It's very chaotic. The situation is extremely serious. Some people have even fallen from upstairs in a panic. I feel like the rules have gone out of control. Could it have jumped to the third phase? If it gets really bad, we should retreat. Once casualties start to mount, the country will definitely send people to manage it. Are you okay? My ability is not just to defend against physical attacks, it can also withstand a certain degree of rules. But if the rules continue to collapse, then it's hard to say. You need to hurry. Fang Jin was naturally anxious as well. But the problem was, he didn't know where the issue lay. If only there were some information. Wait, can you move freely now? Fang Jin asked. Of course. I can't take the call right now because I'm in room 821, needing to chat with an innocent girl for a while, so please don't disturb us. After a rustling sound, the phone seemed to be shoved back into a pocket. However, it hadn't been hung up. Fang Jin's voice could still be heard. Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but curse inwardly. What time is it? Still chatting with a girl? Are you out of your mind? Once this is over, I'll take you to the best nightclub. You can play however you want, even until you're exhausted. Just don't let me down now." However, Ruan Yaowen quickly sensed something was off. If that were the case, why not hang up the phone? Although they hadn't interacted much, Fong Jin didn't seem like the type to prioritize flirting over serious matters. Room 821, innocent girl, don't disturb? Ruan Yaowen stared at his phone. He held his breath, listening intently to the voices coming from the phone. Brother drowned. Depression. Mom. Ruan Yaowen picked up several keywords. He wasn't stupid and immediately understood the situation. He was actually communicating with the source that was about to spiral out of control. This is a disaster. He immediately grabbed a nearly frantic doctor. "Tell me where the records room is. I need to check the patient's information." In the darkness, the doctor, who couldn't see anyone, was yanked up by his collar and was completely stunned. "At the end of the corridor on the second floor," the doctor answered tremulously. Ruan Yaowen dropped the doctor and rushed to the second floor. Transparent barrier walls appeared on both sides, forcibly pushing everyone aside and isolating parts of the darkness. Just as he said, his ability could block some invading forces of rules. At that moment, Fong Jin was in a pitch-black ward. He was trying to stabilize the other person's emotions. "That's right, you're right, everyone else is wrong. They all deserve to die. But death doesn't solve all problems. We need to be a little more forgiving of ourselves. Don't get stuck in the past. Perhaps when you try to enter the hospital, you'll find that none of this is worth dwelling on. You deserve a better life." But Fong Jin was wearing himself out. It seemed he couldn't change much. The already distorted figure grew darker, as if trapped in the shadows. "I won't listen. You're all lying to me. You only deceive me. Trick me into taking medicine. Trick me into getting injections. It's all fake. No one truly cares about me." The woman cried out in pain. In the darkness, torn white lily petals fell like rain, beautiful yet cold. Then they were dragged into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Fong Jin felt overwhelmed. "Sister, what do you really want?" Buzz at that moment, the phone vibrated. A text message had arrived. Ruan Yaowen sent a long string of messages. Fong Jin took out his phone and glanced quickly. Soon, his expression turned extremely grim. Anger flared in his eyes. "So this is the reason for your hospitalization." Ruan Yaowen had sent a message about a patient. Patient name, Fu Silu. Gender, female, age, 16. Medical history, due to her parents having a second child, she became depressed and developed hallucinations believing her parents no longer loved her. One afternoon, she drowned her brother in a filthy ditch while laughing and eating ice cream with her best friend. There are multiple records of animal cruelty, and during home conservative treatment, she attempted to poison her parents several times, ultimately being sent to the hospital for treatment, with a psychiatric hospital contacted for immediate transfer. Diagnosis: anxiety disorder, manic disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and a certain degree of antisocial personality. Recommendation: close treatment at the Han City Special Operations Division. Did you find it? A sweet and cute little girl, eating a lollipop, stared seriously at the well-equipped, strong military action team in front of her. The scene was somewhat strange, but no one dared to voice any objections. Because she was one of the 5 captains of the Han City Division, the witch Chu Xiaoyuan. Not only did she have enough power to command the military in times of need, but she also possessed incredible strength herself. Regarding the awakened ones, ordinary citizens are unaware, fearing it might cause panic, but the military has long been aware of these matters, and the majority of cities have already had military forces stationed to maintain order in special circumstances. The military's action team members shook their heads helplessly. "Sorry, Captain Shu, we haven't found them yet." "Is it really that hard to find someone?" Xu Xiaoyuan slammed the table in anger. "The country has invested so much money in public security, with surveillance almost everywhere, and now you tell me you can't even find 2 people. She was very angry. However, her lowly appearance and sweet voice made it hard for anyone to feel tense. It even gave a pleasing feeling, a wicked sense of cuteness. "What about the person with special defensive abilities? Any news?" Xu Xiaoyuan asked again. The Special Operations Division replied, "That person is named Ruan Yaowen, from the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. He has no relatives, his residence is not registered, and his identity information is partially confidential, making him difficult to locate." Upon hearing about the Skynet Mutual Aid Association, Xu Xiaoyuan frowned. No relatives. A guy without a soft spot. No wonder he acted so arrogantly and dared to take on such tasks. She was well aware of the power of this organization. Among civilian organizations, it was already considered top tier, gathering a large number of powerful but unwilling to join the official Wild Awakened ones. Most importantly, if it was the Skynet Mutual Aid Association, even if they found this Ruan Yaowen, they wouldn't be able to uncover the true mastermind behind it. At that moment, Bai Ming appeared, still wearing a trench coat and smoking a cigar. "Captain, there's a special situation. Bai Ming said, an unusual incident has occurred at the People's Hospital. The hospital has disappeared, and over 10,000 people are missing. There was already a rule event, classified as D-level, in the first stage. The situation at the hospital is complex, making it difficult to find the source, and since the danger level is low, it hasn't been prioritized. But now the People's Hospital seems to have entered the third stage, with rules in chaos, losing logic and order, and is temporarily classified as a top priority event. Chu Xiaoyuan was surprised, jumping directly from the first stage to the third stage? That's right. What's the reason? It cannot be determined at the moment. According to the existing intelligence, it may be that awakened ones from civilian organizations intervened, but their methods were improper, causing the source to go out of control. Understood. Send someone to handle it. Captain, we need to go. Why? Do you remember Jian Yueying? Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Impressive. That girl who was seriously injured from jumping off a building. I cleaned her wounds without anesthesia, and she didn't make a sound. That was pain and mental shock that ordinary people couldn't endure. But that girl managed to hold on. She has recovered after treatment and is currently at the People's Hospital getting a prosthetic limb, but it seems she has gone missing now, Bai Ming said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xiaoyuan immediately stood up. Call Mo Li and Shang Zi. We have work to do. Jiang Yueying remained conscious during the rule event, indicating she had initially awakened her abilities. She was someone Chu Xiaoyuan valued greatly. Naturally, she had to be rescued first. In the hospital room, Fang Mu faced the distorted figure before him, his tone icy. This world is not wrong, and others are not wrong either. Fu Silu, from beginning to end, you are the only one who is wrong. This was a severely mentally ill patient, exhibiting antisocial personality traits. She should have been transferred to a psychiatric hospital at the first opportunity. But since she remained here, the reason was simple. At that particular moment, she became the source. As expected, a normal person could not become the source. Therefore, losing control was also within reason. It had little to do with Fang Mu. If someone else were to attempt to resolve the rule event, it would catalyze the source's loss of control. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. The distorted shadow screamed sharply. Fang Mu stomped angrily, the strange flames quietly sinking into the ground. What nonsense have I said? You drowned your own brother and feel no regret or guilt. You even want to poison your parents. No wonder no matter how she tried to untangle her knots, it was useless, because her knots were not here at all. Even though she had personally killed her brother, she still envied the love he received, believing that her mother didn't love her because of him. She was a madwoman. You can't reason with a madwoman. An unsolvable deadlock. The only way was to eliminate her on a physical level. They should have always loved me. Why do they have to share my love with others? They made me become like this. What's wrong with me killing them? They all deserve to die. The twisted shadow screamed in rage, nearly piercing the eardrums. You are beyond saving. Fang Mu activated her ability, the strange flames already poised to strike, sweeping through like waves, instantly filling the entire hospital room. In the darkness, painful wails were clearly heard. The other party was right there in the room. Such a wide-range attack would naturally not miss. As the strange flames burned the other party, Fang Mu, though unable to see anything, sensed their exact position. The twisted shadow was struggling continuously. You want to kill me too? All of you want to harm me. Why? The twisted figure screamed again. What a mad woman. Fang Mu felt dizzy, her heart racing wildly, her chest tight, suffocating, her legs losing strength, and her vision darkening. The power of the rules is interfering with me. It's trying to make me forget my own existence. Fang Mu didn't expect this power could be used like this. Without hesitation, she activated her ability. Modify memory. Remember my own existence. After the ability was activated, Fang Mu felt all discomfort quickly dissipate. Indeed, to deal with the rules, one must use the rules. Fortunately, her ability could counteract it. Although this ability was elusive, its actual harmful effect was not strong, which was why no one had died for a long time. It could only be classified as a D-level incident. This was somewhat good news. I want to kill you. The twisted shadow suddenly appeared in front of Fang Mu, gripping her neck tightly, accompanied by a piercing scream. It caught her off guard. Fang Mu kicked out without hesitation. A twisted figure hunched over on the ground, trembling in pain. You say you're not really a ghost. How dare you confront me directly? Fang Mu shook her head. With your malnourished, scrawny little body, I could transform into a man and take on 10 of you. Fang Jin had experienced 2 complete rule events. This was the 3rd time. In the first 2 instances, physical attacks were ineffective against the source. But this time, physical attacks could take effect. For dealing with such a source, it was likely that transformation-type awakeners would be drooling with desire. Not everyone wants to harm you, it's your thoughts that deserve your suffering. Fang Jin stepped forward, the black flames in his palm striking heavily. Accept treatment properly, reform yourself. You originally had a chance to be reborn, but you gave up that opportunity. A madwoman like this wasn't beyond saving. Perhaps God could find a way. So Fang Jin decided to kindly send her to meet God. Ah! The twisted figure let out an even more painful wail. The strange flames were also an aggressive awakening ability, possessing characteristics like burning, adhering, and rapid spreading, causing continuous destruction. An ordinary flesh and blood body couldn't withstand it. However, Fang Jin noticed something. The other party was the source. It wouldn't be so easy to kill. Thus, he activated his ability. Modify memory. Your parents suddenly arrive, confessing to you, you finally let go of everything. But Fang Jin's ability had not yet fully released. The distorted figure shouted sharply, I will not forgive, I will never forgive. Even if you die, I absolutely will not forgive. The memory alteration had failed. Damn it, a madman. Fang Jin cursed. Although memory alteration was domineering, it had its prerequisites. One could not forcibly overturn a person's worldview and cognition, as it would inevitably conflict with other memories, leading to failure. It had to be reasonable and justifiable. But he did not expect that he had achieved something reasonable, while the other party was utterly ruthless and unreasonable. You all deserve to die. At that moment, the distorted figure painfully rose and suddenly shot out, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, disappearing from Fang Jin's perception. In the next moment, everything around returned to normal. The darkness receded. Fang Jin's vision restored, and he saw the empty, chaotic hospital room, along with the broken window glass, countless shards scattered on the floor. The source of the power dissipated. The People's Hospital reappeared before people's eyes. Countless onlookers gathered outside the hospital. This was the sense of relaxation that belonged to the Chinese people. No matter how strange it was, I'm definitely going to watch this excitement. Oh, the hospital has appeared again, playing hide and seek, an old man shouted with a laugh. The crowd looked up and saw the hospital, which had disappeared for more than half an hour, reappear. Many people clicked their tongues in wonder. It was truly incredible. Some speculated it was a large-scale reality show magic, others thought it was an extremely rare weather phenomenon causing a mirage, and some swore it was an American conspiracy, some new type of weapon. The discussions were noisy, and various rumors flew around. Although the hospital had reappeared, the number of onlookers only increased. Traffic was completely paralyzed. Is it resolved? No, wait, she escaped. Fang Jin was shocked and immediately went to the broken window to look outside. Apart from some glass shards on the ground, there was nothing else. Fang Jin suddenly felt something was wrong. The source could actually escape? That shouldn't be the case. He quickly took out his phone. The call was still connected, and Ruan Yewen's voice came from the other end. Bro, amazing. The hospital appeared. Did you take care of the source? I helped you with the task. Finding the source so quickly, impressive. But it's also thanks to my gold medal support. Just say I'm clever. Ruan Yawen was smug. Fang Jin said solemnly, not resolved yet. Ha, the source ran away. Bro, don't joke. How could the source run away? But she did run away, broke the window and jumped down the stairs. I've never heard of such a thing, and there's never been any mention of it on the Tianwang forum. If the source can act freely, then resolving rule events would be thousands of times more difficult. Fighting against the rules is just a means of self-protection. You can't rely solely on confrontation to resolve rule events. It's endless. To resolve rule events, the only way is to deal with the source. The source is extremely difficult to find, hidden among countless normalities. So there has always been a saying that finding the source is the most challenging part of resolving rule events. As long as you find it, you can always think of a way to resolve it. But if the source can act freely, then finding the source becomes nearly impossible. Theoretically, that's true, but she is a living person, capable of running and jumping. When I attacked her, she broke the window and jumped out, Fang Jin said quickly. Ruan Yawen was astonished. A living person? Unheard of. A living person could also become the source. People still did not understand enough about rule events. Our luck is too bad, Ruan Yawen lamented. Fang Jin replied irritably, thanks to the good task you chose, quickly use your ability to seal off the hospital. The source has likely gone out of control. If she escapes the hospital, the destruction it would cause is unimaginable. Ruan Yawen suddenly said, if we run out, then the hospital will be fine, which actually means our mission is complete. Brother, what do you think? We're really just here to complete a task. Fang Jin was silent for a moment. What would happen if the Mutual Aid Society found out about this kind of deception? Ruan Yawen was speechless. Such things were absolutely not allowed. There would be very serious penalties. Not only would they be forced to withdraw, but if serious consequences arose, the Tianwang forum might post a task to eliminate the fraudsters. Seeing there was no response, Fang Jin snorted, "In that case, you better get back to work honestly." "All right." He hung up the phone. Fang Jin walked out of the ward. Although the hospital had reappeared, the people inside were still in a state of panic. There were screams everywhere. It was noisy and chaotic. The situation was still very strange. "Wife, I'm fine. It seems like nothing's wrong. Wait, A middle-aged man took out his phone to call home and report his safety, walking hurriedly, but as if he didn't see the guardrail, he fell directly from the 8th floor. Doctor, help, all the respirators in the emergency room are gone. The patient has fainted from fear." A nurse shouted anxiously. Someone lay on the ground, struggling like a fish out of water, crying out in pain. My hand, my foot are gone. But his hands and feet were clearly intact on his body. Someone stubbed their toe, someone hit their head against the wall, someone habitually pushed up their glasses, forgetting they were holding chopsticks, stabbing their eye and bleeding all over their hand. Someone forgot to turn off the gas, causing a gas leak, and a pungent smell filled the 1st and 2nd floors. Heart disease and asthma patients couldn't find their medication, their faces turning black from suffocation, struggling incessantly, nearly dying. The hospital was in utter chaos. Fang Jin watched this scene. A phrase popped into his mind: Rule Phase 3. Completely out of control. Distorted rules. Totally chaotic disorder. Everyone is a target. These are all terms that describe Phase 3, representing the most terrifying unknown disaster in human society today. If this isn't resolved, the number of people who might die will become very high. Fang Jin took a deep breath. The source was out of control. This had just begun. There had already been a considerable number of deaths. The People's Hospital was large, with tens of thousands of outpatients daily, plus the inpatients, hospital staff, and the residents nearby who were likely to be affected. The number of people affected was conservatively estimated to exceed 100,000. Delaying by even a minute could lead to many more deaths. Although Fang Jin was not a saint, he was not cold enough to watch so many people suffer without taking action. "I must find her." Fang Jin immediately went to the 1st floor, where, besides shards of glass everywhere, he could also see some bloodstains, which were a bit dark and had signs of burning. At this moment, Ruan Yawan had already used his ability to create an invisible transparent barrier, forcibly trapping everyone inside the hospital. "Brother, hurry up, the hospital is too big, I can't maintain my ability for long," Ruan Yawan called, sounding a bit tired. "Got it." Fang Jin took a deep breath, holding his breath and focusing. The source had been burned by his flames, leaving a mental scar. So, logically, he should be able to sense the general location of the other party. The surroundings quieted down. The noisy shouts seemed to drift far away, while the sound of the wind was very close. In the blur, it seemed there was a shadow moving quickly. Fang Jin suddenly turned his head and saw a barely noticeable shadow rush out from the southwest corner, only to crash into an invisible wall. Indeed, it was the right decision to have Ruan Yawan create a defensive wall. "Found you." Fang Jin rushed towards the direction he had seen without hesitation. The scene was chaotic. Many people wanted to leave the hospital, car horns blared incessantly, but due to the influence of the rules, those in vehicles ignored pedestrians, and pedestrians ignored vehicles, resulting in dozens of car accidents in just a few minutes. There were screams everywhere, and bodies crushed like exploded watermelons. Panic was spreading wildly. At this moment, Fang Jin desperately wished he had a transformation ability. His own ability provided no enhancement to his physical condition. Running was basically at the level of a weak chicken college student. It was exhausting. "Stop!" Fang Jin gasped as he finally reached his destination. His eyes could not see, but his spirit could sense the distorted figure. The source was in a terrible state. It had fallen from a high building, burned by strange flames, and crashed into the incredibly formidable invisible wall. At this moment, it was bloodied and in a wretched condition. The source screamed, crazily rushing out again. Fang Jin could only continue the chase. Although the source was not running fast, Fang Jin's speed was also not much better. The two were like weak college students forced to run laps on a playground. Anyone who saw this scene would not believe that this was an awakener dealing with the source of a rule event. Stop! Fang Jin was out of breath. He missed the time when he had a gun. Unfortunately, his gun had been taken away. Just then, two cold lights flew out from somewhere. The source stumbled and fell to the ground. Fang Jin focused and saw that it was actually two surgical knives, which had likely pierced the source's legs, causing her immense pain and preventing her from getting up. Flying knives? Fang Jin was surprised. Who was helping him? He looked around and discovered a very high-end wheelchair slowly rolling out from the side outpatient building, equipped with a smart system that could be remotely controlled to move forward and backward, with an alloy frame that gave off a high-end business vibe. Sitting in the wheelchair was a very familiar girl, with healthy, rosy skin, bright eyes, and an aura of stubborn confidence. She looked completely different from the disheveled and weak appearance he remembered. But that familiar face stirred something in his heart. "Could you please not leave and stay with me for half a day?" A memory flashed through Fong Jin's mind like thunder. The girl who was about to die, wanting someone to accompany her in her final moments. "Jiang Yueying." Fong Jin blurted out, "It's you." It was the same back then. He was trapped in a memory trap. A weak girl covered in the smell of blood had thrown out a piece of iron she had polished for a long time, hitting that false phantom. At this moment, it was her again. 2 surgical knives became her weapons, flying from her hands and piercing the fleeing source. Jiang Yueying smiled and said, "It's me. Sister Chu said you were kidnapped, and I was worried. I'm glad you're okay. I didn't expect to see you here." "Yeah, I really didn't expect it. How have you been lately?" Fong Jin asked with emotion. His memories had once been distorted. It felt like a dream. The heroine in that dream was her. Although he knew it was fake, the feelings that surged in his heart were real. Jiang Yueying smiled and patted her legs. "Of course I'm fine, but my legs won't recover. I'm currently customizing prosthetics, and I should be able to stand with a cane in the future. I've heard there's a type of mechanical prosthetic that connects directly to the nerves, which not only helps disabled people stand but also allows for free control of walking. Once I start earning money, I'll get that customized." She had clearly lost her legs, yet remained confident and optimistic. Initially, she didn't want to be passively governed by rules, so she resolutely jumped off a building, sustaining severe injuries that nearly shattered her legs. In the end, she underwent surgery by Chu Xiaoyuan without anesthesia and endured it all. It was almost a modern version of scraping bones to cure poison. It was a chaotic and intense experience. "By the way, what is that?" Jiang Yueying turned her head to the side. Fong Jin was surprised. "You can see her?" "I can't see her, just vaguely sense something." "Since it's something you're pursuing, I guess it's not a normal thing? Is it a ghost?" "No, it's the source of the rule event." Jiang Yueying had learned a lot during her recovery and quickly accepted the situation before her. At that moment, the source struggled to get up, seemingly planning to escape again. Jiang Yueying waved her hand, and several cold lights shot out, piercing the source's legs fiercely. The source screamed and fell back down. Another scalpel. Fong Jin looked at Jiang Yueying in astonishment. Jiang Yueying smiled and said, "I took it while the doctor wasn't paying attention." It's strange, they suddenly became so confused that they can't notice anything. "When did you learn to use the flying dagger like Shaoli? You're really quick, accurate, and ruthless." "It seems I learned it naturally. My perception has become very sharp, and using various tools has become second nature, especially weapons and knives. No matter how I use them, I can't hurt myself." She didn't know when another scalpel appeared in her hand, dancing and spinning like a butterfly at her fingertips, exuding a breathtaking beauty that sent chills down one's spine. Fong Jin immediately understood. She had clearly awakened her abilities. "Wait a moment, let me deal with the source first," Fong Jin said, stepping forward in quick strides to the source's side. The source was flesh and blood but vaguely became a vessel for the rules. Conventional means couldn't kill it. Even after such severe injuries, it continued to scream and wail, showing no signs of dying. However, no one paid it any mind. Rules can only be dealt with using rules, Fong Jin thought silently. The next moment, his ability activated. The source vanished from its spot. The area outside the hospital was completely sealed off. Military vehicles cleared the paralyzed traffic. Well-trained and fully equipped troops were stationed outside, and the crowd watching the commotion was dispersed. Several members of a special operations team gathered at a distance. "Captain, do we need to apply for the rule-breaking telescope?" asked a mature and intelligent woman in a long dress. Her name was Jasmine. She was 27 years old, a member of the Special Operations Department, and possessed an A-level ability called Shield, which could counteract most rule powers and render them ineffective. Due to her special ability, she had always been a prized asset at headquarters. The branch in Han City had to submit an application, and Jasmine could only go on missions after headquarters approved it. Chu Xiaoyuan stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, looking at the hospital, taking in all the details. "No need, we don't need that thing for now. There are no special powers concealing anything inside the hospital. We can see everything clearly," she observed for a while. "Indeed, the situation is serious. Confirm the rule event has entered the third phase. Prepare to send in the military to rescue civilians if necessary." The soldiers beside her felt a chill in their hearts. They understood what the third phase represented. But to protect the safety of the people, they had to go. This is their mission. "Wait, Captain." Bai Ming put down the binoculars, looking surprised. "I think I saw Fong Jin." Chu Xiaoyuan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Fong Jin? Wasn't he captured? How could he be here? In the realm of consciousness, it was pitch black here, representing chaos. Only a young-looking man was sound asleep, and a bloodied scarecrow stood still. The scene was quite eerie. Fangjin suddenly appeared. Old Huang, do you want a wife? Fangjin asked with a grin. Huang Jingxin woke up. Besides sleeping, he had nothing else to do. He wasn't a real person, just a memory relying on Fangjin's consciousness. Huang Jingxin glanced at Fangjin sideways. You idiot, what are you talking about? Just asking if you want one. What kind of nonsense are you trying to bring in? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the scarecrow beside him. The scarecrow was made up of various severed limbs and dismembered parts, looking quite nauseating. Fangjin cried out in injustice. This time I'm sincere. I was afraid you were too lonely, so I specially found you a companion. Just say you want it, and I'll bring her to you right away. Huang Jingxin looked at Fangjin in confusion. Are you really that kind-hearted? Of course. We're brothers from different parents. I think of you whenever I have something good. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the realm of consciousness. It was a pale-faced girl, dressed in a hospital gown, with disheveled hair, exuding a strong sense of despair and a deep-seated disdain for the world. Huang Jingxin was shocked. It was indeed a normal person. He knew Fangjin's abilities, so he wouldn't find anything strange about whatever bizarre things came in, but the appearance of such a normal human was too odd. You two have a good chat, Fangjin said without hesitation as he left his realm of consciousness. Huang Jingxin clearly felt something was off, but he couldn't leave here. He could only brace himself and step forward to greet her. Hello? The girl in the hospital gown looked up, somewhat dazed. Will you love me forever? Can you promise to love me wholeheartedly and not share your love with anyone else? Huang Jingxin's scalp tingled. What on earth was this? In reality, Fangjin looked at the drifting white clouds in the sky, mourning silently in his heart. His ability was to imprison the source within himself, thus gaining a brand new power. That girl was not the real Fusilu. The real Fusilu had essentially died the day she became the source. Only her intense emotions remained, dominating everything and turning her into an abnormal living person. What Fangjin had imprisoned in the realm of consciousness was not Fusilu, but the source. However, the source and Fusilu's consciousness had become completely entangled. So, it was merely the source possessing some human emotions. It was quite a match for the foolish Huang Jingxin. Perhaps they could get along well, maybe. Is that it? Is it resolved? Zhang Yueying asked curiously. Fangjin smiled. Yes, it's resolved. There won't be any strange occurrences in the hospital anymore. Zhang Yueying looked around. The hospital was in chaos. There were dead bodies everywhere. Several buildings were even on fire, with thick smoke billowing. The sounds of screams and wails echoed, lingering for a long time. Even though the source had dissipated, the people in the hospital were unaware. They knew nothing, only feeling fear and unease, especially since such emotions could spread. Everyone feared they would be the next to die inexplicably. I don't know how many people have died, Zhang Yueying murmured. Fangjin did not answer. He wasn't sure either, but conservatively estimating, at least hundreds had died, and the number of injured was countless. Zhang Yueying continued, I've heard that many people from our school haven't returned, including many I know classmates, friends from clubs, and teachers. Even those who have come back are left with deep psychological scars, and I don't know if they can ever move on. My attending physician is a very handsome uncle. He's amazing. At just 40, he's already one of the top surgeons in the country, performing hundreds of major surgeries every year and often attending national medical research conferences to share his experiences. But not long ago, he cut his hand during surgery. A very trivial mistake. Such things shouldn't happen at all. A tendon in his hand was severed. It can be healed, but he may never be able to perform precise surgeries again. Zhang Yueying's voice flowed smoothly, as if telling a harmless little story. But Fangjin understood very well. A small accident during surgery was likely caused by a rules-related incident. It was incredibly difficult to cultivate such an excellent doctor, and just like that, it was all ruined. It was truly a pity. Sister Chu said I would also become an awakened one, and I want to join the special operations team, Zhang Yueying said calmly. By solving one more rules-related incident, we can prevent many human tragedies. Fangjin nodded. That's pretty good. Can you push me out to get some sun? My caregiver seems to have disappeared. Sure. Fangjin pushed the smart wheelchair, which could easily be controlled to move forward and backward, toward the hospital's largest lawn. The sunlight was great. The late spring breeze was also pleasant. A young couple was sunbathing amidst the chaos of the hospital, completely out of place with the surrounding panic and unease. Ding ding ding. Fangjin's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was Ruan Yaowen. He simply hung up the phone. Zhang Yueying was curious. Why didn't you answer the call? Oh, it's nothing. The mobile company is trying to sell me a package, wanting to trick me with a free upgrade. What a delusion, Fangjin said seriously. Jiang Yueying covered her mouth and laughed. Isn't free a good thing? The upgrade is free, but the package costs money. How despicable. Exactly, even trying to deceive someone as poor as me, shameless. The two continued to chat casually. Jiang Yueying talked about her recent situation. Her wound was severely infected, and she had to undergo amputation, but fortunately, only her lower leg was amputated. She heard that this would make it much easier to use a mechanical prosthesis later. Her parents were very distressed, unable to sleep at night, and were working hard to raise money to customize the best prosthesis for their daughter. However, Jiang Yueying appeared very optimistic. She believed that living on her own would gradually get better. Fangjin spent most of the time listening, occasionally sharing his thoughts. After all, his situation was too special. Everything in the past might not be true, and everything in the present was filled with uncertainty and danger. The two talked about various topics. Meanwhile, Ruan Yaowen was quite confused. Why didn't you answer the call? Whether it was success or failure, he should at least get some news. Bro, you can't fail. My life is still in your hands. At this moment, he was exhausted, and the massive defensive wall he had created had to be shut down. It seems that no more malicious incidents have occurred, Ruan Yaowen observed and muttered to himself. Looks like it's been resolved. At this moment, the military had entered the hospital and began rescuing civilians. The chaos was gradually calming down. The public had full trust in the military. It was time to leave. Ruan Yaowen prepared to depart. Turning around, he found a tall figure blocking his way. It was a long-haired man, dressed in a trench coat, smoking a cigar, narcissistically flipping his bangs, exhaling smoke. Kid, I've finally caught you. Ruan Yaowen's expression changed slightly. This was bad. Beast King Bai Ming. How did he end up here? I advise you to release Fangjin immediately, or I will make you understand what it means to wish for death rather than life. Bai Ming sneered, clenching his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. Ruan Yaowen was left utterly confused. Release who? Am I supposed to let him go? Please, just let him spare me. Ruan Yaowen was bewildered. He had no idea what Bai Ming was talking about. He had fled in panic from the witch, and even Gao Si couldn't calculate the extent of his psychological trauma. How could he possibly have the ability to capture Fangjin? Isn't this just a baseless accusation? Don't go too far. Beast King Bai Ming, don't think I'm afraid of you. Even if you have an army by your side, they are no match for me, Ruan Yaowen said confidently. His abilities completely countered Bai Ming. He was invincible against ordinary people. The army was no exception. No matter how well trained they were, unless they brought in tanks, they would never break through his defenses. Oh, absolute defense, very impressive, a voice came, sounding mature yet with a youthful tone. Ruan Yaowen glanced in the direction of the voice and saw a little girl with twin ponytails, dressed in a pink dress, delicately beautiful, walking leisurely towards him. Holy crap! Ruan Yaowen trembled in fear. A nightmare, the nightmare had appeared. The witch Chu Xiaoyuan. Ever since he had witnessed her final form, Ruan Yaowen had been thoroughly terrified. He had finally managed to forget a little, but with Chu Xiaoyuan's appearance, his deepest fears resurfaced. Help! Ruan Yaowen cried out, turning to run, without a moment's hesitation. It felt as if he hesitated for even half a second, he would be devoured by a demon. At that moment, he wished he had 2 more legs to escape faster. He would rather face an S-class incident alone than see Chu Xiaoyuan's face again. It was just too damn terrifying. Bai Ming scoffed, coward. Chu Xiaoyuan, however, made no move, simply calling out casually, Rope, get to work. Yes, Captain. A small, thin man suddenly appeared from nowhere, saluting. He looked no taller than 1.7 meters, but was as skinny as a telephone pole, his clothes hanging off him like they were on a drying rack. His real name was Wu Luan, nicknamed Rope. Rope looked at Ruan Yaowen, who was just about to escape, and grinned, then blew a breath. A gust of wind swept by. Ruan Yaowen sensed danger approaching but didn't know what it was. He instinctively activated his power, creating an invisible wall of defense behind him. This was a reflexive action, capable of blocking most attacks, but this time, something seemed off. He felt something trip him, his body rapidly losing weight, and he fell forward heavily. His hands instinctively tried to brace against the ground, only to find nothing to hold onto. His feet were pulled by a strange force, yanking him into the air. Ruan Yaowen hung upside down, swaying like a little rabbit caught in a trap. What the hell? Ruan Yaowen struggled desperately, but he couldn't break free. His feet were ensnared by invisible ropes. Rope, with a sly grin, said, Kid, you're unlucky to run into me. I'm best at dealing with non-transformation type awakeners. Once I see you, you've already lost. C-class ability, Invisible Rope. Although the level wasn't high, it was hard to defend against. This ability belonged to the strong thought category, using mental power to create invisible ropes that could appear anywhere within his line of sight. Against ordinary people, it was a dimensional strike. However, the strength of the ropes was average. Some of the top human boxers and weightlifters could break free with sheer brute force, not to mention transformation-type awakeners, but it was very effective against awakeners with average physical attributes. Ruan Yaowen was dumbfounded. This was bad. He had encountered his nemesis. It's just a D-level incident. Is it really necessary to send so many people from the Special Operations Team? Ruan Yaowen felt very wronged. Bai Ming sneered, the hospital's source is out of control. It must be your doing. Quite audacious, still daring to carry out missions while being wanted by us. Where's Fang Jin? Hand him over. Ruan Yaowen was extremely frustrated. What does the source being out of control have to do with me? He shouted, I didn't take Fang Jin away. Why are you looking for me? How can you casually wantonly pursue a law-abiding citizen? Do you have any evidence? I will file a complaint against you. Bai Ming, with a cigar in his mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, then pulled out a handgun and pointed it at Ruan Yaowen's head. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Wait, bro, I was joking. Ruan Yaowen immediately backed down. He had no choice but to back down. The Special Operations Team indeed had the right to bear arms and immunity. Where's Fang Jin? I really don't know. Bai Ming rolled his eyes, still being stubborn. I've already seen Fang Jin in the hospital. He must be controlled by your accomplices. I advise you to confess honestly. Leniency for those who confess. Ruan Yaowen wanted to cry but had no tears. Controlled? Who's controlling who? I'm the one being controlled. He couldn't betray Fang Jin. If Fang Jin was taken away, then his lifeline would be completely severed. So stubborn? Even with a gun to your head, you won't say? You really have a sense of loyalty. Bai Ming was somewhat confused. Captain, you try. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded, just as she was about to step forward. Ruan Yaowen was so scared that his eyes rolled back. He fainted directly. The rope side, as expected of the captain, conquering without battle. Forget it, let's lock him up first. Fang Jin is in the hospital. The military has surrounded the hospital, and they will find him sooner or later. Chu Xiaoyuan said, Molly, be ready to act at any time. If you find an ability user, shield his powers immediately. Molly nodded, understood. At this moment, Fang Jin was still chatting casually with Zhang Yueying. At that moment, Zhang Yueying received a phone call. Hello, Sister Chu, you guys are at the hospital? Don't worry, I'm fine, just sunbathing. You are also at the hospital? Great, come find me. Fang Jin's heart sank. Sister Chu? Yes, it's Chu Xiaoyuan. Zhang Yueying smiled. She looks very young, but she really knows a lot. Her real age must be older than mine. Not good. They actually came. Fang Jin did not want to be taken to headquarters. Zhang Yueying keenly sensed the change in Fang Jin's emotions and asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? Sorry, I have to leave first. Fang Jin said. He hurried to leave. But as he turned around, he saw Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming already appearing at the end of his line of sight. Not good. I can see them. They can certainly see me too. Fang Jin. Bai Ming was overjoyed, leaping over 100 meters in a single bound, almost cracking the concrete floor. Finally found. Ha! Bai Ming rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was seeing things. In front of him was only Zhang Yueying sitting in a wheelchair. There was no second person at all. Strange. I clearly just saw Fang Jin. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Captain, you saw it too, right? As soon as Chu Xiaoyuan walked over, Bai Ming couldn't wait to ask. Molly and the rope nodded involuntarily. Chu Xiaoyuan also looked somewhat puzzled. I did see a figure that looked a bit familiar, but it disappeared in an instant. It can't be that we all saw things at the same time. Everyone couldn't help but look at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying smiled gently. What are you all talking about? I've always been the only one here. Zhang Yueying's answer made Chu Xiaoyuan frown tightly. She immediately approached Zhang Yueying, staring into her eyes. Sister Chu, what's wrong? Zhang Yueying asked. Chu Xiaoyuan replied, I'm worried that your perception might be disturbed by the powers of the awakened. Don't worry, it's not your fault. After all, you've just awakened. Then, do I have it? Looking into Zhang Yueying's clear and bright eyes, Chu Xiaoyuan felt increasingly confused. No, your ability, controller, can enhance your attributes in all aspects, and you have a strong resistance to external mental disturbances. It's not that easy to be affected. A B-level ability, controller, can manipulate muscles and spirit with the most subtle precision. It belongs to the transformation category. Unlike Chu Xiaoyuan's magic shape, which allows her to undergo the most extreme changes and even break racial limitations to twist herself into different forms, Zhang Yueying develops herself to the utmost based on her humanity. She will become the fastest athlete in the world, the most graceful dancer, the best marksman, the most terrifying assassin. In a specific field, there will surely be awakened individuals who can surpass her and break human limits. But in terms of overall ability, Zhang Yueying's score will be absurdly high. Hearing Chu Xiaoyuan's words, Zhang Yueying breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Bai Ming asked, have you seen Fang Jin in the hospital for so long? The guy from your school who got kidnapped, he might be in danger now. Zhang Yueying blinked. I haven't seen him. I'm not very familiar with him. Alright, then I'll look around some more and check the hospital's surveillance. Bai Ming quickly left. Chu Xiaoyuan said to Zhang Yueying, a serious rule event just happened here, and I'm not sure if it's resolved. I'll have someone take you home first. Thank you, Sister Chu. No need to be so polite. Chu Xiaoyuan pursed her lips, unable to hide her happiness. Most people would call her little sister when they first met her. Only Zhang Yueying would call her Sister Chu. Just this alone made her feel like she should take good care of her. Chu Xiaoyuan pushed the wheelchair and took Zhang Yueying away. Fang Jin watched as Chu Xiaoyuan and the others left, finally feeling relieved. He certainly didn't have the ability to escape Bai Ming's line of sight all at once. He had just activated his new ability, Neglect. This made Bai Ming and Chu Xiaoyuan subconsciously overlook his presence. Of course, his actual body hadn't moved at all. In this situation, he couldn't make any noticeable noise. Otherwise, if someone figured out his location, the effectiveness of his ability would be greatly diminished. This wasn't true invisibility. If he secretly stabbed someone with a knife, he would be immediately discovered. It's like looking for a phone. Sometimes you have your phone in hand, but suddenly your mind goes blank, and you search everywhere for it, unable to find it, even doubting if you lost it. This is a form of neglect. But if the phone suddenly jumps up and slaps you, can you still ignore its existence? Obviously not. Fortunately, it worked. Fang Jin felt a bit pleased. This ability could be quite powerful if used properly. However, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yueying said she wasn't very familiar with him. If she wasn't familiar, why did she talk to him so much? But he was still very grateful that she didn't expose him. Just as Fang Jin was about to leave, he noticed a note left where Zhang Yueying's wheelchair had been. He picked it up and saw that it was a string of phone numbers. Oh, her phone number? Fang Jin couldn't help but look up. Zhang Yueying, sitting in her wheelchair, turned her head and secretly smiled, subtly waving her hand as if to say goodbye. How could they not be familiar? Fang Jin was the first normal person she saw after she jumped. At that moment, she was so fragile. She regarded Fang Jin as the only person who would accompany her for the rest of her life. An emotional support. At least that moment was real and unforgettable. Moreover, Zhang Yueying had witnessed firsthand how the loophole turned into her appearance, and how she and Fang Jin were so affectionate. That mix of embarrassment and anger still made her feel flushed just thinking about it. Damn loophole. This is the number you left me, so consider it your pickup line, Fang Jin said, a smile creeping onto his lips as he took out his phone, opened WeChat, and quickly searched for users. A user popped up in the search box. The avatar was a wheelchair. WeChat nickname, I love Ludahua. What? You actually like my idol? I didn't expect us to be rivals in love. Got it. I'm blocking you now. Fang Jin sent a friend request. Soon, the friend request was accepted. Zhang Yueying asked, who are you? Who do you think? Why is there no avatar? And the WeChat nickname is just gibberish. New account, new account. Did you specially use a secondary account to add me? Yeah, afraid of being found out by my wife. That makes sense. I should change my account too. My husband might check up on me. Fang Jin sent a panda emoji with a question mark. He didn't expect you to be so abstract. No wonder you're my rival. Thanks for not exposing me. Is that all? How about some real action? Fang Jin thought for a moment. He clicked on the red envelope. Amount, 0.01. Sent. Zhang Yueying laughed. Is that all the money? Can't I win you over with this? You might as well just give up. Rich girl, send me 50 to show your strength. The next moment, a red envelope notification popped up. Zhang Yueying actually sent a red envelope. Fang Jin opened it, shocked. There really was a hefty sum of 50. So being an online beggar really works. Thanks, sister. I'll treat you to KFC on Thursday. I don't like it. Then what do you want to eat? Shaxian Hotel. No wonder you're a rich girl. You usually go to such high-end places. I feel like there's suddenly a gap between us. Zhang Yueying sent a rolling eyes emoji. Not talking anymore. Sister Chu is watching me. Okay, fine. I won't say anything. I'm going to take a shower. Bye. Zhang Yueying sat in her wheelchair, looking at the chat history, rolled her eyes beautifully, and couldn't help but laugh. The rope sniffed. I seem to smell the sour scent of love. Chu Xiaoyuan looked at Zhang Yueying. Zhang Yueying shook her head seriously. No, it's just an online friend. Chu Xiaoyuan nodded. Losing her legs, many people would be depressed for a long time. Having an online friend to chat with isn't bad. Sister Chu, what is it? I just encountered an online scam and lost 50. Zhang Yueying said pitifully. Chu Xiaoyuan smiled helplessly. How could you be so careless? I'll transfer you 100, is that okay? Just don't trust unreliable online friends next time. Got it. Moi. At this moment, Fangjin was cheerfully preparing to leave. Mission accomplished. Next, he could join the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. He dialed Ruan Yaowen's number. Beep, beep, beep. No answer. Strange. Fangjin immediately became alert. At this moment, the military surrounded the hospital. He wouldn't be caught, would he? Ruan Yaowen was currently trapped in a military vehicle, surrounded by 16 soldiers holding submachine guns. There was no way to escape. His hands and feet were bound, and he wore a uniquely designed silver helmet with a metallic feel, equipped with a special buckle that was hard to unlock. This was a specially made mental power shield. Once worn, non-transformation type awakeners basically couldn't use their abilities. Such things are not cheap. It is a collaborative effort among various countries to develop specialized tools to deal with the awakened ones. Each country is also very concerned that the awakened might incite riots, so they have made many preparations. These really are gloomy days. Ruan Yaowen sighed heavily, gazing out through the iron bars. I shouldn't have taken that mission. It brought me nothing but trouble. At that moment, a tiny voice suddenly whispered in his ear, "Stop complaining, get ready, and come with me to escape." Ruan Yaowen looked around in confusion. The military vehicle was empty. He was all alone. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my ears? Don't doubt it. I'm right beside you. Now grab my hand, and let's leave together. Don't say anything or make any strange movements along the way. Just keep your head down and walk. Fangjin's voice came again. Ruan Yaowen felt goosebumps all over. What's happening? Am I seeing ghosts? But why does this ghost's voice sound so familiar? Seeing Ruan Yaowen standing there in a daze, Fangjin thought for a moment and suddenly realized, oh, I forgot to turn off the invisibility so you could see me. He removed his ability. Ruan Yaowen could finally see Fangjin. Let's go, don't dawdle. Fangjin grabbed Ruan Yaowen's wrist and darted out of the vehicle. He could make these soldiers ignore him, and naturally, he could make them overlook Ruan Yaowen as well. Ruan Yaowen was so scared that his face turned pale. No, don't do anything reckless. Bai Ming has issued an order. Anyone who dares to leave will be shot on sight. My abilities are restricted, and I can't block bullets. Don't worry, it'll be fine. The two spoke very softly. They weren't heard. Ruan Yaowen had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow Fangjin, and surprisingly, step by step, he really left the encirclement of the military without anyone noticing. Surviving a disaster, his heart raced uncontrollably. It wasn't until they left the hospital that he couldn't help but ask, when did you learn to become invisible? You didn't awaken a second ability, did you? Sort of, Fangjin replied. But it wasn't a second, it was the fourth. Are there others who can awaken a second ability? Fangjin inquired. Ruan Yaowen looked at Fangjin with immense envy. I heard that a very small number of awakened ones can awaken a second ability. Some even take extreme measures to stimulate the birth of a second ability, but the risks are very high. Those who succeed are usually powerful figures. I know a big shot on the Tianwang forum who faced life-threatening situations during an S-level incident and managed to escape, thus awakening a second ability and rapidly increasing his strength. He didn't expect Fangjin to also have the potential of a big shot. Should he cling to him? Although a bit reluctant, if he could, it wouldn't be bad to hold on. The big shot Ruan Yaowen knew had soared to great heights after awakening his second ability and is now one of the administrators of the Tianwang forum. How many people want to cling to a big shot but can't? There's an old saying, if you want to be a general's wife, you must first marry a lieutenant and spend 20 years with him on the border, in the forest, or in the desert. Fangjin seemed to ponder this, realizing that he wasn't the only one who could possess multiple abilities. Bro, this isn't a place to talk. We should leave here first, Ruan Yaowen said quickly, then hurriedly led Fangjin out of the hospital. What about your sports car? It's fine, I'll buy another if I lose it. Isn't that a bit extravagant? It doesn't matter, I can earn more money. It's not hard for us awakened ones to make money. Fangjin felt that his mindset hadn't shifted yet. In fact, as long as he wanted, he could become a billionaire at any time. But the methods were rather harsh. When you came to catch me, how much was the bounty? Fangjin asked. Ruan Yaowen replied, 300 million. Is that a lot for you? I'm talking about US dollars. A task on the Tianwang forum is worth tens of millions. You also said it was a task from the Skynet forum, all related to rule events. If things go wrong, it could be a disaster. Would you rather take dozens of risks or just one? Fangjin was somewhat skeptical. You don't seem like a law-abiding person. shouldn't you be robbing those wealthy people? Don't underestimate the power of the rich. Their self-protection is far beyond your imagination. They invest in various private organizations, form collaborations, hire awakened individuals as bodyguards, and even hide heavy weapons in their luxurious safe houses. Robbing them is not a simple matter. Fongjin suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Ruan Yawan led Fongjin away, and they arrived at a bank, using black card privileges to have the bank staff drive them away. Soon, they reached a relatively remote community. The scenery was beautiful, situated by the water. Where is this? Fongjin asked. One of my homes. You have many homes? Just over 100. Having 3 burrows for a cunning rabbit is already outrageous. Yours is too exaggerated. Do you have many enemies? Not really, I just like hoarding houses. It's an old habit. In the past, when housing prices were skyrocketing, I always felt secure once I bought a house. But now, housing prices have plummeted, and it breaks my heart. I'm almost depressed. Fongjin thought to himself. With fixed assets worth over 100 million, what are you depressed about? When it comes to making money, it's still the capitalists. I have over a dozen properties that are unfinished, and after taking my money, they dare not give me my houses. I can't even find the right person. It's really infuriating. Ruan Yawan chattered as he led Fongjin to his home, a 180 square meter apartment. The decoration and furniture were all complete. It was also very clean, indicating that someone often came to clean. Bro, the hospital issue is resolved, right? Ruan Yawan asked. Fongjin nodded. Resolved. Great. I'll help you apply right now. Ruan Yawan took out his phone, logged into the forum, and after a series of operations, submitted the task. Soon, someone from the Skynet forum called to confirm the details. Ruan Yawan began explaining today's situation according to the process. D-level incident, that's right, the source is out of control, directly jumping to the 3rd stage. The military and special operations teams have been deployed. It should be easy to investigate. In this situation, I should be able to get more points. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for your news. Half an hour after hanging up, the notification from Skynet Forum arrived. Task confirmation completed. New user registration successful. Fongjin couldn't help but feel emotional. Finally, it worked. He would be part of an organization from now on. Ruan Yawan excitedly said, You exceeded the task, so I'll reward you with an extra 1,000 forum points. You've jumped from a newcomer to a level 2 official user. You're almost catching up to me. I'm only a level 3 user. By the way, give me your bank card. The task completion bonus is 40 million. Skynet will transfer the money to you within 3 days. This card of yours is too shabby. When the time comes, I'll find a way to help you get a black card. That thing is useful. When you go to the bank, the staff will praise your style. Fongjin ignored the latter part of his sentence and exclaimed, There's still money to be made? Isn't this an assessment task from the Skynet forum? An assessment is an assessment, and a task is a task. If you complete a task, of course, there's a bonus. If they don't pay, isn't that just being a rogue? Working unpaid overtime is against labor laws. Fongjin didn't expect to suddenly become a millionaire. The happiness came a bit unexpectedly. Shouldn't he add an extra chicken leg to his chicken leg rice? How much did you spend in the hospital? After all, this is my matter. I can't let you pay. Fongjin said. Ruan Yawan replied, Not much, just over 17 million. Hiss. Why did you spend so much? That's too wasteful. Bro, you're being too ungrateful. If I hadn't thought of a solution at that moment, how would you have found the source so easily? Alright. Fongjin painfully chose to fill this gap. He didn't like owing people money. He wanted to repay it as soon as possible to feel at ease. After that, Fongjin logged into his own Skynet forum account, binding his fingerprint and iris, and finally entered the forum. The forum was divided into several sections: task area, communication area, strategy area, trading area, and so on. The members' levels ranged from newcomer, level 1, level 2, up to level 6, with anything above level 6 being an administrator. Newcomers didn't even have the right to post. Some sections were completely inaccessible to them. Fongjin was already a level 2 official member, able to browse all sections freely, but reading strategies and posting tasks required deducting points. If the points dropped too low, he would lose a level. To earn points, one had to continuously complete tasks or post strategies for others to purchase with points. In short, points were the currency of the forum. Without points, one could hardly move. Fongjin clicked into the strategy area. It was filled with dense strategies, all about how to tackle rule events. The strategies in the strategy area may not be reliable, they could be fabricated. You should purchase carefully. Points are hard to come by, Ruan Yawan reminded him. Fang Jin nodded, understood. He then opened the trading area. It was even more dazzling. One could buy firearms, confidential information, various mysterious potions, and special items usable by awakeners. If one had enough money, even planes and tanks could be bought. Special items? What are these? Fang Jin inquired. Ruan Yawen replied, in rule events, special items that are infused with rule power may emerge. If used properly, they can be considered a type of rule weapon. However, they often have usage limits. Once the uses are exhausted, they revert to being ordinary items. These things are called awakening items. Awakening items are extremely valuable and can enhance an awakener's immediate combat power, but they are too expensive. Even if I pooled all my assets, I might not be able to afford one. If one could obtain one, that would be a fortune. Fang Jin browsed through the items. Indeed, the cheapest awakening item started at 1 billion, and it was in auction mode, meaning others could bid, and the final price would definitely exceed that amount. In this light, 40 million seemed insignificant. He could hardly buy anything. After browsing the forum and gaining a basic understanding of the situation, he opened the strategy area again. He entered the keyword imprison. Soon, a strategy popped up. A level ability, imprison, extremely rare, could imprison the powers of others within oneself and utilize them. Without an awakener borrowing power, it was equivalent to an ordinary person. Fang Jin wanted to see the follow-up. To his surprise, it required payment. He angrily paid 10 points. The follow-up content appeared. The imprison ability, after research by various countries, was temporarily determined that such awakeners could contain up to 3 types of awakening abilities. If there were powerful teammates to borrow power from, it could play a significant role. There had been cases where awakeners with this ability borrowed the power of S-level awakeners to single-handedly resolve A-level events. This ability was recognized as having enormous potential, even rated as pseudo-S-level. However, this ability also had flaws. The amount of power imprisoned determined how much could be used. Once exhausted, one would revert to being an ordinary person. Therefore, it required very good teamwork. Indeed, it's different from my ability, Fang Jin muttered to himself. His ability seemed to be a higher existence than imprison. But when Fang Jin searched, he found no relevant content. So he thought for a moment and then anonymously posted a task with a bounty of 10 million. Hoping to learn about a higher level ability related to imprison. Of course, he wouldn't get an answer that quickly. Brother, I've completed all your conditions, shouldn't it be time to? Ruan Yawen rubbed his hands and asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Fang Jin understood, almost forgot. He then used his skillful hands to help Ruan Yawen reattach his severed limb, restoring it to normal. Ruan Yawen excitedly tugged at his pants. Second brother, we can finally be together again. Now I understand, money and houses can't compare to your importance. After the excitement, Ruan Yawen confidently opened the door. Fang Jin asked, where are you going? To welcome my second brother and wash away the dust. Brother, just stay here with me, feel free to stay, and call me if you need anything. Ruan Yawen couldn't wait to leave the house. Fang Jin looked at him disdainfully. Just taking a bath, and he talks so grandly. Fang Jin continued browsing the Tianwan forum, trying to catch up on his meager knowledge. Rule events were erupting globally. Behind numerous wars and plagues, the shadow of rule events was never far away. There were many theories about when rule events first appeared, but it was suspected they could be traced back to World War II. Fang Jin also learned about the most terrifying rule events that had occurred recently. The Liberation Road Martyrs Monument incident in Huaxia, where it was suspected that over 100,000 foreign tourists died in a rule event. The Divine Sacrifice incident in the Ganges country, where reportedly hundreds of thousands died, even with the official concealment of a large amount of data. The Crying Infants incident at the shrine in Sakura country, the supernatural incident at the British Museum in Europe, the wildlife mutation incident in Australia, the snow demon incident in the Antarctic Circle. These were all S-level rule events. Globally, there were about 13 of them. All caused massive casualties. Moreover, to this day, not a single S-level event had been resolved. They could only be temporarily managed through isolation and lockdown, with no way to rule out the possibility of future event spread. So it's that serious, Fang Jin muttered to himself. Ding dong. At that moment, Fang Jin received a WeChat message. It was from Jian Yueying. Fang Jin smiled as he opened his phone. I know you're home alone tonight. I'll come find you. Fang Jin was confused. It felt a bit off. I wouldn't mind you coming over at night, but how do you know where I am? What's wrong? Fang Jin typed and sent a message. A red exclamation mark popped up. Message failed to send. You are not friends with the other party. Strange. Why was I blocked? Fang Jin was about to re-add her as a friend. Ding dong. 3 new identical messages popped up frantically. I know you're home alone. I'll find you. I know you're home alone. I'll find you. I know you're home alone, I'll find you. These characters twisted like a venomous snake, as if they were about to leap out and burrow into Fong Jin's eyes. Fong Jin's scalp tingled. If I was blocked, why could she still send me messages? Fong Jin took a deep breath, steadying his mind. It's fine. No matter how bizarre, could it really reach through the internet to hit me? Who are you? Fong Jin sent another message. This time, of course, it was still a red exclamation mark. But the next moment, the other party replied to his message. I'm Jiang Yueying. You're home alone, right? I'm coming to find you now. Wait for me. Wait for me. Wait for me. The last two words seemed to twist even the font, as if blood was flowing out from the screen. A chill ran through Fong Jin's heart. This is really creepy. Damn it. Pulling this on me. Fong Jin opened his browser and searched the 100 most vicious insults. Then he copied the answers and sent them all at once to the other party. A string of characters with a high level of profanity filled the entire phone screen. On the other end of WeChat, there was still no reply. It seemed he had backed down. Huh? Trying to scare me? First, protect your parents, then we'll talk. Can you withstand a punch with 20 years of power? Fong Jin mocked. But at that moment, Fong Jin felt a chill in the room. It was as if the air conditioning was on. An indescribable aura of gloom seemed to drift through the space. Fong Jin jumped up from the sofa, alert. He looked around. The room was silent. The air conditioning was off, and the windows were closed. Yet, the light in the room was growing dimmer. Clearly, there was nothing around. But Fong Jin had a feeling, as if a pair of invisible large hands were slowly approaching his neck. It felt like he could be choked at any moment. What the hell is this? Is it really coming through the internet to find me? Wait, can I apologize? Fong Jin shouted, but it was clearly useless. That palpable feeling of waiting for death was chilling. Fong Jin hurriedly rolled to avoid the non-existent attack, but the sensation of being hanged clung to him like a shadow. It seemed that no matter how he dodged, those invisible hands would eventually land on his neck. No, he couldn't escape. Without hesitation, Fong Jin used his latest ability, ignore. This way, no one would notice his presence. This move proved effective. The strange feeling of being caught by the neck vanished without a trace. Is it a rule event? Or is there an awakened one targeting me in the dark? Fong Jin's expression fluctuated as he stared at his phone for a long time. No new messages popped up. Fong Jin called Jiang Yueying. In a small, old apartment room. Although the room was not large, it was very cozy, with beige bedding and blankets, and the walls adorned with many travel photos of a girl hiking, rock climbing, swimming, her smile radiant. However, the girl in those photos still had healthy legs. This was Jiang Yueying's room. After leaving the hospital, she returned home to recuperate. At that moment, the phone rang. Jiang Yueying answered. Hello? Is this Jiang Yueying? It's me, Fong Jin. I want to ask you something. Did you just send me a message? No. Her tone was somewhat annoyed. Fong Jin was confused. Why was she angry? But soon the answer was revealed. But you did send me a lot of things. Jiang Yueying gritted her teeth. What did I do to offend you that you would curse at me like this? Oh no. Fong Jin almost spat blood. His side clearly showed a sending failure. It turned out Jiang Yueying could see everything. Wait, that's not how it is, Fong Jin hurriedly said. Jiang Yueying, displeased, said, explain, I want to know why you did this. She didn't hang up the phone in anger. This left Fong Jin stunned. How was she so different from the dramatic characters in TV shows? Her emotions seemed very stable. Fong Jin recounted everything that had happened to him. Jiang Yueying's resentment faded, replaced by slight concern. That sounds really strange. Did you encounter a rule event again? How unlucky. I don't know, I just played on my phone and ran into this kind of thing, Fong Jin said helplessly. Anyway, those words were really not meant for you. Alright, I believe you. Fong Jin sighed in relief. I need to investigate this situation properly. I'll hang up for now. Be careful. I suspect this is a random murder rule event. I can't determine the rules and logic for now, but it might be related to being alone with someone. Got it. Be careful out there, Jiang Yueying said with concern. After all, rule events were often filled with danger. She didn't ask why Fong Jin was afraid to meet with the special operations team. There was always a reason for that. He could disregard danger to handle rule events in the hospital. Jiang Yueying had already come to believe that Fong Jin was a good person. Fong Jin felt a warmth in his heart. I'll be careful. He hung up the phone. WeChat pinged again. Jiang Yueying sent another red envelope. Opening it, he was surprised to find it was another 50 yuan. Rich sister, with this little money, you can only support me for a month at most, no more, Fong Jin sent a message. Jiang Yueying sent a hands on hips emoji. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? I was really angry after you scolded me, so I had to eat something good, hence the increased meal allowance. Just take it, I scammed it online, robbing the rich to help the poor. Fong Jin chuckled. I treat you to a meal, and you still want to give me money. This soft meal is a bit tempting. Which fool is so easy to scam? Pass them to me, I want to scam some pocket money too. Fangjin couldn't wait. Ding dong. Zhang Yueying quickly pushed a WeChat ID. The profile picture was a cute magical girl. Nickname, call me Captain. Fangjin gasped. Chu Xiaoyuan? Yes, you should scam a bit too. No, maybe next time. Zhang Yueying sent a disdainful emoji. Disdaining me doesn't help. Who would dare to scam? Zhang Yueying rested her chin on her desk, covering her mouth as she secretly laughed at her phone screen. She had lost her legs. It was already quite tragic, but she didn't feel there was anything wrong with it. Instead, she felt that Fangjin was out there hiding and wandering, homeless, and had to face dangerous situations from time to time. His life must be very unstable, which was truly heart-wrenching. She could only secretly subsidize him a little. Zhang Yueying glanced at her balance. She only had 3 yuan left. Her family wasn't well off either. Her parents were still trying to borrow money to customize prosthetics for her. Of course, there was no pocket money left. Oh, I'm so poor. Zhang Yueying opened her phone, wanting to check for suitable online part-time jobs. After all, she had no mobility and couldn't join a special operations team to secure a stable job. Zhang Yueying stared at her phone for a long time, but it felt like most were scams. Things like moms with no entry barriers earning over 10,000 a month, Sister Yang invested 1,000 as initial capital, and 3 months later got a Porsche, and online shopping brushing orders, with commissions up to 500,000 a month. It was clearly a scam. Zhang Yueying naturally didn't believe it. There were also some voice chats, ladies first, phone girlfriends, late-night videos, and other blush-inducing things. Zhang Yueying clicked in to criticize them, then blushed and exited. No, this won't do. Suddenly, a new message popped up on WeChat. I know you're home alone tonight, I will come find you. A strange atmosphere spread in the room. It seemed the room's lights dimmed a bit. Zhang Yueying opened WeChat. It was Fangjin. She felt something was off. What's wrong? Zhang Yueying replied. But a red exclamation mark popped up. Her pupils shook. This situation. Exactly like what Fangjin had said. Not good. Dad, Mom. Zhang Yueying shouted anxiously. Ding dong. Another message popped up. You don't need to open the door for me. I'm outside your window. Zhang Yueying felt a chill all over, struggling to turn her head towards the window. The blue curtains were drawn, but the window was clearly closed. Why were the curtains moving? A suffocating feeling, as if someone was grabbing her by the neck, suddenly hit her. Zhang Yueying painfully covered her neck, trying to resist, but couldn't grab anything. Unable to grab anything, naturally, she couldn't resist. Her voice became hoarse, her consciousness gradually blurring. Mom. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking came from outside the door, accompanied by her parents' anxious voices. Yueying, what's wrong? Fangjin closed the WeChat app. He logged back into the Tianwan forum account. The experience just now was indeed somewhat haunting. It was definitely a rule event, and the level was not low. It was certainly higher than sea level, because this was an event that could lead to immediate death. But what rule did I violate? It can't be the underage anti-addiction policy, right? Fangjin was utterly confused. Thus, Fangjin went to the forum's communication area and spent 10 points to open a new post. The title was, Mobile Chat Murder Incident? The content read, Dear Seniors, I encountered a rule event today. There were no signs, and a bizarre conversation popped up in WeChat chat, then a strange force attacked, almost killing me. I wonder if any of you have experienced this rule event. If so, do you have any clues or insights to share? If not, I hope everyone pays attention. The triggering conditions of this rule event are uncertain, but it seems related to being alone. Subsequently, Fangjin also uploaded screenshots of his chat records. Regarding the rule event, it was clear that the people in the forum were very interested, especially in such a seemingly complicated rule event. First floor, sofa. Second floor, haven't heard of it, but bumping it up. Third floor, what's the danger level? What abilities does the poster have? Can an ordinary person escape? Fourth floor, random murder, at least B level. Fifth floor, I have encountered a mobile murder incident, but it differs quite a bit from what the poster described. The post quickly accumulated dozens of replies. It was evident that the members of the Skynet Mutual Aid Association were quite active. However, useful information was scarce. It was highly likely a newly emerged rule event. Just as Fangjin was searching for clues in the communication area, a phone call came in. It was Zhang Yueying. Hello, what's wrong? Fangjin asked. Zhang Yueying's voice was hoarse, sounding very weak. I also encountered the rule event you mentioned. Fangjin was shocked. What happened to you? Are you hurt? I almost died. My throat hurts a lot, and I'm having trouble breathing. I'm in an ambulance now. Zhang Yueying's tone was chaotic, At a critical moment, my parents barged into my room, and then that strange force disappeared. You're right. Being alone should be one of the prerequisites for the rule murder, or rather, violating a certain rule. I suspect that staring at the phone for a long time triggers the rule event. The method of killing by the rule is strangulation. The force is intangible. A person with a good physique can hold on a bit longer, but that's about it. Most transformation-type awakened ones probably can't withstand it. Her physique, enhanced by her awakened ability, was already among the strongest of ordinary humans, but she almost died. That's all the information I have. I hope it helps you, Jiang Yueying said. At that moment, Jiang Yueying's mother's nagging voice came through the phone. It seemed she was upset that Jiang Yueying was in such a bad state and still made a call, affecting her rest. Jiang Yueying helplessly responded, I'll hang up first, you take care. Understood, Fong Jin nodded. He hung up the phone. A flicker of anger crossed Fong Jin's eyes. Initially, he was just curious about this rule event. It wasn't his responsibility. The special operations team would handle it. But Jiang Yueying almost died, and that made him extremely angry. I want to see what exactly you are. Fong Jin gritted his teeth. He rested for 10 minutes. Then he stared at his phone and started timing. The room was quiet. Only occasionally did the sound of glass marbles thump from upstairs. An hour later, WeChat popped up a message again. I know you're home alone tonight. I will come find you. Here it comes. Fong Jin replied, come on, your good dad is waiting for you. The next moment, a cold wind blew. The feeling of that invisible hand about to land on his neck reappeared. This time, Fong Jin did not dodge but allowed the invisible hand to descend. A tremendous force constricted. In just a moment, Fong Jin felt his vision begin to blur. Ordinary people really couldn't handle it. Ghost fire. While he still had some awareness, Fong Jin immediately summoned the strange flames and completely enveloped himself. He hadn't forgotten one thing: to use rules to deal with rules. Only the flames born from the source could resist the mysterious power of the dark. But something unexpected happened. That force did not disappear. The pressure around his neck grew stronger, nearly choking Fong Jin. The instinct for survival prompted him to subconsciously activate his ability of neglect. Finally, that force suddenly dissipated. Fong Jin sat on the ground, gasping for breath, having narrowly escaped death. He went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. A bluish handprint appeared on his neck. This indicated that everything that had just happened was real, not a hallucination. Ethereal and intangible, unable to be touched, the flames condensed by mental power cannot attack either, Fong Jin noted. To be honest, it was a bit absurd. Aside from fleeing, it seemed there was no way to fight back. Fong Jin returned to the living room. After thinking for a while, he opened his phone again. This time, he uninstalled WeChat and then started a timer. An hour later, nothing happened. It actually has something to do with WeChat. Fong Jin was surprised. This was a nationwide app. There were very few phones without WeChat. If this was also one of the triggering conditions, the scope of impact seemed too broad. Could it really be an American conspiracy? He reinstalled WeChat and then started the countdown again. An hour later, the strange message popped up again. I know you're home alone tonight. I will come find you. Fong Jin replied, no, my wife is home today. However, this was of no use. That strange power attacked again. But this time, Fong Jin was already accustomed to it and directly used his neglect ability to avoid this disaster. Text replies can't deceive, so can we really communicate? Fong Jin typed a question mark in his notes. After a long time of tossing and turning, night had fallen. At this moment, Ruan Yawan returned, full of energy and with a rosy complexion. He seemed to be in a good mood. He was carrying 2 takeout bags. Bro, I'm back. I know you haven't eaten yet, so I specially brought you takeout. I didn't know if you liked Chinese or Western food, so I got you a steak and lobster fried rice. Ruan Yawan entered and asked in confusion, why is the light off? He turned on the light and was startled by Fong Jin's appearance. Fong Jin was lying on the sofa, his face somewhat pale, and there were shocking handprints on his neck. Damn! Ruan Yawan cautiously backed out of the room. Did someone come? Fong Jin weakly replied, it's fine, come in. He had been deeply engrossed in studying the rules of the event. He hadn't eaten and had consumed a lot of energy, naturally appearing a bit weak. Fong Jin quickly devoured all the takeout Ruan Yawan brought back before seriously saying, I encountered a rule event and almost died. This situation is a bit strange. Really? What kind of rule event? Ruan Yawan asked. He seemed relatively calm, having seen such things often. Do you have WeChat on your phone? Of course. You go back to your room and scroll on your phone for an hour, and you'll know. So strange. Although Ruan Yawan found it odd, he still returned to his room alone. He was very confident in his abilities. No matter what kind of rule event it was, his absolute defense would definitely not be breached in a short time. Ruan Yawan entered his room. He lay comfortably on the bed and took out his phone. His mood was clearly very good today. He hummed a little tune while scrolling through short videos. Besides watching beautiful women dance, he also enjoyed various intense mashups. Who claims to be invincible? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Those who chant my true name shall witness eternal life in the cycle. Ruan Yawen shouted passionately. Ding dong. An hour had passed. A new message popped up on WeChat. But at that moment, Ruan Yawen was on a high, unafraid. Come on, whether you are human or ghost, I, who bear the name of absolute defense, cannot lose. An invisible defensive wall quickly formed, firmly protecting him. But the next moment, a chill surged in, and an invisible hand gripped his neck. A terrifying force squeezed his throat, as if choking a little chick. Damn, he had miscalculated. Bro, save me. Ruan Yawen exerted all his strength to squeeze out those words. Bang! The door to the room was kicked open by Fangjin. The strange force instantly dissipated. Ruan Yawen felt his body relax. The threat of death vanished in an instant. However, a shocking blue handprint had appeared on his neck. Fangjin asked, "Are you okay?" "Just a bit of wear and tear," Ruan Yawen said, rubbing his neck and sighing in relief. "Alright, you can go die somewhere else." Fangjin couldn't be bothered with Ruan Yawen and instead recorded the key information. Even an invisible defensive wall couldn't block an invisible hand. It was indeed troublesome. Ruan Yawen, now recovering, said, "This is truly a strange thing, even I almost fell for it. I wonder how many people have died in this world. Have you checked the Tianwang forum?" "I checked, but there are no clues." "Let me take a look." He logged into the forum and searched for keywords. "Isn't there a post about this?" "It's quite popular. That's the one I posted." "Oh, I see. So many people have replied. It's already reached over 500 replies. It seems others have encountered similar situations." Fangjin opened his phone to take a look. Sure enough, after he posted, more people began to encounter this issue, but it wasn't them directly, it was people around them who faced it. Only Fangjin had come forward to share his experience. Fangjin pondered. Was it just his bad luck? No, it couldn't be. Those who encountered this issue on the forum probably couldn't post anymore. More and more people were discussing this matter on the Tianwang forum, but Fangjin was too tired. He had expended too much energy throughout the day and was feeling drowsy. "I'm going to sleep now. We'll talk about it tomorrow." Fangjin chose a quiet room and fell into a deep sleep. Ruan Yawen, however, was clearly very interested. He kept browsing the posts. When Fangjin woke up, he felt refreshed. Ruan Yawen, with dark circles under his eyes, eagerly came to his side. "You have to see this video." The phone in his hand was playing a video with unclear quality, clearly a surveillance clip. It seemed to be an office. A middle-aged man dressed in an old cadre suit was drinking tea while flipping through files on his phone. Suddenly, he looked terrified, clutching his neck and trembling. Finally, he fell silent, collapsing from his office chair. It seemed he had even lost control of himself before dying, leaving a small wet spot on his pants. "A poor unfortunate soul," Fangjin said helplessly. "He must have encountered a rule event. This rule event is too easy to trigger." "Where did this video come from?" "It went viral on major websites at 3 in the morning last night, but it was banned in less than 10 minutes, and there's no way to find the source. Someone powerful on the Tianwang forum managed to get the video and shared it." Then Ruan Yawen's expression turned serious. "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" "The vice mayor of our Han City." "Ah." Fangjin immediately sat up. No wonder the video was banned so quickly. This was a big deal. Such a person would definitely have awakeners protecting them. Yet, they still died without a clear reason. This is a serious political issue. The vice mayor is dead, and the country is taking it very seriously. The special operations team has already started a full investigation. "This is going to be quite a spectacle," Ruan Yawen said gleefully. "This matter has a huge impact. There have been hundreds of posts about it on the forum, but I've read through them all, and they're just boasting and nonsense. Very few people even understand the premise of the murder. It seems that you are the only one who survived after experiencing it firsthand, and the little bit of experience you shared is useful. Now everyone just knows that avoiding being alone can keep them safe. I heard that government agencies are now mandating that all government employees must team up in pairs and act together. Many companies have also caught wind of this and are enforcing such regulations." Fangjin yawned. Such rule-related incidents would definitely be mishandled in a short time. He called Zhang Yueying, wanting to ask how she was doing, but it indicated that her phone was off. "Alright then." Fangjin opened his phone and entered the Skynet forum. Instantly, many messages popped up. Many forum members were asking Fangjin for details and clues about the mobile chat murder incident. It was clear that everyone seemed very wary of such random murders that were hard to prevent. However, Fangjin did not intend to tell them. When dealing with rule-related incidents, what is most important? Intelligence is the most important. Such dangerous events have intelligence that is bought with lives. Fang Zhen just happened to possess the ability to forcibly avoid disaster, which allowed him to continuously experiment and summarize intelligence. For others, it would likely mean risking their lives each time. This intelligence could be sold in the strategy area for a good price. At this moment, a private message caught Fang Zhen's attention. "Hello, can we chat? I am from the Special Operations Department." Fang Zhen was surprised. There were actually officials on the Skynet forum. Moreover, the other party was one of the administrators. But after thinking it through, Fang Zhen understood. Such a powerful grassroots organization would certainly need to be under official supervision. Fang Zhen replied, "What's the matter? Did you personally experience the mobile chat murder incident, or were you just a bystander?" "I experienced it firsthand. Can you share your intelligence?" Kyoto, Special Operations Department Headquarters. Deputy Minister Zhang Guoqing looked at the computer screen in front of him and let out a long sigh. Finally found a survivor. These awakeners from grassroots organizations indeed have some formidable individuals. There are 3 deputy ministers in total at the headquarters, and he is one of them. His power is quite significant. With the rank of Major General, he is a big shot with a voice in the central government. When the mobile chat murder incident broke out, he was also overwhelmed with work. Overnight, many officials died unexpectedly. His pressure was immense. It had to be resolved quickly. However, this time the rule-related incident had random locations and times, with too much uncertainty, making it impossible to conduct effective investigations, so he had to quickly grasp the logic of the rules. After long hours of work, he even dared not use his phone anymore, trying to use the computer as much as possible. Fortunately, he contacted a well-known grassroots organization in the country and finally found a suspected eyewitness in the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. The intelligence of a survivor was extremely important. At this moment, a reply came from the forum. "Sure, how much are you offering?" Zhang Guoqing choked on his own saliva, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "In these times of national crisis, can't people be a little more selfless?" He patiently asked, "How much do you want?" "Let's say 300 million. "What?" Zhang Guoqing slammed his fist on the table in anger. "Damn it, taking advantage of the fire, and it landed on my head." The table echoed with loud bangs. The department staff couldn't help but glance at the deputy minister. They were all curious. Who had angered this big shot? Zhang Guoqing's face was ashen as he stared at the computer screen in front of him, wishing he could reach through the screen and grab the person on the other end of the internet cable. A tall soldier approached, bringing a cup of tea. "Minister, calm down." The soldier had a square face, very steady, with resolute eyes. His name was Wang Wei. He was Zhang Guoqing's aide, and one could say he was his secretary. In the Special Operations Department, he was also a significant figure, responsible for helping Zhang Guoqing handle many confidential documents related to regulatory incidents. A big-shot secretary could never be a fool. One could say that Wang Wei might even take over the deputy minister's position in the future. Damn it, this bastard actually dared to ask for 300 million. Zhang Guoqing cursed. The number of people dying from the mobile phone chat incident keeps increasing. Isn't this profiting from national disaster? Wang Wei replied, "Perhaps the information he has is really valuable?" Zhang Guoqing's expression fluctuated. According to his usual temper, he would never compromise. But this time, the pressure was too great. All departments of the country were in panic, and there was pressure on their Special Operations Department from everywhere. If this continued, even government departments would be on edge, and the country might fall into paralysis. The danger level of this incident might not be the highest, but its priority had to be raised to S level. Damn random killings. Zhang Guoqing slammed the table again in anger, causing the monitor to shake. He suppressed his anger and sent a message to the members of the Skynet Mutual Aid Association. "Comrade, your asking price is too high." "Is it high? I think it's okay. If you can directly resolve this regulatory incident, 300 million is certainly not high. I could even accept 10 billion, but you've only experienced it. Your information is not only incomplete but may not even be 100% accurate. What if I can guarantee accuracy? What do you base that on?" "On the fact that I've experienced 10 mobile phone killings." "What?" Zhang Guoqing was taken aback. In this regulatory incident, there were very few survivors. Most were lucky to escape because someone was nearby. The only thing that could be confirmed now was that one should not be alone staring at their phone. "Your ability just happens to counter this regulatory incident?" Zhang Guoqing quickly reacted. "Pretty much. Can you reveal a bit? That would be a different price." Zhang Guoqing gritted his teeth. "How much?" "Not much, just 10 million. "Deal, I will transfer the money to the forum." The forum was a trust platform that could guarantee the interests of both parties. Soon, Fang Jin received a notification that his forum account had received 10 million. After completing the transaction, he could directly withdraw it to his bank card. My ability is similar to invisibility. Fang Jin provided the information. Zhang Guoqing stared at the screen for a long time. Invisibility. So that's how it is. Wang Wei, hurry, check if there are any awakeners in our department with invisibility abilities. Zhang Guoqing immediately said. Wang Wei promptly went to handle it. In just 3 minutes, the information file was placed in front of Zhang Guoqing. Wang Wei said, our department has a total of 3 awakeners with sea-level invisibility abilities, 2 are in other provinces, and 1 is at headquarters. Bring him over. I've already notified him, he's on the way. Well done. 10 minutes later, a plain-looking man appeared in front of Zhang Guoqing. His name was Li Zhong, and he had the ability of invisibility. The country has a mission to assign to you now. Zhang Guoqing said in a deep voice, you should be aware of the mobile chat murder case. I need you to use your abilities to help the country gather intelligence. Li Zhong was delighted to hear this. It was a chance to make a significant contribution. Don't worry, Deputy Minister, I guarantee I will complete the task. Soon, he was taken into a small room. He then began to play on his phone alone. About an hour later, Li Zhong received the life-threatening message. He felt a bit nervous. After all, this was a rule that could directly lead to death. So he immediately activated his ability. The whole person vanished without a trace. Just when he thought he was safe, a pair of invisible large hands suddenly fell on his neck. Hiss! Li Zhong struggled in pain. He wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. He could only painfully try to hit the ground, hoping to make some noise. Moments later, some staff rushed in, but Li Zhong had already suffocated and fainted. Quick! Send him for emergency treatment. Wang Wei shouted immediately. The Special Operations Department naturally had a dedicated hospital. Soon, medical personnel arrived and took Li Zhong for emergency care. When Zhang Guoqing learned of this incident, he was furious and immediately questioned in a private chat, do you dare to play me? Meanwhile, Fang Jin, who was leisurely having lunch, received the message and felt quite innocent. Sir, what do you mean by that? The invisibility ability cannot prevent death from coming. I never said my ability was invisibility. Zhang Guoqing reviewed the chat records. Sure enough, the other party mentioned something similar to invisibility. Did you set me up? Zhang Guoqing angrily asked. Isn't it you who set me up first? After asking about my ability, you didn't contact me for over an hour. I guess you were looking for someone to experiment with? A 300 million deal, and you want to settle it for 10 million? That's a bit excessive. Zhang Guoqing's expression darkened. The other party's ability might appear similar to invisibility, but in reality, the essence was completely different. This time, he had fallen into his own trap. Time waits for no one. The longer it drags on, the worse it becomes. Zhang Guoqing had no choice but to admit defeat. I'll buy your intelligence. Thank you for your patronage, 500 million. What? Wasn't it 300 million? The price has gone up. In just this hour, many people have contacted me wanting to buy intelligence. If it gets sold through several hands by intelligence dealers before reaching the authorities, it might be worth even more than 500 million. This reasoning was undoubtedly correct. There was a notorious type of intelligence dealer who made money off such information gaps. They didn't explore or gather intelligence themselves but profited from reselling it. Sometimes, the state had no choice but to hold its nose and trade for intelligence. You're definitely retaliating against me. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. Zhang Guoqing took a deep breath and replied, 500 million is really too much. The department's budget is limited. Can we negotiate? We can exchange it for other intelligence. One awakened item would also work. You have quite the imagination. An awakened item is worth at least 1 billion at the starting point, and its market value is unpredictable. So how much can you offer? The most we can use immediately is only 200 million. Fang Jin thought for a moment. He originally wanted to use the 300 million to exchange for intelligence about himself, but upon careful consideration, that seemed too deliberate. Dealing with the Special Operations Department required utmost caution. Who knew if there was an awakened person within the department who had the ability to open boxes? I have a junior, also from your Special Operations Department, a newcomer named Jiang Yueying. She has lost her legs. For the remaining 300 million, I hope you can step in and customize the most perfect mechanical prosthetics for her, so she can live and move like a normal person. Fang Jin thought for a long time before sending the message. Zhang Guoqing immediately replied, no problem, I will send the most authoritative expert in this field to handle this matter. Fang Jin was very clear about the value of his information. He held some resentment towards the Special Operations Department. After all, these people had wanted to take him to headquarters for research, so he planned to take advantage of this to make a hefty profit, to earn himself some compensation for mental distress. At the same time, Fang Jin also understood that business is business. The Special Operations Department was working hard to find a way to resolve the rule incidents, as random killings without restrictions on time, place, or identity were causing too much disruption to social stability, leaving people in a state of panic. Therefore, it was better to sell the information as soon as possible. Soon, 200 million arrived in his account. The execution capability of the Special Operations Department was indeed commendable. Zhang Guoqing held a cup of tea, letting out a long breath, his expression softening considerably. Secretary Wang Wei smiled and said, "Minister, you seem to be in a good mood. 200 million is acceptable. As for the mechanical prosthetics, I've looked into that newcomer named Zhang Yueying. Her background is very clean. She just joined the Special Operations team not long ago, and her abilities are quite good. Spending money on our own people. Is that even spending?" Zhang Guoqing chuckled. "You take charge of this matter, and make sure to use the best materials and hire the most authoritative experts." Understood. By the way, check Zhang Yueying's network. I'm curious who is willing to spend such a large sum to customize mechanical prosthetics for her. At this moment, Fang Jin had already sent over all the information he had gathered. Zhang Guoqing stared intently at the screen. Indeed, it was quite detailed. 1. If alone and playing on the phone for more than an hour, it will trigger a rule incident. 2. If there is no WeChat on the phone, it will not trigger a rule incident. 3. After receiving a killing message, communication is highly unlikely, so there's no need to waste time. 4. Once encountering a rule incident, whether through mental resistance or physical enhancement, it is ineffective. Try to find others to be together as soon as possible to resolve the predicament. It is not ruled out that there are mysterious abilities that can resist or counteract. 5. Rule incidents occur multiple times, still following a certain pattern, with no special performance or response. It is initially determined that the source has no independent thought or has other special circumstances. 6. The attack method of the rule incident is strangulation. After 10 experiments, it has never changed, and it is highly likely that this is the only attack method. Boldly speculating, if there are awakeners who are not afraid of being strangled to death, perhaps there will be other discoveries. This point I cannot test myself. Zhang Guoqing looked at the 6 summarized pieces of information. Thank you, this is very useful. If this rule incident is resolved satisfactorily, I can give you credit. Are you interested in joining our Special Operations Department? Zhang Guoqing sent the message. I only sell information, not myself. The reply was very cold. Alright, I hope we can cooperate in the future. The other party's abilities should be quite special, very suitable for intelligence gathering. There might be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Although Zhang Guoqing was very dissatisfied with the behavior of taking advantage of the situation and raising prices, he ultimately had to prioritize the bigger picture. He closed the chat window. Zhang Guoqing immediately summoned people from all departments. Everyone, temporarily uninstall WeChat. All communication will be done using internal communication software, and inform other departments to do the same. Also, filter the awakeners in the department and select those who are not afraid of being strangled. The members of the Special Operations Department were very confused. What was this for? Uninstalling WeChat was understandable. The condition of not being afraid of strangulation sounded absurd. 200 million arrived. Fang Jin was in a very good mood. Working hard and being rewarded is certainly pleasing, but unexpectedly gaining a windfall is what truly makes one feel ecstatic. Originally, he was just curious about the rule incidents, so he studied them all day, not expecting to sell them for such a sky-high price. But it was also a stroke of luck. Other rule incident information probably wouldn't sell for such a high price. Ruan Yaowen's envious eyes turned red. What? They made 200 million just like that. No wonder they say information brokers are the richest. I have to risk my life to handle several rule incidents just to earn that much money. You could also get involved with some tricky rule incidents and then sell the information, Fang Jin said with a smile. Just thinking about how he almost got choked to death by an invisible hand last night made Ruan Yaowen shake his head like a rattledrum. Forget it. These unknown rule incidents are too dangerous. He still preferred tasks that couldn't breach his defensive wall. Hey, I even got rewarded with 1,000 points, Fang Jin said in surprise. Now my level on the Skynet forum is already level 3. Ruan Yaowen was furious. What? I've been grinding for 2 years to get my level to 3, and you've only been here for 2 days and you're already at level 3? He was well aware of the usefulness of points. These points were even more useful than RMB. Not only could they be used to purchase information and strategies, but if one was willing to spend points, they could even hire the big shots from the Skynet forum for help. Fang Jin innocently replied, it was a reward from the administrator. That's shady, abuse of power, despicable, Ruan Yaowen lamented. Fang Jin ignored him, because a message came through on WeChat. It was Jiang Yueying. She sent a cheerful dancing rabbit emoji. She looked very happy. Why did you turn off your phone this morning? Fang Jin asked curiously. Jiang Yueying honestly replied, I was a bit scared. I don't really dare to use my phone right now. I just received some good news, so I turned it on to share my joy with you. Don't be scared. I figured out the patterns of rule incidents. As long as you don't stare at your phone for more than an hour, nothing will happen. As for the method of uninstalling WeChat, how could he say that? If he uninstalled WeChat, how could they chat happily? Really? That's great. Just now, Sister Chu called me and told me to uninstall WeChat. She said that if I uninstall it, I won't encounter these rule incidents anymore. Oh dear. News travels so fast. Fang Jin said sternly, where did that rumor come from? That's nonsense. WeChat is such a great chatting app. How could you just uninstall it? Alright, I'll listen to you. You said you have good news. What is it? The supervisor of the Special Operations team contacted me. The organization received donations from kind-hearted people, and there's a fund specifically for treating injured members. I'm a newcomer, and I was actually selected. The organization decided to provide me with a suitable mechanical prosthetic for free, and they even invited some really amazing experts. Jiang Yueying excitedly sent a long voice message. Her voice was filled with joy and happiness. It seemed that words were not enough to express her delight. Donations from kind-hearted people. That reason sounds good. Fang Jin replied, congratulations. It's amazing that there are such good people in the world. They're like great saints. The number one handsome guy. If I were a girl, I'd offer myself to him. Your reaction is a bit strange. You're not praising yourself, are you? How could you say that? I'm just happy for you, and do I look like someone with that much money? That's true. In the next moment, another red envelope was sent, with the message, let you be happy too. Fang Jin joyfully opened the red envelope. It turned out to be only 1 yuan. Rich girl, you've changed, Fang Jin replied. Jiang Yueying sent a screenshot showing a balance of 0, looking aggrieved. This is all I have. I gave it all to you. Seeing this, Fang Jin couldn't help but laugh. What a pitiful rich girl. He sent his own balanced screenshot. Your investment has been received. After my operation, it has now generated a profit of 200 million yuan. Would you like to withdraw it now? Humph, you're just photoshopping. I won't talk to you anymore. The expert is about to come and check my body, and I'm so nervous. The opportunity to hug the thigh of a billionaire is right in front of you, but you gave it up yourself. Fang Jin smiled, feeling quite good. At that moment, the forum system prompted that someone had left a message. Fang Jin opened it to see. It was the post where he had offered a reward for information. An anonymous user had left a message. Do you want to know about the imprisonment ability? I can tell you. Fang Jin's spirit jolted. There was news. This was a matter concerning his own abilities. It needed to be taken seriously. Fang Jin had always had a knot in his heart. That was his identity. If he really was the biggest loophole born from the rules, then was he still human? If he wasn't human, would there be hidden dangers? Would he suddenly lose control? Would he lose everything that a person should have? Just thinking about it made him panic uncontrollably. So he wanted to clarify his true situation. However, Fang Jin had no records to speak of, so starting from his abilities was a good choice. Therefore, as soon as he received the message, Fang Jin immediately replied, Brother, thank you so much. Soon the anonymous user replied, No need to thank me, we are mutually beneficial. Your reward is too low, 10 million is not enough. Then how much do you want? My information is very precious. I can confirm that no more than 5 people in the country know this information, so I want 500 million. Fang Jin's face darkened. 500 million? The retribution wouldn't come so quickly, would it? He had just extorted someone, and now someone was coming to extort him? Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. That's too much, I can't come up with that, Fang Jin replied. Then find a way to raise the money, I won't lower the price. Brother, this kind of information has nothing to do with solving rule events, no one would use it. Information about abilities in these is only worth 100 points at most. Isn't your price of 500 million a bit excessive? If you really need it, then it's not excessive. I don't care what others sell it for. This is my price, and you can find someone else if you want. Damn, could it be that he encountered an information dealer? My information is hard-earned. 500 million is actually cheap. You should think it over. The anonymous user sent another message. Fang Jin now probably understood Zhang Wuqing's feelings at that time. He wanted to hit someone. He really wanted to hit someone. And the other party clearly wasn't as reasonable as he was. They didn't even accept bargaining. Fang Jin cursed inwardly. You'd be satisfied with the information rotting in your hands. But still, Fong Jin really wanted to clarify the matter about his abilities. Just became a billionaire and have to hand over all the money. This is really frustrating. Fong Jin felt depressed. However, money could be earned again. If the information was lost, it might really be gone. Fong Jin took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered, and a cautious male voice came through. Hello? Master Yen? Do you remember me? The person on the other end panicked. Ji Gao, the expert? What do you want from me? Master Yen. He was the feng shui master who had deceived and tricked people. In recent days, he had been restless, feeling anxious and sensing that he might be in danger. Yet he didn't dare to leave home casually. It could be said that he was suffering greatly. Fong Jin said, "The thing I hid in your safe. Nothing went wrong, right?" Just thinking about the person that had been split in the safe made Master Yin panic. No problem, absolutely no problem. I've been guarding it closely, but what? At first, Zhao San would make some noise in the safe, but these past 2 days, it's gotten quieter and quieter. Fong Jin calculated the time and realized he had been careless. It had been almost 10 days. Not a drop of water had entered. Even an awakener couldn't hold out against that. You open the safe and give him some water, Fong Jin said. Master Yin shivered. Me? Inside the safe, there was a head, hands, and feet. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle, and now he actually had to give him water. What's wrong? Can't do it? No, I'll go right away. Master Yen hung up the phone with a face full of distress. He held the water, staring at the safe in front of him, as if he was about to open Pandora's box. Speaking of which, if he was going to give water, would it be useful to only feed the head? Master Yen was gradually becoming confused. Fong Jin hung up the phone and turned to Ruan Yawen, saying, "Are you free this afternoon? I need to go on a long trip. There's a Mercedes in the garage, I'll give you the keys, you can go by yourself." Ruan Yawen yawned. He hadn't slept all night. "I don't have a driver's license. You committed such a serious crime of treason, and you're still worried about traffic laws?" "I'll repeat it again. I didn't commit treason. I was just avoiding the Special Operations Department." Ruan Yawen helplessly became Fong Jin's driver. The two set off from home. About half an hour later, they arrived at Master Yan's house. Master Yan looked haggard, clearly not leaving the place, and he smelled bad. There were takeout boxes all around. When he saw Fong Jin, he was overly excited. "Master, you finally came." "All right, thank you for keeping it safe. Open the safe," Fong Jin said. Yes. He hurriedly opened the safe and dragged out a large waterproof bag. Ruan Yawen was puzzled and leaned in to take a look. "What is it?" The next moment, he was so scared he almost jumped up. Damn! His gaze towards Fong Jin changed instantly. Murder, dismemberment, hiding a corpse in a safe. And now he specifically came back to get it. What kind of pervert is this? This is an awakened hunter, Fong Jin said upon seeing his reaction, and he's not dead, just a bit weak. Upon hearing the words awakened hunter, Ruan Yawen's expression relaxed. He knew that among awakened ones, if their abilities were similar, they could devour each other to enhance their own powers. So some people made money by hunting awakened ones. Such people wouldn't be enough to die 100 times. Fong Jin asked Master Yen, "The people from the 0-Hour Club haven't looked for you, have they?" "Yes, someone called to inquire about Zhao San's whereabouts, but I managed to fool them." "The 0-Hour Club has been looking for you recently," Master Yen said cautiously. This situation wasn't surprising. After all, at that time, Fong Jin not only dealt with Zhao San but also called to provoke the president of the 0-Hour Club. But let them look. Fong Jin's identity information didn't even exist in the country. His new identity was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. If they could find him, it would be a miracle. Before leaving, Fong Jin wiped Master Yan's memories from this period, to avoid future trouble. "Why are you bringing this?" Ruan Yawen disdainfully tossed the body into the car trunk. Fong Jin replied, "He wants to sell me, so of course, I can sell him too." "That makes sense, but why are you in such a hurry?" "Need money. Didn't you just earn 2 billion? I want to buy some information, and it costs 5 billion. Ruan Yawen was shocked. What kind of broken information costs 5 billion? Fong Jin was also helpless. There was no information about his abilities on the entire Skynet forum. Just as the two were about to leave, a familiar figure rushed over. The steps were unsteady, and the face was pale. The running motion was extremely stiff. It was almost summer, the sun was warm, yet this person was wearing a thick cotton coat, looking very out of place, with one sleeve empty, missing an arm. "Master, I finally waited for you," the person said excitedly. Fong Jin carefully recognized, "Boss Tian? How did you get so thin?" The person was indeed the factory owner, Tian Chihua. Once a vampire capitalist, he had been a plump, middle-aged man, but now he was so thin he looked almost unrecognizable. His once black hair had turned quite gray, as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. Master, I didn't have your contact information, so I could only wait for you here at Master Yan's. I didn't expect to actually see you, Boss Tian hurriedly said. The factory has reopened, all the workers are back, and their wages have doubled. Now the workers are full of energy. I've also tried to recover the money I donated to the foundation over the years. I've sold my car and house, and I've made up for the taxes owed to the state, every penny accounted for. Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but glance at Boss Tian. This seemingly frail old man was actually one of the rare conscientious entrepreneurs? Feng Jin nodded in satisfaction. Well done. He had once taken one of Tian's arms and, with a bit of memory modification and intimidation, had made Boss Tian turn over a new leaf and become a better person. The results were quite impressive. He had successfully transformed into an entrepreneur beneficial to society and the people. But why had his appearance changed so drastically? At that moment, Ruan Yaowen poked Feng Jin's arm and said, "This old man seems off. What's wrong? Look at the ground." Feng Jin focused his gaze, frowning. Standing in the sunlight, Boss Tian was on his tiptoes, looking light as a feather. And beneath him, there was no shadow. Feng Jin stared intently for a while, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Boss Tian truly had no shadow. "What's going on with you?" Feng Jin asked. Boss Tian immediately burst into tears. Master, please save me. I had no choice but to come find you. I've encountered ghosts again. I run into ghosts as a bad person, and I run into ghosts as a good person. What's the point of being a good person? His cries were eerie, sending chills down the listener's spine. Ruan Yaowen shivered and said irritably, "You look quite ghostly yourself. Go find a feng shui master to exorcise the ghosts, or at least call the police. The state will send someone to help you. We don't have time for you." Upon hearing this, Boss Tian cried even harder. "All right, stop crying," Feng Jin said. "Get in the car." Ruan Yaowen was puzzled. "Are you really going to help? This old man said he sold his car and house. He doesn't look like he has much money. Don't waste your effort. Just consider it after-sales service." From the last meeting to today, it had only been 10 days. In just 10 days, Boss Tian had turned into such a ghostly figure. Quite strange. Boss Tian couldn't be this unlucky. Feng Jin thought that perhaps the other party's misfortune was somewhat related to him, so he decided to help a bit. Boss Tian stopped crying. A flicker of wild joy crossed his eyes, but it quickly turned into bitterness. "Master, I can't get in the car." "Why not?" "My body has been very stiff lately. I can only stand or lie down. I can't bend over." "So strange?" Feng Jin got out of the car and lifted Boss Tian's cotton coat. At that moment, Boss Tian was as thin as a rake. Fortunately, he had a strong foundation, or he might have already starved to death. He was emanating a chill, his body temperature noticeably lower than that of a normal person, almost like a living dead. Perhaps describing him as a zombie would be more fitting. Feng Jin had no choice but to pick up Boss Tian horizontally and toss him into the back seat of the car. "Now tell me, what happened? Didn't you resolve the strange occurrences at the factory?" Feng Jin asked. Boss Tian shook his head with difficulty. "No, the factory is fine now. I managed to find the worker who lost his hand. He had a car accident but didn't actually die, just half paralyzed. I personally went to his home and left 50,000 in compensation for his wife and children, and I even helped his wife find a decent job. Their whole family is very grateful to me now." "Not dead?" Feng Jin was surprised. He had always assumed that the worker with the severed hand was dead. That severed hand actually belonged to a living person. This was quite an eye-opener. "So what's going on with you?" Feng Jin asked. Boss Tian replied, "I don't know either. For the past few days, I felt really cold. I thought I was just catching a cold and didn't think much of it, but my weight kept dropping. No matter how much I ate, it wouldn't stop. In just 5 days, I lost over 100 pounds. Ruan Yaowen interjected, "You could go endorse a weight loss drug advertisement. You'd definitely make a killing." Boss Tian's face showed fear as he continued, then more and more strange things started happening. "My body became very stiff. I couldn't even bend over easily. I can't see my own shadow, and there's no reflection in the mirror. It's terrifying. My wife was so scared she lost her mind and took our daughter back to her hometown. I slowly started losing my appetite. Every time I ate, I would start vomiting, and I couldn't sleep at all at night." His experiences were becoming increasingly bizarre. It was as if he was slowly transitioning from a person to a ghost. "It is indeed strange," Feng Jin said. "Do you have anyone around you who has had a similar experience?" I asked. "And no one has. Have you been to any strange places recently?" "No, I've mostly been at the factory and home." Feng Jin stroked his chin. "Could this be another random harmful event? If that's the case, you're probably doomed. Even a deity couldn't save you." Boss Tian stammered in fear. "It can't be that serious." "You're actually quite lucky," Ruan Yaowen casually remarked. "The vice mayor of Han City died this morning without any warning, and there was no way to avoid it. At least you're still alive and can talk. This statement nearly made Boss Tian cry. If even such a high-ranking official could die without a chance, what about himself? Alright, stop scaring him. With his current condition, if he gets too agitated, he might really drop dead, Fangjin said irritably. Tell me in detail about what you've been doing. The more detailed, the better. Boss Tian was so scared that he didn't even dare to cry, desperately trying to recall his recent activities. He recounted everything he had eaten and even what time he went to the bathroom. Finally, he remembered something. Right, the foundation I donated to. I communicated with them and said I wouldn't donate anymore. The manager seemed very angry and said I would definitely regret it. What foundation? The Shin Charity and Welfare Foundation. What's its background? The Shin Family Group is a very famous large company in the country, involved in a wide range of businesses. That particularly famous seawater fundraising for seriously ill patients is from their company. When there were ghost issues at the factory, I contacted a feng shui master through the foundation. Fangjin immediately understood. It couldn't be wrong. This Shin Foundation had countless connections to the 0 Point Club. Looks like we found the source of the problem. Ruan Yaowen shook his head. Using such malicious abilities on ordinary people, they really don't take the Special Operations Department seriously? We could report them. If successful, there's a reward of hundreds of thousands. How can you say that? Who was it that intercepted the Special Operations Team leader on the way? How much could you get from reporting? Fangjin retorted. Fine, none of them were good people. The older brother didn't laugh at the younger brother. Boss Tian was trembling nearby. How did it sound like the person next to the master was a particularly vicious criminal? We can't wait for the state to send someone to help you. If this continues, you'll definitely be dead within 2 days. Fangjin decisively said, Do you have that manager's contact information? Upon hearing definitely dead, Boss Tian was nearly in despair. He hurriedly took out his phone. I have that manager's phone number and WeChat. Now Fangjin is his only lifeline. Fangjin said, Make the call. Boss Tian didn't dare to hesitate and quickly dialed the number. Beep, hello? Isn't this Boss Tian? What brings you to call me? A sarcastic voice came from the other end of the line. Boss Tian rasped, Manager Zhou, I've been feeling very unwell lately. I wonder if you have any solutions. I'm not a doctor. What use is it to find me? But I'm afraid Boss Tian has too many guilty secrets. Our foundation has always been dedicated to funding children in impoverished mountainous areas and helping patients with serious illnesses. What a meaningful endeavor. Yet Boss Tian has stopped donating and even asked for part of the donations back. Manager Zhou chuckled mockingly. With so many guilty secrets, it's inevitable that ghosts will come knocking at midnight. You see, right? In a high-end office building in Han City, towering over 100 stories. The decor is luxurious, exuding grandeur. A massive logo hangs on the high-rise Ocean Fund. It signifies gathering rivers into the sea, accumulating little into much. Of course, it also carries a deeper meaning of inexhaustibility and lavish spending. A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding the phone, admiring the super-large shopping mall about to open in the distance, and said with a mocking expression, You see, right? Boss Tian was anxious. That's all my own money. I've sold my house and car, and all the money has been invested in the factory's operations. I really can't afford to donate to the foundation anymore. What does that have to do with me? Manager Zhou said nonchalantly, If you don't want to donate, then don't. As long as Boss Tian isn't afraid of ghosts, you can do whatever you want. He opened a bottle of expensive whiskey, added ice to a glass, and poured himself a shallow drink to savor, completely ignoring Boss Tian's panicked tone on the other end of the line. You people don't donate. Where do my salary, my drinks, and my high-rise come from? Originally, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. You just had to withdraw. If everyone withdraws, how can my work continue? If my work doesn't continue, how can the country's GDP improve? Who can understand my good intentions? At this moment, a young man's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Zhou Chang was taken aback. Who are you? Is this the 0 Point Club? Let the people behind you come out, or I'll immediately notify the Special Operations Department that there are awakened individuals maliciously torturing ordinary people, and by the way, I'll expose Boss Tian's scandal. Let's see how you all die. Zhou Cheng's heart jolted. Such matters are most taboo to be exposed. Once it escalates, it could be troublesome, especially when it comes to provoking the state. Civil organizations can thrive only because the state has turned a blind eye. But once the state decides to strike hard, no civil organization can withstand that kind of thunderous wrath. He was sure that Boss Tian was not an insider, lacking the connections and resources to escalate the situation. In front of people like them, a factory owner, even with assets worth hundreds of millions, is merely at the bottom. Zhou Cheng said in a deep voice, Who are you? You don't need to know. the young man spoke arrogantly. Anyone can talk tough. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to reveal their identity, Zhou Chang relaxed and sneered, "Go ahead and escalate it. I want to see if Boss Tian has the fate to wait for you to escalate." If another club intervenes, he could only back off. But if the other party didn't dare to reveal their identity, then he wasn't afraid. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Beep, the call was disconnected. Fang Jin was astonished. Is this foundation so rampant? My threats are useless. Don't they fear the Special Operations Department? Boss Tian was almost in tears. Master, you may have enjoyed your moment, but my life is almost gone. Ruan Yaowen glanced over and said, "You didn't even introduce yourself, so of course I won't take you seriously. Anyone can talk big. I could say I'm the head of a Special Operations Department too. But someone has to believe it, right? What are you planning to do now?" Boss Tian looked at Fang Jin with a pale face. That fragile appearance. It seemed like he could die at any moment. "Don't worry, your life is safe. I'm just thinking about how to make that arrogant manager Joe pay the price." Fang Jin pondered for a moment, picked up his phone, edited a message, and sent it out. In the office, Zhou Cheng's phone rang. It was a message from WeChat. It was sent by Boss Tian. "Sorry for calling to beg for mercy. Are you preparing to send me a WeChat instead? Too late. Did you really think I needed your little bit of money? Just killing the chicken to scare the monkey." Zhou Cheng sneered as he opened WeChat. An unsettling message appeared before his eyes. "I know you're home alone tonight. I will come to find you." Zhou Cheng's heart trembled. A chilling atmosphere filled the office. His heart raced. Cold sweat instantly dripped down his forehead. He wasn't an awakened, but he was responsible for communicating with the big shots at the Foundation and the 0 Point Club, so he had his own connections and naturally knew about the recent uproar over the mobile chat murder incident. It couldn't be. I just made a phone call. I didn't even play with my phone. It shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be. His pupils suddenly constricted, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He had heard that ordinary people would undoubtedly die in such situations, and even awakened ones might not escape. It was terrifying. But for business, he couldn't avoid using his phone, so he had tried his best not to look at it. How could he still get caught? He looked around in fear, but nothing happened. Damn it! Zhou Cheng realized, is he messing with me? He trembled as he poured himself another glass of wine, quickly drank it to steady himself, and let out a long breath. Then he slammed the glass down on the table. "I have to kill you all." Zhou Cheng, with a dark face, picked up his phone and edited a message. "Fat pig, dare to scare me? Just wait. I'll flip your hearse over and send your whole family to be cremated with you." The message was sent, but unexpectedly, a red exclamation mark popped up after the message. Ha! Sending failed. Zhou Cheng was confused. How dare he delete me as a friend? Is this fat guy really seeking death? The death curse is nearly unsolvable unless the awakened one personally intervenes to lift it. But at that moment, the other party actually replied, "No need to wait, I'm already here." Zhou Cheng felt the light in the office seem to dim. It was clearly daytime. There were huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the office. But why was it so dark? That thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, a pair of invisible large hands fell on his neck. The shadow of death instantly enveloped him. No way. How can this be real? Zhou Cheng was horrified, his eyes filled with fear. He suddenly stood up, wanting to rush out the door, but his neck was tightly gripped, and a choking sensation spread throughout his body. He struggled desperately, flailing his arms and legs, falling from the office chair, twisting and trembling on the expensive carpet. "Help!" A difficult sound burst from his throat, but the next word just wouldn't come out. Zhou Cheng lay on the ground. His eyes widened in terror, but the color drained from his face rapidly. Finally, he breathed his last. In the car, Fang Jin sent out a message. Ruan Yaowen looked at the familiar text, astonished. "This works too?" "Just a guess," Fang Jin said with a smile. In rule events, even if the rules are out of control, they should still follow a certain logic, even if it's a chaotic logic. So there must be a trace to follow. Fang Jin is probably the person who understands the mobile phone chat murder case the best, because every time a rule event occurs, the process is almost identical, indicating that this rule event is quite rigid. So he speculated whether it could be actively triggered. Thus, he tried to use the opening lines from when the rule event occurred for himself. It seems that he may have succeeded, because the manager Zhou on the other end has not replied for a long time. Fang Jin waited for 10 minutes and called manager Zhou again. Beep beep, it was still a busy tone. No one answered. It seems it really worked, Fang Jin muttered to himself. Ruan Yaowen's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "It can be done like this? If I have enemies, can I strategize from afar and kill from 1,000 miles away? That's just too exhilarating. If you get caught later, don't pin it on me. I know nothing. Didn't you do it too?" I didn't use my own number. What evidence do you have to prove it was me? Ruan Yawen thought for a moment. It was indeed quite troublesome. There are quite a few prerequisites. You need to be friends with the other person on WeChat. You also have to confirm that the other person is alone. It's best not to use your own number, otherwise, it would be a real name murder. Considering this, there aren't many opportunities to use it. Boss Tian beside them looked aggrieved. This was his number. He vaguely felt like he had been tricked, but he couldn't articulate exactly how he had been tricked. Master, what should I do? Boss Tian swallowed hard. I feel colder and colder, like I'm about to die. He was panicking. He had completely offended Manager Zhou. Was he doomed? Fang Jin shook his head. Don't worry, you won't die. After saying that, he directly threw Boss Tian's phone out of the car window. Bang! The phone shattered into pieces. Boss Tian was dumbfounded. Master, my phone is a new model. Forget about the new model. If your life is at stake, this phone can't stay, Fang Jin said decisively. Ruan Yawen was confused. He didn't understand the significance of Fang Jin's actions, but soon, a bit of color returned to Boss Tian's face, and his eyes gradually sparkled. I feel a bit warmer. Of course, it's almost summer, and you're wearing a big cotton coat. If you're not hot, who is? Boss Tian tried to stretch his limbs. To his surprise, he found he could bend down and lift his legs. Maybe he could even jog a little. Gurgle, his stomach started to rumble. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. So hungry. Hungry enough to eat a cow. I've recovered. Boss Tian exclaimed with joy. Thank you, Master. Thank you for saving my life. How much do you need for your service this time? I'll sell everything I have to pay you. After this experience, his mindset became much more open. In life, being alive is more important than anything else. Wealth is all external. Having a wife and children to keep warm is enough. Even if he had to sell the factory and go back to farming, he would do it without hesitation. One must die once to know what they truly need. Fang Jin waved his hand. You've offended a petty person. If I were to trick you again, how would that be different from those foundation people? You're very weak now. Find a nutritionist to help you recover. Cut off all contact with those foundation people. I'll give you my phone number. If you have any problems, you can contact me. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Boss Tian gratefully got out of the car. He hurried to buy a new phone and get a new SIM card. Now he could finally return to normal. He wanted to call his wife and children as soon as possible. In the car, Ruan Yawen looked at Fang Jin in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend what he had overlooked. How did that old man return to normal? What exactly did you do? Boss Tian has been staying in a safe place these past few days and hasn't seen any special people. Even if someone wanted to deal with him, there should be a way, right? This recent rule incident has also provided me with some ideas. The only way to connect with Manager Zhou is through mobile communication, so the phone is very likely a medium. Ruan Yawen suddenly understood. No wonder they wanted to smash the phone. But, aren't you afraid of getting it wrong? If you end up killing Manager Zhou and guessed wrong, wouldn't Boss Tian be doomed? Ruan Yawen asked. Fang Jin took out his phone. I checked on the Tianwang forum. It can't be wrong. Strategy area posts. It cost 20 points to purchase. It clearly stated a type of awakening ability. Sea-level ability, Death Curse. Through certain connections and mediums, it injects a curse into the target, causing them to weaken continuously and die an unnatural death within half a month. Method to break: destroy the medium, kill the caster, or leave the caster 1,000 miles away. Ruan Yawen was dumbfounded. So it can be like this. Isn't it normal to check strategies when dealing with enemies? There are so many strategies on the forum, such a vast information repository. Isn't this the biggest benefit of joining the Tianwang Mutual Aid Association? Fang Jin asked. Yes, you're right, Ruan Yawen said, scratching his head awkwardly. I thought so too. He felt quite embarrassed. He had been a member of the Tianwang Mutual Aid Association for 2 years. He had hardly ever purchased information. Most of the time, he relied on his own abilities to force his way through. If he encountered something he couldn't solve, he would retreat, mainly playing the soft against the hard, not wanting to think too much. He had always preferred to go solo, believing that others would only hold him back. But at this moment, Ruan Yawen suddenly had an idea. Having a teammate willing to think might not be so bad after all. Where are we going next? Ruan Yawen inquired. Fang Jin replied, the black market. First we need to make some money. Where is that? How do you not know anything? How do you know? Fong Jin pointed to his phone. Joining the Tianwang Mutual Aid Association was indeed a wise choice. Many pieces of information could be purchased directly. Now, Fong Jin appeared to be a seasoned veteran, while Ruan Yaowen, who had been lurking in the forum for years, seemed like a rookie. But it couldn't be entirely blamed on him. The ways to earn forum points were very limited. Ruan Yaowen usually didn't want to spend them recklessly. Only Fong Jin, being new and having received so many point rewards, could afford to spend without care. In the office building, Manager Zhou, there's a contract here that needs your signature. A flamboyantly dressed secretary walked into the office. She suddenly saw the corpse on the floor, her face turning pale with fright as she screamed. The entire office building was thrown into chaos. Soon, an ambulance arrived to take the nearly lifeless Zhou Cheng away. A man with a sinister gaze entered the office. His name was Shin Weifeng, one of the heirs of the Shin Group, a shareholder of the foundation, and also responsible for handling some unsavory matters for the foundation. His abilities were very suitable for this. Shin Weifeng picked up Zhou Cheng's phone, looking at the strange messages that popped up. Encountered that incident? Really foolish, weren't you told to use your phone less? Shin Weifeng cursed, idiot. At that moment, he noticed an incoming call that had been missed. Upon closer inspection, there was a call record before the missed call. Boss Tian? Wasn't that the small factory owner who refused to donate? No, something's off. Shin Weifeng opened the call recording on his phone. Most people in big companies would turn on the recording function to keep evidence for business matters. Soon, a call recording began to play. It's the 0-hour club, right? I'll see how you die. You don't need to know. Shin Weifeng immediately became alert. Knowing the name of our club meant they were definitely someone from the circle. Could Zhou Cheng's death be suspicious? This voice sounded somewhat familiar. He quickly saved the recording and forwarded it to the club's president, Ni Wentian. A reply came swiftly. That's right, it's the person I asked you to find. He killed Zhao San. Find him and take him out, and I'll remember your great contribution. President Ni Wentian called immediately, speaking in a deep voice. Shin Weifeng felt a surge of joy. This was too coincidental. If he gained the strong support of the 0-hour club, his standing in the Shin family would greatly increase. Don't worry, President, it's a piece of cake. Long-distance killing is my specialty. I've already locked onto him. Shin Weifeng stood still, black energy swirling around him, as if it had a life of its own, intertwining and lingering. Faintly, he could still hear the mournful wails of vengeful spirits. The black energy floated around the phone but did not penetrate it. Ha! Shin Weifeng was taken aback. The call had gone through. A connection had been made. How could he not locate him? His expression suddenly darkened. Unless the other party smashed their phone. Could it be that his abilities had been seen through? How could that be possible? President Ni Wentian's voice came through. What's going on? Have you resolved it? There's a slight problem. Shin Weifeng couldn't stop sweating. He had sworn he would succeed. Now he had failed outright. Useless. Didn't you say it was a piece of cake? Ni Wentian said coldly, if you can't handle this, I might have to reconsider our cooperation with your foundation. Shin Weifeng was alarmed. President, give me a little more time. I promise I will catch him. Poof. Ni Wentian hung up. Shin Weifeng broke out in a cold sweat. The power this president wielded was enough to destroy the entire Shin conglomerate. In the face of absolute power, money meant nothing. At that moment, a call came in. It was a friend of his, also an awakened one, whose business was not very reputable. Brother Wang, what can I do for you? Shin Weifeng asked politely. The man called Brother Wang spoke in a strange tone. Young Master Shin, you were quite familiar with Zhao San, right? He was a regular in the black market, but today he was found stuffed in a sack and put up for sale. Do you know anything about this? Ha! Shin Weifeng's eyes widened. Zhao San, packed, sold? How did these three words come together? The black market, existing beyond the boundaries of law. An illegal place hidden in the shadows. An existence that the state does not allow. However, where there is demand, there is a market. As rules are established, they create enormous profits for those who violate them. Huge profits that can tempt some to take risks, and enough to allow some high-ranking figures to discreetly hold up an umbrella. But stripping away the illegal and mysterious facade, the black market is just a market, those who enter take what they need. Illegal firearms and ammunition, banned goods from abroad, jewelry and artifacts, organ trafficking, even people. Money and goods are exchanged cleanly. Everyone is happy. Fong Jin spent 100 forum points to learn the location of the underground black market in Han City from a forum user and obtained a pass for the black market, easily crossing what should have been a complicated threshold. Normally, completing a low-level rule event below D-class only rewards 100 points. Ruan Yaowen sighed, thinking that he would never be willing to do such a thing. However, for Fong Town, it was all irrelevant. Rule events were terrifying. Even the most powerful awakeners could meet their demise in low-level rule events. Nevertheless, Fong Town possessed various abilities, giving him a significant innate advantage when dealing with rule events. The black market was located beneath a villa in the suburbs. Below ground was an abandoned underground boxing arena. Multiple forces controlled the black market, and it was a complex web. Even if someone reported it, the information would never reach the desks of the big shots. Fong Town and his companion arrived here. Upon entering the villa, 4 men in black blocked their way. Verification of qualifications. All 4 were armed with handguns, enough to intimidate ordinary people. A considerable number of awakeners could not withstand handguns either. Fong Town took out his black market pass and was allowed to proceed. The two entered the underground black market. In the black market, almost everyone wore masks to conceal their true identities, and Fong Town and his companion were no exception. The underground was divided into small booths. Product information was printed in booklets, and if someone found something of interest, they would enter a booth to negotiate prices. The entire process was safe and discreet. No one dared to cause trouble. Fong Town wandered around and found all sorts of illegal items for sale. There were even flamboyantly dressed female awakeners selling themselves directly, with prices that were outrageous, yet there were plenty of wealthy buyers inquiring. After all, bringing a beautiful female awakener as a companion to a banquet was both safe and impressive, making it a focal point in the wealthy circles. However, Fong Town glanced at the prices, which had already reached 10 digits, along with various additional conditions. There are still too many rich people these days, Fong Town lamented. He printed his product information into a booklet and chose an empty booth to wait. A living awakener for sale. This was big news. It quickly attracted a lot of attention. Everyone knew what such a sale represented. Soon, a man wearing a black mask approached to inquire about the price. Fong Town straightforwardly quoted, an awakener with B-level ability, speed, 300 million, no bargaining. This price was not high, but it was certainly not low either. Among similar ability users, they could devour each other's powers to enhance themselves, but this was not a guaranteed success and came with certain risks. It was like a gamble. Losing meant losing everything. Those without sufficient wealth would not casually take such risks. I want to see the goods first, the masked man said after some thought. Fong Town unceremoniously opened the waterproof bag. Take a look. The man glanced inside and his expression changed drastically. What are you joking about? A living awakener is useful. What's the point of bringing a pile of rotten meat? Inside the bag were clearly defined hands and feet, a shocking sight. Fong Town shook his head. This is alive. After saying that, he kicked the bag. The Zhao San inside let out a pained whimper, weak and seemingly on the verge of death. The masked man was dumbfounded. The scene was too bizarre, and he began to doubt whether he had fallen into some kind of rule event. Without saying a word, he hurriedly turned and left. Hey, do you still want it? Fong Town called out. Unfortunately, the man didn't even look back. Fong Town complained, really lacking in manners, no deal but still no courtesy, can't even finish a sentence. Ruan Yaowen was beside him, munching on seeds and enjoying the show. Your product is so frightening, anyone would have to think twice. The entire afternoon passed. Many came to inquire about the price, but no one truly made an offer. After all, it was a large transaction. Closing a deal was much harder than dealing with firearms and ammunition. Forget it, let's leave for today and come back tomorrow. Fong Town was not in a hurry, but just as he was about to leave, a burly man entered the small room. He wore a mask and spoke in a deep, muffled voice. Kid, I'm interested in your goods, but you need to piece the person together for me first. Fong Jin smiled and said, that's no problem, but first, please have the guest transfer the money. What? Are you worried I'll play tricks? Of course not. Who would dare to play tricks in such a big black market? The burly man said coldly, then piece the person together for me. Fong Jin's expression darkened. It was just that he was about to leave, and the other party had just come to buy. At this moment, they were being so aggressive. The problem was significant. Even if I don't piece him together, what can you do? Fong Jin replied coldly, I'm not selling anymore, get lost. The burly man's expression changed noticeably. You. Fong Jin, emboldened, arrogantly said, if you have the ability, detain me. I don't believe anyone can act recklessly in the black market. He had already inquired. The black market existed in every province. The power dynamics behind it were very complex, and many awakened clubs had stakes in the black market. No matter who it was, no one could break the rules, otherwise, it would infringe on everyone's interests. Fine, I'll admit my fault. The money will be transferred to you immediately. You piece him together for me. The burly man gritted his teeth and reluctantly compromised. As the sound of money arriving echoed, Fong Jin immediately changed his demeanor, his face full of enthusiasm. Thank you for your patronage, boss, please take a seat, I'll take care of it right away. Saying this, Fangjin took out the severed limbs and began to piece Xiaosan together like a puzzle. This somewhat gruesome scene indeed caused a flicker of horror in the burly man's eyes. Soon, the person was pieced together. "The goods are yours now, we'll take our leave." Fangjin pulled Ruan Yaowen and left directly. Ruan Yaowen was puzzled. Why the rush? This person is suspicious, the sooner we leave, the better. The two walked out of the black market. They clearly noticed that the number of cars parked around had increased. Leaving the black market meant they were no longer protected by its rules. The sky was getting darker. Many men in black got out of their cars, appearing nonchalant, but in reality, they were slowly surrounding Fangjin and his companion, all hiding firearms. The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit off. "A bunch of small fries, I'll take care of them," Ruan Yaowen said confidently. But Fangjin shook his head. "Just walk away, don't stir up trouble. If a few awakened ones pop up, it'll be a hassle." Unknown rules, unknown awakened ones. These were the most troublesome things. Then Fangjin used his ability, Ignore, and the two swaggered out of the crowd's encirclement. The group of men in black looked around in confusion. They drew their swords, bewildered. They had just been here. How could they disappear in the blink of an eye? Until Ruan Yaowen's car roared to life, shaking off the crowd and speeding away, the men in black finally realized their target had been lost. "Brother Wang," they ran away. A man in black helplessly made a phone call. The burly man in the black market cursed loudly. "Useless, you can't even block two people." His surname was Wang. He had been mingling in the black market for years. He had managed to secure a small management position, giving him a bit of a voice. Those who knew him called him Brother Wang. Brother Wang glanced at Zhao San lying on the ground and scolded angrily. "Get up already, damn it, I spent 300 million to rescue you. You need to pay me back for this, got it?" If it weren't for Shen Weifeng, he wouldn't care about this matter at all. But this bastard had come so late. If he didn't take action, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to save the person. Yet Zhao San still lay on the ground, completely motionless. Brother Wang frowned. His underling immediately stepped forward to check, then his expression changed. "Brother Wang, he's not breathing." Brother Wang was furious. How is that possible? He was alive this afternoon. Wasn't he just breathing a moment ago? It seems. Just died. Damn. Brother Wang almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He immediately called for a doctor to perform emergency rescue. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The doctor conducted a series of checks and used various emergency measures, ultimately declaring the death. It's too late. There's no saving him. How did it come to this? It's really rare to see someone starve to death in this day and age. Brother Wang's heart shattered in an instant. My 300 million. He never expected Zhao San would starve to death. If he had acted a little sooner to save Zhao San, perhaps by giving him a bowl of rice soup, he might have lived. A living Zhao San was useful. A dead Zhao San was just a pile of rotten meat, utterly useless. Night fell. Han City was considered a first-tier city. Once night fell, various skyscrapers stood tall, and brilliant neon lights burst forth with radiance. The nightlife was vibrant, with a dizzying array of lights and sounds. The endless flow of cars and the flickering headlights became a beautiful landscape. Ruan Yaowen drove towards home. "Bro, now that you're so rich, shouldn't you upgrade your quality of life? Of course, I welcome you to live at my place, but sometimes it can be a bit inconvenient. We're all men, you know." It seemed that Fangjin's presence was affecting his dating life. "I really should buy a house," Fangjin muttered to himself. However, being alone, it didn't seem to matter where he lived. He wasn't picky about these things, but buying a house of his own was ultimately a modern obsession. Without a house of one's own, life always felt like something was missing. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing right now. Fangjin took out his phone and opened the forum, sending a message to the anonymous user. "Bro, I've gathered 500 million. That's really fast. It seems the price was set too low. You better not think about raising the price." "Haha, just kidding. I still have basic integrity in business. How do we trade?" Generally, an order is generated in the trading area, with both parties exchanging money and goods, and the forum ensuring the fairness of the transaction. However, some people choose to trade privately or offline. Fangjin waited for a reply, but strangely, the other party had not responded at all. 10 minutes passed. The other party still had no reply. That's odd. Fangjin was very confused. This was a 500 million deal. What could be so important that the other party had to attend to something else first? At that moment, the car stopped at a traffic light. A flashy pink motorcycle pulled up next to Ruan Yaowen's car, ridden by a tall female rider in tight leather, with long black hair, fiery red lips, and large eyes, exuding a stylish influencer vibe. The engine roared, free as the wind. "Hey, beautiful," Ruan Yaowen whistled. The female rider glanced at him, uttering a word, but the wind was too strong to hear. It seemed she was saying loser from her lip movements. Her gaze was slightly disdainful, looking down at him. Ruan Yawen raised an eyebrow. Such a look only piqued his interest and temper. So proud, huh? Little sister, usually, writers like you have to look up to my luxury car. At that moment, the red light turned green. The female writer flipped her hair, gave Ruan Yawen the middle finger, and then put on a pink cat ear helmet. Catch me if you can, little chicken. With that, she twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared off into the distance, disappearing in an instant. If my red supercar were still here, she'd be begging me for a ride. Ruan Yawen slammed on the gas, and the car shot forward. No way, I can't let a little girl outshine me. The Mercedes sped off, running several red lights in the blink of an eye. Damn, calm down a bit. Fangjin couldn't help but grab the overhead handle in the car. He was just an ordinary person. One car accident could end it all. Ruan Yawen laughed heartily. Don't worry, my driving skills are just fine. Aren't you afraid of having your license revoked for running so many red lights? Why do you think I have a license? Ha! It was revoked a long time ago, it doesn't matter. As long as I can catch this girl, I can just ditch this car and get a new one. Fangjin rolled his eyes in exasperation. This was the blindness brought on by worldly desires. So decadent. To be so wasteful. Why change cars just to chase a girl? He hadn't inherited even a shred of frugality or simplicity. He couldn't be bothered to engage with Ruan Yawen and continued to stare at his phone, sending another message to the seller, hoping for a reply, but unfortunately, there was still no response. At that moment, Ruan Yawen's car had caught up with the pink female rider. He rolled down the window, braving the strong wind. Hey, beautiful, want to grab a drink? I have a little villa with a pool that's just empty, and the bed is quite big. Care to join me? Ruan Yawen shouted. The female rider pressed the accelerator again, her exhaust almost spitting sparks, speeding up even more, and turned back to give him the middle finger. Spicy enough, I like it. Ruan Yawen chased after her again. Fangjin was getting a bit impatient, preparing to call the forum's admin to have them contact that anonymous user. The deal was supposed to be set. What did it mean to suddenly go missing? But he found that his phone had no signal at that moment. Strange. In this day and age, there were still places without signal. Fangjin looked up. The car had now entered the old town, where the streetlights were dwindling, and there were fewer tall buildings, replaced by layers of single-story houses. The once wide road was becoming narrower. Strange, even in the old town, there shouldn't be no signal, Fangjin wondered. Just then, the female rider, who had been speeding ahead, enjoying her freedom, had an accident. She flipped over while taking a turn, the immense inertia sending her motorcycle flying, sparks flying like fireworks. Both rider and bike crashed through the fence and landed heavily in a nearby wasteland. Damn, Ruan Yawen exclaimed, startled, quickly slamming on the brakes, staring at the smoking wasteland. It's over, I'm going to have to sleep alone tonight. Fangjin retorted, still thinking about that? We need to save her. The two wanted to call for an ambulance, but their phones had no signal. They could only get out of the car and prepare to lift the person up. Hey, girl, what were you thinking driving so fast? Ruan Yawen sighed as he jumped over the railing. After a while, he climbed back up with a puzzled expression. Fangjin asked, where is she? I'm curious too, Ruan Yawen said, confused. She clearly crashed here, so why can't we find her? Not just her, I can't even find the bike. Is this girl so tough that she got up and carried the bike away? That's strange. Fangjin turned back to the accident site, turning on his flashlight to check. The spot where sparks had been flying just moments ago was now completely clean. There was nothing there. Something was off. There should be scratches, black marks, and pieces of the motorcycle on the ground, but it was all so clean, as if nothing had ever happened. Something's wrong, let's go, Fangjin said immediately. Ruan Yawen sensed something too. It was too dark around them. Even in the old town, there shouldn't be so few streetlights. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not even the sound of insects or birds. Let's go. The two hurriedly turned back, but they both froze at the same time. The car that should have been just a few meters away had vanished without a trace. Bro, where's our car? Ruan Yawen asked nervously. Fangjin felt a chill run down his spine. He had been standing on the main road. The car was parked by the roadside, but he hadn't heard any sound of the car starting. So, the car hadn't been driven away. It had suddenly disappeared. The air was slightly cool. Fangjin looked around. The night sky seemed to have darkened a bit more. Only the old bungalows standing in the wasteland in the distance had dim lights flickering in their windows. When had the streetlights by the road also disappeared? The remote suburb was eerily quiet. There were no neon lights flashing from tall buildings, nor bright streetlights from the national highway. They could only rely on the faint starlight, moonlight, and a flashlight. My phone has no signal, how about yours? Fangjin asked. Ruan Yawen glanced at his phone and shook his head, neither do I. In a place like this, Without any transportation or navigation, it was impossible to determine their location, let alone figure out how to get out. Let's just walk along the driveway. We should be able to find a main road eventually, Fangjin said. The two of them moved forward along the dimly lit driveway. The surroundings were dead silent. An unsettling feeling crept in. The only sound was the tap-tap-tap of their footsteps. Ahead was a pitch-black void. Behind them was equally dark. Brother, why do I feel like the darkness here is a bit abnormal? Ruan Yawen said, goosebumps rising on his skin. Since there's a proper driveway, it shouldn't be this dark. Fangjin whispered, stop talking and just keep walking. He felt a bit uneasy himself, but discussing it at this moment served no purpose. It would only unbalance their mindset more quickly. When encountering strange occurrences, maintaining a steady mindset was crucial. They didn't know how long they had been walking. Logically, they should have covered a considerable distance, yet the layers of bungalows on their right still seemed so close. A few dim lights shone through the windows. It was unclear whether they were from poor quality bulbs or candlelight. Wait, brother, this place looks really familiar, Ruan Yawen said, turning on the flashlight and staring intently at a corner ahead. Fangjin focused his gaze. It seemed to be the spot where the female rider had fallen after failing to make the turn. However, there were no traces on the ground, leaving them uncertain. Maybe it's just similar. Fangjin suppressed his inner unease. A road that continued straight ahead. How could they return to the starting point? Fangjin turned to look at the distant bungalows, exhaling a heavy breath, but were probably trapped in a regulated event. The distance between the people and the houses had never changed. This is really messed up, Ruan Yawen muttered under his breath. Even if we did break some rules, isn't it enough to just take my car away? In most cases, breaking the rules would result in an unknown punishment, but it was rare for people to be trapped within it. If such a situation truly existed, the country would not be oblivious. At the very least, it would isolate the area enveloped by the regulated event. But this suburb clearly had no such measures. Fangjin said solemnly, there's no other way. We can only take a different path. Ruan Yawen was confused. Isn't there only one road in total? I mean this road. Fangjin jumped over the roadside barrier and leaped down into the wasteland. The wasteland might have once been farmland, but now, with few inhabitants, the land lay abandoned, gradually becoming a place piled with construction debris and household waste. And crossing the wasteland would lead them to those bungalows. Ruan Yawen's eyes widened. Brother, we're not really going to those bungalows, are we? They look so eerie. We might encounter something strange. We're already trapped. What other choice do we have besides confronting these oddities? Fangjin countered. Ruan Yawen was left speechless. He could only jump down from the driveway as well. From a distance, he gazed at the desolate, quiet bungalows, devoid of any human presence. He couldn't help but shiver. The two of them slowly advanced toward the bungalows, and the distance between them finally began to change, drawing closer. I wonder what rules we broke to get stuck here. Ruan Yawen wanted to say something to ease the tense atmosphere. It was too dark around. The only thing to do was keep the flashlight on. But the phone's battery had already lit up the red light. It was about to give out. Fangjin carefully navigated around the garbage and dog poop on the ground. It's probably something like not racing and disturbing the peace. To be honest, the noise you two made while racing is more disturbing than honking randomly. What bad luck. Does this mean we have to obey the law from now on? This time we were lucky, just lost a car. But next time we might not be so fortunate. Fangjin remembered clearly. At the time, Xu Xiaoyuan had given him an example. There had been cases where people had died instantly for running a red light. I feel like incidents involving rules are happening more frequently. I heard from my friend that there weren't this many 7 or 8 years ago, Ruan Yawen muttered softly. Suddenly, he stepped into something soft, and his face darkened. Fangjin turned his head. What's wrong? I stepped on something soft. It can't be dog poop, can it? Damn it. Whose dog is so uncivilized? I'm really pissed. Ruan Yawen looked down and saw he had stepped on a dark, soft mass, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was just soft soil. Thank goodness. It wasn't dog poop. It seems like someone is growing vegetables here. They've specially turned the soil, and there are some little green seedlings, Ruan Yawen said, relieved. Fangjin casually remarked, is that so? That's normal. Old folks in the countryside love to use any environment to grow vegetables, and this is wasteland anyway. He continued walking forward, but the footsteps behind him stopped. What are you doing? Fangjin turned around, a chill creeping up his spine, and goosebumps covered his body. Ruan Yawen had disappeared. His footprints were clearly visible, but he was nowhere to be seen. Silent, just like his car. The surroundings were eerily empty and quiet. Fangjin stared at the footprints on the ground for a long time. It seems it was because he stepped on someone else's vegetables, that's a bit too strict. It appeared that the rules to follow were not just about public security management laws. This was a big problem. When dealing with rule incidents, larger places were actually somewhat safer because public spaces had open regulations. As long as one was careful, it was unlikely to violate them. Conversely, smaller places were more dangerous, because no one knew what strange village rules might exist here. If the rule incident was limited to a small family, then the trouble would be even greater, because no one could guess what kind of family rules existed. Some families had no rules at all, but some had many bizarre and peculiar rules. For example, when the father eats, the children can only stand by. Must be home before 8 in the evening. Can't cry when being beaten. Air conditioning can't be turned on if the temperature is above a certain degree, and so on. Encountering such family rules, even inviting a sage wouldn't help avoid breaking them. I can only go it alone now. Fong Zhen's gaze flickered uncertainly. From the information obtained so far, violating the rules would lead to disappearance. The most important question was, where would they go after going missing? Were they imprisoned in some deserted place? Or were they simply erased? If it was the latter, then the danger of this place was likely quite high. But with such strict rules here, there should be many missing persons. Once such an incident occurred, it would inevitably attract the attention of special operations departments. Was it really just bad luck to end up here? Fong Zhen took a deep breath. No matter the reason, he was already trapped here. Some places were always worth a visit. Fong Zhen looked at the dimly lit rows of bungalows and cautiously walked towards them. In the distance, a villa stood on the mountain. The villa was brightly lit. Guests mingled, toasting and laughing, their smiles bright as the reflections of beautiful women danced in the swaying glasses. Under the flickering lights, it seemed as if white powder was scattered across the table. Before long, chaotic verses accompanied by a decadent atmosphere began to spread. Shen Weifeng pushed aside his female companion and stepped alone onto the large balcony on the third floor, gazing into the dim suburbs in the distance, a hint of indifference curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you really think I can't find your information? What can the Skynet Mutual Aid Association do? Han City is the territory of the Shin family. If it's a dragon, you must coil it. If it's a tiger, you must lie low. If I want you dead, you will die. Of course, wanting to kill two awakened ones requires more than ordinary means. To deal with rule events, one must rely on awakened ones. Conversely, the same applies. To deal with awakened ones, rule events are also the best weapon. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. He answered, and a woman's voice came through. Boss Shin, I've led them to that village as you instructed. Very well done. I will arrange for someone to transfer your father's donation shortly. However, the handling fee is unavoidable. Shen Weifeng chuckled, like a smiling tiger. Charging half the handling fee is already quite generous, but if you're willing to spend a night with me, we can negotiate on those fees. The woman suppressed her discomfort and replied coldly, no need. I think half of the donation is enough for my father's surgery. Ha ha ha, if you think it's enough, then it's enough. He hung up the phone, a trace of mockery appearing on Shen Weifeng's face. Whether it's enough is not for you to decide. Anping Village. This is a small village on the outskirts. However, the young people keep leaving, and the older generation is gradually passing away, turning it into a desolate village. Last year, there was talk of land reform, supposedly to build an old town and plan a new park. Later, for some unknown reason, it fell through. At this moment, 2 cars were parked at the village entrance. 7 young students got out, 4 boys and 3 girls, full of youthful energy. They were not very old, though they had developed well, all tall, but their faces still bore a hint of naivety. Is this Anping Village? Pighead, is this your home? A young man looked around, filled with a strong sense of exploration. He was dressed smartly, wearing an expensive watch, holding his girlfriend's hand. He was clearly a rich second generation. His girlfriend, young and beautiful, wore no makeup, but her rings, necklace, and earrings looked quite valuable. His name was Bai Junfei, and his girlfriend was called Lu Miaomiao. They were a couple. The boy he called Pighead was named Zhu Ziming, noticeably shorter, with a weaker presence, dressed in a school uniform, making him stand out awkwardly among the other 6, clearly from a less privileged background. His manner of speaking, presence, and confidence revealed the disparity in their family situations. Zhu Ziming nodded. Yeah, it's my home. We just moved here last year. Why move to such a ghostly place, with no village in front and no shop behind? A girl dressed in a gothic style, with heavy black makeup, pouted. One of the boys wearing glasses, looking scholarly, said, this place is not simple. Anping Village was said to be planning a new park last year, and the land prices once soared to 20 to 30,000 per square meter. You can't buy a house here without some connections. A slightly plump girl asked cautiously, then why does it look so run down? It's a bit scary. It's supposed to be run down. We're here to find some excitement, Bai Junfei said excitedly. This is much more interesting than an escape room. Pighead, Do you think there are good things here? Xu Ziming replied, yeah, a few months ago, a robber came here and got caught, but not a single cent of the stolen money was found. I heard he robbed a jewelry store, and many people came looking for the jewels, but they didn't find anything. Bai Junfei clapped his hands. This is exactly what I want. He was a rich second generation, not lacking in money at all. He didn't care much for jewelry, but he loved the thrill of searching and deciphering. He had grown tired of escape rooms, so he wanted to try something real. The other 5 people, apart from Xu Ziming, usually hung out with Bai Junfei, so they all came together. Let's go, treasure hunting. Bai Junfei's eyes sparkled. Although there were no clues at all, it didn't stop his excitement. His hands were trembling. As for why they came at night, it was simply more interesting. During the treasure hunt, they could also do some other thrilling things with their female companions. A slightly plump girl fumbled to pull out a special flashlight from her bag. When the flashlight turned on, the dark mountain village lit up as bright as day, instantly dissipating much of the fear in everyone's hearts. Now I'm not afraid anymore, the slightly plump girl said happily. She waved the flashlight towards the distant bungalows. Even from hundreds of meters away, the bungalows were illuminated clearly. They were old and weathered, with peeling walls, and several windows were broken, resembling a haunted house from a horror story. Seeing this, Xu Ziming hurriedly reminded, don't shine the light on the houses. There aren't many people in the village, but there are still a few households. People in the village sleep early, and the flashlight is too bright. It can easily disturb them. Sleeping so early, what a boring country bumpkin, the slightly plump girl said with a hint of displeasure. What's wrong with shining the light? It won't cost me anything. It's like I'm rare to come here. The other 5 said nothing in response. Clearly, they didn't care about that either and thought Xu Ziming was overreacting. Xu Ziming, feeling helpless, didn't say anything more. But at that moment, a cold voice came from the shadows. I advise you to listen to him, otherwise, I fear you won't live to see tomorrow's sunrise. The voice was unfamiliar. The 7 of them were startled. It was so dark, and the old houses in the distance looked like haunted houses. The sudden voice was truly frightening. Who is speaking? The slightly plump girl shivered in fear. At that moment, Fang Jin walked out from the wilderness. He had originally intended to head towards the bungalows but suddenly noticed someone had appeared. He felt a flicker of joy, thinking he might be able to leave this place. However, after witnessing these people's foolish behavior, he was left speechless. Who are you? Bai Junfei questioned. Xu Ziming also looked at Fang Jin with surprise. Was this person from the village too? How come he had never seen him before? Fang Jin shook his head. Who I am isn't important. I advise you to quickly turn off that blinding flashlight. What if I don't turn it off? The slightly plump girl retorted angrily. You country folks are so fussy. Do you want a fine? Here, take it. Is 200 enough? If not, I'll give you 500. I want to shine it. Her family was quite well off. Both her parents ran companies. Growing up in wealth, it was inevitable that her personality was a bit willful. A fine? I'm afraid the real penalty is something you can't afford, Fang Jin sneered. Look at whether your cars are still there. The 7 of them turned their heads in unison. They had driven 2 cars in total. At that moment, one of the cars was inexplicably missing. Where's my car? Shang Qianqin's face changed dramatically. She had taken her car out secretly without her father's permission. If discovered, she would definitely face a scolding, and she might even be grounded. The others were also very surprised. If one car was missing, they wouldn't be able to go back. Most importantly, they had been right next to the car. There was no reason for it to suddenly disappear. What's going on? Shang Qianqin glared at Fang Jin. Where did you take my car? Hand it over quickly. If not, I'll just pay a fine. What do you mean by dragging my car away? Do you know how much my car is worth? Fool, Fang Jin couldn't help but spit out 2 words. The other party was actually foolish enough to think he had towed her car away. It's really refreshingly foolish. You. Shang Qianqin's entire face turned red with anger. Xu Ziming, you, go beat him up. I'll give you 5,000. She couldn't command the others. Naturally, she could only turn to the less fortunate Xu Ziming. Xu Ziming smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. He wasn't crazy. Beating someone for no reason would land him in jail. At that moment, Bai Junfei spoke up. Friend, what exactly did you mean by that? You seem to know something. Is there someone else nearby looking for jewelry? Jewelry? What jewelry? Fang Jin was confused, but he couldn't be bothered to ask more. If you can leave, it's best to hurry while the car is still here. I warn you, this place isn't for kids like you. This statement made the group feel an inexplicable tension. It was already very dark around, making it easy for people to back down. Calling us kids? You're not that old yourself. Shang Qianqin gritted her teeth. Forget it, let's go. Bai Junfei wasn't foolish. He enjoyed thrilling adventures but was also very clear that they were just a group of students. They couldn't handle those people in society if they really encountered them. Once he said that, the others also began to have second thoughts. The group prepared to leave. Only Zhu Ziming's eyes flashed with disappointment. Apart from Zhu Ziming, the other 6 squeezed into the only remaining car. The car started. The headlights illuminated the road ahead. No one bothered to call out to Zhu Ziming. Fang Zhen leisurely walked to the front of the car and knocked on the window. "You're overloaded. Who among you is willing to sacrifice themselves and get out so the other 5 can leave first?" A sedan could only seat 5 people. 6 people obviously meant it was overloaded. "Are you sick? What does it matter to you if we're overloaded?" Shang Qianqin, squeezed next to her best friend, was full of bravado and directly cursed, "Country bumpkin, get lost." Bai Junfei, let's go. Fang Zhen smiled, "Suit yourselves." Bai Junfei started the car, stepped on the gas, and the car roared away, disappearing. The 6 people tumbled out of the car. "Ouch!" sounds echoed one after another. What's going on? The 6 looked at each other, an uncontrollable chill rising in their hearts. The first car disappearing could still be some kind of magic. But what was this situation? They were in the car. Why could the car vanish into thin air? Is it haunted? Lu Miao asked, trembling with fear. This statement made the others even more panicked. It was too unusual. Fang Zhen said calmly, "I already told you, you're overloaded. Now look, the car is gone. You might have escaped with 5 people, but now you're completely trapped here." The faces of the crowd gradually lost color. Trapped here? No way. Bai Junfei suppressed his inner terror. "Brother, what on earth is going on? Can you explain it to us in detail? It can't really be haunted, right? We're all educated people. We don't believe in this stuff." Fang Zhen thought for a moment and felt explaining would be too troublesome. "It's just haunted." The 4 words scared the 6 into pale faces. "Nonsense, don't listen to this country bumpkin," Shang Qianqin said angrily. "I'm calling my dad right now to send someone to pick us up. Don't be afraid, he just wants to scare us and then swindle our money. I won't fall for it." She took out her phone and dialed for a long time before realizing there was no signal. They even used a signal jammer, despicable. "And you say you're not deliberately messing with us? It can't be a large jammer. Just walk a few steps and there will be a signal." Shang Qianqin held her phone up, stepping in her high heels toward the darkness, shouting angrily, "I won't fall for your tricks." The light from her phone was soon swallowed by the darkness. Her voice suddenly stopped. She didn't return for a long time. "Shang Qianqin, stop messing around, come back quickly." Lu Miao shouted in worry, but there was no response. She didn't dare to enter the darkness to search. "It seems there's no hope." Fang Zhen shook his head and looked at Zhu Ziming. "You are Zhu Ziming? You seem to be a local here. Do you want to come with me? I'm heading that way too." Zhu Ziming hesitated for a moment. "Okay." Then Zhu Ziming followed Fang Zhen towards the row of old bungalows. The remaining 5 were in a panic. They didn't dare to run around and hurriedly followed. Fang Zhen asked, "You all look like students. It shouldn't be summer vacation yet, right?" "We are students from No. 1 high school, now in our senior year." "No. 1 high school is the best key high school in Han City." Fang Zhen was surprised. "The college entrance exam is coming up soon, and you guys are out here playing treasure hunt in the middle of the night?" "Their families are wealthy, they don't take the college entrance exam, they go abroad to study," Zhu Ziming said anxiously. "I've been under a lot of pressure lately, so I took this opportunity to go home and rest for a few days." Fang Zhen looked at Zhu Ziming deeply. His intuition told him that the other party was not telling the truth, but it was their private matter. There was no need to ask more. "You live here, don't you feel that this village is a bit off?" Fang Zhen asked. Zhu Ziming shook his head. "Not really, I think it's quite normal, but I only go home once a month, so maybe I just didn't notice." Although he was a local, he clearly seemed unfamiliar with this small village. At this moment, Bai Junfei and the other 5 caught up. The 5 were tense and fearful, huddling together, not daring to disperse. "Be careful where you step, don't trample on the vegetables grown by the villagers, and don't do anything out of line, or something ominous might happen," Fang Zhen casually said as he turned his head. Lu Miao swallowed hard. What might happen?" Fang Zhen stopped and looked at them with a chilling gaze. "You might die." In the pitch-black wasteland, a stranger spoke such cold words to them. The 5 shivered in unison, nearly screaming. The effect was quite good. Fang Zhen was very satisfied. With this, these 5 should not intentionally cause trouble. It wasn't that Fang Zhen had a sudden urge to save 5 rich kids. It was just that one person couldn't handle everything. In the face of a rule-based event, someone had to make a mistake to gather information. Of course, Fang Zhen didn't want to be that person. At this moment, the beautiful Lu Miao was trembling, looking like she was about to cry. I think I stepped on something. It's hard and soft. Junfei, come help me see what it is." Bai Junfei, her boyfriend, was so scared he hid to the side. You look for it yourself, it's too dark, I can't see. You dog of a man. Lu Miao felt her blood rush, wishing she could bite this man to death. She mustered her courage and looked down. The soft ground had formed a small mound. It seemed something was buried inside. She kicked away some of the topsoil, faintly revealing a face. The face was slightly plump but very delicately made up, with red lips and very pale skin. So pale it was excessive, like the makeup a mortician puts on the deceased. The five people's faces changed drastically. Wasn't she calling for help? How was she here? Shang Qianqin, it's Shang Qianqin. Lu Miao realized that she had stepped on the other person's face, and finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her body went limp, and she fainted. The person they had seen not long ago, now made up like a corpse, buried in the ground, so peaceful and calm. In the dark wasteland, with the dilapidated old house, this scene nearly scared the group of rich kids to the point of losing control. Even though Fang Jin had seen many frightening scenes, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp at this moment. Could it be that the missing people were all buried underground? If that's the case, shouldn't there be 3 cars and the unfortunate Ruan Yaoan underground? This actually makes it convenient. They can be buried directly. There's a reason for every grievance, and debts have their owners. Shang Qianqin, please don't come looking for us. We are innocent. The girl in the leather jacket, dressed in a gothic style, kept trembling, her hands clasped in prayer as she muttered. Her words suddenly awakened the others, who began to plead for protection from any deities they could remember, while also hoping that Shang Qianqin wouldn't turn into a vengeful spirit to come after them. What happened tonight was far beyond their comprehension. The only one who could remain calm was Zhu Ziming. Although he was also a bit scared, at least he was standing, and his face didn't change much. Fang Jin looked at Bai Junfei. This is way more thrilling than an escape room, right? Bai Junfei truly didn't expect that in such a situation, this person would still ask such a question. With a bitter face, he said, it's too thrilling, I can't handle it. I just want to leave now and never play again. Alright, stop kneeling, no one has really died. Let's go, Fang Jin said lightly. Everyone was taken aback. Not dead? The bespectacled boy cautiously checked Shang Qianqin's breath and indeed found a very faint sign of breathing. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she's not dead. Fang Jin immediately noticed that Shang Qianqin wasn't really dead, she just looked terrifying, and this discovery calmed him down a bit. Although breaking the rules would lead to punishment, it didn't mean instant death. That indicated that the situation wasn't dangerously extreme. Miao, wake up quickly, Shang Qianqin isn't dead, Bai Junfei said as he held Lu Miao, trying to wake her. Lu Miao woke up groggily, and upon hearing Bai Junfei's words, she visibly relaxed a lot in her confusion. But soon, she angrily pushed Bai Junfei away. How can you still have the face to hold me? You wouldn't even help me see what I stepped on. Bai Junfei, I'm telling you, it's over between us. Bai Junfei's face darkened. He had put in a lot of effort to catch up with Lu Miao. She was the daughter of a big company boss, not only beautiful but also from a wealthier family than his. Pursuing her wasn't just about hormones, it was more about family expectations. Now he had made Lu Miao angry. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood, but with so many people around, he couldn't lower his head to admit his mistake, so he could only sulk in silence. Alright, stop shouting. Since you're awake, let's keep moving. We're almost there, Fang Jin said lightly. Lu Miao, in her high heels, walked over to Fang Jin. Her big eyes, adorned with exquisite makeup, were very spirited, and there was a scent of expensive perfume. Handsome, you look very reliable. Whether we can leave safely depends entirely on you. She was clever, noticing Fang Jin's confident demeanor, so she instinctively chose to seek refuge with him. Fang Jin replied nonchalantly, don't cause trouble, I'll do my best to ensure you survive. As for what kind of life you lead, that depends on your luck. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Doing their best to ensure survival? Losing limbs or going mad is still surviving. Being trampled 100 times is also surviving. This was not a good promise. Fang Jin didn't say anything more and continued walking ahead. This time, the remaining 5 rich kids were all quiet, closely following Fang Jin, not daring to utter a single complaint. As for Shang Qianqin, who was buried underground, no one paid her any mind. They left her buried there. Although carrying a burden would be exhausting, the fact that no one mentioned it was truly a testament to the superficiality of their relationships. These people actually teamed up to go on an adventure. If they really encountered any danger, they would probably scatter like birds in a storm. After that, There weren't many twists and turns. The group passed through the wasteland and arrived at the layers of single-story houses. It only took about 10 minutes. From a distance, it looked dilapidated and decayed, very much like a haunted house, but as we got closer, it was somewhat better, just an ordinary old tile-roofed house. How many people are there in the village? Fangjin asked Zhu Ziming. Zhu Ziming replied, when we moved in last year, there were about 17 or 18 households. I'm not sure now, it might be a bit less. Have they moved away? No, they died from illness. Fangjin was puzzled. Is there some infectious disease in the village? No, Anping village originally had very few people. The current residents are mostly those who moved in last year. I heard that a new park is going to be built nearby, and it will be very good in the future. With the help of the foundation, many patients have moved here, hoping for a good environment to recover, and I heard that if you move here, you can get some benefits for medical treatment. Zhu Ziming said. The donations from kind-hearted people. Fangjin frowned. Are all the residents here like that? Yes. The foundation you mentioned wouldn't be. The Shin Charity and Welfare Foundation, Zhu Ziming said. We all received funding from the Seawater Fund, but we haven't been very lucky. There aren't many people willing to donate, and we haven't been able to gather enough for the surgery. What a coincidence. Fangjin didn't believe it was that coincidental. If it were this coincidental, it wouldn't be coincidence. It would mean someone was doing it on purpose. Someone had deliberately led them to this place. Are they trying to use a rule event to kill me? A cold glint flashed in Fangjin's eyes. A clever decision. He would remember this debt for now. He would settle it properly after leaving. If you want to rely on the Seawater Fund to raise money for treatment, it seems difficult, Lu Miaomiao suddenly said. Zhu Ziming was confused. Why? Isn't it a crowdfunding effort by kind-hearted people? Crowdfunding, yes, but it's not crowdfunding for you. If you want to accept a high commission, you can only get a small transfer in your account, and you have to go to a private hospital under the Shin Group to use it. No, it can't be, but many people have succeeded in the news. The news is for you to see, not for you to believe, Lu Miaomiao shook her head. My dad's business often deals with these charitable organizations. The Seawater Fund was established 2 or 3 years ago and has already gone public, with annual financial reports in the hundreds of billions. How do you think that came about? It can't just be rewards for doing good deeds. Zhu Ziming's face looked very grim. The Seawater Fund had long been his hope. Now this hope had been shattered. A few rich second-generation youths looked at Zhu Ziming with a hint of pity. This is the difference between the poor and the rich. It's not just a gap in living enjoyment, but a vast difference in experience. Zhu Ziming remained silent for a long time, then forced a difficult smile. No, let's not talk about this anymore. Come sit at my house for a while. Zhu Ziming led everyone to his home, which was also an ordinary bungalow, probably several decades old, with the plaster almost completely peeling off. The front door was also an old wooden door from decades ago. The door had a couple of years old couplets stuck on it, and there was a draft coming in from under the door. Zhu Ziming took out a key and opened the door. Can we turn on the lights? Fangjin politely asked. Zhu Ziming nodded. Of course, it's very safe at my house. Saying this, he walked into the room and turned on the dim lights. The home was very simply furnished, resembling the style of the 1980s, with almost no modern appliances or furniture. Fangjin pondered for a moment. Why did he emphasize that it was very safe? Mom, we're back, Zhu Ziming called out. A rustling sound came from inside, and then an elderly woman with a head full of white hair emerged. Her eyes were cloudy, looking somewhat frightening, as if she couldn't see anything. The poverty of life and the torment of illness made a middle-aged woman look much older than she should. She heard her son's voice and was overjoyed. Why did you suddenly come back? Today isn't the weekend. The teacher said that with the college entrance exam coming up, the most important thing is the mindset, so students are allowed to take leave anytime. I just came back to see you, Zhu Ziming said. The mother knew her son had always excelled in both academics and character, so she didn't think much of it and just smiled while complaining. What are you coming back for? I'm fine living alone, there's no problem. You have the college entrance exam coming up, you need to work hard. I know, Mom. I have a few classmates coming over as well. Upon hearing this, the mother nervously brushed her hair, trying to appear more spirited. Oh, really? Come in, come in. Have you eaten? I'll go heat up some steamed buns for you to try. I made them myself. No need, Mom, they've all eaten. Oh, I see. The mother clearly looked a bit disappointed. Fangjin, seeing this, smiled and said, Auntie, could you heat up a few for me? They've eaten, but I'm still hungry. Sure. The mother looked very happy. She familiarized herself with the kitchen, lit the stove, and took out the already cold buns from the cupboard, placing them on the steaming tray. Soon, steaming hot buns were brought out. A few rich second-generation kids showed looks of disdain. Whether it was the old house, the worn-out mother, or the unremarkable buns, Everything made them feel very uncomfortable, and they wanted to escape quickly, but they didn't dare. They could only sit down helplessly. Fangjin unceremoniously picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. It was warm, soft, and sweet, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Auntie, did you make these buns yourself? They're really good, much better than what you get in stores." Hearing someone praise her, the mother beamed, almost looking several years younger. "If it's good, eat more. You can take some home too, don't be polite." Xu Ziming lowered his head, feeling a bit anxious and uneasy. He seemed to feel somewhat embarrassed. "Thank you, Auntie, then I'll take a few with me," Fangjin said with a smile. The mother couldn't stop smiling. It's indeed a joyful thing to have someone eat what you've made. Usually, not many people come to the house. This was the first time her son's classmates had come over. From the attitude of this classmate, it was clear he was a good friend of her son. Xu Ziming was rather introverted, and his mother had always worried about this. Now that her son had a good friend, she was naturally even happier. "You are all Ziming's classmates. You must be very smart students. The college entrance exam is coming up, so you all need to work hard together," Xu Ziming's mother said with a smile. The group responded vaguely. Xu Ziming's face showed bitterness. Among the 7 of them, he was the only one who needed to take the college entrance exam. The others were already too far ahead at the starting line. Fangjin, feeling full, asked, "Auntie, has anything strange happened around here recently?" "Strange? No," Xu Ziming's mother said as she wiped the table clean. "Everything has been quite normal." "I see." This didn't hold much reference value. After all, Xu Ziming's mother was blind. Even if something strange happened, she wouldn't be able to see it. At this moment, Xu Ziming's mother yawned. She was getting older. Usually, she went to bed early and woke up early. It was already 10 o'clock at night. "It's getting late, shouldn't we be going?" said the Gothic-style girl in a low voice. She felt very uncomfortable staying here, especially seeing Xu Ziming's mother's murky, pale, hollow eyes, which always made her feel uneasy. Xu Ziming's mother hurriedly said, "It's so late, it's dangerous to be out in the dark. Why not just sleep here?" Although the place is simple, there are still 3 empty rooms. For the older generation, they always held the greatest enthusiasm for their juniors and guests. The few rich second-generation kids looked troubled. "This place, how could they sleep here? What a joke." Fangjin happily said, "Thank you, Auntie. I was just thinking of shamelessly staying over, but I was afraid of causing you trouble. My car is gone, and I can't leave for the time being." "What trouble could this be?" Xu Ziming's mother smiled happily and hurried to rummage through the bedding and tidy up the room. Although she was blind, in her own home, it was not much different from a sighted person. The Gothic-style girl complained, "Do we really have to stay here? This place is so shabby, I can't get used to it." "Xu Ziming, your home is too rundown." Yeah, the others echoed. They knew Xu Ziming's family was poor, but they thought that poor people should at least live in a cheap community. Even if it was crowded, it should have a clean 3-bedroom apartment. They didn't expect it to be this ridiculous. Xu Ziming's face turned awkward, and he whispered, "I'm sorry." "You don't have to apologize to them." Fangjin's gaze turned cold as he swept over the group. "If you're not afraid of dying, get lost. There's wasteland outside for you to stay in. Xu Ziming doesn't owe you anything." Fangjin got angry, and the 5 rich second-generation kids fell silent, not daring to retort. In such a haunted place, where would they dare to go live in the wasteland? That would be seeking death. Soon, 3 empty rooms were tidied up. Fangjin unceremoniously took one for himself. The remaining 3 boys shared one room, and the 2 girls shared another. As for Xu Ziming, he squeezed into a room with his mother. Although the bedding was old, it was very clean and had no odor. "Finally, I can have a good rest." Fangjin lay on the bed, feeling much more relaxed. It was too dark outside, and it was unrealistic to resolve the rules of the event. Having a safe place to sleep and rest was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. As for whether those 5 rich second-generation kids could adapt, that was no longer within his consideration. At this moment, the 5 rich second-generation kids were in a terrible mood, each with a frown. They had never stayed in such a shabby place in their lives. How could they sleep? But they couldn't leave. It was too painful. Bai Junfei at this moment left his 2 male companions and came to the door of the girls' room, politely knocking. "Meow meow, it's me." The Gothic-style girl opened the door. "What do you want?" Bai Junfei pleaded. "Li Qingyin, give me a chance to be alone with Meow Meow." "Sure, 100,000 pocket money. No problem. You're quite straightforward." The Gothic-style girl simply left the room, allowing the 2 to be alone. Lu Meow Meow at this moment took off her coat, revealing her fair arms. When she saw Bai Junfei, she scolded, "Bai Junfei, what are you doing?" Bai Junfei squeezed into the room, shamelessly hugging Lu Meow Meow. "Meow Meow, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I was too flustered at the time, it wasn't intentional, Bai Junfei pleaded. If you're angry, just hit me a couple of times, okay? Don't be mad. Lu Miao didn't soften. Get out. I don't want to see you. Just seeing you makes me sick. Don't be like this. We've been dating for so long and have been honest with each other. This little thing can't ruin our relationship, right? Bai Junfei pressed Lu Miao against the wall, his eyes filled with deep affection, continuously whispering sweet nothings. He planned to kiss her forcefully like a domineering CEO. Lu Miao struggled. You rogue, get away. But how could a girl really break free from a boy's hold? Just as their lips were about to meet, Lu Miao suddenly felt her hands loosen, and she instinctively pushed him away. Bai Junfei staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with terror, and he clutched his neck tightly, his face turning red, as a clear visible mark slowly appeared on his neck. Why you? What's wrong? Bai Junfei, don't scare me. Lu Miao was so frightened that her legs went weak. Bai Junfei wanted to say something, but he couldn't get the words out. The next moment, his feet gradually left the ground, his tongue sticking out, and his eyes nearly bulging out, as if an invisible rope was tightening around his neck, resembling a hanging ghost. Bai Junfei kept kicking his legs and waving his hands, but it was of no use. Finally, the color drained from his face, turning completely black and blue. His whole body hung limply in the air, swaying slightly. There was no sound. Fangjin was preparing to get a good night's sleep. However, there was a knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Fangjin became alert and first checked if there was anything unusual in the room, then looked out the window, seeing nothing special, before opening the door. Outside the door stood Zhu Ziming. He was still wearing a high school uniform, looking somewhat reserved. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Fangjin asked. Zhu Ziming said earnestly, although I don't know you, I still want to thank you for speaking up for me back then. I haven't seen my mom this happy in a long time. No need to be polite. Actually, you don't have to hang out with those rich second-generation kids. They only see you as a dispensable sidekick, and you won't gain anything from it. Since you got into high school, it shows you can change your fate through your own abilities in the college entrance exam, which is much more reliable than being a lackey. Fangjin spoke frankly. As for your mother, I can see you are very considerate, not wanting her to worry, trying hard to do everything well, but that might make her feel frustrated. If you want your mother to be happy, remember to trouble her with some small things. Zhu Ziming stood there in a daze for a long time. He had been focused on studying hard and had never thought about these things. Thank you. Zhu Ziming took a moment to digest this and thanked him again. Fangjin smiled. Alright, you should go back and rest. Actually, I still have some things to say. What is it? You asked me if anything strange has happened nearby. Fangjin's expression became serious. Come in and talk. He invited Zhu Ziming into the room. Zhu Ziming did not hide anything at this moment. I told you, the people from Anping village have actually all moved away. Those living here are patients who moved in over the past 2 years. More than half of these patients have very strange backgrounds and have experienced supernatural events. That was right. This answer was within Fangjin's expectations. It was normal for supernatural events to occur. It would be strange if they didn't happen. Have you encountered any? Fangjin asked. Zhu Ziming shook his head. It hasn't happened to me, but I have seen someone being lifted into the air by a strange force and hanged to death. Ha? Hanged to death? Fangjin felt something was off. Could it really lead to death? If so, the danger level would rise several notches. Yes, there have also been cases of outsiders becoming paralyzed, turning into madmen, or drowning for no reason, Zhu Ziming said. Being buried underground is already considered one of the lighter supernatural events. Fangjin's expression changed slightly. Rule-based events were terrifying, that much was clear. But the problem was that generally, the punishments for violating rules were often singular. No matter how chaotic or uncontrollable the rules were, there would still be an underlying logic. Although it couldn't be based on empiricism, wasn't this change a bit too drastic? He realized why the people behind Zhao San had led him here. This place was much scarier than he had imagined. Can you leave this village? Fangjin asked. Zhu Ziming nodded. I'll take you away tomorrow. With this promise, Fangjin felt somewhat reassured. However, his intuition told him it probably wouldn't be that simple. Just then, a sharp scream came from another room. Help! It was Lu Miao calling for help. Fangjin's face darkened. What were these rich second-generation kids doing again? Shouting in the middle of the night, trying to get everyone killed? Quick, let's go take a look. Zhu Ziming hurriedly ran out of the room. Fangjin followed him, and the two arrived at the girls' room. At this moment, several other rich second-generation youths also came over upon hearing the commotion. Strangely, the gothic girl was standing outside the door, while Bai Junfei had not appeared. The rich second-generation youths were trembling with fear, hesitant to break down the door, likely afraid of encountering a ghost. What's going on? Fang Jin asked. The gothic girl was extremely nervous. Bai Junfei went in. He wants to get back together with Miao Miao, so I came out. I don't know what exactly happened. Fang Jin couldn't help but curse. A bunch of idiots. Didn't I tell you to stir up less trouble? Can't you even sleep quietly? At that moment, Zhu Ziming's mother also came out. Ziming, what's wrong? Auntie, it's nothing. We're just playing around telling ghost stories. A female classmate is a bit timid and got scared. You don't need to worry. We'll go to sleep soon, Fang Jin replied. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Ziming's mother felt reassured. Oh, I see. Then you all play. It's fine. It's good for young people to have energy. She happily turned and went back to her room. Her son was getting along well with his classmates. They were even telling ghost stories. How nice. Maybe he could even make a girlfriend. Once the elder left, Fang Jin's expression darkened. In a bit, we'll go in together. No one is allowed to shout. You can only speak quietly, or don't blame me for throwing him out. The group of rich second-generation youths nodded in fear. All right, let's go in. Fang Jin cautiously opened the door. Inside the room, Lu Miao Miao, only in her underwear, had fainted again in a corner. Miao Miao. Li Qingyin hurriedly stepped forward and covered Lu Miao Miao with her coat to prevent any exposure. Several boys entered the room. For the moment, they didn't notice anything unusual. The bespectacled boy looked around the room in confusion and asked, "Where's Bai Junfei?" Fang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but look up. Sure enough, there he was. At that moment, Bai Junfei was hanging from the ceiling, his face completely black, his tongue sticking out, and his eyes seemed ready to pop out, giving off a feeling of being unable to close his eyes in death. The others noticed Fang Jin's behavior and couldn't help but look up. In that instant, everyone's hearts felt like they had been struck by a heavy hammer. He's dead. Dead. Ah! Everyone was screaming internally, but thankfully they remembered Fang Jin's request, each covering their mouths, not daring to make a sound. However, they were all pale with fear, trembling all over. Their minds were on the verge of collapse. Last time, Shang Qianqin hadn't really died, she was buried underground, but this time was different. Bai Junfei was clearly dead. Moreover, he was hanging in the air, staring at everyone, and the impact of this scene was simply too great. A nauseating feeling churned in their stomachs. Ugh! Someone couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. Alright, if you can't bear to look, then don't. Gather together, and don't do anything, Fang Jin said in a deep voice. The others didn't dare to question or think, quickly huddling together in the corner. Fang Jin then jumped up, grabbed Bai Junfei's feet, and pulled him down. His body thudded heavily to the ground, the marks on his neck clearly visible, yet there was no real rope present. He had been hanged by an invisible force. Looks like we've encountered a rule event, Fang Jin muttered to himself. Zhu Ziming quietly asked, Is he dead? Dead, completely dead. Fang Jin noticed that Zhu Ziming didn't seem as frightened as the others. It was clear that there was a significant difference in mindset between those who had seen death and those who hadn't. Bai Junfei was the first person to truly die that night. Fang Jin examined him closely. There were no other abnormalities on him. The fatal injury was the mark on his neck. Fang Jin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could he have avoided this situation if it had happened to him? The logic of murder seemed similar to that of killing through a phone chat. One chokes by hand, the other by a noose. Ignoring should be able to save one's life. Wake up Lu Miao Miao, Fang Jin said in a deep voice. The crowd hurriedly tried to wake Lu Miao Miao. Her face was filled with terror. Fortunately, everyone was around to calm her emotions. She was indeed unfortunate. In one day, she had fainted from fear twice. After waking up, she began to cry. Bai Junfei barged into the room asking for my forgiveness. When I refused, he held me down and tried to kiss me. Actually, I was planning to let him have his way, but then, she cried so hard that she could barely catch her breath, and it was clear she was in great pain. Fang Jin understood immediately. It was truly not unjust. She had been warned not to cause trouble, yet she insisted on doing something that violated the rules. Can't anything wait until it's safe to talk about? Fang Jin was speechless. However, at least it proved one thing. In Anping village, breaking the rules could indeed lead to death. Fang Jin scanned the crowd. Now do you understand why I repeatedly told you not to break the rules? This is the consequence. Now, they looked at Fang Jin not just with fear, but as if they had seen a lifeline. Only Fang Jin could save them from this haunted village. Alright, let's sleep, Fang Jin said. The crowd was bewildered. Sleep? After just having someone die, are we really going to sleep? Isn't that a bit too much of a leap? The gothic girl whispered. What about Bai Junfei? He's dead. What can we do? Once we leave here, we can give him a grand burial, Fang Jin replied. You can't do anything. The only contribution you can make is to sleep right now. The crowd exchanged glances. With a corpse in the room, who would dare to stay? Fang Jin didn't care about them and went to sleep himself. The others, of course, didn't dare to stay with the body and could only squeeze into another room helplessly. That night was destined to be sleepless. However, Fangjin slept quite well. The long-term mental pressure from school had at least made his psychological resilience quite strong. The next day, Fangjin woke up feeling refreshed. As for the other rich kids, they all had dark circles under their eyes, looking utterly exhausted, clearly having not slept at all. "Let's go deal with the body," Fangjin commanded the group, like a foreman. The only two remaining girls huddled together, terrified and pale. The gothic girl, Li Qingyin, had her makeup completely smudged, but after washing it off with water, she looked much more presentable. "I'll do it," a bespectacled boy gritted his teeth and, mustering his courage, picked up Bai Junfei's body. Fangjin noted the boy's name with satisfaction, Zhou Ziruan. Bai Junfei's body was discarded in a wasteland, covered with some weeds and branches. That was that. If Bai Junfei's family needed the body, they could come and take it later. Fangjin took out his phone to check, but there was still no signal. "Is there always no signal here?" Fangjin asked. Xu Ziming nodded. "It's always like this. You have to walk far to get a signal. Usually, there are buses at the village entrance, but only 2 a day. If you miss them, you're out of luck. I can take you there." Hearing that they could leave, the rich kids were ecstatic. Finally, they were going to escape this ghostly place. They arrived at the village entrance. However, they waited for a full 2 hours without seeing a bus. "Strange, why hasn't it come today?" Xu Ziming was very confused. Fangjin made a decisive call. "We're not waiting anymore. Let's walk out along the main road." "Ah." The rich kids were dumbfounded. "Walk back? Wouldn't that break their legs?" "You don't have to follow me." Fangjin walked along the village road leading to the city. The rich second-generation youths hurried to keep up, not daring to fall behind. The suburbs were at least 40 miles from the city. Walking back would take at least 3 to 4 hours. But in order to leave this cursed place as soon as possible, the rich second-generation youths exerted themselves, pushing forward with unprecedented potential. Then, an hour later, everyone returned to the village entrance where they had been waiting for the bus. "As expected, we are indeed trapped," Fangjin nodded and said. "It was just an attempt at first." Now it seemed that leaving this village was not so easy. Xu Ziming looked surprised. He hadn't expected that once they entered the village, they wouldn't be able to leave. Normally, he could have left here. The rich second-generation youths were dumbfounded upon hearing this. "You mean, after more than an hour of walking until our feet were about to break, it was all for nothing?" said one taller rich second-generation youth, incredulous. His name was Su Tai. Fangjin nodded. "Pretty much." Su Tai was exasperated. "You clearly guessed it. Why didn't you tell us? You made us walk for so long for nothing." "I said you didn't have to follow," Fangjin replied. Su Tai was instantly speechless. Yes, Fangjin hadn't forced them to come. They thought that following Fangjin would help them escape, so they chose to follow. The thought of not being able to leave filled everyone with a sense of sadness. They wouldn't have to continue staying in that haunted house, would they? No way. Zhou Ziyun adjusted his glasses. "Brother Fangjin, if we really can't leave, what should we do next? Don't we have to do something to find the root of the problem to break this strange restriction?" He was the calmest among the group. Wearing glasses, he looked refined. According to Xu Ziming, this person was the brains of the small team. They all liked to play adventure games, but they were actually quite inexperienced, mostly relying on Zhou Ziyun for ideas and strategies. It seemed he was indeed the most capable. "Pretty much. Let's go visit first. If you want to follow, then follow. If you don't want to, figure out how to leave on your own." Fangjin turned to Xu Ziming, thinking for a moment. "Do you know who grows vegetables in the wasteland?" Xu Ziming nodded. "Yes, it's an old man who isn't very mobile. Take me to find him." After the two said this, they left. The remaining rich second-generation youths all wore bitter expressions. "We can't just let him lead us around. What's so great about him? He's just an ordinary person," Su Tai said indignantly. "We can find a way to leave on our own." Li Qingyin echoed. "Exactly, don't forget what we're here for. We're here to play adventure games. We're experts at playing games. Let's treat it like a decryption task." Lu Miaomiao, having been startled twice and not having slept well, looked very unenergetic. "I can do it, you all decide." Everyone turned to Zhou Ziyun. Clearly, they all knew who the real decryption expert was among them. Zhou Ziyun showed a hint of helplessness. "I originally planned to follow that person, but since you all have such strong opinions about him, let's try it ourselves." Everyone's spirits lifted. As long as they didn't break the rules, it would be fine. It wasn't too difficult. They believed they had mastered the safe tricks. Under Xu Ziming's guidance, the two arrived at a bungalow. Unlike Xu Ziming's home, this bungalow was not only smaller but also appeared filthy and chaotic, with piles of cardboard and kitchen waste stacked at the entrance, giving off a terrible smell. Several greasy windows of the house were broken, as if they had never been repaired. The weather was nice today, with bright sunshine, especially as the morning light shone down warmly. An old man lay in a reclining chair, wrapped in a blanket, basking in the sun at his doorstep. Behind him, the barren land was haphazardly planted with various vegetables, greens, radishes, scallions, and the like, though they seemed to be growing poorly, as if they hadn't been tended to with much care. "This is Old Man Wang. He was one of the first to move here," Zhu Ziming whispered. "He has trouble walking and rarely goes out. I heard he has no children, just a nephew, and since he was diagnosed with lung cancer, he moved here alone." Lung cancer, combined with his old age, meant he was basically beyond saving. Living one more day was a gain. His nephew had no money and was trying to raise funds through the sea, but it was said that Old Man Wang had some issues with his household registration, which delayed the fundraising approval. Fang Jin understood the basic situation and approached with a smile. "Old man, enjoying the sun?" Old Man Wang didn't even lift his eyelids. He completely ignored him. Fang Jin thought for a moment, his gaze landing on a pile of cardboard. "Old man, I collect cardboard. Are you selling these?" The old man slowly looked up. "Huh? What do you want?" "I collect cardboard." "Collect what?" "Cardboard." "What cardboard?" "Collect cardboard." "Collect what?" "Alright, old man, you just keep basking." "Oh." The old man continued to soak up the sun. Fang Jin couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old man was clearly trying to ignore him. An old man who could resist the temptation of selling cardboard was indeed not an ordinary person. Fang Jin had Zhu Ziming give it a try, but the old man treated him the same way, ignoring him as well. Zhu Ziming returned empty-handed, helplessly smiling. "I can't do it either. Maybe I haven't come back enough times for him to recognize me." After hitting a wall, Fang Jin prepared to check on others. At that moment, he noticed something very strange. Old Man Wang had been lying there the whole time, but his position seemed to have shifted slightly. He was originally facing away from the door, but now his angle was a bit askew. "Did you notice anything off?" Fang Jin asked. Zhu Ziming looked confused. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. Fang Jin held him in place, waiting. At that moment, the remaining 5 rich second-generation youths passed by them. Fang Jin intended to remind them not to cause trouble, but unexpectedly, the 5 didn't stop and just left. Fang Jin was astonished. What were they up to? Su Tai, one of the 5, said defiantly, "Don't worry, we won't bother you. The 5 of us can't possibly lose to you, we can find our own way out. 3 cobblers can match a Zhuge Liang. Besides, there were 5 of them." Saying this, they left with a swagger. Only Zhou Ziruan looked a bit embarrassed and nodded in acknowledgement, but then followed the other 4. Watching the 5 enter a dilapidated old house, Fang Jin couldn't help but ask, have they always been this confident? They come from good families and have decent grades. In the eyes of most people, they are the favored ones, so of course, they are very confident, Zhu Ziming said with a hint of self-deprecation, unlike me. What's the story behind that old house? It's just an empty house. It seems to have been the ancestral hall of this village, but everything was long gone, even the plaque was taken down and burned for firewood. The origin of the house didn't seem problematic. It didn't look strange either. Fang Jin didn't think much of it. As for those 5, they were so refreshingly foolish that Fang Jin wasn't even angry, but rather found it a bit amusing. They were so eager to play the role of minesweepers. I can't just stop them, can I? Right now, the most important thing was to keep an eye on this old man. He was the only one in the village growing vegetables in the wasteland, and he had the highest likelihood of being related to the incident. Plus Fang Jin already felt something was off. Time passed little by little. Approaching noon, the sunlight grew increasingly blinding. The old man remained motionless, as if asleep, exuding a serene calmness. At that moment, Zhu Ziming's eyes widened in shock. Have you noticed? I have. Zhu Ziming swallowed hard. Old Wang's position is changing. He has always been facing the direction of the sun, but he hasn't moved at all. Why is that? Old Wang was basking in the sunlight, peacefully enjoying the warmth, yet this tranquil scene made Zhu Ziming break out in a cold sweat. Fang Jin calmly said, "It's simple, it means he isn't Old Wang at all." "Then, what is it? What do you think?" Zhu Ziming's expression gradually twisted in horror. "How could one see a ghost in broad daylight?" "Don't worry, it's not a ghost," Fang Jin reassured him. "This thing is much scarier than a ghost." Zhu Ziming's expression grew even more grim. "It would have been better if you hadn't explained." Fang Jin studied Old Wang for a while, hesitating to act rashly. After some thought, he quietly circled to the side of the bungalow. There was a piece of glass that had already shattered, with shards scattered on the ground for who knows how long. Fang Jin peered through the window into the dark interior. It was pitch black inside. Despite it being daytime, the room was completely dark, and there was an indescribable dampness in the air. Mixed with the dampness was a faint smell of decay. "I can't see anything." Fang Jin pondered whether to turn on a flashlight, but Zhu Ziming's voice trembled as he said, "I can see." "Ha, good eyesight, What's inside? Old Wang is lying on the recliner. Zhu Ziming was terrified. Fang Zhen felt a shiver run through him as well. There was an old Wang inside, and there was also an old Wang outside. What a coincidence! Fang Zhen turned on his phone's flashlight, carefully shining it into the dark room. It was messy inside, as if no one had cleaned it for a long time, with a thick layer of dust accumulated. In the center of the room was a recliner identical to the one outside. In the darkness, a shriveled, foul-smelling body lay in the recliner, looking very peaceful. It was a corpse. Fang Zhen suppressed his inner unease. Old Wan was already dead. He didn't know how long he had been dead. So what was the one outside? To be honest, Fang Zhen couldn't see any abnormalities in the old Wang outside. His speech and demeanor were almost identical to that of a normal person. Is it the source? Fang Zhen found it hard to determine, because it was behaving too normally, so it was too abnormal. Fang Zhen was hesitant to act rashly, fearing he might make a mistake. It would be better to observe for a while longer before making any plans. By the way, why haven't those rich kids come out yet? Fang Zhen recalled the wealthy second-generation youths. 2 hours ago, they had entered that old house, but they hadn't appeared since. The old house was empty, almost devoid of anything. Only the altar where the ancestors' tablets used to be remained. Don't blame the strange. We are just innocent travelers. If we disturb you, please forgive us, Lu Miao Miao muttered to herself, trembling with fear. It's so dark here. Yeah, we can't see anything. Should we turn on the flashlight? No, we can't. There might be some taboos. Look, there's light ahead. This broken house doesn't even have electricity. Where's the light coming from? There really is. Look quickly. Li Qingyin couldn't help but say excitedly. Everyone suddenly noticed that the altar in front of them slowly opened, emitting a rich light, as if a path to a paradise was appearing. Freedom was right in front of them. Leaving this backward, dilapidated place, returning to a comfortable environment. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine. Li Run struggled to resist the allure of the light, hurriedly shouting, "Don't go! There must be a problem. We need to retreat, get out of this house." There's no problem. I can see my home. What problem could there be? This is definitely the exit. Su Tai exclaimed joyfully, running ahead. Li Qingyin couldn't help but walk forward. I think I see my parents, and the Western restaurant I usually go to. They're all waiting for me. I have to hurry back, or it will be gone. Lu Miao Miao, in a daze, also involuntarily moved forward. Clearly, she had seen something that drew her heart. The remaining boy, Kai Yinfeng, had already recklessly run ahead. No, don't go, Li Run's managed to say. He couldn't understand. Wasn't it said that only those who broke the rules would suffer? They clearly hadn't done anything. He knew that what lay before them was definitely fake, but there was an invisible force affecting their perception, gradually pulling them in. At that moment, Fang Zhen and Zhu Ziming arrived outside the old house. The darkness inside the old house was a bit abnormal, but it was still daytime, and sunlight streamed in, allowing them to see some things. Fang Zhen saw 5 rich second-generation youths, forming a circle, each with a vacant expression, walking along the walls of the old house, endlessly circling. One circle after another, never stopping. Especially Lu Miao Miao, who wore high heels, her feet rubbed raw and bleeding, with blood oozing from her heels, leaving bloody footprints everywhere, making the entire old house look even more eerie and cold. Yet, even so, she continued to move forward like a puppet, refusing to stop. The footsteps of the 5 were remarkably synchronized. It was as if they were performing some kind of cult ritual. The scene was too bizarre. Zhu Ziming stepped back several paces, too frightened to look any longer. Are they being influenced in their thinking by the source of power? Fang Zhen felt a strange unease rising in his heart. Being buried in the ground, hanged by an invisible force, trapped in the old house and falling into a bizarre illusion. This was already the 3rd strange incident. Fang Zhen had to consider a possibility. Perhaps, this place had more than one rule event. A village where multiple rule events coexist. Can such a situation really exist? Fang Zhen pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing the key to the problem. These residents had all moved in with the help of the Shin family consortium. It couldn't be such a coincidence. With so few residents, how could so many bizarre events occur? Although there was no evidence to confirm it yet, Fang Zhen already had a suspicion in his heart. The Shin family consortium had actually taken the initiative to relocate rule events to one place, creating an incredibly strange little village, and used it to eliminate their enemies. What a grand scheme! What an arrogant approach! If it were just Fang Zhen alone, he would definitely search for the source everywhere and might even end up in the old house, then fall into it. Instead, he had to thank these rich second-generation youths for clearing the mines for him. Is there any rope? Fang Zhen turned to ask. Zhu Ziming quickly nodded. Yes, I'll get it right away. Soon, Zhu Ziming brought back a rope. Fang Zhen didn't enter the house but tied one end of the rope into a loop and threw it into the house, then caught Zhou Ziruan with it, yanking him out of the old house forcefully. After leaving the old house, Zhou runs jolted awake, looking around in confusion. Fangjin repeated the process, throwing the rope one after another, pulling these rich second-generation youths out. The people who were pulled out had vacant expressions. They seemed somewhat dazed, especially Kai Yanfeng, who appeared completely foolish, even hugging a pillar of the old house, drooling, occasionally breaking into a silly grin, as if he had become a foolish madman. Only Zhou Ziruan seemed the most normal. Alright, one has gone mad, Fangjin sighed. He didn't know if he could be cured. Even if he was cured, would he still drool? Slowly, the remaining people gradually recovered, but each of them felt a bit dazed, as if they hadn't slept for days and nights and had suddenly experienced a terrifying nightmare. What happened? Su Tai asked in confusion. Fangjin replied, "Congratulations on surviving, but you only sacrificed one teammate. You still have 4 left, and conservatively estimating, you can still mess around 4 more times." Su Tai's face turned red and then pale. He knew the other was mocking them, but he had no confidence to retort. They had said they would look for a way out, but they had barely started and had already suffered a crushing defeat, encountering ghostly events that nearly wiped them out. Soon, they each began to realize what had happened, and expressions of fear appeared on their faces. Lu Miaomiao hugged her legs and sobbed continuously. Her feet hurt so much. The blood-stained high heels terrified her even more. She probably never wanted to wear high heels again in her life. "So can anyone tell me about your experiences?" Fangjin asked. The others didn't want to recall. Only Zhou Ziruan took a deep breath. "When we entered the old house, we inexplicably saw a way out. It seemed impossible, but at that moment, we believed it completely, and we kept walking, as if we could leave at any moment, but we just couldn't get out." Fangjin pondered slightly. These people hadn't done anything. They had just entered the old house. It seemed that the old house itself was problematic, possibly the source, and the culprit that trapped everyone in the village. If the entire house was the source, how could it be resolved? Burn it down? That seemed like a violation of rules no matter how one thought about it. This is really giving me a headache. Fangjin couldn't find a clue for the time being. "You all go rest at Zhu Ziming's house, don't wander around." One had gone mad. One was completely unable to move. The remaining 3 were dazed and had no energy at all. Zhou Zirue forced a bitter smile. He really didn't dare to wander around anymore. Such a risky game. He truly had no courage to play again. Zhou Zirue carried Lu Miaomiao on his back. Su Tai led the already dazed Kai Yanfeng, and Li Qingyin closely followed behind Zhu Ziming. They had sought a way out, but their first battle had ended in a disastrous defeat. The plan had died before it even began. Li Qingyin followed closely behind Zhu Ziming, wiping her tears. "Zhu Ziming, why is your village so scary? If I had known, I wouldn't have come with you. Whoa, I want to go home. I hate this dirty village." Zhu Ziming smiled helplessly. "You all wanted to find a place to adventure. I just casually mentioned our village, and you insisted on coming." Li Qingyin pouted, feeling very wronged. Suddenly, her face showed terror, and her feet moved uncontrollably towards the small river in the village. "What are you doing?" Zhu Ziming shouted. Li Qingyin's voice trembled with fear. No, it's not me. Help. My feet are moving on their own. No. Someone help me." Suddenly, she started running and then fell heavily to the ground, rolling directly into the small river. Splash! A huge splash erupted. The sudden change once again shocked everyone. Fangjin's expression fluctuated. Another one. How could so many rule-breaking events gather together? Raising goo. Help, glub, glub. Help! Li Qingyin struggled in the river, constantly sinking and coughing violently, as if she were about to drown at any moment. Everyone was horrified. Su Tai shouted, calm down, Li Qingyin, don't panic, you can swim. Remember? You can swim, if you calm down, you can float back up. She can swim, and her hands are splashing in the water. There's no reason for her to keep sinking. Li Run said in horror, it's as if something is pulling her feet. Coupled with what Li Qingyin had said before falling into the water, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Someone grabbed her leg and dragged her into the water. A water ghost looking for a substitute? This very famous folk ghost story flashed through everyone's minds. Lu Miaomia cried out, someone go save Qingyin, she's about to drown. Su Tai and Zhou Ziruan hesitated. If it really was a water ghost looking for a substitute, who would dare to save her? They might get dragged down too. Zhu Ziming couldn't help but glance at Fangjin. Fangjin shook his head, don't look at me, I can't swim. He didn't even have any memories before college. Naturally, he had no experience learning to swim. Zhu Ziming gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and unexpectedly took off his jacket, jumping directly into the water, swimming towards Li Qingyin. However, he was clever enough to grab a wooden stick over a meter long from the side of the road. He swam to Li Qingyin's side and handed her the stick. At this moment, Li Qingyin was already disoriented, on the verge of drowning, and instinctively grabbed the stick, refusing to let go. Drowning victims will instinctively grab onto anything nearby before they drown. If Xu Ziming approached carelessly, he might get held onto by Li Qingyin and drown together, which was very possible. However, since Li Qingyin was only holding onto a wooden stick, there was no such risk. After Xu Ziming rescued Li Qingyin, he immediately swam back to the shore. Fortunately, it was just a small creek, with no rushing water, and Xu Ziming managed to pull Li Qingyin back to the bank, while the others hurried to help. Xu Ziming struggled to climb onto the shore. The others pulled on the stick together. "It's so heavy." Su Tai gritted his teeth. "It's like pulling a hippo." Zhou Ziruan pulled back with all his might, his face turning red. "Come on, pull her up." It was surprisingly difficult to pull up one girl with 3 boys. It felt like there was a 1,000-pound weight sinking in the water. They struggled for about 2 minutes. Suddenly, Li Qingyin's body lightened, and she was dragged onto the shore. As soon as she got on land, she began to vomit continuously, dirty water mixed with bile pouring out. She vomited until she felt like her insides were about to come out. Finally, she collapsed on the ground, completely exhausted. "Xu Ziming, thank you," Li Qingyin managed to say with the last bit of strength she had. Xu Ziming's face turned slightly red. It's nothing. Can you carry me? I really have no strength left." "Oh, okay." Xu Ziming carried the weak Li Qingyin on his back, and she immediately fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't slept well to begin with, and combined with her immense fatigue, she just couldn't hold on anymore. Feeling the damp skin of a girl his age, Xu Ziming became noticeably tense, his steps becoming disordered. Growing up, he hadn't even had a chance to date. Poverty and inferiority made him feel genuinely nervous even just looking at a girl. Soon, everyone returned to Xu Ziming's home. 7 rich second-generation kids. 1 buried underground, 1 strangled to death, 1 went mad, 1 had feet so worn down they could barely walk, and 1 almost drowned. Only 2 remained relatively unharmed. "What a tragedy," Fang Jin shook his head in lament. Xu Ziming's mother came out of the room. "You're back. I steamed a fish and made some bread. If you're hungry, you can eat." Although everyone was very tired, no one had an appetite. Xu Ziming barely managed to distract his mother and led everyone back to the room to rest. Fang Jin certainly had no interest in taking care of these people. He was preparing to investigate what was going on with old Wang. Zhou Ziruan, however, volunteered. "I'll go with you. Do you still have the energy?" Fang Jin glanced at him. "I do. Aren't you supposed to be finding your own way out?" Zhou Ziruan shook his head. "I understand now. We, a bunch of rookies, know nothing. Wandering around will only lead to trouble, and you, clearly, are an expert. In this case, the only way to survive is to follow you. You're a lot smarter than the others." Fang Jin said, "Come with me, but don't call me an expert. It sounds a bit like a curse." "Got it, bro." The 2 arrived outside Grandpa Wang's house. Grandpa Wang was still basking in the sun, his posture unchanged. Although Zhou Ziruan didn't understand what was happening, he calmed himself and waited behind Fang Jin. Soon, he noticed something was off. "Wait, why is this old man's position changing? He clearly hasn't moved." "You noticed quickly," Fang Jin praised. "There's another old man inside, but he's been dead for a long time." "You mean, this is a ghost?" Zhou Ziruan's pupils shook. Fang Jin shook his head. "We can't determine what it is yet, so I'm still observing. There are many inexplicable supernatural events in this world, but the official term now is rule events." Since they had nothing else to do, and Zhou Ziruan was the most reliable among the rich second-generation kids, Fang Jin briefly introduced the concept of rule events. This person might be somewhat useful. Although Xu Ziming was honest and simple, he ultimately wasn't much of a helper. As Zhou Ziruan listened to Fang Jin's explanation, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. It turned out there were such bizarre yet logical things in the world. There might be multiple rule events. Zhou Ziruan adjusted his glasses. "The village seems peaceful on the surface. Doesn't that mean the rule events are likely still in the first stage and manageable?" Fang Jin shook his head. "Not necessarily. Different rule events manifest differently. Even if there are loopholes, they might not be observable." Zhou Ziruan wasn't discouraged and continued with his speculation. "You said to resolve rule events, we must deal with the source. But different rule events influence each other, and addressing the source might violate the rules. Wouldn't that make it unsolvable?" "Yeah, unsolvable," Fang Jin sighed. "If that old house was the source, then burning it down would be the best solution. But with multiple rule events coexisting, burning the house would undoubtedly attract other rule events in retaliation. The coexistence of different rule events greatly increased the difficulty of handling the rules. So Fang Jin had been pondering a way to break the deadlock. Then resolving the source is no longer a viable path. What we should think of is not how to handle the rules, but how to escape them, Zhou Ziruan said. Just like an escape room. There's no need to know the meaning behind the escape room. Finding the final key to leave is enough. Sometimes, you don't even need to consider various conditions and prerequisites. Just leave. Fongjin suddenly realized. Right, he had fallen into the trap of empiricism. What did the source or the rules matter? It had nothing to do with him. As long as he could leave, that was enough. Let's go, Fongjin suddenly said. Zhou Ziruan was curious. Aren't we going to study this old man? He instinctively wanted to pay attention to the subsequent developments after witnessing such a peculiar event. No need to study, this old man can bask however he likes. It won't solve anything. Fongjin patted his backside and prepared to leave. So where are we going? To Zhu Ziming's house. Fongjin remembered something. The residents here were all specially relocated by the Shin family to artificially create unsolvable rule events. So every household had issues. Zhu Ziming's family definitely had problems too. But he had talked a lot about the strange occurrences in the village without mentioning any issues in his own home. So, he had a problem. Zhu Ziming's house. Inside the room, a cloud of gloom hung over. Each of the rich second-generation kids seemed to have tons of psychological trauma. Li Qingyin had drunk too much dirty water, was extremely weak, and had developed a high fever. Lu Miaomiao's feet were covered in blood, which had already scabbed over and stuck to her high heels. No one dared to handle it casually. If an infection occurred, it wouldn't be a joke. Kai Yanfeng was dazed, hugging the bedpost and continuously grinning foolishly, drool pooling on the floor. Kai Yanfeng, wipe your drool, it's disgusting, Su Tai shouted angrily. Unfortunately, he had completely lost his mind. Fear and unease enveloped Su Tai's heart. He was anxious, not knowing what to do. He was terrified. Everyone else had encountered such things. Would he be the next? At that moment, Zhu Ziming entered the room with a steaming plate of buns. Eat something, you've all been hungry for a long time. What are we eating for? Su Tai yelled furiously. Pig head, it's because of you that we ended up in this hellhole. You knew it was haunted here, yet you brought us. What are your intentions? Zhu Ziming's face turned ugly. You insisted on coming. I advised you. You should have been more resolute in refusing. You damn country bumpkin. Su Tai grabbed Zhu Ziming by the collar. Zhu Ziming was not tall, while Su Tai was tall and strong, nearly lifting Zhu Ziming off the ground with one hand. With the other hand, he grabbed the plate and violently threw the buns to the ground. What kind of food are you giving us? Su Tai cursed. Damn it, I've never eaten such pig slop in my life, and now that we're in trouble, you bring this to humiliate me? Zhu Ziming's face flushed red with shame and anger. Lu Miaomiao hurriedly tried to intervene. Su Tai, don't go too far. Unfortunately, she couldn't even stand up, so she couldn't stop anything. What am I going too far for? I see this pig head deliberately led us into this mess, Su Tai roared in anger. But at that moment, Su Tai's body stiffened. A clear strangulation mark slowly appeared on his neck. Damn! In the next moment, an invisible force suddenly lifted him up, hanging him in the air. He couldn't utter a word, his legs flailing, eyes bulging, tongue out, dying in the same manner as by Junfei. Lu Miaomiao looked in horror at the body hanging in the air, her voice trembling. How? Is it happening again? This time, she didn't faint. It seemed her psychological endurance had improved significantly, but she thought it would be better to faint, at least she wouldn't have to endure this fear. Zhu Ziming silently got up and picked up the scattered buns from the floor. At that moment, Fongjin and Zhou Run's returned. As soon as they entered, they saw this scene. Another one died, Fongjin said, utterly speechless. These people really knew how to court death. Zhou Run's felt a shiver of genuine fear. He approached Zhu Ziming, his tone heavy. What happened? Why did Su Tai die too? What did you do? Zhu Ziming appeared somewhat at a loss. Lu Miaomiao spoke up. It's not Zhu Ziming's fault. Su Tai lost his temper, not only wanting to hit someone but also knocked over the buns. That should be the reason he was targeted by the ghost. She didn't know about the rule event, only that it was haunted here. Is that so? Zhou Runs took a deep breath and apologized to Zhu Ziming. Sorry, I was a bit too anxious, don't take it to heart. Zhu Ziming said nothing, silently carrying the buns out of the room. Fongjin also said nothing, just staring at Su Tai, who had been strangled to death. Another one dead. All died by strangulation. And all in Zhu Ziming's house. It felt wrong. Violating the rules in Zhu Ziming's house led to strangulation, which at least indicated one thing. There was a terrifying rule event enveloping Zhu Ziming's home. I'll go talk to Zhu Ziming, Fongjin said and left directly. He found Zhu Ziming, who was having lunch with his mother. Zhu Ziming's mother heard Fongjin's voice and was delighted. Fong, come and have some food with us. I want to talk to Zhu Ziming about something important, Fongjin said politely. It's fine, no rush, Zhu Ziming shook his head. Let's eat first, and we can talk after. Zhu Ziming's attitude seemed a bit off. He kept his head down, continuously eating the bread. Fongjin had no choice but to sit down. Xu Ziming's mother had steamed a large yellow fish, drizzled with a fragrant sauce that was mouth-watering. This was a feast in their home, something they only brought out to entertain classmates. However, Fang Zhen had little appetite at that moment, while Xu Ziming's mother enthusiastically urged him to eat, and he could only accompany her in the meal. On the other side, Zhou Ziruan had been silent, deep in thought for a long time. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he stood up abruptly. Kai Yanfeng, come on, let's go. Zhou Ziruan led the dazed Kai Yanfeng outside. Lu Miaomio was startled. What are you doing? Looking for a way to survive, Zhou Ziruan calmly replied. The two arrived at Zhu Ziming's room. The room was small, with just a desk and a bed. The desk was piled high with various books. The shabby shelves were crammed full. The desk was old, made of solid wood, with many corners damaged, and there was even a faint musty smell nearby. Come on, Kai Yanfeng, let's open this drawer and take a look. Zhou Ziruan cautiously guided Kai Yanfeng to open the desk drawer. Kai Yanfeng, in a daze, drooling, opened the first drawer. It contained only books and some stationery. Then, Zhou Ziruan guided Kai Yanfeng to open the second drawer. This drawer was filled with Xu Ziming's honor medals and certificates from childhood to now. Next came the third and fourth drawers. There were no issues, but just as Kai Yanfeng was about to open the last drawer, an unexpected change occurred. He suddenly showed a pained expression. Zhou Ziruan immediately urged, "Hurry, pull the drawer open." The dazed Kai Yanfeng pulled out the last drawer, and then an invisible force yanked him into the air, leaving blood-red marks around his neck. He struggled for a few seconds, then lost his breath. He was strangled to death. That was the third one. Zhou Ziruan stood by, trembling yet calm, watching this scene. He did not save him, because saving him was meaningless. He knew it was impossible to save him. The source has been found. Zhou Ziruan stared at the last drawer. It was quite empty. Only a wooden box remained. The box was antique, resembling an old relic, carved with some ancient patterns. Strangely, the wooden box emitted a faint light, forming a line of eerie text. Upon seeing the words clearly, Zhou Ziruan's face turned pale, his eyes flickering with painful anger. At that moment, while eating, Xu Ziming felt a sense of foreboding. His expression changed slightly. He forced a laugh. Mom, Brother Fong, you continue eating. My stomach hurts a bit. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Saying this, he immediately stood up and walked towards his room. I'll go too. Fang Zhen also stood up, but Xu Ziming's mother grabbed his wrist. Her arm was thin and old, easily reminiscent of a mummy. She wore a kind smile. No rush. My bathroom is too small for two people. Classmate, you eat first, and you can go after you're done. It's fine. Eat more fish. It's all prepared for you. Looking into her murky, hollow white pupils, even Fang Zhen couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unease and fear. In Xu Ziming's room, Zhou Ziruan stared intently at the box in the last drawer. He knew that the few companions who had been strangled to death were likely killed because of this box, but he did not dare to act recklessly. This kind of thing harbors magic, and no one knows what will happen if it is picked up. What are you doing here? A cold voice came from behind Zhou Ziruan, causing his heart to tremble violently. He turned around with difficulty and saw Xu Ziming standing behind him, his head slightly lowered, making it hard to see his expression, but an indescribable chill radiated from him. Although Xu Ziming had excellent grades, he was malnourished and not very tall, making him quite inconspicuous among his peers. Due to his inferiority complex and frugality, he often became the target of teasing among his contemporaries. What everyone often saw was that at a loss Xu Ziming, the silent Xu Ziming, the Xu Ziming who wouldn't get angry no matter how he was teased. How did Xu Ziming intersect with Bai Junfei and their circle? Zhou Ziruan recalled. It was probably because Bai Junfei found it interesting and forcibly dragged Xu Ziming to participate in a horror-themed escape room. Watching Xu Ziming get so scared he almost wet his pants, and everyone laughed heartily. That afternoon was truly amusing. But at this moment, Xu Ziming was gloomy and indifferent. He was like a different person. Zhou Ziruan felt a chill in his heart. He had once studied many criminals' profiles to better decode situations, and at this moment, the flicker in Xu Ziming's eyes was indistinguishable from those murderers who had killed without remorse. As expected of you, you actually discovered it, Xu Ziming said calmly. Zhou Ziruan gritted his teeth. From start to finish, everything that happened seemed like we were making decisions, but in reality, it was you who was in control all along. You casually mentioned to Bai Junfei that there might be jewelry in your house. Then you kept using provocation, saying this place is too dangerous and not suitable for playing games. After coming here, we encountered Fang Zhen, and you kept changing your story, first saying nothing strange was happening, then changing your tune to say there were bizarre events in other parts of the village. But you never mentioned the issues in your own home. You led us away from here. But whether there was a car to leave, no one knew. It was all up to you. We went to the old house to look for an exit. How could you not know there was a problem with the old house? You are a local. You said you had seen someone go mad after encountering strange events, but you never warned us. You watched us enter the old house, because you knew we wouldn't die. You never told us about the village's taboos, about Shang Qianqin being buried, Li Qingyin falling into the water, Su Tai and Bai Junfei being strangled. I don't believe you couldn't foresee any of this. You didn't care whether we would fall into traps. Falling into traps would be even better. That way, we would be timid and hide in your house, afraid to go out. You jumped into the water to save Li Qingyin, which had initially dispelled my suspicions. But you knew Su Tai had a bad temper and looked down on the poor, yet you deliberately provoked him in that situation, which made me suspicious of you again. And seeing this box, I finally understood why you saved Li Qingyin. Zhou Ziruan stared at Zhu Ziming, filled with hatred, and said, "You devil." Zhu Ziming's expression showed no change. Yes, he nodded in acknowledgement. Everything was planned by me. Although there were a few unexpected twists, overall, it went quite smoothly. The twist he referred to was, of course, Fangjin. Zhu Ziming hadn't expected such a professional person to appear. Fortunately, these rich second-generation kids remained as arrogant and foolish as ever. As he spoke, Zhu Ziming walked over indifferently, completely ignoring Zhou Ziruan, and approached the desk. "You." Zhou Ziruan looked at the unfamiliar Zhu Ziming before him, feeling an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. At that moment, he should resist, take the initiative, to have a way out. But he was too intimidated to move. After all, Zhou Ziruan was just a student. Although he was good at playing puzzle games, once a puzzle was solved, the game was over, and victory was achieved. But reality was not like that. Solving a puzzle only meant one thing: the rules of the game no longer applied. Zhu Ziming took out an antique wooden box from the drawer, the box shimmering with ripples and a faint glow. The light coalesced into words, inscribing the rules belonging to the box. This world adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange, and the rules are no different. Offer 5 lost souls, and you will be granted the opportunity for equivalent exchange, to fulfill your deepest desires. But what do you want to do standing in front of me? Zhu Ziming asked calmly. Do you want to stop me? It doesn't look like it. Zhou Ziruan's face flushed red. I just don't dare to touch that box. I appeared here to stop you. You've already killed 3 people. You need to stop. He mustered his courage and charged forward. He tried to grab Zhu Ziming's wrist with both hands, but Zhu Ziming, who was a head shorter than him, swung his fist fiercely, directly smashing it into Zhou Ziruan's nose, knocking his glasses off. Ah! Zhou Ziruan cried out in pain, clutching his nose, tears streaming down from the stinging pain. Blood flowed incessantly. He looked at Zhu Ziming in terror. Zhu Ziming coldly said, "Do you think I'm just a bookworm with no strength? I've been helping my mom with farm work since I was a child, carrying 2 baskets of drinks up a few hundred meters of mountain to sell on weekends, and sometimes I had to work in the cafeteria to earn my keep. I can't fight strong people, but dealing with you pampered rich kids is no challenge at all. It's just that in school, there are school rules, there are laws. Injuring you would mean compensation. I just can't afford to pay." Zhou Ziruan was in so much pain he couldn't speak, his eyes filled with terror. Without the protection of family, school rules, and laws, he finally understood how weak he was. He realized he had no right to play a real adventure game. Zhu Ziming slowly walked over. Zhou Ziruan trembled in fear, despair rising in his heart. But Zhu Ziming did nothing, just walked out of the room. "I won't kill you. You're the only one among these rich kids who hasn't bullied me." Zhou Ziruan might have laughed at Zhu Ziming before, but he had never actively bullied, insulted, or mocked him. So Zhu Ziming felt that Zhou Ziruan could be spared. Zhou Ziruan's heart jolted. 5 lost souls. 3 people were already dead. 2 more to go. 2. Oh no! Lu Miao Miao, Li Qingyin, run! Zhou Ziruan shouted hoarsely. In the girl's room, Lu Miao Miao was extremely tired, but her feet hurt to the extreme, so she couldn't sleep at all. Lu Miao Miao, Li Qingyin, run! In a daze, Lu Miao Miao heard Zhou Ziruan's shout, but she was too sleepy to hear clearly. Li Qingyin had already fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, Zhu Ziming burst into the room, looking anxious. "Go, something's happened, everyone else is dead. We have to leave here immediately." Lu Miao Miao's face changed drastically. "Everyone is dead? How could this be?" Zhu Ziming immediately bent down to shake the drowsy Li Qingyin awake. "Hurry, wake up, we need to run." As soon as Li Qingyin heard the word run, she jolted awake in fright. "Run, let's run." Li Qingyin struggled to get up. The experiences of the past few days had made her unable to act arrogantly anymore. Zhu Ziming shouted, "The front door is dangerous. We jump out the window." Li Qingyin had been saved by Zhu Ziming, so she had no doubt about his words and hurriedly jumped out of the window. The window wasn't high, as Zhu Ziming's house was a bungalow, and the window was only a little over a meter off the ground, making it easy to jump down. However, Li Qingyin still twisted her ankle and limped a few steps away before turning her head to call out, "Miao Miao, hurry up, you jump down too." "Yeah, you need to hurry and jump, there's no time left, Zhu Ziming said anxiously. Lu Miaomio instinctively wanted to jump, but suddenly, she felt a sense of unease. The warning voice of Zhou Ziruan that she had vaguely heard earlier seemed to linger in her ears. Running was certainly the right choice, but why did Zhou Ziruan only tell the two of them to run? Why didn't he tell Zhu Ziming to run? And this moment of hesitation made her see Li Qingyin suddenly lifted by an invisible force. A familiar scene. Help! Li Qingyin struggled and cried for help, but no one could save her. In just a few seconds, she stared with wide eyes in unwillingness, familiar crimson marks appearing on her neck, and then she lost her life. Lu Miaomiao's eyes were filled with terror. If she had jumped out of the window just now, would she have met the same fate? Qingyin had also broken the rules. No jumping out of windows. But why, then why Zhu Ziming? Lu Miaomia turned to look at Zhu Ziming, whose panic had vanished, replaced by indifference. You're quite alert, I guess you're lucky. At that moment, Zhou Ziruan had stumbled back, his hands covered in blood. He shouted, Zhu Ziming, stop. I already know what the premise for your murders is. It must violate the family rules you set. You can't succeed anymore. From now on, we won't do anything, just follow you. Whatever you do, we will do. Absolutely no violations. Lu Miaomio was dumbfounded. What did this mean? Could it be that these people were all killed by Zhu Ziming? Is that so? You really are smart. You guessed the premise for the murders in the box, Zhu Ziming said calmly. Zhou Ziruan sensed something was off. Why was he not worried at all? Why? By Junfei, Sutai, Kai Yanfeng, Li Qingyin, that's right, there were 4 people. Clearly, one was still missing. You can't be thinking of making yourself the 5th one. Zhou Ziruan's face changed drastically. Zhu Ziming, calm down, don't go crazy. Zhu Ziming looked at Zhou Ziruan as if he were an idiot. Are you sick? At that moment, Fang Jin finally arrived late. He doesn't need a 5th one anymore, Fang Jin said with some regret. He wasn't regretting the deaths of a few rich 2nd-generation kids. It was just that Zhu Ziming didn't have to take this path at all. Zhou Ziruan looked at Fang Jin in surprise. You've been absent. How do you know this? Zhu Ziming stared at Fang Jin. How do you know? I just went to the backyard to take a look, wanting to see how Bai Junfei's body was doing, and happened to see a new corpse, Fang Jin said. It should be the one you moved over. Zhou Ziruan was puzzled. Whose body? Who do you think? There were a total of 7 of you, Fang Jin said slowly. Zhou Ziruan's heart sank. Now only he and Lu Miaomio were left. He thought of Sheng Qianqin, the girl who had been buried in the ground on the first night. She hadn't died. It turned out she was the 5th one. She was already dead. Zhu Ziming was exposed, but he was not the least bit flustered. You really are professional. I've studied this kind of bizarre power and rules for a long time, but the information I could find was too little. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in this world. If I have the chance, I would really like to consult you. I'm also very curious about what you have in your hands. Do you mind talking about it? Fang Jin said calmly. The relocated residents basically have some strange issues. It seems your family has this box. There's no time to talk. This is something my father left behind. It contains incredible power. To help a person fulfill their most desired wish, one must also pay an equal price. Zhu Ziming held the box in his hands, his heart filled with immense excitement. The box shimmered with a mysterious glow. Deep black lights rose from it, nurturing a blood-red hue, within which strange glimmers flowed, as if a scarlet eyeball was gradually opening, emerging from the darkness, gazing at Zhu Ziming. Fang Jin watched this scene, now certain. This was the source of the rule power in Zhu Ziming's home. It was an object. However, this object seemed to be controllable. So theoretically, it was not considered a rule. It had an official name, Awakening Object. On the Tianhuang Forum, such super precious items often started at billions, capable of providing incredible powers to the awakened. But, could ordinary people use this thing too? What do you want? Zhou Ziruan trembled in panic, sacrificing the lives of 5 people to fulfill a wish. Such things, in any story throughout history, are absolutely sinister. Once the power is unleashed, what terrifying consequences could it bring? Zhu Ziming did not answer. He had waited for this day for a long time. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he expressed his innermost wish. Box, I am willing to forever lose my eyes in exchange for my mother to see the light again. The box's glow flickered. Mysterious powers were being nurtured. A faint ripple appeared in the air. The blood-red eyeball suddenly closed, flashing a soul-stirring light. But in the next moment, the light from the box abruptly vanished. No, no! Zhu Ziming cried out in pain, then fell into despair. Why did it fail? I have fulfilled your conditions and am willing to pay the price. Why? His mother had less than half a year to live. He just wanted her to see this world with her own eyes in her final months. Why wouldn't it let him succeed? Foolish child. At that moment, Zhu Ziming's mother finally entered the room, weary and aged, smiling, tears flowing from her hollow eyes. Because the box must also follow its own rules. The same wish cannot be granted twice. How can eyes that have been forever lost see the light again? 17 years ago, a young mother held her child in her arms, running through major hospitals across the country, seeking a cure for an extremely rare congenital blindness. But the ophthalmologists in all the major hospitals were helpless, as the child's eyes were a congenital anomaly, lacking normal structure, the entire eyeball appearing murky white, completely untreatable by modern medical means. The mother, who had never trusted gods or spirits, took her child into temples, Taoist halls, and churches. She promised to give away all her possessions and live a life of goodness, just hoping her child could recover. Yet faith could not change anything. That day, she took out the box left by her deceased husband. The child's father had failed in business, accumulating a mountain of debt, and chose to hang himself to provide a normal life for his wife and child. Box, I am willing to forever lose my eyes in exchange for my child to see the light again, the mother said through her tears, expressing her wish to the box. Thus, she lost her sight. A child loved to the utmost by his parents gained his mother's eyes, seeing this hazy world and the person who loved him most in this world. The child's name was Zhu Ziming. As a filial son, he understood the distinction between gratitude and resentment. Zhu Ziming looked at his aged mother, understanding her meaning, his heart shaken, unable to hold back his tears. Mom! Zhu Ziming knelt down and wept bitterly. Mother hugged Zhu Ziming and whispered softly, "Silly child, I've seen this world and I'm already tired of it, but your life is just beginning. You need to take a good look at this world for yourself, for your mother, and for your father." Others watching this scene felt a pang in their hearts. Fong Jin sighed. The hearts of parents everywhere are pitiful. Their own child is blind. For many parents, this is 1,000 times more painful than being blind themselves. Zhu Ziming's mother initially did not know what he wanted to do. She simply thought that Zhu Ziming had invited some close classmates over. But a blind person must have extremely sharp hearing. How could he not hear the various sounds in the room? She knew something was happening inside. So she rummaged through her deceased husband's belongings and found that a wooden box was missing. Zhu Ziming's mother was in a state of turmoil, not knowing what her son intended to do. But in the end, she chose to do nothing. Her son had grown up, and since he was truly determined to use the wooden box, what could a nearly dying person like her do? Fong Jin had interacted with Zhu Ziming. The other party's unfamiliarity and surprise at various rules and events did not seem fake. So even though he had some doubts about Zhu Ziming, Fong Jin still felt that his mother was the most suspicious. Of course, it could also be that those eyes were too frightening. Thus, Fong Jin always regarded Zhu Ziming's mother as the most likely ultimate boss. The result, of course, was a mistake. Nothing was stopped. At that time, Zhu Ziming's mother held Fong Jin's hand, asking him to stay for dinner, and the two talked a lot about Zhu Ziming. This made Fong Jin feel sympathy for this unfortunate child. Perhaps he could help clean up a bit. Fong Jin looked at Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan. "You two go sit in the living room, give them some space." Lu Miaomio was still trembling with fear. So many people had died. She was scared, afraid of becoming the next one. "No one will die next, at least not in Zhu Ziming's house," Fong Jin said in a deep voice. Lu Miaomio sensed the ominous tone in Fong Jin's voice. She shivered as she walked toward the living room. "It's touching, but he has ultimately killed someone." Zhou Ziruan mustered his courage and said softly, "He needs to face legal consequences. I can pay to help him find a lawyer for defense." Fong Jin glanced at him. Don't underestimate a mother's concern for her son. If her son is bullied and insulted at school, a mother can sense it even if she is blind. The messy hair that was cut, the always torn backpack, the dog poop stuffed in his shoes, the faint resistance in his tone whenever school is mentioned. But no matter how much his mother pressed him, Zhu Ziming would deny it because he didn't want his mother, who had difficulty moving, to run around for his sake. Bullying always ends without a sound. You should be grateful. If the box had been taken from Zhu Ziming's mother, none of you 7 would have survived. Fong Jin said coldly, "Even if all the bullies were dead, what would it matter? You can stand here because Zhu Ziming doesn't want to kill you." Zhou Ziruan's expression turned grim. He had never participated in a real bullying incident, but he had indeed witnessed Zhu Ziming being bullied and insulted, and he had not spoken out to stop it. So, he felt guilty. He knew it was wrong, but the bullies were his friends. "Don't talk to me about the law. When the law cannot guarantee the rights of the bullied, then revenge born out of selfishness is infinitely sacred, noble, and just." Fong Jin grabbed Zhou Ziruan's wrist. "Moreover, after experiencing what happened in Anping village, why do you still think that the law is supreme?" Zhou Ziruan's pupils shook violently, because he saw Fong Jin slowly pluck his palm away. "Hand! My hand!" His heart was instantly filled with fear. Cold sweat soaked his back. What is this? That's not a rule we people would follow, Fongjin said lightly. The rules we need to abide by are different, understand? Fongjin pressed Zhou Ziruan's palm back down. Zhou Ziruan was so frightened that he lost his soul, numbly nodding before struggling to walk towards the living room. Ordinary people have great reverence for rules, but there are always those who can make rules bend for themselves. Fongjin had seen such things with his own eyes, so naturally, he lost his reverence for rules, and he also understood why the country was so vigilant towards awakeners. Those who lose respect for rules are prone to destabilizing actions. Thus, they become unstable factors. Perhaps in the eyes of the country, awakeners with special powers are also a kind of loophole, Fongjin said with a thoughtful smile. However, Fongjin did not want to become a loophole. He liked a stable and harmonious society. If necessary, he wouldn't mind becoming a guardian of the rules. Of course, the premise is rules must not harm oneself. After a long time, Zhu Ziming and his mother finally came out of the room. Both of their faces were streaked with tears. Inside the room, the mother and son had shared their innermost thoughts for a long time. You can go, I will send you away, as long as you promise not to disturb my life again, Zhu Ziming said solemnly. I need to prepare for the college entrance examination, and we will no longer have any intersection in the future. Fongjin smiled. As expected, we can leave, but I'm very curious, what method can actually get out of this place? It's very simple, Zhu Ziming said. There really is a bus that comes through here, but it's a privately contracted coach. The driver used to be a villager here, and it only takes a detour on Wednesdays and Sundays, and there's only one trip a day. Other than that, there's no way to leave. That coach had existed for many years, even before the people of Onping village completely left. So, it was also part of the village. The rules of Onping village recognized that coach. Fongjin suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder he couldn't find a way to leave. This method of leaving, unless you were a local, even if you brought down the Wenchang star, you wouldn't be able to guess it. Alright, I'll take you away. Zhu Ziming's attitude seemed very distant, because he knew how terrifying these actions appeared to outsiders. Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan looked at him with fear in their eyes, but only Fongjin remained very calm, even with a faint smile. This person is really strange, Zhu Ziming thought. He wasn't afraid at all. It gave off a very dangerous feeling. No rush, actually I have something I want to tell you, Fongjin said. Zhu Ziming asked warily, what is it? About your box. Humph, the box is a relic left by my father. No one should even think about touching it. Fongjin shook his head. What I want to say is, your wish is actually quite easy to fulfill. There's no need to pay such a high price. This box has too many restrictions. Zhu Ziming's expression was slightly dazed, and after hesitating for a long time, he confirmed he hadn't misheard. What did you say? You said you were willing to exchange your eyes for your mother to regain her sight? That's right. Then would you mind only exchanging one eye? One eye. Zhu Ziming was stunned for a long time. Then both he and his mother would have one eye to see. This is certainly too agreeable. But, Fongjin walked directly to Zhu Ziming's side. Don't be nervous, there won't be any pain, just a strange feeling, relax. Just as Zhu Ziming had not yet reacted, Fongjin's hand swept past his left eye. The next moment, he felt his vision in front of him disappear by half. It was as if his left eye was covered by some black curtain. Immediately after, Fongjin approached Zhu Ziming's mother. Auntie, you don't need to be too nervous. Zhu Ziming's mother appeared very composed, showing no signs of worry. She had endured too many years of torment. She feared nothing anymore. Fongjin removed her eyeball and then replaced it with a new one. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a new eyeball, as this eyeball originally belonged to her. It was merely a gift to her son, and at this moment, it was just reclaiming half of that gift. B-level ability, slaughter, ability manifestation, arbitrary cutting and exchanging of body and organs, ability prerequisite, contact. Zhu Ziming's mother blinked, and that familiar yet strange feeling reappeared. Light flooded her eyes, incredibly brilliant. Then Fongjin pressed the removed eyeball into Zhu Ziming's hollow eye socket. The exchange of eyeballs was complete. I can see, Zhu Ziming's mother could hardly contain her excitement at that moment. 17 years of darkness had now dissipated. No matter how much she said she didn't mind, the days spent enduring darkness were ultimately hard to bear. At this moment, Zhu Ziming finally understood what Fongjin had done. Tears streamed down his face again, enveloped by a sense of happiness. The mother and son embraced once more. Their inner excitement was undeniable. However, both of them possessed one normal eye and one murky, pale mutated eyeball, making the scene somewhat unsettling. Of course, they certainly wouldn't mind that. That's why I said you really didn't need to do this, Fongjin said. In this world, there are many mysterious forces you can't even imagine. far more reliable than seeking help from a broken box. Xu Ziming felt both excited and dazed, listening to Fang Zhen's seemingly self-evident words, appearing quite confused. This was probably the information gap. Ordinary people cannot access these things. Summer insects cannot speak of ice, and frogs in wells cannot speak of the sea. Morning mushrooms do not know the waning and waxing of the moon, and cicadas do not know the spring and autumn. A frog struggles its whole life to climb out of the well, just to find a wide pond, only to unexpectedly see the vast, boundless sea. Perhaps its feelings would be as confused as Xu Ziming's. Zhou Ziruan looked incredulous. Eyeball transplant? How is that possible? Modern medicine can't achieve this at all. This is so contrary to common sense. There are too many things in this world that defy common sense. They only contradict the rules you are familiar with, Fang Zhen said calmly. Back then, the witch Chu Xiaoyuan, using flesh and blood to turn into threads, could complete an extremely complex surgery in just 1 minute. This was equally absurd. Many medical problems that could not be solved could actually be addressed through mysticism. It just couldn't be made public. Once it was made public, the impact would be too great, not only on the order but also driving the families of terminally ill patients mad. However, there were too few awakeners with such abilities. Besides causing riots, it held no significance. Zhou Ziruan's understanding was shattered into pieces. He smiled wryly and shook his head, feeling like a frog at the bottom of a well. Thank you so much. Xu Ziming looked at Fang Zhen with immense gratitude. To let his mother see the light in the last 6 months of her life, he was completely satisfied. Fang Zhen asked, "Does your mother have any other illnesses?" "Late-stage liver cancer." Sure enough, there was still a serious illness, but being blind did not lead to such a miserable existence. Unfortunately, he had no way to solve this illness. "Can we talk about the wooden box in your hand?" Fang Zhen asked. "I'm very interested in it." Xu Ziming's mother wiped away her tears and said, "Ziming doesn't know much, so let me explain. This is a relic left by Ziming's father before he died, an antique that is said to have been stolen from an ancient tomb. My husband said that this wooden box is definitely an old item, confirmed to have been taken from the tomb of a high official from the Ming dynasty. It is not just a burial item, but something that the deceased held in his own hands. Its value is immeasurable, a national treasure. So my husband teamed up with several partners to pool money to buy the wooden box. But later, the business failed, and they wanted to sell the box to recoup their funds. The result was unexpected. Over time, this wooden box became newer and newer. Its shape and texture changed so much that it was completely unrecognizable, making it impossible to sell. In the end, the company went bankrupt. My husband and 4 other partners chose to hang themselves in the company. Only this box was left behind. Ziming's mother recounted the origin of the box. After her husband's death, she gathered the relics, including this fake antique wooden box, and one day, in a moment of despair, she discovered something unusual about the box. The box could grant wishes, but it required fulfilling a precondition, 5 lost souls. At the same time, fulfilling a wish required an equal price to be paid. The conditions were extremely harsh. It was even a case of losing more than gaining. But if the wish could truly be realized, surely even the harshest conditions would find someone willing to agree. Coincidentally, the preconditions for the box had already been met. So Ziming's mother expressed her wish, and it really came true. After the wish was fulfilled, Ziming's mother hid the box away. She never used it again, because such things were too terrifying. Requiring the sacrifice of 5 people was like a key left by a demon in the world. If misused, it would surely open the gates to hell. Ziming's mother had fulfilled her greatest wish, so she resisted the temptation. Little did she expect that after 17 years, her son would find this wooden box. The box looks a bit newer than it did 17 years ago, Ziming's mother said. Fang Zhen was surprised. Although he had not encountered other awakened objects, the idea that something could change over time sounded very rare. It was definitely not a common occurrence. Ziming's mother said, "You seem very interested in this box." "I am indeed very interested," Fang Zhen admitted without hiding it. "Then consider this wooden box as a token of my gratitude to you." Ziming's mother directly handed the box to Fang Zhen. "Thank you for making up for the regrets in our hearts." Fang Zhen was astonished. This is too precious. He was very interested in the box. He had originally intended to buy it, but since this was a relic of someone else's deceased husband, carrying unusual sentimental value, Fang Zhen dismissed that thought. Ziming was clearly a bit surprised as well. His mother actually made this decision. Ziming's mother was straightforward. "This thing is too sinister. I'm worried that Ziming will encounter something in the future and will take out the box to use it again. I would rather let him suffer a bit than see him use the box again." Ziming wore a helpless expression. He had to admit that his mother understood him very well. Since the box was indeed useful, Ziming felt that he might really use it again in the future. Hearing this, Fongjin understood Ziming's mother's good intentions. Then thank you, Auntie. If Ziming encounters any difficulties in the future, I will definitely help if I can. Ziming's mother smiled happily. This was also one of her goals. She could see that Fongjin was no ordinary person, and since she was nearing death and could not do much, the only thing she was worried about was her son. She hoped to find a future ally through the wooden box. Nature is indeed a very cost-effective thing. One can only say that mother has put in a lot of effort for Zhu Ziming. Alright, Ziming, you take them away from here. There's a car available today. Zhu Ziming's mother showed a hint of fatigue. Come back after sending them off. No need to go to school. Just review at home for the last few days. She was already in poor health and didn't have much strength to say anything else. Plus, with the return of light, her emotions were stirred. She was even more exhausted and needed a good rest. Zhu Ziming was very obedient and immediately nodded. Brother Fong, I'll take you away. And you too, come along too. Zhu Ziming's attitude towards Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan was noticeably different. The two of them were still alive. It was just that the box needed 5 souls, not 7. Now that the box needed 7, none of them could escape. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomio followed Zhu Ziming with trembling hearts. Zhu Ziming led the 3 to the village entrance to wait. Along the way, Zhu Ziming ominously threatened, "You better keep everything that happened these past 2 days to yourselves. If my life is disturbed because of you, I will use every means to make you wish you were dead. Don't doubt my abilities." Lu Miaomio didn't need to say much. She was already scared out of her wits, nodding continuously like a chick pecking at rice. In her eyes, Zhu Ziming was no different from a demon. Zhou Ziruan remained silent, saying nothing. He was intimidated by Fongjin's methods. He had already begun to doubt life. His worldview shattered, and he probably felt like his mind was a mess. Zhu Ziming clearly didn't have a habit of killing. He could lead others to break the rules. But if it came to killing someone himself, he still had psychological barriers. That's why he let the 2 go. The 4 arrived at the village entrance. They didn't encounter anyone else from the village along the way, but when passing by that row of bungalows, they did see shadows moving. This village was filled with strangeness, with various rule-related events. Fongjin couldn't help but feel a bit fortunate. Meeting Zhu Ziming was quite lucky. Otherwise, relying on himself to find a way out, he didn't know how much time it would take to figure out how to leave. Along the way, he would encounter many troubles. It was very possible to really die. The car is coming. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhu Ziming looked down the road and said. Fongjin looked into the distance but saw nothing. Where? Isn't it right there? Fongjin began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his eyes. He turned to ask Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan, but they didn't see anything either. After another few seconds, Fongjin finally saw an old bus wobbling towards them from afar. So there really is one. I thought we were encountering some event again. Fongjin breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Zhu Ziming in surprise. Your eyesight is so good? It was the same when they were in front of old Wang's house. The inside was pitch black, yet Zhu Ziming could see what was inside. Zhu Ziming was quite used to it. I have good eyesight by nature. People often envy me for this. That's a bit unreasonable. Fongjin stared at Zhu Ziming. Who can see that far with the naked eye? Have you ever thought about whether you have any extraordinary talent? Zhu Ziming shook his head. Never thought about it. Fongjin guided. Try hard to look far away. He suspected Zhu Ziming was also an awakened one, just that he didn't know it himself. Zhu Ziming looked a bit confused, but he subconsciously did so. However, it seemed like nothing happened, and his perspective didn't change at all. Hiss! Zhu Ziming suddenly covered his left eye, frowning. Fongjin asked, "What's wrong?" "My left eye hurts, it's burning." Zhu Ziming's expression twisted in pain. Brother Fong, this eye transplant surgery won't have any side effects, right? It was that pale, mutated eyeball. Fongjin was puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. It didn't make sense. Ah! Zhu Ziming couldn't help but shout in pain as his left eye bizarrely twitched. In the next moment, the sky suddenly went dark. It felt as if he had been thrown into an ink pool. Fongjin and the others felt as if they had suddenly become blind. They could see nothing. The phrase "unable to see one's own hand" took on a very concrete meaning at that moment. Lu Miaomio screamed in fright. Suddenly losing her sight was something hard for anyone to accept, let alone a girl who was already terrified. "What are you screaming for?" Zhu Ziming, already in pain, scolded her unhappily upon hearing Lu Miaomio's loud cries. He seemed not to understand what was happening. He then turned to look at the distant bus. Suddenly, Fongjin and the others saw a flash of light. Their vision returned. "How strange," Zhou Ziruan said, stunned. Zhu Ziming turned his head. "What's strange?" The 3 felt darkness envelop them again. They lost their sight once more. Fongjin immediately said, "Zhu Ziming, quickly close your eyes." Zhu Ziming, confused, chose to close his eyes anyway. and so, the sky brightened again. As expected, there's something wrong with your eyes, Fang Jin quickly realized. Zhu Ziming's blindness was due to the mutation of his eyeball. However, this mutation didn't seem to be malignant. Instead, it granted Zhu Ziming some special abilities. A natural awakener? Fang Jin was very surprised. After all, the mainstream view now was that only survivors of rule events could combine with rule powers to develop awakening abilities. He had never heard of anyone having abilities that were innate. Could it be? Fang Jin glanced at the box in his hand. Zhu Ziming had developed abilities. Could it be related to the wooden box? After closing his eyes, Zhu Ziming seemed much more comfortable, and his eyes no longer hurt. He sensed something strange. What happened? Why did you make me close my eyes? When your eyes hurt, we all became blind, Fang Jin replied. How is that possible? No matter how impossible, it has already happened. Fang Jin guided Zhu Ziming to open his eyes again. Everything around them fell into darkness once more. But when Zhu Ziming shifted his gaze, even with his eyes open, Fang Jin could still see things. After several rounds of experimentation, Fang Jin confirmed Zhu Ziming's ability. When the ability activated, everything within Zhu Ziming's line of sight would fall into darkness. It didn't turn the people he looked at into blind people. To be precise, it absorbed all the light, so the eyes of those covered by his gaze couldn't absorb the reflected light from objects, thus becoming blind. I have a strange ability too? Zhu Ziming was very surprised. Fang Jin nodded. Absolutely genuine. Zhu Ziming was bewildered for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. But it doesn't help me. I still have to prepare for the college entrance examination. This ability won't help my mother live a few more days. But since you've become an awakener, you're now a special talent valued by the country. If you join the National Special Operations Department, there might be a way to treat your mother's liver cancer. Really? Not sure. I've never joined. But this was still a path. Zhu Ziming became excited. I'll give it a try. At that moment, the distant bus came to a stop. It seemed to have sensed fear due to the sudden flickering of light and dark, so it halted. Zhu Ziming led Fang Jin and the others toward the bus. The bus was very old, the engine buzzing and vibrating, quite jarring, and it seemed to only be able to seat about 17 or 18 people. At this moment, it had taken a detour, so the bus was empty, with no passengers at all. Uncle? Zhu Ziming stepped forward to greet. Everyone then noticed that the driver's seat was also empty. There was no driver. This scene made Lu Miaomio and Zhou Ziruan tense up again. Were they going to encounter a haunting incident again? They had clearly seen the bus coming. Why was there no driver? Who was driving the bus? Fang Jin looked around warily. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s climbed up from under the railing. He was dressed plainly, moved quickly, but his face bore the wrinkles of hardship. Oh my, you scared me to death. Just now it was dark and then bright. I thought it was a ghost, so I ran away from the bus. The middle-aged man mumbled with a thick accent. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomio were speechless. So that was it. Zhu Ziming greeted, Uncle. Ah Ming, did you see how it suddenly got dark? It was terrifying, the driver said, still shaken. Zhu Ziming replied, it seems like a solar eclipse. It's nothing. It'll be fine after a bit. So that's what it was. Indeed, studying is good. The more you read, the more you know. Unlike me, I can only drive this old bus. The driver grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, looking very optimistic. Perhaps knowing less was a blessing for ordinary people. Uncle, these are my classmates. We're taking your bus back to the city. Oh, okay, no problem. The driver seemed very enthusiastic. You're all students from No. 1 high school, right? Impressive. You study well. You'll all be important people in the future. Get on, get on. Fang Jin and the others boarded the bus. They initially wanted to pay, but the driver adamantly refused. What's the point of collecting just a few bucks? It's fine, my bus is too old, there's not even a camera, I won't get fined. Just sit tight, we're about to drive. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bus started up and drove along the main road. Zhu Ziming and Fang Jin said their goodbyes and ran home excitedly. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomio let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, saved. The old bus swayed and headed towards the city, the greenery on both sides quickly retreating, gradually revealing some more modern buildings, indicating they were leaving that haunted place. Fang Jin took out a wooden box and examined it carefully. The wooden box felt very light. It had an antique charm, but the patterns on it were complex and unfamiliar, seemingly not matching the style of any dynasty. The box emitted a hazy glow, forming a sentence, "This world adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. The rules are the same. Offer 5 lost souls, and you will be granted the opportunity for equivalent exchange, to fulfill your deepest desire." At this moment, the wooden box had already sacrificed 5 souls, so, a wish could be made directly. What is my innermost desire? To get rich? But it must be an equivalent exchange, such a wish probably won't work. Fang Jin muttered to himself. What would count as equivalent exchange? Trading a kidney for 7 or 800,000 yuan. That might work, but Fang Jin wasn't a fool. He wouldn't make such a wish. What if he could exchange 7 or 800,000 for a healthy kidney? At this moment, Fang Jin had no such need. Naturally, he wouldn't waste the precious opportunity to wish on that, especially the latter part of the explanation. The deepest desire of the heart. This must be related to the wishmaker's strong emotions. If it wasn't something desperately sought after, the wish might be ineffective. Just as Fang Jin was pondering this, bang, a loud noise. The entire bus suddenly slammed to a stop, nearly throwing the three of them out. The tires emitted a piercing screech. Fang Jin turned to look out the window. They were still in the suburbs. It was just that everything around was dark. It seemed they were in some tunnel. Uncle, what's wrong? Fang Jin asked curiously. The driver turned his head tremulously, swallowing hard. Just as we entered the tunnel, a shadow suddenly appeared, and I think I hit someone. This was a very small tunnel. There wasn't much light. As the light changed upon entering the tunnel, it was inevitable that visibility would be poor for a moment. Logically, one should slow down when entering a tunnel, but there were no other cars around, so the old bus didn't really slow down much. The driver seemed very anxious. If he hit someone, he might lose his job. It can't be that unlucky, the driver said with a troubled expression. He hurriedly opened the door and got out to check the situation. Seeing this, Fang Jin also put away the wooden box, rolled down the window, and looked outside. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao also nervously peered out, but they saw nothing. This is strange. The driver walked around the bus but found no shadow at all. Fang Jin asked, Uncle, could you have seen it wrong? I might have seen it wrong, but the front of the bus is indeed dented in. It wasn't like that before. It can't just have appeared out of nowhere. The driver scratched his head, a hint of fear on his face. Fang Jin got out to take a look. Sure enough, there was a noticeable dent in the front of the bus, as if it had hit something. Lu Miaomiao's face turned pale, and she clutched her head in pain. Could it be that we've encountered that kind of thing again? She was severely neurotic, having endured immense stress several times. At that moment, she was in a daze, almost unable to distinguish between reality and nightmare. There's no reason to be this unlucky, Fang Jin frowned. It couldn't be another scheme from the Shin family, could it? After searching around, they found nothing. Everyone had to prepare to get back into the car. Help! Help me! A weak cry for help came from somewhere. The driver was instantly horrified, his expression twisting. I feel like I've encountered something dirty. Did you hear that? Uncle, don't panic. We heard it too, Fang Jin said. It seems to be coming from under the car. Under the car? The front of the bus was dented in. It should have knocked something away. How could it have been pulled under the car? The driver hesitated, wanting to look down but was afraid. Fang Jin wasn't scared. He didn't believe looking under the car could be anything taboo, so he boldly bent down to take a look. At that moment, a muddy figure struggled to crawl out from under the car. His face was pale, devoid of color. The whole person was filthy, with eyes that seemed to glow faintly green, like a starving wolf. It's too dark down there, too dark. I finally crawled up. Who hit me? A weak voice came from under the car. The driver was so scared he abandoned the vehicle and fled. Too dark down there? Oh my! This was definitely encountering a ghost. Help! Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao were also frightened, their faces turning pale, thinking they had seen a ghost. Fang Jin, however, was staring at the figure under the car. Why did he look a bit familiar? He suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. Right. I didn't come alone, Fang Jin slapped his forehead. The person under the car, dazed, finally recognized the person in front of him and was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Bro, is that you? Did you come to save me? I knew calling you bro wasn't in vain. You're different from those ungrateful people. You are truly righteous. Sort of, I'm here to save you. Fang Jin reached out and pulled the person out from under the car. It was Ruan Yaowen. Back then, he had chased a female motorcyclist into the suburbs. As a result, the two ended up trapped here. However, Ruan Yaowen had violated some rule at that time and had been buried directly. Fang Jin had completely forgotten about him. I'm so hungry. Ruan Yaowen was weak and could barely stand. Just right, Zhu Ziming's mom brought me some steamed buns, so you can have them. Eat up. Fang Jin handed Ruan Yaowen a few soft, fragrant buns. Although they were already cold, Ruan Yaowen devoured them, tears streaming down his face. These are the best buns I've ever had. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Who was this person? It seemed he had also run away from Anping village. Alright, how did you end up here? Fang Jin asked. Can I have another bun? There are none left. I saw you hiding too. They're not for you. Fang Jin replied irritably. Why can't you leave me too? Ruan Yaowen reluctantly glanced at the hidden buns before starting to complain with great sorrow. He didn't know what rule he had violated at that moment. In any case, he had passed out directly. When he woke up, he found himself buried underground. He felt completely powerless. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. A thin layer of soil seemed to seal him completely, making it impossible to escape. Ruan Yawan knew he must have encountered a rule event, so he gave up trying to crawl out and instead began to dig his way through the soil. He dug while wriggling, like a big fat earthworm. After much effort and an unknown amount of time, he finally reached the edge of the wasteland, exhausted, sleepy, and hungry, having even fainted a few times along the way. It's truly heartbreaking for those who hear it and tearful for those who see it, Ruan Yawan lamented. I reached the edge of the wasteland, accidentally broke the rule, and successfully escaped. Fong Jin couldn't help but nod. There was actually such a way to escape. Indeed, the rules were not unbreakable. Just as I was crawling up the railing, a bus suddenly came rushing towards me from a distance. Is there any justice in this world? How hard it was for me to survive. If I had been hit and killed just like that, it would have been too frustrating. So I used all my strength to create a defensive wall to block the bus, Ruan Yawan said indignantly. Fong Jin asked, what happened next? The result. Ruan Yawan's expression immediately fell. I was too tired, the defensive wall was directly smashed, and I was pulled under the bus, almost crushed to death. Luckily, I have a strong constitution. He was very angry. What about the driver? How could he drive like that? Doesn't he have eyes? Fong Jin shook his head in speechless disbelief. You can't blame the driver. This is a tunnel. Who allowed pedestrians to appear here? At most, they'll give you some humanitarian compensation for nutrition, nothing more. Ruan Yawan's face darkened. Is that so? If I say I'm a cross-dressing homosexual with gender identity disorder, and a staunch qualityist, can I make the driver fully responsible? What nonsense is that? We still need the bus to take us out of Onping village. If you offend him, do you want to stay trapped here? Well, fine then. Ruan Yawan reluctantly accepted full responsibility. Fong Jin then jogged to bring back the fleeing driver. The driver returned with a guilty look. Are you really human? Ruan Yawan was furious. Of course I am. You accept full responsibility? I do. That's good. The driver smiled broadly. The little old bus slowly drove forward. After about an hour, it finally arrived at the downtown terminal. However, Fong Jin was slightly surprised. The bus hadn't stopped at any stations along the way, nor had anyone tried to flag it down. There had only been 4 people on the bus the entire time. Finally back. Ruan Yawan sighed deeply. I never want to go to that cursed place again. Next time I get blinded by a woman's charms, bro, please beat me up hard. No problem, Fong Jin agreed without hesitation. Creak. The old bus arrived at the stop. The door swung open with a bang. We're here, the driver chuckled, revealing his big yellow teeth. You can get off now, but be careful in the future. Don't go to such remote places. You were lucky this time to escape. Who knows if you'll be so lucky next time. Thank you, uncle, Fong Jin said gratefully. The 4 of them got off the bus. The driver leisurely restarted the old bus and drove off into the distance, showing no intention of picking up passengers again. It was only after getting off that Fong Jin realized the driver seemed to be hinting at something, but there was no chance to ask, as the man had already left. Perhaps this driver actually knew something. After all, someone who frequently passed by Onping village couldn't possibly be completely unaware. You can go home now. Fong Jin patted Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao on the shoulders, quietly activating his memory-altering ability. You went out to the suburbs for an adventure game and encountered kidnappers. You 2 struggled hard to escape, but your abilities were limited, and you couldn't save the other 5 people, who were taken away by the kidnappers and are now missing. Perhaps they have already met with misfortune. Zhou Ziruan and Lu Miaomiao's expressions gradually turned blank. They were already very fearful of this memory. Therefore, Fong Jin's use of his ability to help them forget went very smoothly, without any obstacles. After finishing this, Fong Jin and Ruan Yawan left directly. As for what would happen next, Fong Jin couldn't care less. Perhaps 5 wealthy families would go mad with rage, frantically searching for the kidnappers. But in the end, they would find nothing. Bro, what are we going to do next? Ruan Yawan asked. Fong Jin smiled. What do you want to do the most? Ruan Yawan answered straightforwardly, have a big meal, sleep like a log, and then find a beautiful woman to discuss life. The pursuit of pleasure is human nature. He considered himself a rather mundane person. Good choice, Fong Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. But what I want the most is to take revenge first. Revenge? Ruan Yawan was very surprised, then his expression darkened. He was not a law-abiding citizen. For money, he would dare to offend special operations teams. Was there someone who dared to conspire against him in the dark? Just right, the suffering he endured these days needed a place to vent. In the wealthy district, a luxuriously decorated villa. Outside the villa were more than 10 armed bodyguards. A vast, transparent lawn, a garage filled with dozens of luxury cars, a huge swimming pool, a wine cellar stocked with expensive wines, and various high-tech smart appliances. Even the hidden wardrobe in the room was larger than most ordinary people's homes. In this extravagant villa, Shen Weifeng, dressed in a sharp suit, ordered the maid and butler to leave. Beside him stood a tall, stubborn-looking woman with long hair. Her name was Yao Qingxi, a small internet celebrity. She had loved riding motorcycles since childhood, enjoying the thrill of speed. As she grew up, she attracted many fans with this hobby and now made money by filming videos while riding. At this moment, she was wearing a tight leather outfit, holding her pink cat ear helmet, making her figure appear even slimmer. Qingxi, what do you want from me this time? Shen Weifeng sat comfortably on a large sofa, crossing his legs, with a rather annoying smile on his face. I've already approved your father's donation. Yao Qingxi's beautiful face showed a hint of anger. Despicable. My father's surgery has been delayed without a doctor in charge. Could it be that there's no instruction from you behind this? Shen Weifeng, you really have no shame. She agreed to a strange request from the other party for her father's surgery fees. It was to lure 2 people into a small village in the suburbs. She did as told, but unexpectedly, she was still schemed against. The approved surgery fees could only be used in a limited number of private hospitals, all of which were owned by the Shin Group, or at least they were major shareholders. As long as Shen Weifeng disagreed, no one would dare to perform surgery on her father. She wanted to transfer hospitals, but she had no money. Moreover, her father could no longer endure the turmoil. Who would have thought that a charity foundation known for its benevolence would hide such filth to this extent? I advise you to watch your tone when speaking to me, Shen Weifeng said, looking up and down at Yao Qingxi, his eyes revealing an unabashed possessiveness. Don't wear down my interest in you. It wasn't that he lacked women. It was just that Yao Qingxi had once ruthlessly rejected him, even publicly ridiculing him. Therefore, he wanted even more to see this woman kneel before him, lowering her stubborn head. Yao Qingxi gritted her teeth. What do you want? Don't you understand what I want? Despicable, shameless, vile. Shen Weifeng's expression grew cold. This is your final warning. I can make your whole family disappear, but I'm still giving you a chance to stand before me. Don't push your luck. My patience is limited. Yao Qingxi wanted to slam the door and leave, but, thinking of her father lying in the intensive care unit, tears streamed down her face, her expression pained. I will only give you this chance once. Fine, Shen Weifeng said. After all, I only have interest in you once. Soon, the two arrived at a room that resembled a presidential suite. Yao Qingxi trembled as she tried to take off her tight leather jacket, but Shen Weifeng stopped her, coldly saying, Do you think I had you dress like this for no reason? Put on your helmet and lie down like a dog. In the next moment, he slowly took out a black whip from the wardrobe. Yao Qingxi's pupils shook. She bit her lip, almost drawing blood. She realized that the other party only wanted to humiliate her. Yao Qingxi trembled and knelt down. Unappreciative wretch, this is your fate, an inescapable fate. Shen Weifeng swung the black whip in his hand, the air filled with a cracking sound, then struck down heavily. Crack! As expected, the scene everyone wanted to see did not happen. The black whip seemed to hit an invisible barrier, forcefully being blocked. Shen Weifeng was taken aback. What was going on? Yao Qingxi heard the violent sound of the whip but felt no pain at all. She turned her head nervously and fearfully. What was happening? Strange. Shen Weifeng was confused, thinking he had missed. So he swung the long whip again, aiming at the woman kneeling before him. Crack! The whip struck down again but stopped just before hitting the woman, hitting an invisible wall instead. Yao Qingxi, dressed in a tight black leather outfit, her figure curvaceous, especially the curves accentuated by the helmet, had already made Shen Weifeng's blood boil. But what was happening at this moment felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over his head. All desire vanished. No, this was definitely not right. There was an awakened one. Shen Weifeng was not a fool. He immediately sensed something was off again, but he hadn't expected that there would be bodyguards outside his villa, and inside the villa, various identity verification and defense measures were set up. How could someone sneak in silently? Damn! He felt a chill run through his body and couldn't help but curse. He then threw away the whip and ran wildly towards the door. Get out of here! Call the bodyguards and activate the villa's defenses. This was the most likely choice for safety. What happened? Yao Qingxi looked at Shen Weifeng's back in confusion. Could it be that this pervert had a change of heart? At this moment, Shen Weifeng had no mind to care about a woman. All he could think about was one thing: escaping. The wealthier a person is, the more they value their life. He was one of the heirs of the Shen Corporation. Unexpectedly, he had also awakened his abilities. It could be said that his future was destined to be a prominent figure in the business world. He couldn't die. Absolutely couldn't die. As long as I leave the room, everything will be fine. Shen Weifeng ran desperately, his eyes fixed on the door. He suddenly flung the door open. Just as he was about to step out, bang! Shen Weifeng crashed into an invisible wall. He hit his head and blood flowed. In pain, he grimaced, and when he took his hand away from his forehead, it was already covered in blood. It's over. Trapped. Shen Weifeng suddenly understood his situation. Although he didn't know what this ability was, one thing was certain: someone was targeting him in the shadows. He didn't try to break through the door again. Instead, he immediately turned and ran to the window. He opened the window. Looking down from the 3-story height, Shen Weifeng took a deep breath. It's fine, as long as I'm careful. At most I'll just break a leg. Being injured is better than losing one's life. He was ruthless to others, and equally ruthless to himself. So he gathered his courage and jumped towards the window. Bang! Another invisible wall stopped him. Shen Weifeng's nose broke, tears and blood streamed down his face, and it felt like his bones were about to fall apart. He covered his nose in agony. Who are you? Who sent you to mess with me? How much did they pay you? I'll give you double. Faced with an unknown danger, he could only respond this way. As expected of a rich man, your first reaction is to buy your life with money, but unfortunately, no amount of money can buy your life. At that moment, 2 young men walked in from outside the door. Shen Weifeng's heart trembled. Someone really had broken in, without alarming anyone or the surveillance equipment. This kind of ability, if they really wanted to kill, who could stop them? Shen Weifeng stared at the 2 in front of him. Who are you? I have no grievances with you, you must have the wrong person. Young Master Shen, your ability to talk nonsense is quite impressive. 3 days ago, you deliberately sent us to Wanping village, and now you pretend not to know us, Fang Zhen said. This statement instantly changed Shen Weifeng's expression. It was him, the mysterious awakener who killed Zhao San, Zhou Chang, and offended the president. How could it be? How did he escape from Wanping village? Impossible. The Shen Corporation had sent in more than a dozen awakeners, all of whom had died without exception. He had only seen their photos. But now, seeing them in person, he couldn't react for a moment. Brother, stop with the nonsense and send him on his way, Ruan Yaowen said, cracking his knuckles, glancing at Yao Qingxi in the corner of the room, making her tremble in fear. Playing quite fancy, huh? He kicked Shen Weifeng in the stomach without courtesy. Shen Weifeng curled up like a large shrimp. I hate men like you who use tricks to force women to submit. Disgusting, just disgusting. Can't you just spend some money on this? What tricks can't you play? The whip, right? Role-playing, right? Put on the helmet, right? Kneel down, right? Ruan Yaowen cursed while kicking Shen Weifeng. With each curse, there was a kick. Shen Weifeng was covered in injuries, his mouth full of blood. No more kicking, Shen Weifeng begged in pain. Please let me go. He had lived a life of luxury. Where have I ever taken such a beating? Can I let you go? Just thinking about the tricks you've played that I haven't even tried makes my heart feel like it's going to stop. How are you going to compensate me? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'll kick you again. Ruan Yaowen was getting more and more furious. Shen Weifeng's pained features twisted together. His ability was the death curse, which allowed him to curse others through a medium of connection, leaving the cursed with almost no means of counteraction, gradually weakening until they ultimately died. As a businessman, he thought this was the most suitable ability for him. He strategized within the company building. Anyone who dared to block his path would be cursed from 1,000 miles away. What a wonderful life! But now, he hated his ability. When facing other awakened ones, he was no different from an ordinary person, completely unable to resist. I'll give you money. I'll give you all money. Please, just stop hitting me. Shen Weifeng wailed. He really couldn't take it anymore. Ruan Yaowen wanted to continue kicking, but he was stopped by Fang Zhen. Fang Zhen squatted down and grabbed Shen Weifeng's hair. First tell me, how did you know our identities? This was the point Fang Zhen cared about the most. I have an awakened one under me with the ability to see through things. He saw your true forms at the black market, then asked a friend in the system to check, and found out your identities, as well as the cars under your names. Fang Zhen suddenly understood. So it was that simple. He thought Shen Weifeng had some extraordinary ability to find their information out of thin air and accurately locate them. After all, he always wore a mask when going out. The fact that he could be found was quite frightening. He didn't expect the answer to be so simple. It was just X-ray vision plus big data search. To have the ability to see through things, what good luck, Ruan Yaowen said with envy and jealousy. Fang Zhen couldn't help but roll his eyes. With your personality, if you didn't have that absolute defense ability to back you up, you would have been taken out long ago. Alright, now I want to ask you a question. If you answer well, I might consider not killing you. Fang Jin turned on the video recording function on his phone. So tell me, what's going on with Anping Village? Anping Village? Xin Weifeng's body couldn't help but tremble. This was an absolute secret of the Xin family. If he spoke out, his life would definitely be in danger. The elders at home would never allow this matter to leak out. But, if he didn't say anything, Xin Weifeng looked at the two in front of him, trembling with fear. Could he survive this ordeal? Under Fang Jin's coercion, Xin Weifeng still shakily spoke about Anping Village. As expected, the people of Anping Village were deliberately relocated there by the Xin family consortium. Anping Village was originally a haunted village, and due to its economic backwardness, the villagers left one by one. The Xin family consortium bought the land in the suburbs, wanting to develop it, and discovered the village's special characteristics. Anping Village was shrouded in a rule event, but the danger was very low, and its capacity was extremely high, allowing it to coexist with other rule events. Under the guidance of the 0 Point Club, the Xin family consortium began a mysterious experiment. The people of the Xin family consortium, through the intelligence network of the Foundation, found some strange cases with a high possibility of giving birth to rule events, and then sent these patients to Anping Village through various means such as promising treatment, exaggerating the importance of the environment, and promising future appreciation of housing. After about a year of effort, Anping Village became a special place where multiple rule events coexisted. This place was even unknown to the Special Operations Department. It became the secret weapon of the Xin family consortium and the 0 Point Club. I only know this much, more is handled by my uncles at home, Xin Weifeng said, his face bruised and battered, revealing everything he knew. Everything was pretty much as Fang Jin had guessed. Ruan Yawen spat, truly shameless, these patients are already miserable. And you still trick them into the rules event. Even if they don't die, their lives won't be any better. Truly a family of scum. Xin Weifeng shrank back, not daring to refute. Fortunately, we were lucky, Ruan Yawen mocked. Who would have thought that a bus would pass by Anping Village and take us out? Otherwise, you would have ruined us. Xin Weifeng was taken aback. How is that possible? Where would a bus come from? He was extremely surprised. To create a land of rules, the Xin family had placed great importance on Anping Village. Everything around Anping Village is under the surveillance of our Xin family. There is absolutely no bus, Xin Weifeng said. So he was very puzzled. Why would the two people who clearly entered Anping Village suddenly appear in front of him for no reason? It made no sense. Even if they really came out, he should have received the news immediately. Ruan Yawen was startled and turned to Fang Jin. Bro, that driver. Fang Jin was also shocked. No bus? Then what had he taken back to the city? The driver looked very ordinary, very normal. Could that bus also be a part of the rules event? It was truly terrifying to think about. But at least they had really left Anping Village. They shouldn't have to worry too much, right? Fang Jin steadied his mind. No need to think about that. Anyway, we are out now. That's true, Ruan Yawen thought for a moment and nodded. As expected of a brother, so calm in the face of everything. He was now completely convinced of Fang Jin. Fang Jin put away his phone, and Xin Weifeng trembled as he said, I've said everything. Can you let me go now? I let you go. Fang Jin stood up and said to Ruan Yawen, it's up to you now. Ruan Yawen rubbed his hands excitedly. Don't worry, bro, I got this. Xin Weifeng felt the invisible wall slowly closing in on him, as if it would crush him into meat paste. He shouted in terror, You're not keeping your word. You said you wouldn't kill me. Fang Jin innocently spread his hands. I did let you go. It's not me doing it. Despicable. Fang Jin, may you die a horrible death. After saying that, Fang Jin walked out of the room and closed the door. Bang! With a loud crash, the screams abruptly stopped. After a moment, Ruan Yawen walked out of the room, wiping his hands. All done? Of course, it was easy. Fang Jin glanced at the room. The walls, the door, the ceiling were all splattered with blood and meat paste, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. Why is it so disgusting? That's how my ability works when I kill, Ruan Yawen said innocently. Crushing someone with an invisible wall. Painful and cruel. Fang Jin said irritably, can't you prepare some firearms? That stuff is inconvenient to carry. It's easy to get caught at security checks. What about a knife? Killing with a knife feels too cruel. I'm a bit scared. Looking at the blood splattered all over the room, Fang Jin was speechless. Killing with a knife is too cruel, so crushing them into meat paste is fine, huh? At that moment, a tall woman in a leather jacket, Yao Qingxi, trembled as she walked out of the room. As soon as she saw the two in front of her, her voice trembled uncontrollably. Thank you for saving me. She had witnessed Xin Weifeng being crushed into meat paste in the room. That scene had completely shattered her heart. The two people in front of her were no different from demons. TSK, spicy girl, you weren't like this back then. Wan Yawen said with a teasing smile. Weren't you very arrogant when you provoked me? You even deliberately led us to Wanping village. I was wrong, it was all Shen Weifeng who forced me to do it. If I didn't comply, my father would die. Yao Qingxi's tear-streaked face was pitiful to behold. Ruan Yawen asked Fangjin, brother, how should we handle this? What do you think? She saw you kill someone. That makes sense. We should eliminate the root of the problem. Ruan Yawen looked at the voluptuous female knight before him and slowly picked up a fruit knife. Yao Qingxi's face showed despair. She hadn't expected to escape from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. Was she destined to face this calamity today? Ruan Yawen hesitated for a moment, gazing at her beautiful face and exciting makeup, clearly showing a sense of pity. Yao Qingxi noticed this and bit her lip, whispering, I swear I won't tell anyone about what I saw today. If you can let me go, I can be your girlfriend. At least this person before her was more pleasing to the eye than Shen Weifeng. She also deeply understood one thing. In this world, she was too weak. Finding someone reliable to depend on was not a bad choice. Ruan Yawen scratched his head and turned to Fangjin, brother, she actually seems quite pitiful. Fangjin unceremoniously gave Ruan Yawen a smack on the head, making him yelp in pain. Brother, why did you hit me? Ruan Yawen was confused. Fangjin sneered, didn't you say that if you let a woman cloud your judgment again, I should beat you up? Ruan Yawen looked troubled. It was indeed what he had asked for. He couldn't blame anyone else. If she can compromise to survive, next time, she can stab you in the back to survive. You decide what to do. Fangjin returned the decision-making power to Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen remained silent for a long time. He looked at Yao Qingxi and sighed. I know what it feels like to be powerless. You can go. You don't have to submit to me. I said before, I hate forcing women to comply. Yao Qingxi, who had been in despair, felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. You are truly a good person. With that, Yao Qingxi cautiously walked outside. She was trembling with fear, afraid that Ruan Yawen would change his mind. But until she left the villa, no other sounds followed her. She had survived. Yet, her heart felt empty, a sense of loss washing over her. Yao Qingxi returned to her pink motorcycle. She stood there and thought for a long time, seemingly making a decision, put on her pink cat ear helmet, and started the motorcycle. Damn it, after so many years in the dating scene, I actually got a good person card. Ruan Yawen laughed at himself, then looked at Fangjin, brother, I was wrong. Just hit me to vent your anger. Why should I hit you? I let that woman go. So what if you let her go? Didn't you say to eliminate the root of the problem? I never said that. Ruan Yawen suddenly realized, oh right, it was he who said to eliminate the root of the problem. Alright, let's go. I have other important matters to attend to. Fangjin waved his hand. The culprit Shen Weifeng was already dead. Fangjin wouldn't vent his anger on an innocent woman. She was also a victim. He just noticed that Ruan Yawen seemed to like this female knight, so he wanted to help facilitate something, but now it seemed like it had cooled off. The two left the villa under Fangjin's protection. Just as they were about to drive away, a familiar roar of a motorcycle came from not far away. Viru Yao Qingxi rode her pink motorcycle, speeding towards them, and stopped beside Ruan Yawen's car. She took off her helmet, wiped her delicate face marked with helmet lines, and bit her red lip. My name is Yao Qingxi. Do you want to go for a ride together? She hadn't expected to come back. You called me? Ruan Yawen was surprised. Yao Qingxi stubbornly lifted her head. Of course. Are you scared? I'm scared of you, girl. Bring it on. Ruan Yawen unceremoniously hopped onto the back of the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around the other's slim waist. Yao Qingxi's body trembled slightly. Hold on tight. If you fall off, don't blame me. If I die from falling, that's just my bad luck. When I was racing, you were still drinking milk. Alright, let's go. If you feel like throwing up, just tell me, and I'll stop. Hey girl, don't get too cocky. The motorcycle roared to life, shooting out like a cheetah, leaving Fangjin standing there in a daze. Damn, how do I get home? I can't drive. Fangjin stood by the roadside, pondering for a long time. He ultimately decided against driving without a license. So, he hailed a taxi and gave the driver Ruan Yawen's address. I really should buy a house. Not having my own place isn't right, Fangjin muttered to himself. But the money he had on hand was still quite useful. He didn't have any spare cash for now. He took out his phone, and at that moment, he had signal again. It was reassuring to be back in the city. He opened WeChat. A few new messages popped up. They were from Zhang Yueying. Today, Sister Chu took me to the Special Operations Department branch in Han City. Wow, the building is huge. It looks like the Great Hall of the People. The expert who installed the mechanical prosthetics for me is so professional, with all sorts of high-end equipment. I almost thought I had crossed into some sci-fi blockbuster. Technology has really advanced so much now. No, I have to hold it in. I can't act like a country bumpkin. Wow, but this mechanical prosthetic is really cool. You have to look. Following that was a clear original image. In a massive laboratory filled with various instruments, a pair of high-tech mechanical legs stood on a tall white pedestal, gleaming silver and exuding a metallic feel, with various components seamlessly integrated. Under the lights, it even seemed like white light was flowing through them. It was indeed very cool. It looked like a mech that had been stolen from a sci-fi blockbuster. Fang Zhen's heart raced. He even wished he could get one for himself. The message was sent 2 days ago. Zhang Yueying hadn't sent any messages in the past couple of days. Rich girl, how have you been lately? Fang Zhen thought for a moment and sent a message. Ding dong. A reply came quickly. Where have you been? You don't reply when I message you, and you still owe me a meal. Fang Zhen replied, I was stuck in a village and almost died. 10 seconds later, his phone rang. She called directly. It seemed she was worried that WeChat wouldn't convey everything clearly. Fang Zhen answered the phone with a smile. Hello, are you okay? Zhang Yueying's anxious voice came through, sounding very gentle and soft-spoken. Fang Zhen chuckled. I'm fine, I escaped alive. So what's your situation now? You're not hurt, right? Not hurt, just forced to eat dog food by a couple of scumbags and left by the roadside. Now I can only take a taxi back, and my heart is quite hurt. Zhang Yueying chuckled softly. That's good. Next time, get a girlfriend and show off your love back. I'm applying to team up. Oomph, no teaming up. Don't underestimate the young and poor. Remember, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Right now, you're indifferent to me, but tomorrow, I'll be out of your league. Are you going to jump off a building tomorrow? No, tomorrow I'm going to be a skyscraper Spider-Man. I heard the pay is pretty good. Zhang Yueying couldn't help but laugh again, her laughter crisp and pleasant, but soon she became serious. Why is your luck so bad? You got caught up in another rule event. Where is it this time? Anping Village. I don't know if you've heard of it. Sounds a bit familiar. I think I've heard someone mention it. In short, someone deliberately turned this village into a terrifying place where multiple rule events coexist, and it has caused the deaths of many patients. It's really despicable. Fang Zhen briefly recounted the situation in Anping Village. Zhang Yueying whispered, it's really dangerous. You need to pay more attention to your safety when you're alone. I know you can't stand such dirty and unfair things. If you encounter them, you must take action. I'm not advising you to avoid it, just make sure to protect yourself well. Why does it feel a bit off? Listening to Zhang Yueying, why does my image seem so noble and righteous? I'm practically a justice partner. It really isn't my responsibility. It was just an accident. However, that concern still warmed Fang Zhen's heart. Got it. I promise I'll prioritize my own safety. Alright, I need to cooperate with the experts to conduct metal toxicity tests. Bye. A young man came to the base today, also from the special operations team. I heard he's the son of a big consortium. He said my mechanical prosthetic was funded through social efforts, and I need to thank him properly. Talk later. Zhang Yueying hung up the phone. Wait. Fang Zhen's expression darkened. Which bastard dares to claim my credit? This mechanical prosthetic was clearly extorted from me. How could it be funded through donations? He thought about calling to explain, but then he felt his words wouldn't be convincing enough, making it sound like a scam. Fang Zhen opened the Skynet forum on his phone. Unexpectedly, the user who intended to sell his information for 500 million still hadn't replied. Friend, what's going on? I've gathered the money, why haven't I heard from you? Fang Zhen questioned. Still no response. After refreshing, a line of small text appeared next to the user's forum name. This user has deactivated their account. Damn. Fang Zhen was furious, nearly steaming. You extorted me, I tolerated it, but you can't just disappear. I finally found someone who knew my abilities. Maybe I could learn about my origins. Now, the lead is cut off. What bad luck. Fang Zhen found the forum administrator who had initially sold him the information. I remember you said you were from the Special Operations Department. Fang Zhen sent a message. Moments later, the other party replied, that's right, thanks for your information. The mobile chat murder case has been effectively controlled, and the death toll has significantly decreased. Is it still not resolved? Not yet. It's very difficult to completely locate the position of this rule event. Even the Special Operations Department, which is so concerned about the rule event, couldn't resolve it immediately. This indicates that the mobile chat murder case is indeed very difficult to handle. Fang Zhen directly sent a video. Are you going to handle this kind of thing? The video showed a bloodied Shinwei phone, fearfully recounting the events in Anping Village. Far away at the headquarters in Kyoto, Zhang Guoqing looked at his computer, his calm face revealing a hint of indifference. He had many things to attend to. It was already quite good to find time to reply to a message. Who would have thought the other party would send a video directly? You little brat, Do you think I'm a babysitter? Zhang Guoqing cursed, even though other branches could report to him and request assistance. But when he clicked on the video, his expression immediately turned serious. Onping Village? A place where rule events coexist. The 0 Point Club's testing ground. Catalyzing patients with severe illnesses, guiding them to become the source to some extent? What? Zhang Guoqing slammed the table in anger. What audacity! These civil organizations are simply lawless. The country is working hard to resolve rule events and ensure public safety. They actually dare to actively guide rule events, artificially creating such lawless places. This matter is extremely serious. It can be said that its potential harm may not be less than that of an A-level event. Send someone to investigate. Zhang Guoqing's tone was cold and stern as he said to his secretary Wang Wei, notify the departments in Han City to get to the bottom of this matter. If necessary, I will allow them to mobilize the military for suppression. Wang Wei's expression was resolute. Understood, Minister. He saluted and turned to leave. Zhang Guoqing took a moment to steady his breath and replied to a message. Thank you for your intelligence. Our Special Operations Department will take this matter seriously. Such an official response. Should I wait at home for further notice? Zhang Guoqing was speechless. I can't discuss specific actions with you. All right, it doesn't matter. Since the intelligence is useful, does that mean I've made a contribution? Yes, I can reward you with forum points. No need for points. I want you to help me with something. Zhang Guoqing's expression darkened. This kid wouldn't be trying to extort him again, would he? You're a forum administrator. You should be able to check user information, right? There's someone who promised to trade intelligence with me, but suddenly their account disappeared. Can you help me find him? Fong Jin inquired. That's a violation of regulations. If it weren't a violation, why would I come to you? On the other end, Zhang Guoqing's expression soured. Since you know it's a violation, I certainly can't help you. Can't you do it secretly? You're an administrator, after all. I'm just one of the administrators. If I engage in a violation, I could be dismissed in an instant. Don't joke around. You're a state official responsible for overseeing the Skynet Forum. Who would dare dismiss you? The reasoning was sound. The Skynet Forum must accept state supervision. But Zhang Guoqing couldn't just violate the rules at will. I've made a contribution, Fong Jin reminded him. Can't I have a little privilege? No. Then I won't submit any intelligence next time. Zhang Guoqing's face darkened again. He actually dared to threaten him. Don't think you're so important. There are plenty of awakened individuals willing to serve the country. We don't lack for you. Don't be arrogant. Can we negotiate a bit more? If you join our Special Operations Department, then we can talk. Fong Jin looked at the message that popped up on his phone, gritting his teeth in anger, taking advantage of the situation. Forget it, but I have one more thing. A young man has appeared around Zhang Yueying, claiming that the funding for the mechanical prosthetics was raised by him. Is your Special Operations Department aware of this? Zhang Guoqing was taken aback by this statement. He was busy and naturally couldn't pay attention to these small matters. Raised funds? What a joke. This was funding approved by him. This was our department's money. What is this? Stealing our department's credit? I'll handle it. Zhang Guoqing left 4 words for Fong Jin. Both sides felt that someone was stealing their credit. Thus, their opinions reached a high degree of consensus. Zhang Guoqing immediately dialed a dedicated satellite phone, which connected directly to the Special Operations Division in Han City. The commander of the Han City Special Operations Team answered the call. He was a middle-aged man, not tall, with a lean build and dark skin, resembling a street vendor you could find anywhere. His name was Wei Mingyang. However, he had a fearsome reputation in the circle, known as Wei Yama. The big shots at headquarters needed to have skills, political experience, and the ability to make trade-offs, among other qualities. But as the commander of the Special Operations Team dealing with rule violations on the front lines, a sufficiently domineering leader was needed to keep a group of unruly awakened individuals in check. Wei Mingyang was recognized as one of the top 10 awakened individuals in the country. Deputy Minister? I can't believe this is happening. I understand. I'll resolve it immediately. Wei Mingyang hung up the phone and drove straight to the Han City Research Institute. Inside the Research Institute, sitting in a wheelchair, Zhang Yueying was surrounded by several research experts, conducting metal toxicity tests. The best way to install mechanical prosthetics is to connect them directly to the nerves and bones, allowing for absolute control, just like original legs. However, this new type of composite metal might cause rejection or even produce toxins when implanted in the body, so tests are necessary before installation. Even after installation, a period of observation is required. At this moment, Zhang Yueying was half reclining in her wheelchair, with some metal instruments piercing the wounds on her legs. The intense pain made her break out in a cold sweat, but she remained silent, her gaze as resolute as if she were about to join the party. No wonder you're from the special operations team, one expert praised. Your physique is very special. I've installed mechanical prosthetics for many people, but only you can perfectly match this new alloy. Once installed successfully, you won't even need to take medication to suppress rejection reactions. Hearing this, Jiang Yueying felt a surge of joy in her heart. That's great. At that moment, a young officer in the research room smiled and said, Yueying, congratulations on soon having the most perfect pair of legs in human history. These legs are not just legs, they are a powerful weapon. If you join the army, I can't imagine the incredible power you could unleash on the battlefield. The young officer was named Chu Feng. He was said to have a deep background, coming from a hidden aristocratic family. He had returned from military training and had officially joined the Han City Special Operations Team. Is that so? Jiang Yueying wasn't particularly interested in becoming a weapon, but the thought of regaining her legs still made her happy. Thank you for the money you raised for me. No need to be polite. These legs are perfect for you. If their owner weren't you, it would truly be a waste, Chu Feng said with a smile. His gaze was deep and affectionate. With his handsome, chiseled features, it was easy for girls to develop feelings for him. Especially with the aura of a soldier about him, he was a lethal weapon for naive girls. Jiang Yueying felt a bit shy and blushed. By the way, after today, would you like to have dinner together? Chu Feng smiled, exuding an infuriating male charm. Jiang Yueying hesitated. I want to go home. My mom should be cooking. Chu Feng continued to smile. What about a late-night snack then? Thinking about how her mechanical prosthetics were funded through his social connections, Jiang Yueying politely replied, let's just have dinner. Alright, Chu Feng said. I booked a table at a restaurant that specializes in Italian cuisine. It's a Michelin 3-star restaurant, only serving 10 guests at a time, and it's hard to get a reservation. I'll pick you up tonight. Jiang Yueying felt a bit embarrassed. That sounds really expensive. Don't worry, I won't let you pay. No, it's not that. I just don't really like Italian food. What about French cuisine? Not really a fan. How about Japanese food? It's just okay. Then what do you like to eat? Jiang Yueying whispered, I like Chinese food. Great, I happen to know a private kitchen that offers top-notch flavors and ambience, frequented by social elites, with no outsiders to disturb us. It's very quiet. What do you think? Chu Feng said. A shadow of a boy flashed in Jiang Yueying's mind. Although he wasn't particularly handsome, he lingered in her thoughts. She inexplicably said, that's too wasteful. Why not go to the Shaxian Hotel? Chu Feng was taken aback for a moment, then his brows furrowed slightly. The Shaxian Hotel? What kind of place is that? Seeing his reaction, Jiang Yueying immediately felt embarrassed and said, just kidding, you choose, I can eat anything. Chu Feng nodded, alright, then let's go to the private kitchen I mentioned. Just then, the door of the research room was kicked open. A skinny middle-aged man walked in. The many experts were startled at first, but upon seeing the visitor, they not only did not breathe a sigh of relief but became even more tense. What was wrong with this living llama? When Chu Feng saw the newcomer, his expression changed instantly, and he respectfully said, Uncle Wei, what brings you here? Don't mention it, Wei Mingyang said bluntly. I just want to ask you one thing. Recently, the headquarters allocated a sum of money specifically for our branch members' medical treatment. I heard you claim that this money was raised by you? Chu Feng braced himself. I did say that. Our family holds charity auctions every year. That's not news, is it? Stop talking nonsense. This batch of money was personally approved by the deputy minister. How could it be raised by you? Do you really think I don't know what these so-called charity auctions of your big families are for? Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. It was just a small matter. Isn't it normal to boast a little? Why take it so seriously? The dignified commander actually came to scold him personally. Chu Feng felt extremely wronged. Alright, you can go back to the military. Our special operations department can't accommodate a big Buddha like you, Wei Mingyang said without giving him any face. Despite his thin frame, the aura he exuded at that moment was like a main battle tank rampaging across the battlefield, leaving no room for resistance. Chu Feng's expression changed drastically. Joining the Special Operations Department was a task given to him by his family. He panicked on the spot. Uncle Wei, I spoke without thinking. It doesn't have to be this serious. My uncle has some connections with you. Even if your uncle were here, it wouldn't matter. The order came directly from the deputy minister. If you're not afraid of dying, you can stay, Wei Mingyang said with a cold smile. The words deputy minister crushed Chu Feng's psychological defenses. Although it was just a deputy minister, the Special Operations Department was under the central government. It was the department that the country had prioritized and invested the most in recent years. Those who could serve as deputy ministers were either military bigwigs, political leaders, or national leaders who appeared on the news every day, figures he could not afford to provoke. Chu Feng couldn't understand it at all. He was just casually boasting to gain some favor. How did it attract such big shots? In the end, Xu Feng left in disgrace. Wei Mingyang's expression softened as he looked at Zhang Yueying and said, "You can rest assured to undergo the mechanical prosthesis installation surgery. The headquarters will take care of the financial aspects. Your case has been personally arranged by the higher-ups." Zhang Yueying nodded obediently. "Got it." After saying this, Wei Mingyang left. The group of experts in the research room breathed a sigh of relief. This living Yama was truly intimidating. "Little girl, you are quite bold to remain so calm in front of a living Yama," one expert couldn't help but praise. Zhang Yueying felt nothing in particular. She was just relieved. With this, she wouldn't have to go to those seemingly expensive high-end places for meals. Great! At the same time, she felt a bit puzzled. Xu Feng had only mentioned this matter to her. How did it attract the attention of the headquarters? So strange. Feng Jin returned to Ruan Yaowen's home. He had a key, so he entered directly. At that moment, he received a message from Zhang Yueying. The person who falsely claimed credit was directly kicked out of the Special Operations Department by the commander. Feng Jin secretly chuckled. The efficiency of the Special Operations Department was quite high. That kid deserved it. Then he replied with righteous indignation, "How could someone be so shameless as to falsely claim national funds just to chase girls? There are too few good men in this world. If you encounter one, you must cherish him." Is someone talking about himself? I won't boast, but I believe justice is in the hearts of the people. Ugh, shameless. Hee, how's the mechanical prosthesis coming along? Everything's going smoothly, but there are still many tests to be done. Experts say it will take at least 2 months. The two chatted for a while longer. Zhang Yueying was about to go for acupuncture to maintain muscle activity, so their conversation came to an end. Feng Jin ordered takeout, and after eating, he had a good long sleep. These past few days had indeed been quite exhausting. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. However, he didn't sleep very well. In a daze, he heard clattering sounds coming from the living room, and it seemed there was some scuffling going on. Eventually, the entire floor of the house started shaking, and he didn't know how long it lasted before it finally stopped. The next day, Feng Jin yawned as he got out of bed. He found the living room in disarray. Leather jackets, underwear, and pants were scattered all over the floor. "Bro, you're up?" In the kitchen, Ruan Yaowen was holding a cigarette and surprisingly making breakfast. Before long, a fragrant and warm breakfast was served on the table. 2 poached eggs, a cup of hot milk, along with steamed buns and toast. Feng Jin was astonished. "You can make breakfast? What are you talking about? Who isn't an ordinary person? What's so hard about making breakfast? I've been cooking for myself since I was little. I can't compare to a chef, but home-cooked dishes are no problem," Ruan Yaowen replied. Feng Jin took a sip of milk and ate a poached egg. "What's going on in the living room?" "Ahem." Ruan Yaowen smiled awkwardly. "I lost control for a moment." "Where is she?" "In the room, otherwise, how could I have the leisure to make breakfast? We messed around for too long last night, and she's still not awake. Thankfully, I didn't let that little girl get the upper hand. In the end, she begged for mercy before I let her off." Ruan Yaowen winked. Feng Jin remained silent, focusing on his breakfast. "I'm still just a kid. Is this something I can listen to?" Ruan Yaowen glanced at Feng Jin, slightly surprised, then seemed to ponder. "Bro, you can't still be a virgin, can you?" Feng Jin's face darkened. "What does it have to do with you?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but laugh, then tossed a phone to Feng Jin. "It's yours now." "What is this?" "My contact list. I won't need it anymore, so I'm giving it to you." Ruan Yaowen pulled out a new phone, smiling as he said, "From now on, the contact list will only have one woman's phone number. What's her name again?" "Right, Yao Qingxi." Feng Jin was still confused about what he meant. He then heard Ruan Yaowen sit down, take a sip of milk, and casually state the most significant decision of his life: "I'm getting married." Some people make a solemn vow to quit smoking with great fanfare, yet they might give in to a cigarette every few days, going back and forth. But some people, on a calm afternoon, extinguish their last cigarette and say, "Smoking is actually quite boring," and thus never smoke again for the rest of their lives. Just like Ruan Yaowen at this moment. Put. Feng Jin couldn't help but spray milk everywhere. Ruan Yaowen got splashed in the face, looking quite aggrieved. "You guys are getting married?" Feng Jin immediately grabbed a few tissues and tossed them to Ruan Yaowen. "I feel like we get along pretty well, so I decided on my own. I haven't proposed yet." Ruan Yaowen wiped his face. "My parents died early, and all my relatives have cut ties, so I don't need to discuss it with family." Feng Jin detected the seriousness in his tone. He really didn't expect it. A man who spends all his time indulging in pleasures would actually rush into marriage with a woman he had only met twice. Is the progress really this fast? At that moment, a slightly pained, delicate voice came from the room. "Water." It sounded like she was really thirsty. "Coming." Coming. Ruan Yawen strutted like a proud general, carrying the breakfast toward the room. Moments later, a quarrel erupted from the room. Who wants to marry you? Don't get ahead of yourself. You've taken all my blood. If you don't marry me, who will you marry? You forced me. Forced you 7 times, is it? Do you think the police will believe that? 3 times you were on top. You. Lower your voice. Yao Qingxi said, embarrassed and angry. Anyway, I'm not marrying. I'll ask you one more time. Will you marry or not? My family is poor. I have no dowry. Just right. I have no bride price either. I can't cook. I can't do laundry. I can only ride a bike. That's perfect. You can deliver takeout in the future, and I can ride with you for free. My dad is seriously ill. Dialysis costs 7,000 to 8,000 every month. I don't care. Sign a prenuptial agreement. Whoever cheats gets nothing. No problem. Alright, then let's get married. The two reached a consensus in just 3 minutes. Fongjin angrily finished his breakfast, spreading dog food so early in the morning, really lacking in quality. Such an unconventional proposal, I've never seen anything like it. At that moment, a faint sound came from the room. Since we're all awake, let's do some morning exercises. Hey, you pervert, get away. About 5 minutes later, the door opened. Ruan Yawen walked out. Behind him followed a tall woman in men's pajamas, with a beautiful face and long hair, but her walking posture was a bit strange, as if she was uncomfortable. 7 times in one night, indeed hard on the body. Yao Qingxi followed Ruan Yawen quietly like a well-behaved little wife. She was completely different from her previous arrogant self on the motorcycle. This is my brother. He saved my life. I have no other relatives, Ruan Yawen said. Go make me a cup of tea. Where's the tea? In the kitchen. I can't find it. So stupid. This is your home. Of course I can't find it. Alright, I'll buy you a new house later. You can pack your own things. If you can't find it, don't blame me. Yao Qingxi brewed a cup of hot tea and carefully handed it to Fongjin, saying, Brother, drink tea. She was still a bit afraid of Fongjin. Thank you. Fongjin hurriedly took the tea. Suddenly so polite. Really makes one unaccustomed. Alright, the formalities are done. Let's go buy a new house this afternoon and get a marriage certificate while we're at it, Ruan Yawen said. Yao Qingxi looked a bit confused. Isn't buying a house too hasty? And it's so urgent, the bank won't approve a loan. What loan? I always buy houses in cash. Ruan Yawen took out his black card and handed it to Yao Qingxi. Transfer to the best hospital for my father-in-law, and pay for the surgery too. Looking at the black card in her hand, Yao Qingxi's expression became quite interesting. She recognized this kind of black card. There was a super influencer in her circle who had one, flaunting it on social media for a month. And now this black card was just lying in her hand? The husband she found for herself turned out to be so rich? In the afternoon, Ruan Yawen took his new wife to look at houses. Fongjin naturally went along. He couldn't stand the way these two were being all lovey-dovey. I'm a young man full of vigor and vitality, listening to this mushy stuff all day. What if I turn bad? So Fongjin felt it was necessary to quickly buy a house of his own. Just right, the money in his hand was temporarily useless. The informant had disappeared. This made Fongjin feel quite suspicious, but he had no way to investigate, so he could only temporarily give up. They visited several properties in a row. Ruan Yawen was not satisfied with any of them. Although he had bought quite a few houses, he had strict requirements for his new home. The location had to be good, the environment had to be good, and public facilities like hospitals, shopping malls, and schools had to be up to par. The prices of these houses made Yao Qingxi's heart race. Fongjin was actually not picky. In fact, every property looks quite good. After all, the prices are there. It easily reaches 8 figures. How bad could it be? However, Ruan Yawen insisted on buying in the same place as Fongjin, who had no choice but to continue visiting new properties. Soon, the three arrived at a new development. The sales office was grandly constructed, very stylish, with huge, luxurious chandeliers that seemed to be embedded with countless diamonds. This property is in the city center, and it's all villas. Can we afford it? Yao Qingxi asked anxiously. Ruan Yawen didn't care at all. If it's really good enough, money isn't an issue. His savings could easily buy a villa. Soon, a staff member from the sales office came to attend to them. The saleswoman was very polite, her smile gentle, making one feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine, and she promptly brought tea and provided information about the property. After a round of introductions, Ruan Yawen was clearly tempted. The conditions here were excellent. Most importantly, it was close to various government departments. This represented one thing: safety. If any rule-breaking incidents occurred, they would definitely be discovered and resolved quickly. Alright, let's choose this one, Ruan Yawen decided. The saleswoman smiled. Okay, sir, please follow me for identity registration. By the way, are you a local resident of Han City? No, why? It's like this, sir, our properties require local residency to purchase. How troublesome. Ruan Yaowen turned to ask Yao Qingxi, wife, are you? This sudden address made Yao Qingxi's face flush slightly. She shook her head. I'm not either. I just came to Han City for work. Fang Jin was even less likely to be a local. His fake identity came from a very remote place. What a ridiculous property. Only locals can buy it. I'm not buying. If you look down on outsiders, I look down on you too, Ruan Yaowen said angrily. In fact, he had the ability and connections to move his residency, but he was unwilling. Just to buy a lousy house, would he have to abandon his roots? In the distance, the sales manager hurried over, his expression unfriendly. Sir, if you're not buying a house, please leave. Don't disrupt the purchasing experience of other customers. If you shout, I will call security to escort you out. He had seen all kinds of people in the sales office, wealthy businessmen, executives, even newly rich, but these three seemed very shabby, completely unlike wealthy people, especially this guy who spoke so loudly. Truly wealthy people wouldn't be stumped by a mere residency issue. Try to kick me out? Ruan Yaowen sneered. Yao Qingxi wrapped her arms around Ruan Yaowen's, clearly determined to stand united with her husband. On what basis are you kicking us out? Is this how you treat customers? Do you believe I will file a complaint against you? Fang Jin shook his head in silence. It really was a case of the husband and wife standing together. However, this matter couldn't really be blamed on Ruan Yaowen. He hadn't said anything overly extreme, just a couple of complaints. Security, security, throw these three country bumpkins out. The manager called for security with a face full of anger. Fang Jin was slightly angry. This was too condescending, and I didn't say anything. Why are you calling me a country bumpkin, although I seem to really be? Fang Jin stepped forward and slapped the manager directly. The manager was stunned. He didn't expect these three to dare to act. He pointed at Fang Jin but suddenly felt his tongue was gone, unable to say a word. What the hell? The manager quickly checked and found that his tongue had shifted. The shocking incident made his scalp tingle. Here's a little lesson for you. Don't think just because you're in a high-end property, you're part of the upper class. We're all just workers. Who is more noble than whom? If we took out our money, it would be enough to crush you, Fang Jin said coldly. Yao Qingxi exclaimed softly, our brother is so domineering. Ruan Yaowen raised an eyebrow and smiled, of course. Although Fang Jin looked gentle and innocent, like a pure college student, he could be quite intimidating when serious. Just as the three of them were about to leave, a surprised voice called out, Master Fang, what are you doing here? Following the voice, a one-armed man excitedly jogged over. It was Boss Tian Chihua. Boss Tian had clearly recovered from the curse. He looked much more spirited, having taken good care of himself and lost over 100 pounds, making him appear 20 years younger, full of vitality and radiating joy. Master Fang, what a coincidence to see you again, Boss Tian said with a hint of flattery. He knew very well about Fang Jin's abilities but had never had the chance to get close. Now, unexpectedly encountering him thrilled him. Fang Jin nodded. Yes, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy a house? Boss Tian clapped his thigh. That's really too coincidental. Behind him stood a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding a calm demeanor. He was clearly a successful person, very impressive. Mr. Yuan, this is the Master Fang I mentioned to you. He is truly capable, unlike other frauds. My strange illness was resolved with Master Fang's help, Boss Tian immediately said. Yuan Chang showed surprise and then approached with a warm smile. Hello, Master Fang. He knew that Tian Chihua had suffered from a strange illness recently, nearly dying, losing over 100 pounds in just a few days. Such weight loss was usually impossible to recover from, yet Boss Tian had survived and seemed completely transformed. Boss Tian quietly introduced Fang Jin. This Mr. Yuan is a real estate tycoon in Han City, worth over 100 billion. This development project is his. Yuan Chang also spoke enthusiastically. I've long admired you, Master. Would you do me the honor of having a cup of tea together? Boss Tian quickly explained in a low voice. Mr. Yuan had also encountered strange issues and wanted to resolve them, which was why he was so interested in Fang Jin. Your friend? Fang Jin asked casually. Boss Tian bitterly shook his head. How could I be friends with Mr. Yuan? He's the big boss I want to curry favor with, the largest buyer of our factory's products. If he decides to go against me, I can only close the doors and drink the northwest wind. Oh, then no tea for us. We're leaving. Fang Jin waved his hand, showing no regard for face, and turned to leave. No matter how big a boss you are, what does it have to do with me if you encounter strange issues? It's too dangerous. The three of them left decisively, leaving Yuan Chang momentarily stunned. He wasn't a small figure in Han City. While not universally known, he held some weight in the business circle and had even appeared on television several times. Were these young people being a bit too arrogant, not giving him any face? He had interacted with awakened individuals and had seen some, but he had never encountered such a situation. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Chang immediately said, "Boss Tian, we are business partners and can be considered friends. You can handle that big order from our group." He had also climbed up from the bottom, so he understood one thing: arrogant people are either fools or truly capable individuals. So why not take a gamble? Boss Tian was overjoyed. If he could secure Mr. Yuan's big order, he would not only make a significant profit to fill the gap from his recent extravagance but also prove his factory's capacity and quality, opening up channels and connecting with higher circles, making future development a leap forward. Thank you, Mr. Yuan. Boss Tian was not foolish. He understood what was going on, so he hurriedly stopped Fong Jin and the others, his face pleading, "Master Fong, if you don't have urgent matters, could you please stay here for a while? I'm begging you, this order is very important to me. If I secure it, my factory can expand, and I can provide 3,000 more jobs for the community, and I guarantee their wages will far exceed those of workers in other factories." Boss Tian was very clear about why Boss Yuan would give him the order. It was because he had been seriously ill and suddenly recovered. But this miracle was not created by him, it was helped by Fong Jin. "What are you doing? Trying to morally blackmail me?" Fong Jin glanced at Boss Tian. Boss Tian was so frightened that he quickly shook his head. "I absolutely didn't mean that. It's just that you all want to buy a house, right? This development can be said to be the best in recent years, and it's also under President Yuan's ownership. You could actually communicate amicably." "What's there to communicate? We were all chased away," Ruan Yaowen scoffed. "People like us from the countryside have no right to buy this house." Boss Tian was visibly taken aback by this. He couldn't help but turn to look at President Yuan. Yuan Chang understood immediately and turned back to the lobby, quickly approaching the sales manager after learning the situation. "You don't need to come to work anymore. Go to accounting to collect your wages for this period. You won't lose a single cent of your severance pay, but please leave here immediately." The sales manager was shocked. It should be known that being a manager here comes with a high base salary, not to mention the substantial commissions from selling houses. Selling a few houses could mean achieving financial freedom. He had begged and borrowed, exhausted all his connections, and spent all his money, plus he had enough qualifications to earn this position. Now he was being dismissed outright. The sales manager wanted to argue and plead, but he couldn't find the words, only managing to make some strange hissing sounds. He was sweating profusely. Yuan Chang waved his hand, and the security guards arrived immediately, directly escorting the sales manager out. The sales manager sobbed and cried, seemingly wanting to rush over to apologize. But the security guards were not to be trifled with. He was simply carried away. "Master, this is a misunderstanding," Yuan Chang said with a smile. "You are always welcome here, no one will chase you away." He understood the balance well, neither overly flattering nor condescending, speaking firmly and powerfully, instilling a sense of trust. Perhaps this was the demeanor of a great businessman. "As for the household registration issue, I am truly sorry. This is a new policy introduced this year, starting with a small scope of implementation. This development is in a relatively important location, which is why there are such regulations. It is not something we businessmen can decide." Yuan Chang said very sincerely, "Actually, these are all minor issues. I can help you resolve them." "How will you resolve it?" Fong Jin asked. "May I ask what your professions are?" Fong Jin thought for a moment. "Unemployed drifter." Yuan Chang's smile slightly stiffened. Ruan Yaowen casually said, "Me too." Yuan Chang's smile gradually faded. Yao Qingxi quietly said, "I don't have a proper job either. I shoot short videos and occasionally take on some advertising." "So you're an internet celebrity?" Yuan Chang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, "As long as you are willing, I can arrange for special talent introduction and residency for you right away." "Am I considered special talent too?" "Of course, those stars can be special talents, so can you. As long as you can bring in tax revenue, anyone can be considered special talent. As for the process, I'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about anything." Yuan Chang could see that this young girl was probably an ordinary person, so he appeared particularly patient. Yao Qingxi was somewhat taken aback, but she instinctively looked at Ruan Yaowen. "Husband, do you want to settle down?" "I'm fine with it." For ordinary people, settling in a big city is undoubtedly an important step in crossing social classes, so it is very attractive to most people. "All right, then let's settle down." Ruan Yaowen thought for a moment. Since they were married, they should consider each other more. The atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot. Since President Yuan was so enthusiastic and polite, Fong Zhen and Ruan Yaowen also felt it inappropriate to show any displeasure, so they finally agreed to stay for tea. Soon, the five of them arrived at a businesslike reception room. Fangjin sat on a comfortable leather sofa, savoring the so-called authentic pre-rain Longjing tea. Although he couldn't really tell the difference, it did feel fresh and mellow. President Yuan appeared very composed, but a hint of anxiety often flickered in his eyes. Fangjin didn't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. President Yuan, what strange thing have you encountered? If it's within my ability, I can give it a try. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid you'll have to seek someone more capable. Hearing Fangjin's words, Boss Tian breathed a sigh of relief. For him, this was already half the success. Yuan Chang organized his thoughts. Actually, it's not me, but my wife. Recently, my wife had a checkup and found out she was pregnant. Isn't that a good thing? Fangjin asked, puzzled. At first, it was indeed a good thing. My wife and I have always wanted a child. Not to embarrass you all, but we've been trying for 7 or 8 years with no progress. Finding out she was pregnant made us very happy. I immediately arranged for the best doctors and nurses to be by my wife's side, ensuring she could focus on her pregnancy without any accidents. But soon, strange things began to happen. Yuan Cheng's expression was odd, filled with melancholy. My wife's belly grew at an astonishing rate. She was only 10 days pregnant, and the doctor said it was almost like she was 9 months along. Yet, after various tests, there were no issues at all. Meanwhile, my wife was gradually losing weight. No matter how much she ate, she couldn't gain any back. In just 10 days, with a big belly, she lost 30 pounds, looking like skin and bones. It was as if a vampire was sucking the blood from my wife. I steeled myself and immediately had the doctor perform a cesarean section. I had to see what kind of monster was parasitizing my wife's belly. The result, President Yuan took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly, filled with unease. There was nothing in her belly. Nothing at all. All the tests showed no problems, and the ultrasound even indicated a healthy child was developing inside. No matter what kind of monster came out of the cesarean, Yuan Chang was mentally prepared. If a monster harmed his child, he would have to tear it to pieces. But there was nothing in her belly. Aside from blood and amniotic fluid, there was nothing. Yuan Chang had nowhere to vent his frustration and could only swallow it down. This bizarre situation left him anxious and restless for over half a month. As for his wife, she was naturally in great pain, and after all the turmoil, she fell into postpartum depression. Fortunately, the family was wealthy, and her health gradually improved over 2 months, regaining some of her spirit. So strange. Fangjin asked Ruan Yawen, have you encountered anything like this? Ruan Yawen shook his head, never heard of it. Rule-based events are inherently difficult to predict. Coupled with the existence of loopholes, it can lead to a breakdown of rules, so strangeness becomes the norm. At this point, Yuan Chang already considered himself unlucky. However, bizarre things happened again. 5 days ago, Yuan Chang's wife's belly grew larger again. The test results, pregnant. Could it be that this time it's real? Ruan Yawen asked curiously. Yuan Chang let out a bitter laugh. It's unlikely. She's only been pregnant for 5 days, and already there's a noticeable bump. Plus, the ultrasound can already see the shape of the baby. Experiencing something like this once is enough to shatter a family, let alone a second time. If it happens again, Yuan Chang estimates that his wife would really be depressed enough to jump off a building, and he wouldn't be able to bear it either. No amount of wealth can withstand such a mental assault. Haven't you consulted any professionals? Fangjin asked. Wealthy people at this level can't possibly be out of touch with the awakened community. Even if Yuan Chang has a few awakened bodyguards, Fangjin wouldn't find it strange. Yuan Chang sighed. I tried. I contacted a private club through connections, but they sent people several times, and they were powerless. This isn't surprising. The abilities of the awakened vary widely, and many awakened individuals don't have the capacity to handle rule events independently, especially in grassroots awakened organizations. They don't bother to understand rule events or learn how to deal with them. They just want to get rich off their abilities. When faced with such situations, they can only flounder. Have you reported it to the authorities? Fangjin asked. Yuan Chang replied helplessly, I tried. The officials came, but there have been no results, and I asked a friend about it. To put it bluntly, I don't even have casualties, so it doesn't even register in the eyes of the authorities. The Special Operations Department is severely understaffed. With rule events occurring so frequently, they can only prioritize serious incidents. Even if you're the richest person in Han City, it doesn't matter. In the face of rule events, the gap between the rich and the poor is minimized. Mr. Yuan, please take me to see your wife, Fangjin said. Yuan Chang quickly nodded. She's upstairs. To keep a close eye on his wife's condition, he brought her to his newly developed property so he could be with her at all times. It wasn't that he had much faith in Fangjin. It was just that a drowning person wants to grasp every straw. Soon, they arrived on the third floor. This high-end property was naturally well decorated, with high-end furniture and appliances ready for immediate occupancy. Upon entering the house, 4 bodyguards were waiting at the door. The bedroom was spacious. There were specially trained doctors and therapists fully equipped to care for her, all of them women. Various monitoring devices were also present to keep track of the patient's condition. As everyone entered the room, they saw a frail figure lying on the bed. It was a woman, her features exquisite enough to rival a star, and even though she was older, her beauty was hard to conceal. However, her complexion was very poor, with sunken eyes and a vacant stare. It was evident that her thin body, despite being covered by a blanket, had a visibly protruding abdomen. Mr. Yuan, the female doctor greeted respectfully upon seeing the situation. Yuan Chang asked, "How is my wife?" "Her vital signs are all normal, but her mental state is very poor." The doctor shook her head helplessly. "All right, you all can leave for now." Yuan Chang instructed the doctor and therapist to step out temporarily. "Wife," Yuan Chang approached the woman with concern, tightly grasping her hand. They had been married for nearly 10 years and were quite affectionate, considered a model couple. Xiao Jingru's eyes were devoid of light as she held her husband's hand. "Honey, I'm so tired. Can you all please leave for a while? I want to be alone." "No, absolutely not," Yuan Chang firmly refused, his attitude resolute, his eyes filled with sorrow. After being rejected, Xiao Jingru merely lay there silently, not saying a word. "My wife is suffering from severe depression. If no one is watching her, she might resort to self-harm," Yuan Chang sighed as he explained. He looked at Fangjin, hoping he could do something. Fangjin naturally asked as usual, "Madam, before you encountered the strange events, did you visit any unusual places?" Xiao Jingru remained silent, no interest in replying. Apart from her husband, no one else sparked even the slightest desire for her to respond. Yuan Chang immediately said, "I inquired about the bodyguard's schedule. My wife has only visited very ordinary places, nothing strange." As he spoke, he took out a travel itinerary. It recorded his wife's travel routes over the past 6 months. Fangjin took a glance. Indeed, they were all quite ordinary: parks, shopping malls, tea parties, charity galas, and even a trip to the Maldives for diving. Basically all public places. If there were any unusual incidents, it would definitely involve more than one person. "Mr. Yuan, have you checked if there have been any similar cases at major hospitals recently?" Fangjin asked. Yuan Chang was taken aback. "I haven't checked." Such rare cases had been specifically investigated by private doctors at the time, and there were no similar symptoms domestically or internationally. But whether any had appeared recently, he really couldn't be sure. Fangjin said, "Please check immediately." "Okay." Yuan Chang quickly mobilized his connections to inquire about similar cases at various hospitals. Meanwhile, Fangjin carefully observed Xiao Jingru's every move. She looked listless. She had no strength. A string of sandalwood prayer beads hung from her wrist, deep in color and understated, looking quite valuable. Fangjin noticed that she often fiddled with the beads in her hand. "Madam seems to be a believer," Fangjin said with a smile. Xiao Jingru seemed to perk up a little. Yes, only when talking about something she cared about could a depression patient show some spirit. At that moment, Fangjin noticed something. Xiao Jingru often caressed her belly, her movements gentle and cautious, revealing a maternal expression. It was a look that was hard to describe: anticipation, affection, and a sense of tension about the future. How could someone who knew they were encountering strange events have such an expression? She wasn't even a real pregnant woman. "Madam, are you looking forward to this child?" Fangjin asked. The others showed strange expressions. What kind of question was that? Was it too much of a sore spot? Xiao Jingru softly replied, "This is my second child. I hope he can be born safely." Second child? Fangjin turned to look at Yuan Chang. If he remembered correctly, Yuan Chang had said they didn't have any children. The others in the room showed expressions of surprise and doubt. Yuan Chang, who had just finished a phone call, also heard this and his expression changed slightly. Because of the last pregnancy incident, he had almost dared not to talk to his wife about children again, fearing it would upset her. Every conversation was cautious. Seeing Yuan Chang's expression, Fangjin naturally understood the situation. His wife was not only physically unwell, her mental state was clearly also off. Yes, children are very important. Having a child gives a sense of home, Fangjin continued, and your child with Mr. Yuan will surely be very cute. Xiao Jingru's eyes gradually brightened, and a smile appeared. Yes, I think so too. My husband has always wanted a child. She caressed her belly, filled with maternal love. Yuan Chang was stunned. He hadn't seen his wife like this in a long time. Ever since that incident, she had been in a very depressed state. But raising a child is exhausting. Madam must have made a lot of preparations, right? Fong Jin continued. Xiao Jingru couldn't help but nod, her eyes sparkling with joy. I've read a lot of guides and prepared a whole room of baby supplies. I've accounted for every possible situation. The two happily chatted. In this state, it was completely unnoticeable that Xiao Jingru was a depression patient. This scene almost brought tears to Yuan Cheng's eyes. Fong Jin actually didn't understand much about maternal and infant issues. He merely brought up a topic and spent most of the time listening, while Xiao Jingru spoke endlessly about the things she had prepared for the child. After chatting for nearly an hour, Xiao Jingru finally showed signs of fatigue and then fell into a deep sleep. She slept very peacefully. The others tiptoed out of the room. Thank you, master. My wife hasn't slept so peacefully in a long time, Yuan Cheng said repeatedly. For patients with depression, insomnia is quite common. Mental weakness and insomnia are naturally related. Fong Jin got straight to the point. Mr. Yuan, from my observation, your wife's depression may be related to you. Me? Yes. You probably haven't dared to talk to her about the child, right? She seems to have misunderstood that you don't want a child, which has made her mood even worse. How could this be? Yuan Chang was momentarily at a loss. This isn't entirely your fault, rather, it's your wife's perception that has been distorted. Fong Jin said seriously, not only does she physically show symptoms of pregnancy, but her entire state is also just like that of a pregnant woman, including her thoughts. She truly believes she is pregnant and genuinely thinks she can give birth to a child. These conclusions were drawn by Fong Jin from their casual conversation. Yuan Chang was bewildered. But what happened during the first pregnancy? She clearly knew about it. She was so scared that she cried secretly every day. Fong Jin nodded. So if your wife isn't mentally unstable, then her body and perception have been twisted by some mysterious force. In other words, Xiao Jingru truly believes she is pregnant. As for the first incident, she no longer remembers it. Or perhaps she simply feels that the first child died tragically, making her cherish her second pregnancy even more. What should we do, master? Please think of a way, Yuan Cheng said anxiously. He could tell that Fong Jin was completely different from other awakened ones. Other awakened ones couldn't find the root of the problem and left directly, even reluctant to stay alone. It seemed that contact with such bizarre events would lead to misfortune. Only Fong Jin was genuinely searching for the problem. Fong Jin asked, did you check the nearby cases I asked you to? I'll call and ask right away. Yuan Cheng dialed the phone, and soon messages from various sources came through. He hurriedly said, yes, in the past 6 months, several similar cases have appeared, and it is now suspected to be some kind of strange infectious disease. Take me to the nearest hospital where cases exist, Fong Jin said. Okay. Yuan Cheng immediately arranged for a driver to take them. Ruan Yaowen also chose to go along. Yao Qingxi initially wanted to go too, but was forcefully kissed by Ruan Yaowen. Be good, just stay here and choose a house while waiting for your husband to come home. Alright, fine, Yao Qingxi replied, blushing. Soon, the driver arrived. The group headed straight for the nearby hospital. Yuan Chang was indeed very resourceful. At the nearby hospital, he directly arranged for a doctor to lead them into the inpatient department, and files were laid out before them. These pregnant women are really giving me a headache, the obstetrician said with a troubled expression. I'm going crazy, all the test results are fine, but their bellies are getting bigger every day, and none of them can give birth to a real child. The doctor-patient relationship is very tense now. Some patients' families are relatively rational, so communication is okay, but some are troublesome. They are convinced that the pregnant women are pregnant, and then they give birth in just over 10 days, but nothing comes out. Some people spread rumors that the doctors use evil methods to induce childbirth and then steal the babies, causing panic. This month, 5 doctors have been beaten and angrily resigned. The doctor looked very dejected. The hospital was also being driven crazy by these patients. They couldn't just kick people out, otherwise, things would get even worse. Fong Jin glanced briefly at the files of the pregnant women. I want to see those pregnant women again. The doctor looked a bit troubled. After all, the families of these pregnant women were nearby, and their moods were quite poor. It was easy for friction to arise. However, Yuan's influence was enough. He directly called the director's office. Then Fong Jin and the others were allowed to proceed. In the first ward, a woman with a big belly lay on the hospital bed, her face full of happiness. I felt the baby kick me. It might be born tomorrow. Honey, are you happy? Happy. The husband of the pregnant woman tried to cooperate with the act, but secretly wiped away tears. He probably felt that his wife had gone mad. She was so happy about carrying a monster. In the second ward, a woman screamed hysterically, I'm not sick. You're all lying to me. Where's my baby? Did you throw it away because it's a girl? How dare you throw away my child? It's flesh from my body. The woman's parents, in-laws, and husband all tried to comfort and explain, but it was useless. The woman was convinced she had given birth to a child. No one could persuade her. It caused quite a commotion. In the third ward, a pregnant woman nervously covered her belly, looking at everyone as if they were thieves. "Honey, hurry and drive them away, maybe they stole our last child." The pregnant woman hurriedly shouted to chase people away. Clearly, this was not her first encounter with such a situation. The relatives of the pregnant woman were also furious, immediately shouting, "Get out, get out! Who allowed you to come in? Do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you?" Thus, Fang Jin and the others had to leave helplessly. Fang Jin and his companions checked several wards in succession. Although the situations they encountered were different, the symptoms were quite similar. "It's all like this," Yuan Cheng said, lost in thought. "Pregnant, the instruments show no problems, they can really detect the presence of a child, but the speed at which their bellies grow is frighteningly fast. They must give birth in just over 10 days, yet nothing comes out." He hadn't found any cases at the time. He didn't expect so many to emerge within a few months. And one more thing, all the pregnant women firmly believe they are really pregnant. "We should investigate their movements. There should be some discoveries," Fang suggested. Yuan Chang nodded repeatedly. However, even for him, handling such matters was very troublesome, because where these pregnant women had been recently, only they themselves knew. Now they were all key protected individuals. The families of the pregnant women would not allow anyone to ask questions nearby. Thus, there had been no progress for a long time. Instead, it almost led to a brawl. At that moment, Fang Jin noticed a ward. On the hospital bed lay a girl of only 16 or 17, with dyed red hair, heavy makeup that couldn't hide her youth, pretending to be indifferent, yet nervously gripping the sheets. Beside her was a hot-tempered middle-aged woman scolding, "You've brought shame to our family. 16 years old and pregnant? You really have the face to show up. I told you, I'm sick, I don't even have a boyfriend." The red-haired girl screamed. "Shut up, you think I don't know? Going to bars and KTV every day. Who knows what kind of wild child you've conceived? I've worked my fingers to the bone to support your education. What a waste of money. Haven't I studied? My grades are good. What's wrong with going to a bar occasionally? And I'm a virgin. Do you understand what a virgin is?" The middle-aged woman grabbed the girl's red hair and began to scold her harshly. "Virgin? The last time I saw you, you were holding hands with a man. How can you claim to be a virgin?" The red-haired girl's face turned red. "That was my classmate." The middle-aged woman continued to curse while pretending to hit her. "Wait!" Fang Jin burst into the ward and called a halt to this farce. "Who are you?" The middle-aged woman sneered. "Good, a wild man has come knocking. Just right, you can take this bastard away when it's born, and you'll have to give my daughter a hefty sum for her nutrition, or I'll report you for molesting a minor." Seeing this, President Yuan was about to step in, but Fang Jin stopped him. "Generally speaking, this kind of thing can be settled with money, but when faced with someone unreasonable like this, I won't give a single cent." Fang Jin stepped forward and gently lifted the middle-aged woman's head. This scene was enough to scare everyone into a stupor. Of course, to avoid causing a commotion, Fang Jin used his ability of neglect, making everyone ignore the scene. The middle-aged woman was filled with terror. She suddenly felt herself flying, unable to move, and when she glanced down, her body was slowly collapsing to the ground like a corpse. "Ah!" Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted from fear. The woman in red on the hospital bed looked at Fang Jin with some unease. Her mother had just been here. Where had she run off to? What could be so important that a stranger barged into her hospital room? "Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you a few questions." Fang Jin borrowed 500 yuan from President Yuan's bodyguard. "President Yuan, please reimburse me later." President Yuan was helpless. At a time like this, let's not worry about such trivial matters. Seeing the 5 bright bills in front of her, the red-haired girl took the money without hesitation. "Go ahead and ask. When did your symptoms start?" Fang Jin asked. "They started 3 days ago. Before that, did you go anywhere strange?" The red-haired girl thought for a moment and said, "Nothing strange, just bars, KTV, school, the vegetable market, and I even went hiking with friends." Fang Jin thought about it. Those places were all quite ordinary. But the incidents involving pregnant women were not isolated cases. Perhaps this was caused by a rule event. Could it be a random event like the mobile phone murder case? "Do you think you're pregnant?" Fang Jin inquired. The red-haired girl immediately became agitated, screaming, "Of course not. I told you, I'm a virgin, do you understand? How could I be pregnant?" At this moment, it was clear she was telling the truth. She wasn't trying to fool her mother. Fang Jin immediately understood that this red-haired girl was different from the others. Only she did not believe she was pregnant, because that contradicted her understanding. "How long have you been hospitalized?" Fang Jin asked. The red-haired girl replied irritably, "I just came in today." "So you haven't had an examination yet?" Fang Jin turned to Yuan Cheng and said, "President Yuan, please notify the doctor to give this girl a prenatal checkup immediately." "Understood." With Yuan Cheng's influence, the hospital's vice president personally stepped in, accompanying the process and ensuring the red-haired girl's prenatal checkup was completed promptly. The red-haired girl was taken aback. She had never experienced such treatment before. The results naturally came out immediately. There's no child in her belly. The doctor couldn't help but feel invigorated. After all, a large number of instant pregnant women had recently emerged, driving the doctors nearly mad. They had never seen such cases before. Now, finally, a special situation had appeared. It was as rare as a giant panda. Not finding a child meant this was just an illness. If it's an illness, it can be treated. I told you I'm not pregnant. The red-haired girl lay on the hospital bed, letting out a long sigh of relief, her face filled with peace. Although she was very certain she had never engaged in any sexual activity and could not possibly be pregnant, she was still very scared, worried it might be a case of demonic possession or a ghostly baby reincarnating, like in the movies. Who wouldn't be afraid of such bizarre occurrences? Now she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as one doesn't believe they are pregnant, then no child can be detected. Not only can it deceive the mother, but even medical instruments can be fooled. It's truly miraculous. Fangjin nodded slightly. If the belly is just filled with water, modern medical methods should be able to resolve it easily, right? The doctor beside him nodded. As long as all physiological indicators are normal, a puncture to draw out the amniotic fluid should suffice. The doctor's hesitation mainly stemmed from the fact that the instruments did indeed indicate the presence of a child. Since it could be assured that there was no child, treatment could naturally be bolder. Yuan Chang appeared somewhat troubled. Master, her problem is resolved, but it doesn't help my wife's situation at all. His wife would absolutely not be willing to accept treatment. Fangjin naturally understood this logic. After all, the situations of both parties were quite different. Fangjin stared at numerous case files for a long time and discovered something. Most of these pregnant women were actually older mothers. Doctor, do many of these pregnant women have a history of infertility? Fangjin suddenly asked. The obstetrician carefully looked at the files. Indeed, many of the patients and their husbands have been trying to conceive for years, wanting to have a child. Yuan Chang was stunned beside them. The situation was very similar to his own. Ruan Yawen whispered, could the source of the rules come from a hospital specializing in treating infertility? It's possible, Fangjin nodded. But soon he felt something was off. If that were the case, the red-haired girl had no reason to be pregnant. She couldn't possibly go for infertility treatment. At that moment, the red-haired girl lying on the hospital bed nervously spoke up. Don't just chat among yourselves. I feel something strange in my belly. Doctor, can you take a look? Everyone in the ward turned their gaze toward the red-haired girl. They saw her belly visibly, slowly deflating. The change in the red-haired girl left everyone in the ward dumbfounded. Quick, take the patient for an examination. The obstetrician was the first to react, urgently shouting. A sudden swelling of the belly is frightening. A sudden shrinking is equally terrifying. Such an unexpected situation is likely to be fatal, and if the red-haired girl, who had come to the hospital so lively, were to die just like that, it would be a serious matter. Regardless of whether the doctor was at fault, the hospital would undoubtedly bear the blame. Soon, nurses rushed in and immediately took the red-haired girl for another examination. Master, what's going on? Yuan Chang asked cautiously. Fangjin shook his head. Yuan, you may have overestimated our abilities. Although we possess special powers, the differences between individuals are greater than the differences between humans and pigs. The probability of encountering a special event that falls within my understanding is lower than winning the lottery. Yuan Chang actually knew a bit about the matters within the awakened community. He was just too anxious now. The examination results came out quickly. The results relieved all the doctors. Everything was normal. The water in her belly had completely disappeared. The red-haired girl was very healthy and could be discharged immediately. Seeing this situation, the doctors were naturally overjoyed and invited the red-haired girl to stay for further examination, hoping to find out the reason for her return to normal. They wanted to research a method to treat the strange illness. However, unfortunately, the doctors were destined not to get results, because this was not an illness. It was a rule. Knowing that the red-haired girl had recovered, Yuan Chang couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. If she could return to normal, couldn't his wife as well? I'm fine now. The red-haired girl was also surprised, but then she happily jumped up. I told you I'm not pregnant. I'm leaving. Don't block my way. Can't you see? Confirming that she wasn't sick, the red-haired girl's attitude gradually became arrogant. It was obvious. She was definitely a delinquent girl. Fangjin was about to continue bribing her with money when Ruan Yawen took the lead. Brother, let me handle this little punk. there's a more effective way. Ruan Yaowen grabbed the red-haired girl's hair, his face darkening. You little brat, if you dare to bark again, do you believe I'll have someone kill you right now? Damn it, no one dares to talk to my brother like that. The red-haired girl was instantly dumbfounded. Young and reckless, she liked to be unique and different. She enjoyed using an arrogant attitude and foul language to retort against this unsatisfactory world, but that didn't mean she really had any power. Now, sit down. You answer whatever my brother asks. If you hide anything, I'll burn your whole family alive, Ruan Yaowen said viciously. He was originally the kind of person who was lawless. The number of thugs and scoundrels he had killed was probably not small. When he made threats, there was a real ferocity in his killing intent. The mentally fragile girl couldn't withstand such intimidation and immediately became obedient. She trembled as she sat down, lowering her head, terrified and silent. All right, done, Ruan Yaowen made a peace sign, his smile smug. Fang Jin chuckled, then asked, now I'm going to ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Have you ever thought about wanting a child? The expressions of everyone in the ward were strange. What a bizarre question. How could that be? I'm too full to want to have a baby, the red-haired girl replied softly, no longer showing any arrogance. Fang Jin's gaze was slightly skeptical. Are you sure? Don't you have a boyfriend? The red-haired girl was about to refute but then saw Ruan Yaowen's murderous gaze. She nervously swallowed a few times and then said, no, not a boyfriend, just a boy I had a crush on. We went hiking together, and I pretended my legs hurt so he held my hand for a while. You went hiking together? Yes. During the hike, did anything strange happen that relates to having a child? The red-haired girl was taken aback. No, but there is a temple on the mountain that is said to be very effective for praying for children. People come every day seeking blessings. There's a child-seeking pool with a statue of Guanyin, and many people throw coins in to ask for blessings. I at that time, the red-haired girl said somewhat shyly, I was holding hands with my crush, feeling blissful, and I fantasized about marrying him and having children, living a lifetime together. What girl doesn't have youthful dreams? This is the most naive and impulsive age. When encountering someone they like, of course, they fantasize about many things. To hold hands and grow old together. This is the most beautiful longing for love. Indeed. Fang Jin's eyes sparkled. He found the crux of the problem. This was the source of the red-haired girl's pregnancy. Fang Jin immediately turned to ask, Mr. Yuan, I remember your wife wears Buddhist beads and is a believer. Has she also gone to the temple to pray for children? Yuan Chang nodded eagerly. That's right, my wife often goes to the temple to pray. After the first pregnancy ended and before the second pregnancy, did she go again? Yes. Which temple was it? Yuan Chang said excitedly, Jingsheng Mountain, 10 kilometers away, has a very famous Baochang temple with a strong incense offering. My wife often goes there. Fang Jin looked back at the red-haired girl. The red-haired girl seemed slightly distracted, then nodded. I also went to Baochang Temple. Is there a problem with Baochang Temple? Yuan Chang asked. I can't be completely sure yet. I understand. Yuan Chang immediately asked the hospital's doctors to inquire whether the patients had all visited Baochang Temple. Soon, the investigation results came out. Without exception, all these pregnant women had been to Baochang Temple. The reason was finally found. Yuan Chang was overjoyed. No one expected that the bizarre events were actually because all the pregnant women had gone there to pray for children. Isn't it necessary to break the rules to encounter strange events? Ruan Yaowen was puzzled. Just praying to gods and Buddha, what rules had they broken? Fang Jindao said, did you not hear the troublesome girl say there's a child-seeking pool in the temple, filled with coins? I suspect this is not allowed. Why throw coins into a perfectly good pool? The temple has donation boxes, but the monks can't go against these worshippers, so they just let it be. But that doesn't mean it's right. These people are really strange, throwing money into a good pool. If they want children, they should work hard in bed, not throw coins like it's nothing. Ruan Yaowen couldn't help but mock. One can only say that those whose hearts are not strong enough always place their hopes on something ethereal. However, they had finally found the source. Fang Jin prepared to set off to see the situation. Before that, Fang Jin returned to the ward and reattached the head of the red-haired girl's mother. From now on, be nicer to your daughter. Don't hit her without asking for a reason. Next time, I won't let you off so easily. The middle-aged woman covered her mouth, trying hard not to make a sound. She didn't dare to nod, fearing her head would fall off again. Then Fang Jin said to the red-haired girl, get rid of that red hair and go back to school to study properly. If you continue to hang out with those social misfits, I'll find someone to deal with you. The red-haired girl was unusually obedient, not daring to retort a single word. Confirming that the source was Baochang Temple, Fang Jin and the others immediately drove there. Yuan Chang was both nervous and excited. Now that they had found the root of the problem, Perhaps after resolving it, his wife would recover, but he was also very worried about whether this trip would be successful. The 10-mile distance was actually quite close. Even with the time taken to drive up the mountain, it took no more than half an hour to arrive. The ancient temple, with its long history, stood majestically at the mountain's peak. Baochang Temple dates back to the Qing dynasty, and during the Republic of China period, the monks had once descended the mountain to fight against invaders, earning a great reputation among the people, thus thriving in incense offerings. The group ascended the mountain. Today's Baochang Temple, after several rounds of renovations, looked brand new, exuding a golden and resplendent aura, with the Buddha statues inside covered in a layer of gold, appearing particularly solemn and dignified. Dear patrons, in response to the national call, this temple is currently inspecting fire safety hazards and is temporarily closed to the public, the young monk at the entrance said with a helpless shake of his head. Fangzhen was astonished. The temple was inspecting fire safety? It sounded quite mismatched. Yuan Chang was a bit anxious and immediately pulled out a wad of cash. Master, could you do us a favor? We just want to take a look. We promise we won't do anything. The young monk's eyes brightened, looking quite troubled. Well, since your devotion to the Buddha is so steadfast, I'll make an exception this once. But you must stay close to me and not wander around, so as not to disturb the tranquility of the Buddhist realm. You can stay for half an hour, at most. No problem. Under the monk's guidance, the group entered Baochang Temple. Once filled with incense, Baochang Temple was now eerily quiet. The group followed the monk to the famous child-seeking pool. The monk looked at Fangzhen and the others, hesitating to speak, his expression strange. Coming to Baochang Temple, not to pray or seek divination, and certainly not to visit the relics left by monks who fought against invaders, but rather a few grown men insisting on seeing the child-seeking pool. Truly, the interests of the wealthy are quite peculiar. At that moment, the child-seeking pool. The coins thrown into the pond seemed to have been deliberately cleaned out. The water was clear, adorned with a few delicate lotus flowers about to bloom, yet not a single coin remained. The statue that once spouted water depicted Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, seated on a lotus pedestal. But at this moment, it had been smashed. A pipe protruded from the wall, suspended and splashing water. Master, what's going on? Yuan Chang couldn't help but ask. Fangzhen thought for a moment. It seems someone discovered the temple's problems before us, destroyed the Guanyin statue, and prohibited tossing coins, completely cutting off the recurrence of the rules. Yuan Chang was overjoyed. So my wife has recovered? No, the temple's closure is clearly not a recent matter. It seems the impact cannot be self-resolving. Fangzhen fell into contemplation. He wasn't sure if the source had truly been resolved. However, it appeared that the state had conducted an investigation and noticed the anomalies at Baochang Temple. He actually didn't need to intervene anymore. Let's go, Fangzhen said after some thought. Yuan Chang anxiously asked, what about my wife? Don't worry, your wife will be fine. I just realized that if it were only about treating your wife, we actually didn't need to come here at all. Upon hearing this, Yuan Chang felt a great relief. From the master's words, it seemed treating his wife was not a difficult task. Great. Wonderful. As for the other pregnant women, he certainly didn't care. The group prepared to leave. They had only stayed for less than 5 minutes. Although the monk was confused, he naturally wouldn't say much and let everyone out of the temple. But no one noticed. Inside the temple, a pair of indifferent eyes were fixated on Fangzhen and the others, not moving for a moment. Just as Fangzhen and the others were about to leave the temple, Yuan Chang received a phone call. Hello? Wife, how are you feeling now? Recovered? That's great. So great. I'll come back to find you right away. After hanging up, Yuan Chang was filled with ecstatic joy. Finally recovered. Fangzhen was surprised. Really recovered? Yes, it was my wife who told me herself. Her voice sounded very good, just like before. As Yuan Chang spoke, he couldn't help but feel his eyes redden. His wife had suffered, and he felt it too. He had been restless during this time. Now, everything was finally over. Strange, it shouldn't be like this. Fangzhen was puzzled. If recovery was to happen, it should have happened long ago. Yuan Chang was in high spirits at this moment. Thank you, masters, for your help. My new real estate project is worth quite a bit. If you two don't mind, I'm willing to give you 50% of the shares as a gift. Ruan Yawan gasped. What a generous offer. This was a villa project in the city center, with each unit starting at nearly 100 million. The true value of half the shares in this project had definitely surpassed both of their savings. Actually, we haven't done much, but since Mr. Yuan is so generous and kind-hearted, how can we refuse? Ruan Yawan said with a smile, please take care of us in the future, Mr. Yuan. No problem. At first, Ruan Yawan didn't care about Yuan Chang at all. He was even too lazy to deal with such trivial matters. But at this moment, his friendly demeanor made it seem as if the two were sworn brothers. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Fong Jin chuckled and shook his head. He felt that this reward was a bit too extravagant. Directly giving away 50% of the shares was equivalent to handing over billions. This was more than just generosity, it was like being a fool. However, Fong Jin vaguely sensed something was off. What exactly was wrong? He couldn't figure it out. At that moment, Fong Jin's phone vibrated slightly. He received a message from the Tianwang forum. Opening it, he saw it was from the person who had once intended to sell information to him. Brother, sorry, I've been too busy lately and forgot about the deal we made. You want to know about the higher abilities related to the detention ability, right? To express my apologies, I'll sell you this information at a bargain price, 10 million. Is that acceptable? 10 million is an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. But for an awakened one, it's nothing much, especially when the other party initially offered 500 million. This discount, it's practically a fracture. This bastard suddenly had a change of heart? Fong Jin was overjoyed and immediately replied, of course. What followed was the normal transaction process. The deal went smoothly, causing Fong Jin to hum with delight. His luck today was simply too good. Not only did he come into a windfall, but he also obtained the intelligence he cared about most. It was as if all his wishes were coming true. At this moment, Ruan Yawen winked at Fong Jin. I just received news that the Special Operations Department has lifted the blockade on Han City, and my wanted status has been revoked. I no longer need to hide from the Special Operations personnel. Lifted? Fong Jin was equally delighted. This meant that the Special Operations Department had likely given up on searching for him. Good news. Truly good news. But, was it too good? Fong Jin looked up and glanced around. The Buddhist temple was serene and indeed quiet, but it seemed a bit too quiet. Aside from the little monk who led them in, he didn't see any other monks. Little master, where did the others in the temple go? Fong Jin suddenly inquired. The little monk looked slightly puzzled. Baocong Temple has always had only me. Where would the others come from? Fong Jin's heart tightened. The little monk's demeanor was natural and sincere, seemingly not lying at all. Little master, you must be joking, Fong Jin said. Surely such a large temple can't have just one gatekeeper monk, not even a significant abbot? I am the gatekeeper monk, the abbot, and the master, the little monk replied earnestly. His words were sincere and incredibly certain. The tranquil temple at this moment gave an unsettling chill. Fong Jin didn't know much about Baocong Temple, but he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to think that a temple with such a thriving incense offering could have only one monk. The abbot and master are usually held by highly respected monks. The little monk before him was far too young, looking no more than 20. How could he possibly be the abbot? Little master, you truly are a jack of all trades, Fong Jin said with a smile. Then we shall take our leave. The little monk smiled. Please take care, benefactors. As Fong Jin and the others walked out of the temple gate, the smile on his face immediately faded. Something's not right, Fong Jin said in a low voice. At this moment, even Yuan Chang, an ordinary person, could clearly sense something strange. I came here once with my wife. Baocong Temple was bustling with activity, and there were at least a few hundred monks. The abbot was an old monk in his 80s. This little monk is lying. He looks very serious and is very certain about what he says. He's not lying. His perception must be distorted, Fong Jin said solemnly. Distorted perception? Just the literal meaning gives a very eerie feeling. Yuan Chang took a deep breath. It has nothing to do with us. Let's hurry and leave here. He was eager to return home to see his wife. Ruan Yawen nodded in agreement. Yeah, brother, we don't need to worry about so much. The country has already noticed, and they will naturally send someone to resolve it. We don't need to be brave. That's true, but I'm afraid we won't be able to leave, Fong Jin sighed. How could we not leave? Yuan Chang, anxious, immediately headed towards the parking lot on the mountain. The driver was sitting in the car waiting for his boss. Old Wan, let's go, we'll leave here immediately. Yes, back home, Yuan Chang said hurriedly. The three got into the car. The driver drove down the mountain. 10 minutes later, the car had already left scenic Victory Mountain, driving steadily towards the new development. We're leaving. Yuan Chang's face lit up with joy. He had really been worried about being trapped in the temple. Looking back now, it turned out to be a case of unnecessary worry. In the smoothly driving car, Ruan Yawen glanced at the expressionless Fong Jin and comforted him. Brother, everyone makes mistakes, and even horses stumble. It's perfectly normal to misjudge. There's no need to take it too seriously. Fong Jin smiled upon hearing this. I'm not unhappy. I'm just thinking, if there really are no problems, I'd be even happier. Ruan Yawen felt relieved and excitedly began discussing with Fong Jin how to divide the 50% shares. After dividing the money, they talked about where to go to enjoy life. Ding dong. Fong Jin received a WeChat message. My mechanical prosthetic has been installed, and it's covered with realistic skin. From the outside, it looks just like a normal person. Awesome. Next time we meet, I must show you properly. Another good piece of news. Congratulations, rich sister. Fangjin was about to type a response, but his hand stopped. He fell silent for a moment and closed WeChat. Soon, they arrived at their destination. President Yuan headed straight to the third floor without hesitation. His wife had already returned to her former self, wearing light makeup, radiant and charming, with a captivating smile that outshone even the most precious jewelry. Honey, you're back. Xiao Jingru threw herself into Yuan Chang's embrace, just like before she fell ill. Yuan Chang was overjoyed. Wife, you finally recovered. Xiao Jingru playfully said, what recovery? I wasn't sick. Right, you weren't sick. After returning, Yuan Chang felt that his wife had changed quite a bit. She was gentler and more understanding than before, and despite being in her 30s, she now exuded a rare youthful vitality. Men, after all, tend to prefer younger partners. At this moment, he loved his wife even more. Yao Qingxi also arrived cheerfully, smiling as she took Ruan Yuan's hand. I picked a house that you will definitely love. The underground garage is super big, so you can park as many cars as you want in the future. Really? That's amazing. Ruan Yuan was overjoyed. Brother, I have something to do, so I'll head out first. Fangjin waved his hand. Go ahead. He didn't linger as a third wheel but left on his own. He quietly took a taxi back to Jingsheng Mountain. Then he knocked on the tightly closed temple door. The little monk opened the door again, but this time he was wearing the blue robe of the abbot, which made him appear a bit more mature and benevolent. Benefactor, why have you returned? The little monk asked in surprise. Fangjin replied, I never left, so how could I have come back? The little monk looked even more astonished. I don't understand what you mean, but since you have already left, you cannot return. If you want to visit the temple again, you must donate incense money once more. Fangjin chuckled. So, they want more money, huh? Let's set the incense money aside for now, Fangjin said seriously. Don't you think everything that has happened to you recently has been too smooth? Isn't smoothness a good thing? It's not that it's bad, but it's just too unreasonable. If everything is an illusion, then what does good or bad even mean? Your words are too profound. I don't understand. Please leave, benefactor. The little monk's expression gradually calmed, preparing to close the door. But Fangjin forced the door open slightly, smiling faintly. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier, and a monk who doesn't want to be an abbot isn't a good monk. But if desires are too strong, it leads to breaking the precept of greed, master. The little monk's expression turned blank, revealing a hint of struggle and distortion. He wanted to remain in this beautiful dream. He didn't want to wake up. I don't know what you're talking about, the little monk said with difficulty. I've broken the rules, but I must be punished. Fangjin shook his head. I just can't understand why, when it's clearly a violation, the outcome isn't punishment but reward. Dreams come true. It's truly wonderful. Who can escape such a beautiful dream? Fangjin sighed. Perhaps from the moment they stepped into the temple, they had already broken the rules. Since the temple was closed, entering through the outer gate was naturally not allowed. Many things that made Fangjin happy happened around him, but the more that happened, the more uneasy he felt. Perhaps it was because Fangjin had once been immersed in illusions, giving him a natural aversion to this feeling. Fangjin obtained the information he had longed for, but when he tried to recall it, he couldn't remember anything. Because one cannot imagine things beyond their cognition, naturally, he couldn't conceive what the information was like. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of loss. Fangjin whispered slowly, so I understand now. Breaking the rules still leads to punishment. Those women threw coins into the wishing pool. They wanted children, so they became pregnant, immersed in the joy of motherhood, but all of it was false. Dreams ultimately have a day of awakening. This punishment isn't called dreams coming true. Gaining everything you desire only to lose it all the moment you wake up. Back to the starting point. Fangjin sighed, really, it's too bitter. There is a saying in Buddhism, life has 8 sufferings, birth, aging, sickness, death, the meeting of those we resent, the separation from those we love, the abundance of the 5 aggregates, and unfulfilled desires. The rules of the Buddhist temple are indeed so unique, truly marvelous. This is also why that red-haired girl, despite being pregnant, could not be detected by the hospital. She merely tossed a coin into the wishing pool on a whim. She didn't genuinely want a child, nor did she believe she should have one. Fangjin was glad he didn't have too many desires. Therefore, the good things he encountered weren't many. He suspected that the rules of Baoqiang Temple had already begun to enter the second phase, as the situation had become much more serious. Those women seeking children were basically fine after leaving the temple. But for Fangjin and the others, Good things continued even after leaving the temple. Unfulfilled desires, unfulfilled desires. The little monk trembled, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. Seizing the moment, Fangjin forcefully pushed open the large door. Inside the temple, it was still eerily silent. There was no one around. So Fangjin fully suspected that the temple's closure was not due to government intervention, but rather some other unforeseen event that forced it to shut down. The fire inspection was just an excuse. Master, it's time to wake up. You're not really the abbot. This is just a dream. Fangjin looked at the little monk and said, to know one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. Let those people go back. Fangjin did not take any radical measures. Because the little monk was a person of the Buddhist order, he must have adhered to the temple's rules in daily life. A monk who wants to become the host, even if flawed, how bad could he be? One could only say he had gone astray. The little monk actually knew that all this goodness had come too suddenly, but the wonderful dream made him addicted. Now, with Fangjin's words piercing through, he felt a tremendous inner turmoil. I am not. The little monk covered his head, seemingly in great pain. Fangjin cautiously stepped back a few paces. Is it the source? If it is the source, then the other party may not be a living person. If he accidentally provoked it, something could go wrong. Fangjin clasped his hands behind his back, a strange black flame slowly rising in his palm. If the other party showed any signs of losing control, he would have to forcefully kill them to ensure the rule event came to an end. Yes indeed. The pain on the little monk's face gradually faded, and clarity emerged in his eyes. I am not a master, just a gatekeeper disciple lost in a fleeting dream. My cultivation is still far from enough. Thank you for pointing it out, benefactor. You're too modest, little master. Fangjin looked around. There seemed to be no change. It shouldn't be like this. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The little monk joined his hands in prayer. Umatba. A few days ago, the temple encountered a great change. I tried hard to drive away the visitors, but when I turned around, all the senior brothers, uncles, and elders in the temple disappeared without a trace, leaving only me. Fangjin's expression shifted slightly. Aren't you the source? Source? The little monk shook his head in confusion. This was strange. The entire temple had only the little monk. Who else could there be? Little master, who knocked down the guanyin statue at the child wishing pond? Fangjin immediately asked. The little monk shook his head. I don't know. A few days ago, my senior brother discovered that the child wishing pond had been damaged during the morning prayers. At that time, we planned to call in workers for repairs, but then strange events suddenly erupted. What strange events? Everyone in the temple disappeared one by one. Fangjin was extremely puzzled. If it was a gradual escalation of a rule-breaking event, it shouldn't have spiraled out of control so quickly. Moreover, the monks in the temple adhered to strict rules. Even if they broke them, it wouldn't be so frequent. How could they all have vanished? Surely, the monks of Baochang Temple couldn't have all violated the temple rules. Unless someone did something. Someone smashed the guanyin statue. No, that's not right. Someone stole the guanyin statue. Fangjin felt a chill. Now, there was definitely more than just the little monk in this temple. There was another person. The thief who stole the guanyin statue. Fangjin suddenly looked up, gazing towards the nearby Buddha hall. He didn't notice that someone was watching him, but he knew someone was definitely keeping an eye on him. Damn it, come out. Fangjin immediately rushed into the nearest Buddha hall. This was the Hall of Heavenly Kings, where Maitreya Buddha was enshrined in the center. Behind it was the statue of Waitoa Bodhisattva, and on both sides were the 4 heavenly kings, imposing and awe-inspiring. There was no one here. Just as Fangjin was about to leave, a strange sound came from within the hall. Upon closer inspection, he saw a fat monk sitting inside, with a table full of sumptuous dishes before him: chicken, duck, fish, meat, seafood, and abalone, everything one could imagine. Beside him were bottles of white liquor and cigarettes, a scene of indulgence. The fat monk was devouring the food, his mouth greasy, smacking his lips, looking utterly satisfied. Eating vegetarian all day, yet unaware of how delicious meat can be. Delicious, delicious. If I could have meals like this every day, it would truly be better than being an immortal. The fat monk buried himself in eating, oblivious to everything around him. Fangjin was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, everything before him gradually receded, as if he had reached a distant horizon he could never touch. Then, it vanished. Fangjin knew. This must also be a monk from the temple. However, he wasn't truly appearing before him. He turned and left, immediately entering the side guanyin hall. Inside the guanyin hall, a thin monk dressed very fashionably, adorned with gold and silver, strutted around. I'm tired of this place. Tear it down, tear it all down. I want to build an amusement park, build a shopping mall, build a cloud-top hotel. Yes. Behind him were many staff members in suits, nodding busily, all bowing and scraping, not daring to contradict him. Ha, being rich is great. With money, I can do whatever I want, anything I desire. The thin monk laughed wildly. He had none of the qualities of a Buddhist disciple. He resembled a vulgar worldly person chasing fame and profit. However, all of this gradually faded away. Fangjin didn't even look back and continued to turn away. He walked into the largest Mahavira hall, the main hall, which was the biggest, enshrining 5 great Buddhas, with 18 arhats on either side, and in the back hall were the statues of Manjushri, Samantabhadra, and Guanyin. This is also the grand hall where the incense is most prosperous. At this moment, however, the hall is filled with chaos. Numerous monks are inside the hall, smoking and drinking, behaving in an ugly manner, while stunningly beautiful women dance seductively, their flirtatious glances and alluring movements filling the eyes and ears with unsightly sights. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. In this moment, the hall is profoundly empty. The largest Buddhist hall hides the dirtiest desires: eating, drinking, power, lust. Fangjin murmurs to himself, turning to leave. Is this going to destroy the entire Baochang temple? All the monks have fallen into the illusion of desire. Fangjin does not believe that all the monks lack self-control. Therefore, there is only one possibility. The rules have gone out of control. The tiniest desires within are awakened. But I'm still fine. Fangjin approaches the Buddha hall, takes a burning candle, and without hesitation, ignites a wooden pillar. The flames spread slowly, billowing thick smoke. Fire is a purifying force. It is the thing in the world that fears no demons or monsters. The out-of-control rules also have their own logic of operation. Since I am fine, it means there is still some condition that has not been met. Fangjin carelessly says, the difference between me and the monks is probably that I haven't seen you. What's there to hide? Come out and drag me into the illusion, and you win. If you don't come out, then let's die together. The raging fire burns fiercely. The flames quickly spread, almost completely covering the words Dashang Baodian. The intense smoke is extremely choking, and Fangjin stands firm at the temple's main gate. The temple has a back door, but it is locked. To leave the temple, one must go out through the main gate. At this moment, Fangjin can be sure that someone is secretly manipulating everything, so he must force the other party to reveal themselves. Otherwise, this incident of rule-breaking will never end. The flames burn incessantly, ultimately engulfing the Dashang Baodian completely, leaving only a dark frame, yet the fire does not cease. Scattered sparks, carried by the wind, fall onto other Buddhist halls. Thus, a completely uncontrollable fire sweeps through the entire temple. The temple is on fire. The little monk helplessly slumps to the ground, watching the blaze with a sigh. Meanwhile, Fangjin's heart gradually sinks to the bottom. Waves of heat continuously hit him, but the person hidden in the temple has not yet appeared. Could it be that he was mistaken? If that's the case, setting the temple on fire not only breaks the law but also lacks great virtue. The flames burn, as if trying to burn a hole in the sky. Just then, a voice echoes from within the temple. The deity says, "There is no fire." In the next moment, the raging fire dissipates without a trace. It is abrupt yet eerie. Fangjin cannot help but widen his eyes. The fire has actually gone out just like that. A woman steps out from the side room in the temple's backyard. Her skin is dark, her hair is curly, and her figure is somewhat plump, looking to be at least 40 years old. She resembles an ordinary middle-aged woman one might see on the street. Fangjin is astonished. "Who are you?" The middle-aged woman does not answer. She tightly clutches a statue of Guanyin, clearly taken from the child-seeking pool. The little monk, sitting on the ground, looks astonished. "Benefactor, is it you? Who is this?" Fangjin is confused. The little monk quickly explains. This is a frequent visitor to Baochang Temple, a devout worshipper who walks up the mountain, kneeling every 3 steps, bowing every 5 steps, and prostrating every 7 steps. Not only does she seek blessings from the gods, but she also often stays to clean the temple. Moreover, she generously donates incense money, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Therefore, she is very well known in Baochang Temple. All the monks recognize her. She also often encourages those around her to hold release ceremonies, setting free fish, shrimp, and turtles bought from the market into the sea. The middle-aged woman's surname was Kai, and her name was Kai Fanli. Fangjin said in a deep voice, "Auntie, please put down the statue of Guanyin. This is a great disrespect to the Bodhisattva." At this moment, Fangjin was certain that there was definitely a big problem with the statue of Guanyin. It might even be the source of it all. And this auntie, devoid of sadness or joy, looked like a puppet being controlled. "Bodhisattva?" Kai Fanli slowly shook her head. "Buddha and Bodhisattvas cannot save me. I no longer believe in Buddha. I believe in God. Only God can save humanity. I have been lost for too long and have finally found my home." Fangjin's expression turned wary. This was quite bizarre. Could she have gone mad? People with such unstable minds were the most dangerous, easily becoming vessels for dark forces, giving rise to anomalous events. At this moment, Fangjin couldn't help but wonder if she was the source. God said, "Everything will return to its original state." The auntie spoke word by word, her tone devout. The next moment, the once charred and unrecognizable Buddhist temple truly transformed back to its original appearance. Fangjin's heart trembled. This was a bit exaggerated, wasn't it? God loves the world, and you are also a messenger of God, so please do not engage in such dangerous activities anymore, Kai finally said calmly. A messenger of God. This title sounded somewhat familiar. Fangjin recalled that Chu Xiaoyuan and Bai Ming had explained it before. Some mad religious sects referred to awakened individuals as messengers of God. However, according to the standards of a modern harmonious society, this was clearly a cult. All the monks of Baochang Temple have been led into the abyss by you. Is this what you call God's love for the world? Fangjin sneered. Your God is indeed generous. Their own will was not steadfast. They walk step by step towards corruption, which has nothing to do with me. Fangjin questioned, if it has nothing to do with you, why do you stay here? Kai finally looked devout. This is all God's guidance. You believe in God but hold on to the statue of Guanyin. Are you out of your mind? This is also God's guidance. Although it appears to be a statue of Guanyin, it is a gift from God to the world, and I must take it away. She remained devout. You are also a messenger of God. Join me in the faith, serve the true God, and you can truly live. What can your God do for me? Kai fondly glanced at Fangjin with slight dissatisfaction. She did not like his wording. Lost lamb, God is omnipotent. A hint of fervor appeared on Kai Fengli's face. If you must give an example, God's mercy has brought my dead child back to life. Back to life? Many religions have stories of resurrection after death, but those are merely concocted by the believers. Fangjin scoffed at this. Perhaps there were awakened individuals who, through their own abilities, accomplished things beyond the understanding of ordinary people, such as saving a dying child. My child was reborn from ashes. This is a true miracle. Kai Fengli spoke with immense excitement, and every time she recalled that scene, it filled her with boundless gratitude. Fangjin's expression froze slightly. Healing and saving lives was one thing. Rebirth from ashes? How could that be possible? I must leave. God's grace needs to return to God's temple, Kai Fengli said slowly. You can choose to leave with me, serve God, and this world will ultimately change because of us. Likewise, God will fulfill your deepest desire. Deepest desire? This sounded somewhat familiar. Fangjin thought of the wooden box he had received from Zhu Ziming. Was it a coincidence? What if my greatest wish is to kill God? Would God help me fulfill that? Fangjin asked mockingly. This was a paradox. God is omniscient and omnipotent, but can God create a stone so heavy that even he cannot lift it? If he can, then is he still omnipotent if he cannot lift the stone? If he cannot, then what kind of omnipotence is it if he cannot even create a stone? Kai Fengli angrily said, You are blaspheming. Isn't it you who said that God can fulfill my wishes? Am I to blame? Fangjin took a step forward, ready to forcibly take the Guanyin statue. Fangjin was certain. The Guanyin statue must be the key to the rule event. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. Fangjin's body actually passed through Kai Fengli. It was as if one of them was just a ghost without a physical form. With God's blessing, how could you possibly hurt me? Kai Fengli said coldly, Do you think I don't show myself because I'm afraid of you? She didn't show herself for another purpose. Fangjin's face darkened. It's just mastering the power of the rules. Why make it sound so mysterious? If you have the ability, put down the Guanyin statue, and I want to see if your God can protect you. Being in a rule event meant being out of control. Fangjin didn't know the other party's background, so he would naturally suffer losses. However, there was also good news. The other party didn't know Fangjin's background either. Ignorant, foolish. Kai Fengli shook her head in pity. People like you should sink into hell, unworthy of entering God's heaven. She turned around, and her figure slowly rose, walking in the air, flying towards the distance. This scene was simply like a true miracle. Incredible, defying common sense. Yet the person walking in the air was just an ordinary middle-aged woman. The contrast was indeed quite large. The little monk's cognition collapsed, his face full of shock. Fangjin stared at the figure in the air, sinking. Hell! A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A wooden box appeared in his hand, antique and exuding a misty light, incredibly mysterious. Wooden box, I am willing to be trapped here, in exchange for her to be with me, unable to escape. Fangjin said slowly. Buzz the space trembled. Kai Fengli, walking in the air, changed her expression drastically. No! Her body uncontrollably fell towards Baochang Temple. Inside Baochang Temple, Kai Fengli fell awkwardly from the air, landing on the ground, clutching her waist and gasping for breath, like a patient with severe lumbar disc herniation. What have you done to me? Kai fondly asked in fear. Fangjin sneered, I just discussed with God and revoked the blessing on you. By the way, I sent you to this hell. How do you like the environment here? Choose a room and prepare to stay long term. You are talking nonsense. God has always favored me. Kai fondly was extremely angry. She tried to leave Baochang Temple again, but an invisible force blocked her. She couldn't get out of the temple door no matter what. How could this happen? Kai fondly became panicked, tightly clutching the Guanyin statue in her hands. With God's blessing, she clearly could do anything, so why couldn't she leave this small temple? Fangjin saw her disheveled appearance and remained calm and silent. He was thinking about the use of the wooden box. To fulfill a wish with the wooden box, two prerequisites must be met. One is that an equivalent exchange must take place. To gain something, one must give something in return, and the second is that it must be something the heart truly desires. If the desire is not urgent enough, it is useless. He thought it over. Wanting to achieve life goals with the wooden box was almost impossible, because to gain, one must first lose. This is balance. But there was one situation that was very suitable for using the wooden box. That is the current situation. When facing danger and falling into an absolute disadvantage, one can use the wooden box to make a wish, forcing both parties to fall into a dangerous situation together. In short, mutual destruction. Just like now, the Guanyin statue in Kai Fangli's hands could be said to completely control the situation. Even if she wanted to leave, Fangjin could not stop her, and he also couldn't leave this unattainable world. Saying this place is hell is indeed reasonable. So, this moment is the best time to use the wooden box. As for the effect, very successful. At this moment, Kai Fangli, who could do as she pleased, found herself unable to leave Baochang Temple. Fangjin paid the price of being trapped here in exchange for the other party also being trapped here, thus achieving a balance. Kai Fangli was now lost and bewildered. I must leave here. I must leave. Kai Fangli shouted angrily, let me go. Fangjin shrugged indifferently, I can't leave, so why should you? Let's stay together and see who can outlast whom. You can pray to God to save you, isn't he all-powerful? Kai Fangli's face turned very ugly. You are sinking into hell, and God isn't helping. It seems he isn't very useful after all. Fangjin continued to provoke her with words. You pathetic blasphemer. Kai Fangli clutched the statue of Guanyin, glaring at Fangjin, I want you to pay the price. In the next moment, two enormous wooden stakes suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the ground of the temple and crossing to form a slanted cross. Immediately after, Fangjin's body was uncontrollably hung on the cross. God says that blasphemers should suffer the pain of being flayed and having their bones extracted. Kai Fangli prayed to God, then spoke coldly, like a judge. Fangjin's flesh began to split, bones were pulled away, and skin was torn, as immense pain surged like a tidal wave. The slanted cross was drenched in blood. The little monk in the temple let out a terrified scream. Having lived in the temple since childhood, he had never seen such a scene. Little master, just watching? Want to come help? Fangjin, hanging on the cross, spoke vaguely, even with a hint of a smile. Blood dripped steadily from the cross to the ground. It was shocking. The little monk fainted on the spot. Kai Fangli's face showed a hint of shock. Are you okay? Fangjin, hanging on the cross, replied calmly, at first, I couldn't be sure whether this rule event was created by you or if the Guanyin statue in your hand was the source. But now I know, you really understand nothing. You're just an ordinary person fooled by religion. Do you really think you have received God's blessing, so you have become all-powerful? No. This rule event is called unattainable. As soon as the words fell, all of Fangjin's horrific injuries vanished without a trace, and he easily jumped down from the cross. What you want can indeed be realized, but all of this is fake, not real. And the source of the rule event was the Guanyin statue in Kai Fangli's hand. The moment he was flayed and had his bones extracted almost drove Fangjin to mental collapse, even if it was a false sense of pain. But as long as it tricked the brain, it became real. If Fangjin had endured a little longer, he might have really died because the brain would send all sorts of chaotic commands to the body due to the false pain, leading to bodily shock. Fortunately, Fangjin had seen through the core of the rule event. As long as he firmly believed that all of this was fake, then it would have no effect on him. You are talking nonsense. Kai Fangli scolded. How could it be fake? If it were real, you would have fallen from the sky and not be half dead, just a little sore in the waist. Do you think that's possible? Fangjin said. It seemed she walked on clouds, high above, like a god walking among mortals. In reality, she was just walking on the ground. Therefore, if she fell, it would only be a sore waist. Otherwise, at her age, falling from dozens of meters high, how could she still be so lively? Kai Fangli trembled, because this is a miracle, a miracle. Still in miracles, do you know that all the women who prayed for children at the child-seeking pool became pregnant after leaving, but what they bore was not children at all, and they could not give birth to children. In the end, it was all a false joy, they had no children, and you had no miracles. No, it can't be, it can't be. I saw many pregnant women come to express their gratitude. It's real, it's real. You're lying to me. Kai fondly was emotionally agitated. She could not accept that her understanding was being overturned. She instinctively resisted everything. It's you blasphemer, who is deceiving me. Kai fondly clutched the statue of Guanyin. You should die. Heretics should be eradicated. Then, a raging fire erupted around Fong Town. The flames roared like a fire dragon, swirling and rising. And this flame was actually golden, as if it were a sacred fire capable of purifying all filth. But Fong Town merely said, God said, I am God, I am inviolable. The flames abruptly stopped, vanishing without a trace. Kai fondly stared at Fong Town in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Here, it's not just you who can make dreams come true, Fong Town said slowly. Do you believe that all of this is false, or do you believe that I am actually God? At that moment, Kai fondly's faith collapsed once again. She broke down and cried out in despair. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At this moment, she was accepting her punishment. Kai fondly sat on the ground, overwhelmed with sadness. She once had a stable family, a warm and happy household of 3. But due to a small oversight, her 5-year-old son fell from the building and died. Since then, the family had been shattered. Laughter was no more. Her husband could not bear the oppressive atmosphere and divorced her. Heartbroken, she placed her hopes for life on faith and religion. She began to pray to gods and Buddhas, hoping her life could return to normal. She was more devout than anyone, praying as soon as she opened her eyes, contemplating how to do good as soon as she closed them, and gradually donating all her savings to the temple. But life remained a tangled mess. There was no improvement, until she spent all her money. She felt hopeless, but at that time, she met a man who claimed to be God's spokesperson, promising to create a perfect new world. If she was willing to believe in God now, she would become one of the first citizens of the new world and have all her wishes fulfilled. Thus, hopeless Kai fondly joined the new religion without hesitation. The miracles performed by the leader drove her to madness. She brought her son's urn, and after a complex ritual, her son was reborn from the ashes before all the congregation. In front of everyone's eyes, he was resurrected. Kai fondly held her son, crying tears of joy, feeling like the luckiest person in the world. All her devotion had been rewarded. However, just 3 minutes later, her son turned back into ashes and disappeared, nearly causing her to collapse again. Fortunately, the leader had promised that as long as the new world was born, everyone's wishes would be fulfilled. Her son would truly come back to life. From then on, Kai fondly was completely devoted to the church. One day, the leader told her that a divine object blessed by God had appeared at Baochang Temple. Someone needed to bring it back, and among the entire church, only she was most suitable for this task. So she came. She didn't care why God's blessing would appear on a statue of Guanyin. She only knew that the new world was her only hope, so no matter what the leader asked her to do, she would do it without hesitation. After obtaining the statue of Guanyin, she followed the leader's instructions and stayed at Baochang Temple. The leader said that Baochang Temple was the hell chosen by God. Therefore, only when Baochang Temple completely descended into hell could God's blessing truly reach the human world. She looked at those masters of the past, each one trapped in desire, her heart undisturbed. Indeed, they were all people who deserved to go to hell. God does not make mistakes. She believed wholeheartedly in the faith she had chosen now, and everything was as the leader had said. Baochang Temple had turned into hell, and she had received God's blessing. But now, someone was telling her, do you believe that all of this is false? Or do you believe that I am actually God? She could not accept either choice. The leader had never said it was false. How could it be? But this was God's blessing. Why could the other person? Fong Jin quietly watched the middle-aged woman before him. He watched her collapse, cry, become numb, and feel lost. This was an ordinary person. She had no idea what a rule event was, what the source was. She had simply been deceived into coming here. This statue of Guanyin was a very dangerous thing, because it was the source. The place where it was located would experience rule events, but it could also be moved like an awakened object, and it seemed to be controllable by humans. It was very dangerous for others to touch it. He didn't know why this woman could touch it. Perhaps it was because she was more compatible? To destroy the Guanyin statue, and this dream will end, Fong Jin said in a deep voice. It's time to return to reality. Dreams cannot last too long. Otherwise, one would be unable to bear reality. The damned reality. No, this is my reality. Kai fondly screamed, clutching the Guanyin statue tightly. If this was hell, then she would rather sink. This was her hope. Hope was her life. Her figure gradually began to disappear. Fong Jin was startled. Hey! But there was no time to stop her. Kai fondly vanished. She did not leave. Instead, like those monks, she fell into the fantasy of desire. Only the monks were forced, while she was voluntary. Oh no, what should I do? Fong Jin realized the seriousness of the problem. When he made his wish, he had been careful not to say the words forever, nor did he use phrases like unable to escape, leaving a glimmer of hope to escape from here. He was already trapped here. Naturally, pulling the other person down was not a problem. If the rule event was resolved, he would not be trapped, and the wish would naturally end. The two would escape together. But now the problem arose. The other party had voluntarily trapped herself in the rule event. He could not touch the Guanyin statue. Did that not mean he would be trapped forever? This won't do. Fong Jin hurriedly searched the temple, but the Guanyin statue had already disappeared. He saw Kai Fengli's phantom in the guest room. It was as illusory as a mirage. In the illusion, she was holding a lovely little boy, looking satisfied, while her husband stood beside her, caring for her. The three of them were harmonious and very happy. This was the reality she wanted. Now she had it. Since despair would come from the dream shattering, then it was better not to shatter it. Now she's truly trapped in her own web, Fong Jin said with a bitter smile. Those trapped in dreams were not in the same space. Fong Jin could not reach her. He took out his phone. After thinking for a moment, he helplessly put it back. It was useless. Even if he called someone to rescue him, it would just be a dream of rescue. This woman had successfully turned a rule event into a deadlock. Fong Jin wandered aimlessly in the temple, hoping to find some clue to escape. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Time passed slowly like this. 10 days later, Fong Jin was still trapped in the temple, but he was neither hungry nor thirsty. It seemed that his life state had stagnated at the moment he was trapped. He tried every method to leave, but all failed. If only I could find the statue of Guanyin, Fong Jin muttered to himself, leaning against the wall in boredom. The next moment, a lifelike statue of Guanyin appeared before him. However, Fong Jin ignored it. This wasn't real. He stared blankly at the statue and suddenly thought of something. Why did that ant stay in the temple for so long? She could have left much earlier. Hell. Fong Jin pondered deeply, and suddenly it struck him. The second phase of the rules. She is waiting for the rule event to enter the second phase. The fact that she can take the Guanyin statue is already a loophole. The second phase would produce loopholes. Loopholes would cause the rules to go out of control. The rule event would thus become more chaotic and terrifying, but it would also damage the rules themselves. The Guanyin statue embodies people's good wishes, but it has turned the temple into a hell of desire, causing the rules to begin to unravel, and various loopholes have already started to appear. Fong Jin just hadn't noticed. No, it wasn't that he hadn't noticed, it was that he hadn't thought of it. I understand. The temple is actually full of loopholes. Fong Jin burst into one Buddhist hall after another. He looked at the phantoms of the monks before him. Come on, then I'll fall too. He laughed joyfully. The next moment, the temple collapsed with a loud crash. A magnificent palace rose from the ground. Fong Jin donned a crown, wore a dragon robe, and sat majestically on the dragon throne, while before him knelt his bowing subjects. He held the jade seal in his hands. Ha, commanded by heaven, may my reign be long and prosperous. I am the son of heaven. Proclaim my decree, let the whole nation celebrate. Let's celebrate for a year first. Everyone can indulge in food and drink, no labor, only enjoyment. 3,000 beauties in the harem are not enough. Expand. I want to start enjoying. Women, power, I want them all. Rules, just wait. Recently, a serious landslide occurred at the famous Jingshang mountain in our city, which is now closed off, and there are no casualties reported. We urge the public not to approach to avoid accidents. On the television, the news anchor smiled as he read the news script. This was just a small piece of news among countless reports. A mountain had collapsed. It seemed to have little to do with the lives of ordinary people. With so many major news stories, what was this? At most, it was just one less place for mountain climbing and worship, so not many people paid attention. Yao Qingxi watched the news, her face full of worry, because Ruan Yaowen had been gone for 10 days and had not returned. If she remembered correctly, they had gone to this place called Jingshang Mountain. A landslide. What a coincidence. Now the entire Jingshang Mountain had been cordoned off, and ordinary people could not enter at all, only waiting outside. At this moment, a woman in her 30s, haggard yet unable to hide her beauty, walked into the room. Her complexion was slightly pale, with a hint of Daiyu's grace. Qingxi. Madame Yuan. Yao Qingxi stood up. She was Xiao Jingru, the wife of Yuan Chang. At this time, her belly had already gone down. She had clearly given birth. Of course, she had not had a child. However, Xiao Jingru did not dwell on her depression for long. as she soon discovered something even worse: her husband was missing. The phone was unreachable. She had contacted all her acquaintances and friends. No one knew. So she set aside her grievances about the child and waited at the door every day like a stone, waiting for her husband to return. Of course, Yao Qingxi was experiencing the same situation. Two women, two stones waiting for their husbands. "Qingxi, have there been any updates?" Xiao Jingru asked. In their shared plight, the two women had grown closer over these 10 days. Yao Qingxi sighed, "No news, and Jingsheng Mountain has still not been reopened. I don't know what the situation is. The state had personally intervened to seal it off. No one could do anything, not even the richest man in the country." "All right." Xiao Jingru fell into a daze for a moment, then silently walked to the entrance of the villa, her eyes filled with melancholy as she gazed into the distance. If nothing unexpected happened, this state would last the entire day. Yao Qingxi smiled helplessly, but her heart felt icy. Wasn't she the same? Her newlywed husband had received the marriage certificate and then vanished. All that was left was an endless black card. She could only keep company with the cold, hard balance of her bank account. She used to think that this kind of life would drive her crazy with joy, that she could travel freely around the world, buy all the cars she had once dared not to dream of. But after that man rudely barged into her heart, she realized that some people weigh more than money. So, Yao Qingxi turned off the television that was playing the news, silently put on her pink cat ear helmet, and headed to the underground garage. The garage was filled with newly bought motorcycles. Each one was brand new, exuding a beauty of machinery and violence. "Anyway, I was never a law-abiding person. Hubby, I'm here to save you." The Special Operations Team of Han City. Team leader Wei Mingyang looked at the intelligence in his hand, his expression clearly not good. In front of him, 17 leaders had gathered, including the leader of Team 5, Xu Xiaoyuan. "You are all the backbone of the Han City Special Operations Team, possessing extraordinary abilities that ordinary people cannot imagine. Originally, there was a highly significant A-level incident that required someone to resolve it. This is considered an honor, as it is a task assigned by the higher-ups, very dangerous. Achieving second-class merit means that even if you die, you can be buried in the martyrs' cemetery, bringing glory to your ancestors. The spots are hard to come by, and I fought tooth and nail to secure one, but now the higher-ups have taken the spot back." Wei Mingyang slammed the table in anger. "Damn leaders, hell." The expressions of the team leaders varied. To become a team leader, one not only needed to possess strong awakening abilities, but background was also very important. It needed to be clean, to have faith, and to be patriotic. Awakeners without faith could easily do as they pleased. This was something a harmonious society could not allow, and when the upright team leaders heard about the second-class merit, they immediately lost their composure. In peacetime, it was not easy to earn a second-class merit. With a second-class merit, one could return home in glory, strutting around, and if someone displeased you, you could kick them away without a care, and people would still praise your kick. If luck was on your side and you earned a first-class merit, that would not just be bringing glory to your ancestors. It would be a new page in the family tree. From then on, you would be the clan, you would be the ancestor. "Boss, why was the spot taken back? Could it be that you were too timid during the headquarters meeting and got it snatched by another department? Why didn't you dare to fight the minister?" asked a burly man like a big black bear, his voice deep and resonant. The speaker was Team 2 leader, Jiang Rulong. Wei Mingyang couldn't help but stand up and kick Jiang Rulong. "Who dares to snatch my spot?" Jiang Rulong covered his butt, not daring to respond. A beautifully dressed young woman, fanning herself with a small paper fan, asked in confusion, "What happened?" The leader of Team 7, Ming Jilan. Wei Mingyang's face darkened as he opened the slideshow behind him. The slideshow displayed several scenic photos. The content of the photos was of Jingsheng Mountain taken from different angles. Jingsheng Mountain was a well-known place in Han City, so the team leaders were not unfamiliar with it. 3 days ago, something strange happened at Jingsheng Mountain. Many mud sculptures resembling small people appeared, looking like Buddha statues but behaving like wild beasts, causing rampant destruction. After on-site investigation, it can be confirmed that these are all loopholes. Wei Mingyang began to speak slowly. The photos quickly switched. One bizarre golden little figure after another appeared before everyone's eyes. Like a mini Buddha statue, not even the size of a palm, yet incredibly fierce, capable of biting through stone. Wei Mingyang said, "Jingsheng Mountain has given birth to a rule event, and it has just been discovered that we are in the second stage. The danger level is still uncertain, but preliminary deductions suggest it is related to a large number of women experiencing strange pregnancies. Fortunately, there should be no casualties." At this moment, Xu Xiaoyuan, who was eating a lollipop, said, "This is actually quite normal. Many rule events in the first stage don't cause much damage, and it's hard to notice them right away. Even if they are discovered, there aren't enough people to deal with them. That's true, Wei Mingyang did not refute, but he released some new photos again. These are photos from 2 days ago. Everyone took a closer look, some were dumbfounded. The clay figurines had disappeared. Numerous little figures dressed in dragon robes appeared in the mountains. They weren't causing destruction, just eating relentlessly, emptying the mountain. All the wild chickens, hares, squirrels, and sparrows on the mountain had not escaped, all were eaten. Their numbers far exceeded that of the clay figurines. They were densely packed, like locusts. The loophole has upgraded, and the numbers are extremely high. Wei Mingyang released new photos again. Look, this is a satellite photo taken yesterday. Fortunately, we managed to seal it off in time, otherwise, the surrounding kilometers would have fallen. The higher-ups have spoken. You in Han City should sort out your own matters first. The third stage of the rule event has appeared, and you didn't even notice? Wei Mingyang's face turned pale. Can someone tell me what is going on? The loophole has become this severe. How did no one notice? The third stage of the rule event, regardless of the level, it would cause tremendous destruction. It is at the level of a major disaster. In the latest photos, countless well-trained little soldiers surged out, wearing strange interstellar outfits, holding small guns, and began to plunder everywhere. Although they looked no different from toys, they were well-trained, wreaking havoc on the surrounding livestock, moving them away to establish granaries, and even building small bunkers, though only the size of a beehive. Looking at this situation, it seemed they intended to occupy the earth. The captains were all dumbfounded. What on earth is this? The loophole exists based on rules. If there are no rules, then naturally, there are no loopholes. Speaking of the relationship between rules and loopholes, it is somewhat like the human body and cancer cells. If the human body dies, the cancer cells will die too, but the cancer cells don't care. They only focus on reproducing desperately until they completely collapse the human body. What kind of manifestations would a loophole have? Fang Zhen had once thought about this question. He had not experienced many rule events, so he had not encountered many loopholes. Therefore, he speculated that how a loophole manifests is closely related to the environment of the rule event. In school, the loopholes he encountered appeared in the forms of teachers, classmates, and dormitory supervisors, and then caused destruction to the people and things around. But that was only the second stage. What the third stage loophole would look like, Fang Zhen had no experience. Of course, he didn't care now. He was just having a great time in Baochang Temple. In the luxurious palace, there was a scene of song and dance. The nobles and ministers were tirelessly eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves at the banquet, watching performances. As the emperor, Fang Zhen was naturally even more extravagant, drinking from golden cups, eating with jade chopsticks, and being served by the best among the beauties of the harem beside him. The scene was absurd, practically a model of a tyrant. On one side of the palace, the young prime minister, bored, was eating the delicacies before him, looking at the emperor on the dragon throne with disdain. Fang Zhen, have you had enough fun? The prime minister scolded. Fang Zhen glanced at the prime minister. Are you trying to get yourself killed by shouting at me? Quick, grant me death. I can't take it anymore. I've been eating and drinking for a whole year. I'm about to vomit. The young chancellor wailed. You might as well lock me back up. I really can't take it anymore. He was none other than Huang Jingxin, the roommate existing in Fang Zhen's consciousness space. Fang Zhen had fallen into the illusion, but he knew he couldn't truly lose himself. So he needed a prop to constantly remind him. Just like the spinning top in Inception. If the top keeps spinning, it means everything is fake. Therefore, he released Huang Jingxin, something he couldn't do in real life. But here, he could make his dreams come true. Little top, do you really want to go back and continue living with that sickly, crazy woman? Fang Zhen asked. Just thinking about the madwoman in the consciousness space made Huang Jingxin shiver. Although that woman posed no real threat, she had caused him immense psychological trauma. A disheveled woman, staring at you all day, constantly repeating one question, will you love me forever? It was truly maddening. However, he was merely a fragment of memory, a will, and wouldn't truly break down. Life had to go on. Send me back, I can't stand it here either. Huang Jingxin was ultimately not a real person. He instinctively wanted to return to where he belonged. The surrounding nobles and ministers were eating like pigs and dogs, which was utterly disgusting to watch. All right. Fang Zhen locked Huang Jingxin back up. He pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, and the beautiful women of the harem, the nobles, and the countless fine wines and delicacies instantly vanished without a trace, no longer existing. It's been a year. I wonder how long it's been outside. Fang Zhen summoned a mirror. His face looked much haggard, with dark circles under his eyes and little color. I have been harmed by wine and lust, and I look so haggard. From today on, I will abstain from alcohol. Fang Zhen stretched lazily. His complexion immediately returned to normal. Here, everything was fake, even excessive indulgence. It doesn't feel chaotic enough, Fang Zhen muttered to himself. He wanted the rules to completely collapse and go out of control. Only then would there be a chance to escape. But since he still felt nothing, it wasn't enough. He needed more loopholes. I'm tired of the game of food and lust, Fang Zhen shouted. Thus, the palace collapsed. Everything returned to silence. Fang Zhen then said, the next goal is the stars and the sea. Boom! In the next moment, the sun and moon changed. A fleet of technologically advanced aircraft carriers appeared, hovering above the clouds, radiating astonishing light, as if they could traverse the universe. Countless soldiers also appeared, clad in black and white armor, armed with high-tech weapons, ready for action, disciplined and orderly. I have come, I have seen, I have conquered. At this moment, Fang Zhen donned a black robe, standing atop the aircraft carrier, his voice deep and resonant, filled with the majesty of a king. Charge! If he was going to play, he would play big. He couldn't be like a monk, indulging in base desires. I will dedicate myself to the greatest journey in history. Fang Zhen set off with great pride, countless aircraft carriers soaring into the brilliant cosmic starry sky. As Fang Zhen continued to advance, the entire scenic mountain began to shake and collapse. Countless loopholes began to emerge. The rules were out of control. Terrifying shadows began to spread. If not controlled in time, the entire Han City would likely fall into disaster. This was the horror of the rules entering the third stage. At this moment, dozens of helicopters had arrived. Countless troops were also gathering at the first opportunity. The army took action, beginning to clear the ever-expanding loopholes. However, this was not an easy task, because these loopholes would act autonomously, would fight, would evade, and even devise tactics. This is the most bizarre loophole I have ever seen. The general in charge of the incident gritted his teeth. He had encountered many rule-related events before, but had never seen anything so bizarre. A strange red thread kept extending, as if it had no end, transforming into a warning line that nearly surrounded the entire scenic Victory Mountain. This was a special awakening material known as red brocade. It was one of the few types of awakening materials that could be artificially created by various countries today. Its greatest use was to isolate rule-related events, especially in the case of an out-of-control rule event. Without the red brocade to contain it, it would spread rapidly. With the red brocade, the process of the rule spreading outward could be significantly delayed. This material could be considered a strategic resource today, extremely valuable. Its true worth could even be equivalent to 10 fighter jets. At that moment, a specially modified military vehicle arrived. 7 people got out of the car, a mix of men and women, young and old, tall and short. But the only commonality among them was that they all exuded a murderous aura. The general in charge of the incident looked surprised. All 7 captains have arrived? He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Could it be the third phase? All departments, pay attention. Leave a gap and let them in. From now on, all combat actions will be coordinated with the 7 captains. No one is allowed to act on their own, the general said with utmost seriousness. Only rules could truly handle rules. The rule event had entered the third phase. It had to be resolved immediately. Otherwise, it would definitely trigger a catastrophic disaster. Other matters could be set aside. If not handled properly, it would not only cause huge losses but also lead to criticism from other countries on the international stage, putting them at a disadvantage in international public opinion and affecting their reputation. Although everyone unanimously felt that certain countries were just bored and had nothing better to do than criticize this and that, international reputation did have its significant uses at times. Therefore, it needed to be taken seriously. Thus, the 7 captains set aside their tasks and came together. Of course, there was one more important reason. Damn it, to think that we would lose our quota over this trivial matter, it infuriates me. Second Captain Jiang Rulong roared in anger, charging into scenic Victory Mountain alone. His massive frame pushed forward like a small mountain. Such a brute, truly barbaric. Xu Xiaoyuan shook her head helplessly. With your demeanor, even if there was a quota, it wouldn't go to you. Jiang Rulong's face darkened. Who else can go besides me? Can you beat me? If it really came to a fight, who would win or lose is still uncertain, Xu Xiaoyuan scoffed. Besides, solving rule events requires brains. Do you think you have brains? I heard that not long ago, you almost flopped in a Class C event. Damn it, Bai Ming, you actually sold me out. Xu Xiaoyuan silently noted down a score against Bai Ming in her heart. Enough arguing, you 2 transformation types. What are you fighting about? You have no chance, said 7th Captain Ming Jilan, heavily made up, with fiery red lips, teasingly. Solving rules has nothing to do with you, you're just assistants. If there's a quota, it's definitely mine. This statement wasn't too problematic. The transformation type was indeed at a disadvantage when it came to resolving rule events, unable to compare with the strong thought type and mysterious type. With you? Forget it, all show and no substance, quite the eyesore, said an old man in a Zhongshan suit. He stood tall, his hair graying but neatly combed, with a righteous expression, like a soldier in formation. Third Captain Yang Gang, a retired veteran, over 60 years old, but his demeanor was steady, full of spirit, not inferior to the young. Ming Jilan angrily closed her fan. If I can't do it, can you, you old fossil? I have dedicated everything to the country. If I can't do it, who can? I've received second-class merit before. What's the problem with getting another one to add some flair? Who is more qualified than me? Yang Gang said. He was the highest-ranking and most experienced among the 7 captains. In terms of honor, indeed, no one could compare. The old man is starting to rely on his age again. He's already at retirement age but still clings on, not giving us young people a chance to rise. Captain Manhwa of the 4th team had no intention of showing respect for the elderly and criticized him bluntly. He was very young, full of vigor. What did you say? Yang Gang was furious. Let's go outside for a one-on-one. Who wants to duel with you, old man? Captain Manhwa scoffed, clearly a bit wary. This old man wasn't particularly strong, but he possessed a powerful combat intuition and fighting skills. His individual combat ability was exceptionally strong. He was not easy to deal with. It's so noisy, working with you guys on a mission is the unluckiest thing this year, Captain Bai of the 6th team complained weakly. He was thin as a rake, with pale skin, resembling a seriously ill patient, and his mood was written all over his face. He appeared indifferent to everything. However, he was somewhat tempted by that merit slot. Second-class merit. If he could bring back a second-class merit, his parents would surely be very happy. The 6 of them were arguing incessantly, but it didn't affect their efficiency at all. The 7-member team quickly advanced forward, and those well-trained soldiers under their command were easily crushed, with efficiency several times higher than that of hundreds of fully armed special forces. What are you all arguing about, you bunch of useless people? A sinister voice came from the back of the crowd. A man with a feminine appearance stepped out, his eyes sparkled like peach blossoms, exuding an enchanting aura. If he participated in an idol competition, he would definitely stand out. The captain of the 1st team of the Special Operations Group in Han City, Cui Huffing. Cui Huffing said, if we really have to choose someone, it must be me. Only I have the most comprehensive strength and no weaknesses. As for you, I can only say, practice more if you're weak. The other 6 captains turned to look at Cui Huffing in unison. Then, they all raised their middle fingers in unison. The disdain was evident. Vulgar, truly vulgar. Cui Huffing was furious. I am the captain of the 1st team. However, no one paid him any attention. From the 1st team to the 7th team, they were just numbered differently. It had nothing to do with strength. The 7 captains each had their strengths, and none would submit to the others. Only the overall captain, Wei Ningyang, could keep them in check. Half an hour had passed. The 7 captains had fought their way from the foot of the mountain to the top, arriving at the entrance of Baochang Temple. At this moment, Baochang Temple was already riddled with holes. Yet, that enormous, unsettling aura grew even stronger, as if it were a passageway to hell. This place was where the source was located. According to the assessment team's speculation, this incident should initially be classified as E-level, with minimal casualties. However, the loss of control is very rapid, likely man-made. Be careful, there might be powerful awakeners manipulating everything in the shadows, Captain Cui Huffing said solemnly. Addressing some loopholes was naturally not a big deal. Handling the source was the most important thing. The other captains wore serious expressions. No one was arguing anymore, because everyone knew the most severe test was coming. Even they did not dare to guarantee they could emerge unscathed from the 3rd phase. Let's go, the party and the people are testing us now. This is our mission, Captain Yang Gang said solemnly. His expression was extremely serious, and the light of faith flickered in his eyes. Even at over 60, he was still willing to dedicate himself to the country. The 7 stood ready, prepared to officially face the 3rd rule incident. But at that moment, the doors of Baochang Temple slowly opened, creaking heavy and unbearable, as if it could collapse at any moment. Everyone, stay alert. Cui Huffing's face changed drastically, and he shouted urgently. The 3rd stage, no matter how much attention is paid, is never too much. In this situation, it is possible for terrifying monsters to be born from the rules events. The other captains naturally understood this principle. They instinctively took a few steps back. On the other side of the door, a very ordinary young figure emerged, his face slightly pale, his eyes dim. Finally, I've come out. Are you here to welcome me? No need for formalities, no need to kneel. After Fong Zhen's relentless efforts, he finally triggered the complete collapse and loss of control of the rules events. In the vast starry river, Fong Zhen sat on a huge dragon chair, watching his fleet explode one by one, turning into brilliant fireworks in the sea of stars. The conquered planets also gradually faded away, vanishing into nothingness. Thus, he understood. The time had come. As he turned around, everything turned to ashes, and a sense of loss arose in his heart. Although he knew all of this was fake, it was still hard to bear the loss. This is the punishment of the rules. The rules had now completely collapsed and lost control due to countless loopholes, unable to maintain their own logic, thus completely losing the characteristic of dreams coming true. Therefore, Fangjin's dream shattered. He returned to Baochang Temple. It's over. Fangjin found it hard to adapt, but this was normal, and it was also real. The flow of time and the illusion and reality was obviously different. He felt like a long time had passed. However, inside Baochang Temple, there was only a thin layer of dust. Fangjin opened the door of Baochang Temple, and this time, it went smoothly without any resistance. The rules events had lost control. The constraints set by Kai Lifang had naturally collapsed as well. The wish he made to the wooden box was to willingly be trapped here, and the one bound in the wish was not himself. He could act freely. Since he could walk out of the temple, he resolved his dilemma. Then he saw 7 people standing outside the temple. Fangjin's mind jolted. His thoughts hadn't shifted. So he spoke, "No need for formalities, no need to kneel." The 7 people outside the temple were puzzled, but then understood his meaning, each revealing a fierce expression. What an arrogant little brat. Not to mention you, even the team leader, or even the minister above the team leader, wouldn't dare to say such things to them. Who do you think you are? Fangjin suddenly felt a chill, realizing something was off. He had gotten too deep into the role. Who were these people? With the rules out of control, ordinary people approaching would undoubtedly face death. How did 7 people suddenly appear? Xu Xiaoyuan stared at the slightly haggard figure in front of her, her innocent and cute face showing a look of surprise. Fangjin? How did you end up here? She had been looking for Fangjin, but she had found nothing, and Han City had been sealed off because of it. However, this had too great an impact on economic development, and there was significant opposition from the city, so reluctantly, it had gradually been unsealed. Therefore, she had basically given up, not expecting to run into him here. Fangjin felt a prickling on his scalp. This was too unfortunate. How did he run into her? But upon reflection, it was also reasonable. With the rules collapsing, it would naturally attract the Special Operations Team's people. So the other 6 were also from the Special Operations Department? Xu Xiaoyuan, do you know him? Cui Huffing asked, confused. Xu Xiaoyuan nodded. He is the one the headquarters wanted some time ago. Of course, she didn't have the ability to seal off the entire city. This was a policy that could only be implemented with the headquarters' consent. So the Special Operations Team members all knew about the events that had happened recently and were aware that the headquarters seemed to be looking for someone with a special background. They actually found him here? Cui Huffing looked up and down at Fangjin. The headquarters is looking for him. He looks ordinary, nothing special. Kid, why are you here? What does ordinary mean? I am the emperor who conquered the universe. Just in my dreams. Fangjin helplessly played dumb, looking confused. No, I don't know. Where is this? Have you lost your memory? That's fine, your experiences during this time probably haven't been good. The identity of the person who took you has been confirmed. His name is Ruan Yaowen. Don't worry, he won't escape, he'll be caught sooner or later. Xu Xiaoyuan said, right now, we are in a rule event, which is very dangerous, but don't worry, we will protect you and get you out of here. No, that's not necessary. I can leave by myself. No way. This is the 3rd stage of the rules, extremely dangerous. Even the 7 of us captains together can't guarantee a solution. It's better if we protect you. Xu Xiaoyuan insisted. 7 captains. Fangjin's heart sank. Such a luxurious lineup? No, I can't drag this out. Okay, fine. Fangjin reluctantly followed the others. Of course, the group wouldn't pay too much attention to Fangjin. The most important thing was to resolve the rule event. Fangjin quietly walked behind them. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he immediately used the power of neglect. His presence slowly faded from everyone's perception. Just as Fangjin was about to leave, a stunningly dressed woman suddenly turned back and smiled, with a hint of teasing and charm. Kid, keep up. Captain Ming Jilan. Fangjin's heart trembled. She can see me. My ability is being countered. This is the first time I've encountered someone who can counter my neglect ability. No wonder she's the captain. Truly impressive. Wandering around here can easily lead to getting lost. You know, Ming Jilan's flirtatious gaze made Fangjin shiver. What a terrifying woman. Fangjin awkwardly smiled. Got it. I'll definitely keep close. Ming Jilan gave Fangjin a deep look. She turned back and said lightly, Xu Xiaoyuan, this kid isn't very honest. I advise you to keep a close eye on him. Xu Xiaoyuan blinked. Not honest? In her memory, this kid seemed quite honest. Wait, there's movement, Captain Yang Gang suddenly whispered, then suddenly fixed his gaze on a room in the backyard. Then, without much foreshadowing, a young man walked out, looking confused. What the hell? How did I get back to Baochang Temple? Am I dreaming? Ruan Yaowen looked bewildered. He only remembered living a stable life, occasionally following Fengjin to resolve a few rule events to earn some living expenses, and the rest of the time, he traveled everywhere with Yao Qingxi, living a very comfortable and pleasant life. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared, and he found himself back in this temple. Only now, the temple was riddled with holes, everywhere showing signs of destruction. He didn't understand what exactly happened. He seemed to have returned to a normal life, but in reality, he had never left, trapped in a rule event. Is it you? Xu Xiaoyuan showed her little tiger teeth, her lips curling up. Kid, I've finally caught you. You tricked me last time, this time, I want to see who can save you. Ruan Yaowen was stunned, looking at the cute and lively little girl in front of him. The shadow long sealed in the depths of his memory began to stir. This person is the witch, Xu Xiaoyuan? Oh my god. Hell, is this hell? Ruan Yaowen was so scared that he sat down on the ground, and the next moment, he saw Fengjin in the crowd. Brother, help! Fengjin couldn't help but facepalm. This is bad. Xu Xiaoyuan suspiciously turned her head to look at Fengjin. Brother? Why does the person who captured Fengjin call him bro? What a complicated relationship. I don't know him, Fengjin said firmly. Ruan Yaowen also seemed to sense that something was off, forgetting to think about why he was here. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Oh, I mistook you for someone else." The two pretended not to know each other. The captains looked on with suspicion. It felt like these two were hiding something. Moreover, being clear-headed during a rule event clearly indicated they were not ordinary people. Were they also awakened? If so, that made them even more suspicious. The rapid loss of control of the rules likely meant someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. How could you not know each other? Ruan Yaowen intercepted him back then. Fengjin, you've seen him, Xu Xiaoyuan said, dismantling their act of ignorance. Fengjin slapped his forehead. Right, I remember now. This guy was trying to catch me. He must have been affected by the rule event, causing some memory distortion. Captain Chu, as soon as you reminded me, I recalled it. Ruan Yaowen felt a wave of despair. Brother, what should I do? He grimaced. Actually, it has nothing to do with me. I seem to have lost my memory too. My head hurts, and I really don't remember you guys. Is there a kind soul who could take me to the hospital? I'm about to collapse. With that, he fell down, pretending to be very weak. Chui Huffling looked at the two with a scrutinizing gaze. Memory issues? Perfect timing, Ming Jilan, help them recover. Sure, that's exactly what I'm good at, Captain Ming Jilan of Team 7 said, swaying her curvy waist as she approached, smiling charmingly. Don't worry, my little brothers, I'll help you recover right away. A golden light danced in her hands, dazzling and bright like sunlight. My ability is called mental domain. Everything happening around me, every little movement, cannot escape my perception, and I can also perform a series of fine manipulations. Let me see what kind of stimulation your brains have received. Ruan Yaowen's expression changed drastically. He began to guess her identity. Captain Ming Jilan of the Special Operations Department in Han City, nicknamed the Human X-ray Machine. It was said that everyone appeared to her like an X-ray film, completely transparent. She could easily see what they carried and any hidden ailments within them. The light dancing in her hands was a manifestation of her mental power, capable of easily penetrating the human body. With just a slight adjustment, it could potentially cause terrifying effects on internal organs. From another perspective, she could also be considered the world's top expert in minimally invasive surgery. Shattering internal stones, clearing blocked blood vessels, was a piece of cake for her. No, it's fine. Ruan Yaowen quickly got up. I suddenly feel like my head doesn't hurt anymore. But Ming Jilan was unwilling. Doesn't hurt anymore? Then you still need a physical examination. Really, it's not necessary. I was just pretending. Then what's your relationship with Fengjin? If I confess, can you let me go? Ming Jilan shot him a flirtatious glare. Speak quickly. He's my brother. I didn't capture him. He ran out on his own and even forced me to be his little brother. Ruan Yaowen blurted out everything. Fengjin covered his eyes, gradually feeling helpless. So, you two are actually in cahoots? Ming Jilan asked. Honestly, can you let me go? Hurry up and say it. Ming Jilan rolled her eyes dramatically. They are definitely in cahoots. We even joined the 0 Point Club together, and now we're the chief security guards of the Shin family consortium. Young Master Shin even helped us get new identities. Xu Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth. The Shin family had some nerve, even daring to hold on to people the Special Operations Department wanted. How did you end up here? Who is manipulating the rule event that caused it to spiral out of control? Chui Huffing asked. Ruan Yawen replied, if I say it, can you let me go? Chui Huffing's gaze gradually turned cold, with strands of black energy intertwining around his fingertips, the threat unspoken but clear. His abilities were mysterious, never exposed. Not even on the Tianwan forum had anyone deduced them. Yet Ruan Yawen couldn't help but shiver, for as far as he knew, among the 7 captains in Han City, it was hard to say who was the strongest. Each had their unique strengths. However, it was rumored that Chui Huffing's abilities were the highest among the captains. He didn't rely on tactics or personal physical prowess. He could crush the vast majority of awakened ones solely based on his abilities. I'll say. Ruan Yawen hurriedly shouted, we are here to deal with the rule events. We're not sure who is manipulating us from behind, but it's highly likely to be the monks from the temple. They are very suspicious. The monks from the temple. That makes sense, Chui Huffing muttered to himself. Monks who usually adhered to strict rules could easily get stuck in their thoughts. Those with mental illnesses, those suffering from life's hardships, and those with religious beliefs. These are all high-risk groups that can trigger rule events. After continuous research by various countries, it is now widely believed internationally that extreme changes in mental state can easily lead to the emergence of rule events. Ruan Yawen cautiously asked, can you let me go? Let you go? Dream on. If you dare to run or cause trouble while standing there, I guarantee you'll be dead by the end of today, Xu Xiaoyuan threatened. I will definitely go to any lengths to kill you. The other captains clearly did not care about Ruan Yawen's fate. They were simply trying to understand the situation. The mental shielding device wasn't brought, just the handcuffs. Put them on yourself. Xu Xiaoyuan tossed a pair of handcuffs. Ruan Yawen helplessly walked to the back of the crowd, voluntarily putting on the handcuffs, obediently playing the role of a prisoner. Then Xu Xiaoyuan glanced at Fangjin. I still have important matters to attend to. Once it's over, please sort out your thoughts and clarify what exactly is going on. Although there was not much threatening tone, Fangjin felt immense pressure. Soon, the 7 captains continued to cautiously advance in Baochang Temple, thoroughly investigating, leaving no corner unchecked. Ruan Yawen eagerly asked, brother, did I perform okay? Fangjin whispered, you're quite perceptive. Ruan Yawen chuckled. How could he really betray Fangjin? Fortunately, they didn't really check my memories, otherwise, I would have been exposed. Ruan Yawen sighed in relief. Fangjin said, she might not really have the means to check your memories, otherwise, she would have done it long ago. They definitely suspect you are making things up. Ah, so she was just trying to scare me? Pretty much. What a despicable woman. Keep your voice down, this woman is a bit sinister. Ruan Yawen quickly covered his mouth, but after a few minutes, he couldn't help but quietly ask, brother, what's going on? How did I suddenly return to Baochang Temple after taking a nap? I clearly remember going to France with Qingxi. Do you remember our last trip to Baochang Temple? I remember. Well, we were stuck here the whole time. We never left. Ruan Yawen's expression changed slightly. Then, everything I experienced during this time was all fake, a fleeting dream. At that moment, Ruan Yawen's mind suffered a tremendous shock. It had been 3 or 4 months since he returned from Baochang Temple. Were all the events of those 3 or 4 months fake? A wave of disappointment washed over him, making him feel as if his life had become a lie. A sense of despair, dejection, and coldness surged in his heart. How could it be fake? In the past 3 or 4 months, he had lived the most comfortable and stable days of his life. He was immensely grateful for choosing to get married, for having a compatible partner, and for starting a new chapter in his life. But then he suddenly realized that all of this was a lie. Ruan Yawen's face turned pale. He felt his heart beating gradually becoming more difficult. Calm down, although what happened is fake, life can still develop like a dream, Fangjin hurriedly comforted him. While maintaining his clarity, he was sinking into the rules of the event. Even the end felt very uncomfortable. Not to mention Ruan Yawen. Ruan Yawen's breathing became rapid, his pupils trembled, and he tried hard to calm himself down. Yes, it's just a longer dream, it's fine. It's not something impossible to achieve. I'm just a bit sad, it's fine. After this self-suggestion, he finally regained a bit of composure, but it was clear that his emotions were still not very high. Fangjin knew that such matters could only be digested through one's own efforts. External help was too limited. At the same time, Fangjin looked at Ruan Yawen with a bit more respect, because even the monks in the temple had fallen into the desires of power and lust, yet in Ruan Yawen's dream, he was actually traveling everywhere with his wife. Truly a pure love warrior with substantial worth. At this moment, the 7 captains had already inspected the courtyard and found nothing, so they pushed open the wooden door of the Buddha Hall, preparing to enter. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Inside the Buddha Hall, 4 imposing guardian deities suddenly moved, the massive clay sculptures seemed to come to life, and what was most terrifying was that the cold expressions on their faces gradually faded, replaced by friendly smiles. The contrast was extreme, bringing immense unease and panic. What is this? The four heavenly kings have come to life? Chui Huffing's expression changed. Retreat. Such unreasonable occurrences could only happen in the third phase of a rule event. This was a complete breakdown of the rules, the inversion of life and death. But the four heavenly kings were unwilling to let them go. The four clay sculptures, several meters tall, strode forward, each step shattering the ground, their weapons crashing down towards the seven with the force of cannonballs. Everyone get out of the way. I'll handle it. Chu Xiaoyuan charged forward, standing at the front. Her expression was serious, and as she clasped her hands together, they visibly expanded at an incredible speed, forcefully blocking the weapons in the hands of the four heavenly kings, even bouncing them back. A bunch of monsters. Captain Yang Gang of Team 3 rushed out. Although he was older, his movements were surprisingly agile, almost like a legendary martial arts master. He casually reached into the air, and two golden, transparent long halberds appeared in his hands. Yang Gang wielded one halberd in each hand, swinging them rapidly, like Sun Wukong wielding his staff, directly slicing one of the heavenly kings into hundreds of pieces, scattering them all over the ground. Clay sculptures are ultimately just clay sculptures, nothing more, Yang Gang said proudly. As one heavenly king collapsed, the other three slowly faded away, as if they had never appeared at all. Fang Jin and Ruan Yaowen stood behind, dumbfounded. This old man, is he this cool? What ability does this old man have? It can't be that he's possessed by a martial arts master or something, right? Fang Jin was astonished. Ruan Yaowen smiled wryly. I don't know, but the suddenly appearing golden halberds should be his ability. Fang Jin gasped. So, this astonishing performance was mostly achieved through his own physical prowess? That's amazing. Facing such monstrous figures, it seemed that even an entire magazine from a submachine gun would be useless, because even if the clay statue was riddled with holes, it could still crush humans. However, the powerful cold weapons could easily shatter the bodies of the monsters. Be careful, this is a temple, and what we have the most are statues of deities, said Captain Lu Yi of the 6th team, sounding weak and frail, like a dying tuberculosis patient, appearing somewhat delirious. I sense hostility coming from the Buddha Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the great Buddha Hall began to tremble violently. Boom! Dust flew everywhere. Huge Buddha statues stood up, slowly approaching the seven people. Their postures varied, but their originally expressionless eyes were now surprisingly uniform, filled with a condescending disdain, as if looking at a nest of ants. Heh, this is interesting, Lu Yi said slowly. But in the end, it's just an external attack. It doesn't mean much. Who's going to take this on? Faced with such a scene, they were surprisingly calm. This clearly showed how confident the seven captains were. I'll do it. If I take care of these things, will we be able to see the source? Said Captain Zhang Rulong, his sturdy figure already a mountain to ordinary people. Yet, in front of these Buddha statues, he seemed somewhat out of place. Almost there, I can sense a hint of the source's aura. It's here, yet not here, Ming Jilan said lightly, her eyes turning golden, seemingly rotating in layers. She appeared to have countless pupils overlapping. As the others listened to this strange conclusion, no one raised any questions. It seemed they all understood. Zhang Rulong grinned. That's good. I love direct combat events the most. He then stomped heavily on the ground. His figure vanished without a trace. The next second, he appeared behind a Buddha statue, his fists already clad in specially made tiger claws, seemingly enveloping his entire fist, the spikes glinting with a chilling coldness. Taste my fist. Zhang Rulong's fist struck the Buddha statue like a storm. Crack! The afterimages were almost invisible. The statue's legs quickly showed cracks, which then spread at an astonishing speed. His fists seemed not to possess the exaggerated strength to shatter boulders or pierce mountains, but the frequency was simply outrageous. At the moment the cracks appeared, other parts of the statue also began to show fissures, as if Zhang Rulong had simultaneously appeared in hundreds of places, delivering thousands of punches. Everyone felt their eyes blur. Zhang Rulong returned to his original position. Refreshing. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a competent punching bag. Zhang Rulong laughed heartily. The statue, over 10 meters tall and made of a gold-copper alloy, crashed down, turning into a pile of broken metal pieces. It surprisingly posed no threat at all. The other 6 captains remained calm, as if they were used to it. The 7 captains were all outstanding among the awakened. It was no problem for one person to wipe out a small-scale civilian organization. Encountering this little trouble was certainly no issue. So fierce, Ruan Yaowen said, revealing a hint of shock and wariness in his eyes. No wonder he's the captain of the Special Operations Department. He's on a completely different level from those weak awakened ones in the civilian sector. Fang Jindao said, aren't you the one who was most restrained against transformation-type awakened ones? Given his character, he had previously looked down on Chu Xiaoyuan, though he was later brutally defeated. Could it be that this second captain was even stronger than Chu Xiaoyuan? No, it's different. He looks like a fast transformation type awakened one, but he actually isn't. His ability, you should be able to find a guide on the Skynet forum. It's an A-level ability called Shuttle, which to some extent ignores space. This kind of ability is already very powerful in the hands of an ordinary person. And Captain Jiang Rulong, who was once a professional boxer, can deliver a heavy punch that could directly kill an adult man. This ability in his hands is even more monstrous. The fists fell like raindrops. Clearly, the ability was mastered to perfection, allowing the fists to traverse multiple spaces in a very short time, striking a single point repeatedly, capable of smashing metal to smithereens. The tiger claws in his hands were also specially made. After thousands of collisions, there was not a single sign of wear. So that's how it is, Fang Zhen realized. If you face him, you're dead for sure. He can directly break through my defense and send me to the afterlife with one punch, Wan Yaowen said with certainty. In front of a 2-meter-tall heavyweight professional boxer, he felt no different from a kindergarten child. The captain's deterrent power was self-evident. A statue of Buddha collapsed, yet the other 4 statues showed no fear, still advancing, causing the ground to tremble. How many are left? I'm coming. Jiang Rulong twisted his neck. Warm-up is over, and I'm in great shape now. But at that moment, the 4th team captain, Manhwa, took the lead. He looked young and energetic, with a determined gaze. He clapped his hands, and the 4 statues of Buddha instantly vanished. Save some energy, so you won't be exhausted when facing the source, Manhwa sneered at the crowd. Just let me handle it. Why does everyone want to show off? Jiang Rulong raised a middle finger. Who can show off more than you, waiting for others to make their move before you do? Pretending to be the savior. You just want to flaunt your abilities. Wanhua's little scheme was exposed, and his face turned slightly red. I'm giving you all a chance to shine. A vain little brat. What did you say, Big Bear? Do you want to fight? Your ability is useless against me. Then don't think you can touch me. Come and try. Jiang Rulong was eager to test. I've always wanted to see if I can hit you. Who's afraid of whom? Wanhua slowly drew a clearly specially made golden revolver from his waist. Don't let me catch the opportunity, or one shot will take your life. Let me see if your body can withstand my armor-piercing bullets. The two were on edge, seemingly about to fight. The other captains looked speechless but showed no intention of intervening. That's enough. The commander didn't send us here to do this. If anyone causes trouble, I'll report it, and your allowances for a year will be cut, the first team captain, Chui Huffing, said irritably. Upon hearing this, Wanhua and Jiang Rulong immediately quieted down, saying nothing. Losing allowances was a serious matter. It couldn't be taken lightly. The group continued to showcase their abilities, searching for the source. Fang Zhen quietly asked Wan Yaowen, "What kind of ability does this fourth team captain have? It looks very special, but I can't tell what kind of effect it has." "I don't know either. For abilities without special manifestations, unless the person states it themselves, no one can guess." Wan Yaowen shook his head. Among the 7 captains, more than half had abilities that outsiders could not comprehend. Fang Zhen felt quite a headache at this moment. If he couldn't figure out these people's abilities, escaping would be nearly impossible. Once an escape was discovered, the captain's attitudes would likely not be so gentle. So there was only one chance. He couldn't go with Chu Xiaoyuan. Once he went to the legendary headquarters, without the past and with special abilities, Fang Zhen would surely become a subject of research. The Buddhist hall was empty. The statues of Buddha, Guanyin, and the heavenly kings had all been completely destroyed. Nothing was found. Ming Jilan sensed for a while, not yet appeared, hiding very deep, and there are many people's auras interfering with me. Lao Lu, you try. The monks in the temple still had not appeared. Although the rules had already gone out of control, their ability to resist mental interference was too poor. Captain Baiye's face darkened. "Can you not call me Old Six?" "Alright, Old Six. Hurry up, Old Six. Old Six, stop dawdling. Today's credit goes to you, Old Six." The other captains urged him on. Baiyi rolled his eyes in frustration, ignoring those bastards. He calmed himself, closed his eyes, and a chilling aura enveloped him, as if ghostly shadows were faintly appearing. His complexion grew even paler, resembling that of a corpse. In the next moment, he let out a muffled groan, mimicking a pulling motion, and finally, his hands trembled as he suddenly fell backward, weakly collapsing onto the ground. Immediately after, a figure slowly emerged in the temple. It was a middle-aged woman, holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy, and faintly, the sound of the child's crying could be heard. The cry was hollow and eerie, like the sound of a sharp instrument. "Imo, be good, don't cry, mommy will sing you a lullaby, let's go to sleep." The middle-aged woman rocked the child gently, singing a lullaby. The child's cries grew softer. The captains frowned. It seemed there was nothing too unusual. Was it a tourist trapped in the temple? Ming Jilan swayed her slender waist and approached politely, saying, "Auntie, are you alright?" But the middle-aged woman had her back to them, only singing the lullaby to herself. Sleep now, mommy's good baby. Tonight we will sleep together. Tomorrow we will go to the underworld. You must be good and obedient. We can't find our home. The unclear lyrics became clearer at this moment, and Ming Jilan felt a chill in her heart. She then saw the child in the woman's arms clearly and couldn't help but gasp, quickly stepping back. The child's face was a bloody mess, features twisted, the entire head split open, with thick red and white substances continuously oozing out. Clearly, he was already dead. "Be careful," Ming Jilan shouted, "she has a problem." In the next moment, the child suddenly turned to dust, gradually scattering all over the ground. No matter how hard the middle-aged woman tried to hold on, she couldn't grasp the dust. No, mo, don't leave mommy. The middle-aged woman screamed hoarsely. Her voice was piercing, as if turning into countless fine needles, threatening to pierce the eardrums of everyone present. The moment the middle-aged woman appeared holding the child, Fongjin had already chosen to retreat quickly, because he recognized her. This woman was the one who caused the entire incident. She had been pulled out of a dream, still holding a child, and it felt wrong in every way. It was best to back away as soon as possible. At this moment, the attention of the 7 captains was entirely on the woman, so even as he retreated, no one noticed him. The middle-aged woman wept bitterly. She knelt on the ground, continuously trying to gather the dust. But how could dust be held? It kept gathering and helplessly dissipating. Imo, don't go, don't leave mommy again. I beg you. Mommy can't lose you again. No. The woman choked, her eyes gradually losing their luster. It was as if she had completely lost hope. The captains exchanged glances, but no one dared to act rashly. Ming Jilan cautiously asked, Are you alright? You all, give me back my child. Kai finally screamed, her face beginning to twist, like a torn ink painting, and a disgusting black liquid gushed from her mouth, flooding forward like water overwhelming a dam. Everyone felt nauseous. This black liquid had a foul stench, like a mixture of blood plasma and rotten water. They all retreated repeatedly. They didn't want to be tainted by even a drop of that liquid. Not knowing if it contained any toxins or corrosive properties, just the thought of touching it made them feel uncomfortable both physically and mentally. Hey, your child is missing, and it has nothing to do with us. If you've lost your child, we can help you. We are the police specifically responsible for missing persons. You need to stay calm and cooperate with our work. I guarantee we will find your child within 3 days, Ming Jilan shouted immediately. At such a time, of course, it was all nonsense. As long as she could stabilize the other party, that was enough. Lying was also an essential skill for handling rule-related incidents. Many times, a suitable lie could avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for how to fulfill the promise later, that was a matter for the future. As long as they could handle the rule-related incidents, no matter what they did, the headquarters would clean up after them. However, Kai Fengli had no reaction at all. She knew that no one could help her. A foul-smelling liquid surged forward, and Captain Manhwa stood in front of everyone, pushing his hands forward and shouting, "Disappear!" In an instant, a large amount of black liquid actually vanished a meter away, as if there were an invisible hole in front of Manhwa that could contain anything that came. His ability was not to make things disappear but to isolate. He could forcibly isolate other things into another independent space. He had once tried to isolate a 30-story residential building, and the process lasted a full half-hour before he was exhausted, and only then did the building return to its original position. Everyone felt a sense of relief. This way, it was safe. Those 2 kids ran away, Ming Jilan realized at that moment. Yang Gang casually reached out toward the space, and a golden transparent submachine gun appeared in his hand. Don't worry about them for now. This woman is a big problem and should be the source. It's most important to deal with her. He quickly loaded, aimed, and fired, the ethereal submachine gun emitting a series of sparks. Rat-tat-tat, the gunfire was incessant. His ability was concretization, allowing him to directly materialize the weapons he needed, and with his rich experience, he could adapt to various situations with different weapons, making his overall combat strength very high. However, this ability was not without limits. The materialized weapons consumed mental energy, and the greater the power of the firearm, the greater the consumption of his mental energy. He could, of course, materialize a small nuclear bomb, but the power limit depended on his mental energy. It was impossible for it to have the true power of an original nuclear bomb. Yang Gang had his own set of experiences regarding which weapon was most suitable and most energy efficient. The bullets hit Kai Fengli, but unexpectedly, the bullets entered her body and vanished without a trace, not even causing a ripple. Kai Fengli was unharmed. Is she immune to bullets? Yang Gang murmured, it seems she is no longer human. Let me try. Xu Xiaoyuan darted out, her speed astonishing, with 10 scorpion tails sprouting behind her, the poisonous hooks glinting coldly, instantly stabbing out as if to tear the middle-aged woman into pieces. However, the attack missed. It passed through the other party without touching anything. It's like she has no physical form. Ming Jilan, you go. Xu Xiaoyuan wisely retreated. The transformation type faced too many limitations in such situations. Ming Jilan's expression was serious. I've tried, I can't lock onto her. What about you, Lao Lu? Bai Yi, pale-faced, kept taking deep breaths. I've tried my best to pull her out. Do you want me to keep going? You are all useless. She is in a soul-like state. Give me 10 minutes to rest, and I'll come back to suppress her in 10 minutes. At that moment, Yang Gang materialized a flamethrower and sprayed a long tongue of fire at the woman. The intense flames made her step back in fear, but it seemed to still have little effect. You all should die, the woman screamed. In an instant, a surge of emotions, loss, pain, depression, and sadness overwhelmed everyone, filling their minds with negativity. They felt that living was meaningless. Better to be dead. Why bother? Even if one resolved a rule event, there would be more rule events in the future. What was the point of living anyway? After a lifetime of effort, it all amounted to just a handful of dirt. Leaving a legacy for generations was nice, but if one was already dead, what significance did it hold? These thoughts erupted uncontrollably, sapping their interest in fighting. Spirit domain. Ming Jilan quickly shook off the negative emotions, activating her abilities to create a 3-meter diameter semicircular psychic shield, enveloping everyone within. She felt a lingering fear. Thank goodness, they had almost faced total annihilation. The others were also anxious. That feeling was too lethal, as if they were about to commit suicide in the next moment. We have too little information. Facing the source of the third phase directly, we can't deduce her weaknesses at all. So in times like this, let me handle it. Captain Chui he spoke lightly. His ability was impartial, flashy in its specialization. The other 6 rolled their eyes and simultaneously raised a middle finger. Manhwa cursed, if you're going to act, hurry up. What are you pretending for? Jiang Rulong sneered, you're such a sissy, it's really annoying. Xu Xiaoyuan huffed, I hate people who put on airs the most. Bai Yi weakly muttered, to be. Ming Jilan remarked, not manly at all. Chui he was speechless. How did he end up with such a group? He was trying to turn the tide, and instead of praise, he was being scolded. Truly, the world was going downhill. At this moment, Fang Zhan and Ruan Yaowen had escaped from the Buddhist hall, racing towards the entrance. Ha ha ha, what luck! We made it out. Ruan Yaowen was overjoyed, his inner disappointment dissipating somewhat. The temple was now increasingly chaotic with the collapse of the rules. It should have been daytime, but it was overly dim, as if shrouded by a heavy black curtain. The walls seemed to have crumbled over time, and the wind turned to dust, constantly dispersing. Stop talking, let's hurry. Fang Zhan dared not linger. The two exited the temple, only to find no visible path down the mountain. The road was gone. All that remained were sheer cliffs. One more step forward, and they would likely be shattered to pieces. They hurriedly braked, barely avoiding a fall. Oh my god. Ruan Yaowen's face turned pale. Where did the path down go? Is this mountain really this high? I don't remember it being this high when we came. Looking down the mountain now, everything was unclear, a murky expanse. It felt as if they were in the clouds. Whether it's high or not doesn't matter. Falling down would mean certain death. Fang Zhan's expression was equally grim. Was this an illusion, or had the rules of the third phase gone out of control, actually raising the mountain? If they guessed wrong, they would be doomed. Ruan Yaowen numbly turned his head. Bro, can you fly? Fang Zhan nodded. Yeah, but I can only fly once in my lifetime. What time is it? Stop being clever, bro. You started it, Fang Zhan retorted. If I could fly, would I still need to ride in your car? Alas, Ruan Yaowen sighed. It was over, they couldn't escape. Can't you create an invisible defensive wall? Could you make it into a staircase? Maybe we could walk down that way, Fang Zhan asked. Bro, you think too highly of me. If I could create a staircase to the heavens, I'd just become a god. It seemed this path was also a dead end. There was no way forward or backward. They were truly in big trouble now. If she turned back, Xu Xiaoyuan would definitely guess that Fang Zhan had something to hide in his heart, and he would surely be on high alert, making it nearly impossible to escape. Relying on a sneak attack to alter Xu Xiaoyuan's memory had a slim chance of success. But he was facing 7 captains. Trying to change the memories of all 7 at once was nearly impossible. He didn't know the other 6 well, making it difficult to succeed in altering their memories. It was easy to create cognitive dissonance. What to do? Fongjin was in a dilemma. It felt like he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. It was truly maddening. At that moment, Fongjin seemed to discover something, his eyes showing a hint of surprise, and he quickly turned and ran back into Baochang Temple. Ruan Yawen was confused. Bro, you're not thinking of going back to surrender, are you? You can't leave me behind. We stand together. If we surrender together. He hurriedly followed. But he soon realized that Fongjin's target was not the Buddha Hall, but the child wishing pool in the southwest corner of Baochang Temple. In the child wishing pool, a statue of Guanyin stood in the water, mist rising from the jade bottle, giving off a somewhat romantic and ethereal vibe, and the air became humid. Lotus flowers floated in the pool, but none had bloomed. Instead, they were all withered. The lotus leaves were charred black, like burnt white paper, exuding a sense of deathly silence. Ha! What's going on? Wasn't the Guanyin statue knocked down? Ruan Yawen rubbed his eyes. He clearly remembered that the last time he came, the child wishing pool didn't look like this. Did he remember wrong? You didn't remember wrong. The Guanyin statue was indeed knocked down, and it should have been in that old lady's hands. Fongjin's gaze fell on the Guanyin statue, and he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Damn! The Guanyin statue sat on a lotus pedestal, adorned with jewels, holding a pure bottle, looking kind and serene. However, the craftsmanship was not particularly exquisite, and the water pipe was hidden inside the bottle, giving it a cheap feel. Of course, none of that mattered. What was most important was that the originally dignified and benevolent face of Guanyin had been replaced with a twisted, mad face of a middle-aged woman, as if she were screaming and howling, her eyes filled with madness and resentment. When Fongjin finally saw the Guanyin statue clearly, he felt an overwhelming chill. Wasn't that the old lady's face? How did it end up on the Guanyin statue? Who was the old lady that appeared in the Buddha Hall? Right, it's true, that old lady was clearly holding onto the Guanyin statue tightly, but when she reappeared, the statue was gone from her hands. This doesn't make sense. Either the Guanyin statue in front of me is fake, or the old lady in the Buddha Hall is fake. Fongjin immediately guessed something. Ruan Yawen also saw the Guanyin statue clearly at that moment, his face turning pale with fear. What is this thing? It looks too terrifying. He swallowed hard, but being a seasoned awakener, he quickly showed a look of horror. Bro, this thing is. No matter what it is, it can't stay here any longer. Fongjin jumped directly into the child wishing pool. The water wasn't deep, only up to his waist. He fought against the water resistance and reached the side of the Guanyin statue, which seemed to still be changing. This time, not just the face, but even the clothes seemed to be starting to twist. It was as if it was gradually transforming into that middle-aged woman. The Guanyin statue and the old lady were merging? Once the merging was complete, something terrifying was likely to happen. No, I can't let it finish transforming. Fongjin decisively kicked the Guanyin statue hard. Whoosh! The Guanyin statue emitted a dull collision sound, and several cracks appeared at the connection point. Hiss! Fongjin gasped. He had used all his strength, and the recoil made his entire leg numb. So he desperately hugged the Guanyin statue, shifting his weight backward while forcefully elbowing the cracked area. Bang! 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 After several impacts, just as Fongjin felt his elbow was about to give out, finally, with a thud, the Guanyin statue fell down. Fongjin caught the statue of Guanyin. However, the two arms of Guanyin were missing, clearly having fallen into the pool. But at this moment, there was no time to think about that. Fongjin picked up the statue of Guanyin and jumped out of the pool. At this moment, the statue stopped changing and lay quietly in Fongjin's arms. However, its face still resembled that of a middle-aged woman, twisted and mad, completely out of place with its body. Now, with the absence of two arms, it appeared even more bizarre. Brother, it's dawn! Ruan Yawen exclaimed joyfully. Fongjin looked up. The sky, which had been pitch black, was now brightening. Could it be that the source had been dealt with? Fongjin looked at the armless Guanyin in his hands, slightly confused. He tried to use his ability to imprison this object, but unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. Not the source? Then what exactly was this thing? In the Buddhist hall, Chui Hufeng made his move. As soon as he acted, an astonishing aura surrounded him, a surging black mist that made him look like a sorcerer controlling demonic energy. Under his control, the black mist surged towards the middle-aged woman and instantly engulfed her. Ah! The middle-aged woman cried out in pain. But soon, her voice was lost. The black mist continued to roll, seemingly harboring terrifying energy. Just getting close would lead to extremely bad outcomes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Chui Hufeng elegantly wiped his fingertips and then slowly began the countdown. When he reached 1, he snapped his fingers with a smirk. Done. I really don't understand what you guys are doing, making such a fuss over a small loophole. Ah, could she just happen to be the source? I'm really working hard here, Chui Hufeng said with a smile. The 6 captains looked at him disdainfully. I know what you guys are trying to do, Can you not be so childish? Do you think this will cause any psychological fluctuations in me? Chui Huffing said lightly. Yet, even so, the 6 captains still raised their middle fingers at him. Chui Huffing's forehead bulged with veins. These damn guys, can't they understand human language? Are you sure it's resolved? Chu Xiaoyuan questioned. Chui Huffing snorted. What more is there to say? Unless it can dodge, as long as it gets hit by me, it's dead for sure. Are you still questioning my ability? Although the other 6 captains looked down on Chui Huffing, no one dared to attack his abilities, because Chui Huffing possessed a quasi-S-level ability called aging. Once covered by the black mist he controlled, one would fall into a terrifying curse of aging. 5 seconds in the mist would equate to 50 years, or even longer. No one could withstand the erosion of time, aging 50 years in an instant. It wasn't just physical aging, even mentality and spirit would weaken, like an old man left with only remnants in the wind, probably even struggling to recall the multiplication table, let alone anything else. Moreover, this aging was irreversible. It couldn't be restored. Thus, when Chui Huffing made his move, he was almost always successful. No matter what you were or what ability you had, I only needed one move. Specializing in the flashy and extravagant. The reason he was only quasi-S level was that he hadn't mastered this ability well enough. Dr. Chen from headquarters once asserted that if Chui Huffing's control improved, aging could evolve into a true S-level ability. Whether it's the source or a loophole, they can't withstand the passage of time. 50 years is enough for them to completely perish, Chui Huffing said lightly. There had never been a rule event that lasted more than 50 years. Even the most stable rules would show loopholes after a decade or so, gradually collapsing and ultimately spiraling out of control. After completely spiraling out of control, the rules would actually stabilize again, with new rules replacing the old ones. The out-of-control old rules would naturally disappear without a trace. However, before disappearing, it would cause tremendous destruction, and the country could not just sit back and watch. They had to do their best to eliminate it. It is said that many weak countries in Africa often choose to ignore the rules when such events occur. They just avoid it. Destruction? So what? Threat to life? What a joke. When it comes to threats to life, rule events have to wait in line. Warlord conflicts, droughts, diseases, and plagues, none of these are less dangerous than you. With the ability of aging, Chui Huffing would be unstoppable as long as he could successfully unleash his power. Just when the 7 thought they had resolved the issue, the black mist slowly dissipated. The figure of the middle-aged woman still stood in place. Return my child, return my child. The middle-aged woman's eyes were vacant, seemingly still greatly affected. Chui Huffing's eyes were nearly popping out. Ah, what's wrong with this woman? How can you withstand 50 years of aging? That's impossible. Even if you are the source, it shouldn't be possible. Chui Huffing shouted somewhat out of control. Bai Yi weakly said, maybe she's like a plastic bag? Do you think you're being funny? I'm just a little humorous, but still very romantic. Romantic my foot. Chui Huffing was furious. I don't believe it. Let's do it again. He controlled the black mist to surge toward the woman once more. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 seconds passed again. Chui Huffing appeared somewhat fatigued. The consumption of the aging ability was indeed significant, but after the black mist dissipated, the middle-aged woman still stood in place. It shouldn't be like this. Chui Huffing began to doubt himself. The other 6 leaders also showed expressions of disbelief. Could it really be that she was like a plastic bag? It wouldn't decompose for 100 years. The middle-aged woman's emotions seemed to stabilize. Standing there, she said nothing. Look! Ming Jilan was the first to notice something and whispered. Everyone focused their gaze. The middle-aged woman's face gradually became blurry, seemingly replaced by something else. The newly emerged face was gentle and loving, exuding an indescribable sense of solemnity, as if it were Guanyin? What a joke! A mad middle-aged woman. How could she resemble Guanyin? That's too blasphemous. At the same time, the middle-aged woman slowly began to speak. Her voice was soft, yet grand, infused with kindness. It contained a sense of Buddhist nature. There was a feeling of universal salvation. Sleep now, mommy's good baby. Tonight we will sleep together. Tomorrow we will go to the underworld together. You must be good and obedient. We can't find our home. She was singing a lullaby. The 7 leaders were shaken to their core. Not good. There's a problem. Although they didn't know where the problem lay, they felt it was significant. Quick, cover your. Ming Jilan felt her mental domain rapidly collapsing. She shouted in panic, but before she could say the word ears, her gaze gradually became dazed, and her voice diminished. The 7 leaders felt an unprecedented comfort and satisfaction. It was as if they were infants in swaddling, falling asleep in their mother's warm embrace. So comfortable. Then let's sleep. Sleep now. Be good and obedient. Go to the underworld together. Just as the 7 were immersed in slumber, a sudden clang of shattering echoed in their ears, as if something had broken. Everyone jolted awake. In the next moment, all 7 were drenched in cold sweat, filled with dread. If they had fallen into a deep sleep, it would have been a total loss. If all 7 of them died together, the consequences were too severe to imagine. What was that sound just now? Everyone was confused. Then, something even more perplexing happened. The middle-aged woman's hand suddenly snapped like porcelain. It's gone. There's nothing left. How could there be nothing? I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. The middle-aged woman took a dull step forward, then her body fell heavily backward, shattering into a pile of broken porcelain pieces. It was evident that the power of aging still had a significant impact on her. The expressions of the team leaders fluctuated. Was it resolved? But it seemed they hadn't done much at all. It's bright outside, Ming Jilan said at that moment. Everyone turned to look outside the door. The heavy twilight was dispelled by sunlight, and under the dawn, beams of light piercing through the dust were cast down from the damaged roof of the Buddhist hall. They knew this situation often meant the end of a rule event. The group exchanged glances. This time, how should we write the summary report? Manhwa asked. Everyone stared blankly at each other. No idea. They had no clue how the specific rules originated or ended. I got it, Xu Xiaoyuan suddenly said. Everyone turned to her. Xu Xiaoyuan's small face was serious. Catch Fangzhen and hand him over to the captain, then the captain will have to take Fangzhen to the headquarters and won't have time to ask us for a summary report. Everyone sighed in relief and applauded. Genius! What a good idea! At this moment, Fangzhen was already racing down the mountain path with Ruan Yaowen. After the Guanyin statue of Fangzhen came crashing down, the out-of-control rules began to return to normal. Thus, the mountain path reappeared. The entire Jingsheng mountain was no longer floating in the clouds. The two stumbled down the mountain path, as the original concrete road was now in ruins, leaving little room to step. What's going on? Who's so bored to destroy the mountain road like this? Ruan Yaowen complained. Fangzhen replied irritably, of course, it's the rule event's doing. The rules had gone out of control, and the duration should have been less than 24 hours. It had turned the mountain into this state. If it had happened in a densely populated urban area, the destruction would be unimaginable. It would probably be no less than a chemical plant explosion. By the way, we effectively resolved the third stage rule event. If we turn it into a strategy guide and post it on the forum, we could definitely earn a lot of points, Ruan Yaowen said excitedly. Fangzhen retorted, as if you know how to resolve the third stage. Ruan Yaowen was taken aback. Right. He had no idea what was going on and had muddled through a dangerous third stage rule event. Well, it seems the strategy guide is out of the question, but this will become a significant highlight in my future resume. Surviving in the third stage rules and coming out unscathed after the rules ended, just saying it would be impressive. With this resume, I could easily become a vice president in those private clubs, Ruan Yaowen said with a grin. Then, he stepped into thin air. The ground suddenly cracked and collapsed. Oh my gosh! Ruan Yaowen lost his balance, and one leg fell straight in. Fortunately, Fangzhen was quick and pulled his arm, yanking him back up. Be careful! Ruan Yaowen, frightened, crouched on the ground, looking anxiously at the collapsed ground. Peering inside, it was pitch black and very hollow. At that moment, the two realized that Jingsheng Mountain was actually empty. The entire mountain had become a shell. It could barely maintain the shape of a mountain, but once it encountered a typhoon or a small earthquake, it would probably collapse instantly. Even without such natural disasters, Jingsheng Mountain was already collapsing and damaged everywhere, resembling a sieve. This is so exaggerated. The mountain is almost gone, Ruan Yaowen said, still shaken. Fangzhen said, let's go quickly. It might completely collapse at any moment. If their abilities were buried by the mountain, the chances of survival were slim. So they had to escape quickly. The two had been running for a while, and at this moment, they could see the foot of the mountain, but it was blocked off, and in the distance, there were troops stationed along with various heavy weapons to deal with emergencies. Kid, stop right there. Fangzhen and the others heard a shout from behind. Turning around, they saw that the 7 captains had already caught up. Oh no! Fangzhen exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect them to catch up so quickly. Were they that idle? They had just dealt with a rule incident. Didn't they have anything else to do? Why did they have to chase after a trivial character like him? Run, run! Fangzhen shouted. The two ran for their lives. Want to run? I'll take this credit first, Zhang Rulon laughed heartily, his massive figure suddenly disappearing from the spot. After a few flashes, he directly appeared behind Fangzhen and the others. Cui Hofeng, Wanhua, and Ming Jilan could only slowly chase from behind. Their abilities didn't enhance their physical capabilities, and climbing the mountain was still exhausting. The distance was too great for their abilities to reach Fangjin, so they couldn't do much. Zhang Rulong came up behind Fangjin, grabbing one of them with each hand, yanking them up by their collars. Hee, got you. It was as easy as an eagle catching a chick. Fangjin and Ruan Yaowen felt like helpless little chicks. Why are you two running? Zhang Rulong leaned in close, sizing them up. We are official personnel, and our main task is to protect the safety of people's lives and property. If you're so afraid of us, you must be some kind of criminal, right? Ruan Yaowen forced a smile but felt guilty. How could that be? Zhang Rulong didn't care about Ruan Yaowen. His attention was mostly on Fangjin. This kid is the one the headquarters wants? Kid, be honest and come with us, or, a little chick like you, I don't even need to use my abilities to crush you. Zhang Rulong threatened. Fangjin was furious. Is this how you protect people's lives and property? You're not just any ordinary citizen. Don't push me to get rough. I don't even have my finger tiger on, you should understand. I don't want to hurt you, so you'd better not force me to hurt you. Taking you to headquarters in one piece or breaking your legs and sending you to headquarters makes no difference to me. Since you say so, then I can relax. Relax about what? Fangjin smiled, placing his hands on Zhang Rulong's thick arms. I can act without any psychological burden now. Slaughter ability, activate. Zhang Rulong's arm detached from his body and fell to the ground. There was no blood, no wound. It was as if a prosthetic limb had been removed. Naturally, Fangjin also fell down, and without hesitation, he kicked Zhang Rulong's arm far into the distant forest. You. Zhang Rulong was taken aback. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Fangjin swiftly removed his other arm as well, rescuing Ruan Yaowen. Bro, you're so cool. Ruan Yaowen shouted excitedly, then kicked Zhang Rulong's other arm away. Oh wow, that feels great. At this moment, Zhang Rulong had lost both arms. This is slaughter? Zhang Rulong had heard of this ability but had never faced it. His expression turned ugly. You two are looking for death. Zhang Rulong roared in fury, his voice deafening. Even without hands, I can still smash you two brats to death with my head. He was genuinely angry. His burly figure and muscular body exuded a terrifying aura. No one would doubt that Zhang Rulong could kill a cow with a single punch. Fangjin was fleeing for his life while shouting, I know you're powerful, but you'd better hurry and find your hand back. Who knows what snakes, insects, or rodents are in the mountains? If your hand gets dragged away as food, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Zhang Rulong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned his head to look around. But his arm had been kicked into the forest. He had no idea where it had rolled off to. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't find something invisible right away. Damn it, that little brat better not fall into my hands. Zhang Rulong cursed, not bothering to chase anyone anymore, and quickly jumped into the forest to search for his arm. He buried his head in a desperate search. The other 6 team leaders watched the scene in silence. Big Black Bear, oh Big Black Bear, what use are you? Manhwa mocked, you might as well call Zhang Rulong Zhang Ruchong. Not only did he lose his grip, but he also lost his hand. Zhang Rulong couldn't afford to respond, only focusing on his frantic search. A severed hand could still be reattached, but if his arm got bitten off by snakes or insects in the forest, that would be a lifetime of frustration. Humph, a boxer. Team leader Yang Gang shook his head in disbelief, then stepped forward and said, besides brute strength, he has nothing else. No wonder the success rate of the missions has always been so low. Watch closely, learn well, and see how the old veterans catch people. He was a retired soldier, but both his physical condition and mindset remained youthful, with an abundance of combat experience. Yang Gang suddenly leaped vigorously from the mountain path. The next moment, a golden transparent parachute appeared out of nowhere. Yang Gang grabbed the parachute he had materialized and quickly glided down the mountain.